an hour before you start. It's a full length film.
Not all of these commands to travel.
It just gets away from, I mean, who's going to watch a 2-hour documentary? So, the last like 5 minutes are like credits.
And also we have many voluntary
We have an encore clip.
such as
You're like, well, more kind of like, rock and roll bands when they come back on. You just have an encore clip.
Oh, that's a great idea. Well, we got
take it all together.
we got skits and we can but this project, man, this is one of those things where, like, even if you're just doing like little things around the house, like projects and stuff, like, you'll get into it, you'll start doing it. It may not come out exactly how you wanted it to, but you're like, that's good enough. I like that. That's good. And it's to your house for the rest of your life. With this project, it's one of those things where
so
kind of
let's talk
into
today
it thinking
about
like,
one of the most famous of the medieval
it's not gonna be the
explorers.
best
And
thing
in
in the
fact,
world,
if
but
you
like I've always wanted to do something like this, and it'll be cool just to kind of
famous
get our
Jewish
feet
explorer,
wet
you'll
and
probably
throw it
get
out there and see what happens. And this thing
He
completely
published a really fascinating
pulled
itinerary
it
of
over my
his travels in
expectations.
the 12th century.
It was all
And
just
he
like
described
saying, like,
his
just
journey from about
we
year
started something and somebody was
1159
interested. Like, hey,
to
can we help
around
you?
the
And
year
like, yeah, and we get this
1173.
to this part, and then Ben starts
before
figuring this
Marco Polo,
editing stuff
and
out.
he
And then
was
we get to like, well, what are we gonna do? How are we gonna distribute it? And something else comes along. Like, hey, can we help you? And it's just been like a magical experience of like us like just having this idea of wanting to get it out and like with a good with the right intention and like we're like and then like God just puts the right people in front of you.
That was definitely something that we've seen.
Been one of those things you can't I can't answer how most of
earlier
it happens.
Jewish merchants were involved in various
Fell
types of
into
trade,
place.
and he was engaged
There
in that.
was a turbulent
While
time.
he's traveling, he definitely had an eye out for Jewish communities.
At a certain point, I was like too
every
overwhelmed,
stop
so I
on the
started to
way,
reach out.
the size of the Jewish people
I
that he
found
met.
an individual
He talks about the
that had a
economic
really
basis. He talks about
portfolio
their
stuff. It was good.
intellectual population and
Kind
the
of set us back about
various
2 months.
sects
That's the whole
of
story in
Judaism.
itself.
So
Jesus,
the
I
Samaritans really,
emailed a
really
little bit about that.
fascinating historical
I'm
information.
kind of one of
It's
those
a
people that
trove
doesn't like to
of data for historians, especially of the 12th century.
talk about
Here's a
this person
map
without
where you
being
can see
here
where
themselves. I mean,
Vilela traveled.
we
You can see he
parted ways
started out to Dela, which is in
yeah, it set us
northeastern
back
Spain,
quite a
and then he
bit.
made his way to the
And
Mediterranean,
there's some
traveled
people
around
out
the
there saying that
Provence, really
that
fascinating
this person
material.
stole money from
Many of
us.
those
I don't
towns there
see it that
tells us
way.
a lot
I mean,
about that great era of
I paid
creativity in the
this
12th century.
individual an
And
amount
then
of
he
money
made his way down
to
Italian
edit, and
Peninsula,
editing takes a long time.
Greek
And at the time,
Peninsula,
it was
and then
at the process
eventually
of
all the
like,
way out to
I'm
Turkey
still
and
organizing
the final
things, and
destination, the land of Israel. Now,
it would
while
have been
he
different if I was
was
like, hey, here's like
in
an almost
these
finished
regions, he also
project. Can you make
collected
it better?
reports
It
on
was way back in
places
the
that he
weeds.
never
So like,
visited.
big
Sometimes
undertaking.
it's not clear.
Yeah, it was big. So like, I'm not upset about. I don't feel like
he
he stole
shares
money
with
from
us
us.
what
It
he
just sucked
heard
that it took him
far
8
off
months
Jewish
and
communities as
didn't
well.
get anything at the end of it. Literally,
It's still money, but he stole your time.
What kind of
Yeah,
things does it tell us about?
he did make a cool trailer.
Especially
It was,
good for us.
It was alright, but it
in
was
terms
like
of talking
mostly
about
stuff that I had already edited. Yeah, it wasn't 8 months
people in
or
all these various
the
places.
cash money, that we spent on
for
it.
history
Yeah.
of trade.
It is what it is. Maybe we live, learn, and honestly, this came out better than
His
it probably
is
would
the
have.
first account of
Probably was meant to happen,
Jewish
so it
people
could
in
turn out this way.
non-Arabic
Yeah,
sources.
because I think it just gave me the drive to like, just was my answer that I just need to do
by
this
that
ourselves.
name.
And
So it's
yeah, I'm glad we
really,
did
it's
because I
very
think
important.
even if we would have gotten
He
a
is the
really, really
only
good
source for a long
editor
time
and
on
paid a bunch
the
of money, like
history of
I don't think I would be as proud of it as I am.
and he also
we
tells
were
us a
literally
lot
just
about really
doing it all the way through.
Jewish communities like
Told the best story.
the Black
Yeah.
Jews of
And
the
that's another thing too,
Malabar
like just the amount of time you spend on getting
Benjamin
to
Fidel,
learn the story
character,
to then
in
hand
this
it off to
series, we're
somebody
going to look
that's
at a
never
whole
heard
bunch
it.
of
Or just
Jewish
trying to piece
explorers,
together some stuff
migrants,
that sounds right.
refugees, so on.
I think
who
it
traveled to
worked out for the best.
unusual
That's for sure.
locations. And I want to put in a plug
Well,
for
I think your enthusiasm and excitement shines through, and I mean that is contagious, and that's going to put you in touch with the right people at the right time, the right place. And I mean, I've just experienced something very similar for this last 6 months, so I can relate to what you're saying very much so. So I think that's so cool.
Welcome to Kosher River Cruises and KRC
Are you going to
Expeditions.
touch on
The
like
premier
the?
all-kosher,
I'm just curious, like the
all-inclusive
consciousness,
luxury
secret
Jewish
space
cruise
program,
expeditions.
my lab, all that
Imagine
stuff.
luxury and
Are you- I
expedition
mean,
cruise ships,
Well,
Don't give away
chartered
teasers, but I'm
exclusively
just
for our
curious.
guests. Creating a close-knit
Melinda
community of
Leslie
like-minded
is
travelers,
so
exploring
she's
together
like
in elegance
the
and
expert on
comfort.
mill
More
apps or
than
my
just
labs
a
to
cruise,
understand
it's a
military
unique
inductions.
experience of
We
connection.
just thought that bringing in
Kosher
her
river
expertise
cruises and
just to
KRC
fill in
expeditions
some
bring like-minded travelers
the
together
gaps. So like in
for
Eric's
worldwide
story,
exploring
he
and
does have a
celebration
Mill Labs
in a warm,
experience.
inspiring,
You know, to somebody who's
community-like
not,
atmosphere.
you know, we made this film
It's a
not just
journey
for
where
people that are
friends,
into
both
UFOs and
old and
aliens,
new,
to know about
come
this stuff,
together
but
to
you know,
make
for the
memories
general
that
public.
last a
So
lifetime.
bringing Melinda Leslie in
Our
to give
5
some
star
backstory,
ships and
explain what
expedition
Mell Labs is,
vessels,
what it stands for.
combined with our signature
What's super
all-inclusive
important.
luxury
And
service,
yeah, we
make
do
every
talk
day
about
on
it.
board a wonderful
We talk
escape
about the
into pure
surveillance,
exploration and relaxation.
the harassment that Eric
With
did.
renowned kosher
Had some of
cuisine,
that.
expertly crafted by Master Chef Malcolm Green,
Yeah, see that,
every
but
meal
that's
is an
well worth
unforgettable
noting
experience.
because it's part of it.
Each
I mean,
day,
how
a
do
new
they know
destination awaits.
where the abductees
Our
live? If
specially
they've had an
curated
abduction,
short
to
excursions
come and say, hey,
offer
look, you
deep
shut your mouth.
insights
Like,
into both
how?
Jewish
What?
and local
How is
heritage,
that possible?
creating a perfect
And
balance of
you
adventure,
know, you talk about remote
exploration,
viewers
and
and stuff.
learning.
There's a great movie,
Our
Hearts in
dedicated
Atlantis,
onboard
based
team
on a
is
Stephen
with you
King
every
book,
step
and
of the
it's
way,
about a guy that
ensuring a
escaped a
seamless,
program from the
luxurious journey
1960s
from
played by
start to finish.
Anthony Hopkins.
Every detail is taken care
He
of,
says you
from
first feel them
excursions to
behind us, then you're
amenities
back of
to
your
dining
eyes.
to
And
entertainment.
that's how they find out where
Discover
you
the
are. They
world
just
with
plug
ease,
into you and then they
comfort,
come and
and
find
a
you. And I thought,
commitment
you
to
know,
the
that's
highest
probably not
standards
that
of
far
cash
off
route.
from the truth.
Join Kosher River
I was
Cruises
looking at
and
Eric today and I was
KRC
like,
expeditions,
when
where
can we just start
exceptional
calling you
service,
X-Men? Like,
community,
I
and
feel like we're
culture
messing
come
around
together
here, like
for a
coming up,
truly
we can
unique
agree on
travel and cruise
terminology. Like,
experience.
y'all are X-Men. Like, let's just start calling you X-Men. Can we do that? Eric does some strange stuff. Like, I swear, this guy, like, I'll be doing something, and I swear through this whole 5-year process, like, I would take a month off of editing it, and I would pick it back up. I didn't tell anybody that I was working on it. I was like, hey,
step back a little bit
got some
to
time tonight.
understand the
Baby's asleep. Everybody's good.
migration.
So I start working on it, and then I get a text from Eric, like, hey buddy, just checking in on you. I'm like, how? And that happened like 6 times. Yeah. He just knows stuff. Yeah. I don't know what it is. Or he'll just call you and start talking to you about like whatever's going on in your life. You're like, I haven't talked to you in weeks. Yeah. Dude, you're watching me like all the time because that's so cool.
Basically, the way it looked,
Yeah,
this is somewhat
it's an amazing dude. It really is.
Nevertheless,
It's an amazing dude. It's gonna be
you have
man, it's gonna be so cool. Yeah, it's gonna be so cool. It's speaking of Eric, Eric had to work tonight, but we will definitely be hanging out at Contact in the Desert. He'll be there with us.
Netherlands.
So
They're
we'll have to
manufactured goods down.
yeah, 100%. We would love to meet him too. That's and I don't know much about his story, so that's why I'm looking forward to seeing it at Contact. And I don't want to spoil it for myself. I want to experience it through your film. But again, it's great that those people are stepping forward. I don't know if he's got implants or whatever, but by what I'm guessing, you guys found a lot of great information on him. And a lot of these people, it's a lifelong experience. So yeah, you're right. You're trying to decipher within an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours tops, what to put in, what to out. Usually, I've always said you have to kill your darlings when it comes down to editing. Is there anything that you edited out that you would have wished you kept into the movie? Oh my gosh, what a great question. UP studies does it again, Katie.
Requires heavy amounts of
I think you're doing the ESP on me right now. Dude, for me, I have to say, just like,
plantations.
so out of all the people that are in the documentary, they're all experiencers.
From the Americas,
They all have their own story. And dude, to like,
the same kind of
because they tell their story and they talk about their story like on camera as we're filming it. Just falling in love with these stories, and then our focus is Eric, and it's like, okay, these are great. How do we incorporate this, but also like stick to the main subject of what we're trying to accomplish? So like, the long form stories of like all the people in the film. That was tough to like, because you're like, well, that's great information. That's part of the story. And it's like, yeah, but we have to focus on, we have a focus, and we can't put it all in there. So I would say like a lot of the story stuff from everybody.
Especially distinguished.
Yeah, that's a good one, dude. Yeah, I mean,
high level of oral allergy.
Well, those goes on editing. We
this
could
institution.
edit everybody's story,
Nor
but
were they
you can make individual like side movies on everybody's sort of story.
not only
Right?
the tiny
That would be,
size of
yeah,
their
we do
population,
have
but
to.
their place in the overall
overall
Because I
socioeconomic
I would
structure.
imagine when
In fact, if you
you're
look more
putting your visuals
closely
together,
at
at least the way that the movie should
what
be
were
put
Jews
visually
doing
together,
primarily in the Caribbean, where a
there's
lot
got
of
to
the
be
slave
some
trade was
sequences where
happening?
like, nah, that
They
just
had
doesn't fit.
the so-called
I would
rotovats,
want to
the
make it fit,
large
like,
trade,
you know, kind of like writing a song,
which
you got a line you
involved
want to throw into the
three
song,
basic
but it
elements to raw
doesn't work.
goods, the
It just,
manufactured
no
goods,
matter
and
how
the
you
slave
approach it,
market.
it just doesn't
And
fit.
Jews were
And I would
only,
think that
you know,
anything artistic, you know,
tangentially
especially
involved
making
in
a movie,
Roosevelt.
you know, or
We were
anything
very
documentary
heavily
wise,
involved,
there's
however, in what was
got to
called
be
the
aspects of
crime
that
about
where like, oh, I was really
small
looking forward to
trade,
seeing
which
that in
is
the film, but I have to
lots
take
of
it out.
things
Right?
that supported
And like, you
the
imagine how
overall
much
economic
footage you had that
structure.
is
For
not
example,
even used.
around Curacao,
Terabytes
where
of
there's a
footage,
large
yeah.
Jewish settlement,
But yeah,
the Jews, there were
one-
Jews definitely
the hard
involved
part
in
is
plantations,
saying
and
no to
slaves and
like,
so on,
how to
and
keep
those
on
in particular.
schedule, how to keep the
Primarily,
focus,
Jews were
and that's
involved
kind of
in
what I
sort
think
of
sets our film
supportive
apart from
industries.
others.
For
Is like
example, when ships
a
come
lot
in,
of
and they
UFO
need
alien
all kinds of
documentary
goods.
movies that I've
They
seen.
need
I love
foodstuffs, they need
because I have the
ropes
attention span
repaired,
to
the
keep up,
sails
you know,
repaired,
on
they
ADD.
need
So,
tar, they need all
but
kinds of things to be
I
able
didn't want
to
this film to be
outfit
that.
the
We could
ships and so
go
on.
in
So Jews
so
would
many
be
different
very
directions.
much
We could have
involved
just tried to cram it all in, and
peripheral
everything we know into it.
support
But it's possible. We didn't want to do that. We wanted to do something a
So
little
it
different.
would be incorrect to say that
Like,
Jews
it does
were
touch
on one
on
hand,
multiple topics, but
totally
it's
divorced
not like a
from
20-minute
Roosevelt
sequence on
because they were
every single
involved
thing
in
that we
all of the
are
economic
trying to do. So
secondary
yeah, there are some
activities.
stuff that I wish
They
we
would also
could have
want to
put
say
in,
that
but
they
it would
were
have been like a
overly
5 hour thing.
represented
But I guess
in the
specifically,
slave trade as well.
Eric, in
There
Eric's
are
interviews,
some exceptions that
he,
prove the rule,
he's
if you
talking a
will.
lot about
Hieronymus Nunez da
the
Costa, for
downloads
example,
that he
also
gets.
known as Moses
They got
Curiel,
back
who
right
lived
when
between
his
1620 and 1697. He was a
incident
very
happened.
important Portuguese
Uh,
agent in
the,
Amsterdam,
the
deeply
physical
involved in the
incident
slave trade.
was
If we look at
he
Suriname,
interacted with him.
which is also on the coast of South America,
And
he
the following
place
weeks,
called the Golden Savannah, or the
I don't want to like
Jewish
tell the story
Savannah.
for him,
It
but
was
you know, like
established in the
I'm
1600s.
trying to be cryptic, but at the same time give something interesting. But the downloads that he got were mathematics and physics, equations, concepts, and he just had this knowing of where to look in the experiencer's brain that had to do with precognition, and where years later we find out that Gary Nolan has been doing research on experiencers in the military, maybe some
foreigners. But what really caused the Golden Savannah to collapse
phase in Acalia.
much
I
of
always
the
trip up
slave
on that.
trade at the whole
So I know the first word. I know basal ganglia, but the other one I
was the
don't know.
development of the beet sugar industry. Beets grow in Europe. They can be transformed to sugar.
Like some of the stuff that he's been telling us is like, we're like, oh, okay, well that's interesting. Yeah, we've never heard anything about that. But
cane sugar
I mean,
was sent, and
obviously from the trailer, like you're making noises with your head, so
of cane sugar.
okay,
But
like, you know, you kind of get put in a
Europe
position, and then
figured out
years
ways
later,
to
you start
make
having all these
sugar
drops, and
locally
people are starting to
rather
talk
than
about these segments of the
engage in
brain,
expensive
how,
shipping
like,
across
you
the
know,
Atlantic.
precognition and like communication and these pilots, and
And
you know, it's one of those moments where you just kind of look at each other and you're like,
plantations,
dude,
including Yonis
yeah,
Savannah,
he's been
but as
talking
an
about
illustration
all of it, and it
how
really like.
the Jewish
And by the way,
economy
this
really
is in
much
the film.
more diverse.
I guess what I
It
was
really
talking about that
changed
we didn't
overall
include was
Jewish
everything
economy.
else around it that he
But
talked
it
about.
had,
Like
like
we had tried to have
general depressing effect
focus to
because so
the
much
comic
of the Jewish
improvement.
economy was attached
10
to
minutes in,
the
you nailed it. Yeah.
slave-based
In some of the mathematics and
So
equations,
therefore, from
you know,
the
learning
1760s
Mandarin and
onward,
Spanish
it's
in
much
a
more of
day.
an impetus for Jews to
We do
look
touch
for
on that, but there's so much other
better
stuff that like I
avenues
can't even
for
speak for Eric. Like
economic
just
Now, in this
the amount
regard,
of
just
knowledge
looking
that
at those numbers again,
And it's also
500
tough too
plantation
because
owners,
at the
right,
time,
Jews primarily from Europe, and none
whoever
outside
he was
slave
talking
people.
to,
As we see
and this is
with
still a thing that's
non-Jewish
like, dude,
plantation
I mean,
populations,
what
this
you're
led
gonna
to
see
development,
is like,
sometimes very
you know, it
exploitative
took us
of a
months
year-round
to
for
understand and put the
Jewish
story together, but like,
What this
we're
means
literally
is
just
that
like
many
scratching the tip of the
slave
iceberg. Like it
typically
got to a point to
males,
where we had to kind of
would take
shut him
female
down a
slaves
little bit
as
because we're like, we
wives or as
cannot
concubines,
take
and would
any
use
information
and they would have some
that what you're
relationship
saying.
with
So
those
like,
offspring in some cases,
that's
but
also been a real
nevertheless,
exciting thing for
now
this
you
thing
have
to
a
be
new
done.
population
It's
of
just like we
people.
can get it out. It's
How
like now we
were
can start
they dealt
diving
with?
back in.
Jewish
It's like,
society
okay, Eric,
is fascinating. It is
continue.
important to
Yeah, no,
note
talk about
that
the
actual gender
Masterson's
disparity
thing.
of Jews was somewhat
Dr.
better. It was still
Masterson's.
definitely very
Yeah, I mean,
male-focused, but
I
it was
wish we could
somewhat
put that in the
better
film, but
than
that's like a whole
non-Jewish
other. Yeah,
population.
that's another
This
experience
was
that really Eric would have to talk on, but I think what happened in this situation is he ends up meeting Masters, and his friend is with him, and
but it also has to do with the fact that they were specific
when experiencers get together, it's like their powers kind of amplify a little bit, So this is kind of a thing that's happening, and he said, and Masters was on his show, and he's saying like we had almost like this like
marriages as far as possible
telecommunication going. Like we weren't saying anything, but we knew exactly what we were thinking, and we were talking to each other. It was just kind of eyes open, mouth to the floor type situation. Kind of, if you've never had that experience with somebody, like with an experiencer who's like tapped into you, it can shake you a little bit. So, that's
also about
some of the stuff that
they're dressed, however,
he's capable of doing.
clothing, and they are in fact very
I had him, he stayed the night at my house, and dude, I didn't sleep at all that night. I was so nervous. Man, like he's rude. The moment, like, I was telling him, like, when he came through, I was like, hey, if you stay at your house, don't let him stare at a lighter for too long, like, before you go to bed, because it's just like that focus, that intention, that, like, I don't know, like, if he's calling them, or like, what's happened, but there's like a special relationship between these people and whatever it is that's contacting.
Amazing research done.
I don't say Eric has it figured out, but I think he's wisened up to the feelings that he has and understands kind of what's going on with him internally to kind of cope and deal with those situations.
If a person was a freed slave, they had to have paperwork.
I was going to say, it's, shout out to all the people that participated and were brave enough to speak about their experiences like that. That takes somebody very brave and open, because they get ridiculed. And do you worry about that when the film is released, that there's going to be some kickback, or, people are going to start, kind of, not believing necessarily, and I mean, that would be a concern for me. These are a lot of the people that are in the film I know as well, and consider them friends, and I would hate for them to get any backlash. So is that something that you guys have considered, and have you talked about that with the people that participated in the film?
About like the possibility of backlash, like maybe wrong or
teased, or oh my gosh, they're crazy, all the old adages.
I haven't put much thought to that, honestly. I mean, when we asked the individuals to tell their story for the film, we did get like a release form, and we had the conversation of like, hey, like this is going to be like a bunch of people are going to watch this. I think the overall consensus was that they're very proud of their story. They're at a place in their journey where they're ready to tell the world. I don't think there was one person that was like, I had to do with my wife or my family yet. I think everybody at that point was like, oh, dude, no. Going back to that thing earlier that we were talking about, like with this film, if we can help one person, that's been kind of our mantra. Our guests that we have had on for the documentary. I think that's been the unifying idea. So I would hope that there would be backlash. I think the only backlash that might happen is just some of the stuff we kind of dive into with the CIA. I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, well, there will be a few there at Contact in the Desert. So,
you betcha.
You guys have us maybe. I don't know.
For the Hawaiian shirts.
It sounds like a lot of these people, they've been out there speaking about this for a long time now, and so they know what to expect. Like, they've already dealt with a lot of that. So you get thick skin, especially as an experiencer, and you're talking about reptilians or this, you will get a thick skin, and you just got to learn to shut that out. It sounds like most of the people in your film have dealt with that already, so that's good. So I just wanted to say thanks to them for sharing, because it's brave, and it's hard to do that. So
absolutely. And even Eric is like, he had when we first started doing this, he was like, I'm so nervous, because he's been he's been like behind the scenes at conferences and like on the circuit for a long time.
Even though
And a lot of people just walk right past him because they never knew who he was. They didn't know his story. They didn't realize that he was an experiencer, but he was, kind of like, so these like, maybe like the intelligence people, they just show up in regular clothes and like blend in, and you never even know that they're there. But like Eric was kind of the same way. He was just trying to get information, just like everybody else, and kind of scoping it out. He had the feeling of like, well, this is what's happening to me, but like these aren't technically my people. And it was just kind of like, ufology is kind of a weird place,
News to me.
For the most part, we stay out of the mess, dude. We stay out of the mess. The drama can be very messy. And Eric's kind of the same way, man. He stays out of the mess, and finally he got to a point where he's like, I'm ready. I'm ready to do this. Like we said, starting out, it's just going to be like a really long podcast, and it developed into this. He's ready, man. Stuff has happened to him and to people like him that is just, it's not fair, There's a lot of stuff that's just not fair that happens to some of these people. And for them to keep it bottled up and not be able to say anything, it's like, it's killing them faster than saying something. I don't know is how they feel about it. So stress must be. I couldn't even imagine. So, yes, for them to come out and start saying this stuff and like, acting as a team, that's a really cool thing too. A lot of them are like kind of teaming up. They're like, hey, like we're in this together, which is exactly what we want to move forward.
It's almost a creative movement, but just saying, hey, it's kind of like a Me Too of pictures, like, hey, I'm just Me Too, and it's all the one if it happens to you, that's the damage. You can't talk to anybody about it, that's the damage. And the Men in Black show up, tell you to shut the fuck up, and that's damage. So, really, I can only assume you're living in like this prison of, you can't tell anybody about it. My last questions to you, gentlemen, would be to each of you, of course. We'll start with you, Joe, first, and then Ben second. Is there anything during this venture about something in ufology that you learned that you did not know before?
Buried at the side of the cemetery.
Before filming or while?
While filming, before you started this project. You know your stuff, but when you started filming, did you learn anything that you did not know before?
Jews who have more privileges.
I think, so one thing that I learned is, dude, there's so much nuance
once they were
to a lot of this stuff. You can be on the outside or just looking into it, like Ben and I, like, call us fanboys or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, we just love the subject. And then when you really sit down and you start getting into it, you're like, oh, so this is connected with that, and that has been controlling this the whole time. There's just so many little connect the dots, right? It's just a spider web, and it's a spider web, but when you really start talking to somebody who's dealt with it firsthand, you're like, oh my goodness, you just said a name that I know. Wow. It gets pretty crazy, and
reference to a person's
racial our mouths off about anything, but it's crazy to just know some of the deeper stuff,
it's the web yourself, right?
Right. It's almost like the basic. Like, I don't know what they're doing. I don't know where they're from, and I don't know what they want. But until I still don't know any of the important questions.
Just at the end of the movie, you find out, but not till then, right?
But just like that, nuance behind it all, man.
Yeah. Quite fascinating.
I'm still trying to think of it.
I hope you enjoyed this video.
Yeah,
Thank you very much for watching.
What did I not know? Well, I guess I didn't know. I thought I was a good listener before we started this project, but I realized I wasn't listening. I was just stoked to ask more questions and I would just pick up on things. I'll ask a question about that. So I think I learned to listen a little bit better throughout this project. And I think being disconnected, with podcasting, you're present, but when you're editing,
communities of Jews,
you have to
particularly in
listen.
North
You're
America,
not a part of
later
multiple
on
times.
in the last
So
millennium.
many times.
I'm
So
especially
I guess
fascinated with
the question was,
Jewish
what did I
Caribbean
learn?
was rather
No.
light. It's really only about 100, 200
was
years
that
where
I just-
Jews were very
I didn't
active
know
there. But it
that I wasn't a good
really
listener.
important
Now, like, I know the
transitional
difference.
place for
There's a
Jews.
difference. Personal growth. There you go.
The expulsion of Spanish
I have one
Jewry
last
and then,
question, if you
you know,
don't
the
mind.
immigration of
too.
Portuguese Jewry in particular.
You know,
to
with
this part
this,
of
you
the
said
world
this
where
was like
they
a
attempted
5-year
to
project.
make a long-lasting
Yeah,
civilization.
yeah,
As
yeah.
we shall
So,
see, it turned out
so when all is said
that in
and
the
done,
18th century, with
what do
less
the
viable
ETs want? Why are
economically,
they here? What's
Jews
going on?
many other people
Can
did.
you what,
But
shed
that's
some light?
really
Come on.
so important
Yes,
for
I love this one.
understanding the
Truth
development
time.
of North American Jewish society. So let's
Well, that's the thing
start
about
this
me and Joe is
discussion
that, like, we
by
don't
looking at the
never approach the
immigration
subject of, like, we
So have a
know
look
for
at this
fact
map
this
here.
is it.
This map, which is kind of
What are
complicated,
your ideas?
shows you
That's,
basically
Ed and I kind of, like,
the origins of the
don't-
Caribbean Jewish community, which
I
is
would-
primarily
I don't think we
out of
fully
the
agree
American
on, like,
You
what we
have
think is
two
happening.
distinct
Uh,
phases. You
Changes,
have
what
those
changes,
Jews
like,
who were
months and months.
expelled in 1492, who did
it's,
not
you know,
make a tremendous amount of an impact in
I mean,
the
for
early
me-
migration, because this is
For me,
really
I
just
think
when
we're just
the
a
Americas
stop
were
along
being
the highway.
discovered, right?
I
The
really
last
do.
decade
You know,
of
I
the 15th
think we're
century and moving into the early
just in the
16th
middle
century,
of this
Jews were kicked out of
massive
Spain in
universe, and
1492.
there's stuff
Although
out there
there
that
was some
occasionally runs across us, you know? Like, it's kind of like you're driving out to the, you know, we live out in Texas, so it's like you drive out in the country, you're driving for an hour and a half, and then in the middle of absolutely nowhere, there's a beautiful house, you know, with, like, you know, cooking bacon, and there's families outside. You're like, that is a real happening place out in the middle of nowhere. And it's like, well, that can happen. Like, I really do. I feel like we're just
it takes them a while before
one
they're really
in
allowed to
a billion different things that exist. And we just, you know,
but then they make their
we're just
way
starting to kind
not
of figure it
only
out, you know?
to centers
Yeah.
that are more
As
tolerant.
long as we're not
such
like a
as
7-Eleven,
Amsterdam, for
where
example,
you get a little
usually
peckish, you
significant
just
because the
go
Dutch are
in
very
there,
much
grab a few
involved
humans,
in
and
culture.
Want some nachos, 7-Eleven
But
nachos
also
right
they
here.
go directly with
So no, you don't believe there's
Portuguese
an agenda per se
the,
for each different race?
Eastern
No.
Brazil,
I mean,
for example,
I mean, it's kind of
to,
been some
places
new
like
revolutions,
Texas, very
revelations
important,
on, like,
and also to the northern
you know,
regions of what
we
we
always
call
think, like, well, you know, the government, right? You're always kind of like, the government is kind of doing this thing. Maybe the whole of the government doesn't understand, but like there's a few people at the top that like kind of get what's going on. Like I feel like now we're pushing more towards like, oh man, no, like maybe nobody in the government really understands, but that's what they want. And there's like, you know, like yeah, like I feel like somebody's contracting governments of the world out to do certain things. You know, people who have that type of cash flow and like power are like, you know, we would always say like, well, the government, you know, they contract out skunk works and they do their work for them. But like on a bigger scale now, we're kind of looking at it like it's the reverse. Somebody else is contracting our government to do something. And so even if our government didn't want to do what it is that, you know, they were asked to do, that just means that now us as a superpower and us as a government can't play ball. And it does trickle down. We're not gonna, we won't know about it because our government decided not to play ball. And I feel like, you know, we got a real like, you know, our nuts are in a wrench, you know, on this type thing. We're like, man, it may be so far out of any of our hands, you know, that, you know, and some people are like, yeah, I mean, maybe the humans are a commodity. Maybe we're just a form of entertainment. But there's also other ones that are out there that have nothing to do with it. And it may be the fact that there are only saving grace to like what's happening here. And it's like, man, it just goes so big that like I don't think our human brains can even comprehend. You know, even the people who are having the contact, they come down and like, so what they want? They're like, dude, I don't know. You know,
but that's the thing that bugs me is because when you talk to somebody that like, dude, if I told you, you will wish I never told you, or if the public ever finds out, they'd be so depressed and there'd be nothing like. What could it possibly be? They need us, they need our babies, they need our souls, they need our bodies. Like, what is it? Because either way, we're all facing the same thing as a planet. My biggest fear is not the runaway civilization from this reverse engineering, but runaway military complex. Because, you know, the United States, I don't think the government
knows anything. They're trying to find out. But the runaway military complex in the back, though, they've been calling the shots, and they decide whether anything leaks or not. And I think they can't control technology, because of technology like this podcast, your podcast, the internet. They can't control the information anymore the way they used to. So they did change their tactics. I think right now some of our heroes are being given true information and false information. So we're all distracted. We don't know what's what. It seems like every other hour some new breaking news on UAP's I can't keep up with it personally. But I find that to be the case right now, is that we're so inundated with so much content, which I think a lot of it is fluff. You know, if, like, I don't know if you guys remember the Miami Mall incident. Like, I don't believe in it. But the thing is, it went everywhere. People were doing podcasts that evening. I'm like, how? What information do you have to do an hour-long podcast? You know, on something you can't even see. Like, it's worse than the stuff Jeremy Corbell puts out. Like, you cannot see anything, right?
When we came back, that was like the first question we asked each other, like live on the show. Is, so we've been gone for a while. Has a lot happened? Has not a lot happened? We're like, yeah, like a lot has happened, but it really feels like it kind of comes down to like this is like almost like a perfect situation of the blind leading the blind. You know, and so blind people are like, "What are we doing? What's going on this week?" And then the other blind people are like, "Oh, we're going this way." And we're like, "Okay,
Nobody bring your canes. We're gonna wing it."
By the way, it's amazing. There's a lot of walls. Okay, why would we go this way? Because you have to go this way.
Brick stacks.
Yeah, like, we should just go around.
Well, I look forward to seeing this movie at Contact. Katie and I are looking forward to hanging out with you guys as well. And you know, it is such an amazing experience. I know that the listeners must be tired of hearing me talk about that, but it is the biggest convention on the UFOs and non-human intelligence in the world. The who's who of everybody's there, and the thing is, it doesn't matter where you're from. You may end up eating a burger right next to Paul Hynek or Dick Foley. Like, you know, everybody's everywhere, and they interact with you, which you really don't see that in any other community. So I'm absolutely stoked to see you guys there. The movie is still in the distribution sort of phase, but as far as the podcast, you guys are back into swing at this point, right? Yeah, and you guys, if ever you need to, yes, me, Katie, we're always available, by the way. See how I plugged this in there, Katie? Guys, I look forward to this one. And you folks are like, too, yeah. Yeah, we'll plug it. Just give me the horse case.
Look at the horse case. Deep dive. And very similar, like we were led down the rabbit hole. At the atmosphere.
Yeah, Katie, with this book, she did a fantastic job with that, Tony and Giro. We just did a whole episode on it. But what's fun is to look back at older cases and then find out there's a bunch of clues, like you mentioned, that you have to wait decades for it to find out before it fits the puzzle. And that's what she did with this book. It's fantastic. Guys, seriously, thank you so much for coming on the UFO Studies podcast. Every listener, please, obviously, you know about UFO Garage, but if you don't, go like and subscribe on their YouTube. I believe you're on Spotify as well. Apple too, right? I'm not on Apple, but I figured you guys are. Yeah, they're just bothering their heads. They think, yeah.
Got reviews on Apple, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, so you're on Apple, yeah.
On Noodle and Scootly too. Right?
Scootly too. Sites you have not heard of. They're everywhere. Like herpes. They're just everywhere.
On herpes.com.
Awesome, guys. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, man. Thank you for having us.
Thank you very much, Steve.
Also,
Well, we are back with another great episode. Michael, we have Robert Salvas joining us today.
Alex, yeah, legend in the UFO and UAP communities.
The fact that we get these legends to come on and educate us is an amazing thing. Although Katie can't join us today, I'm sure she's going to love this interview. This is right up her alley, especially with the presentations and stuff.
Documents, that's her thing. Yeah.
And she's,
Lots of documents.
seriously, I don't know anybody like her. She is, like, to me, like a role model of investigations, and I look up to her for, like, dude, you know what you're doing. She's been at it for a long time. And Robert, of course, since 1967 has been actively promoting and talking about the nuclear problem with the UAPs. And that's been a big issue. I'm not too familiar with it. I don't know if you are.
I know the stories, I've seen the documentaries, I've looked at a few people, but it's such a complex issue that I feel like it's something you could spend kind of your whole life researching and still not feel like you understand everything.
Yeah, and you could read books, you could watch documentaries, but I think the fun part of like me doing this podcast is to ask questions that you would have if you read the book or watched the documentary. Wait, what about this? Can you clarify this? And you get to do that on a podcast, which I find brilliant because I get more educated by listening to podcasts than I do watching a documentary. Plus, I think it's the edit and the things they leave out. Like they're very limited on time, and so you can't really get that. It's like
Wrap conversation.
yeah, like a full meal. You know what I mean? And then so we should talk about this. Contact in the Desert is coming really, really fast. It's just around the corner. We are April 1st tomorrow. So yeah, it's right around the corner. If you guys don't have your tickets, definitely buy some. It's sold out. I believe the hotel or the resort's completely sold out for all the rooms. And this is actually turning out to be the biggest one they've ever had. The who's who of ufology is going to be there. The beast from the east, Michael Dawson, is going to be there this year. Very active. You're going to be doing podcasts only with us, but with the anomalous review.
Yep.
Yeah, and you got a new. What's that, Michael?
We're talking to lots of people. Yeah.
Tons. And with the anomalous review, you do have a new series that's coming out, and it's about the SCU and encounters. Just quickly describe that.
I'm interviewing members of the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies who have themselves had encounters with UAP, and some of their encounters are really intense. So it's very interesting to be able to get to sit down not only with a person who's had these encounters, but who also has the sort of scientific background and knowledge to be able to analyze them in a way that people like us want to be.
And you were mentioning that some of these people had their experiences after they started the scientific or military.
Somebody said something. You know how I've been
You would
backwards?
think that the
This is
experience
how I don't know what's
will
paying
lead people
attention.
to have an interest in UAP, but in I think in all three of the cases that I've reported so far, people already had a prior interest in UAP or something very close to it, and then had this experience or something. So that's
Like our Sarah Gam interview.
yes.
One of those people. And I think you were mentioning to me how she's like both left and right brain is just like a unique person, right? It's crazy. Okay, guys, we're going to be back with Robert Salvas. You are going to enjoy this. He's got a presentation for us, and I'm sure we're going to learn tons. And we'll be back very shortly after this intro. Well, we've all heard about UAPs and nuclear facilities or their interest in our, I guess, nuclear capabilities at this point. There's been so many incidences. And prior to starting to record with Robert, I was saying I only know of Robert's case as being the only military personnel that has had an experience with a UAP hovering right above the base, just switching on the freaking news like it's nothing. And he mentioned there's a lot more people stepping forward, so we'll talk to him about that as well. But Michael and I want to say thank you, Robert, for giving us some of your time today. And
will teach us more about what took place at Malmstrom.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you for having me. It's always good to talk about this. I don't know why, but it seems like there's still people out there that haven't really clued in on these cases, but I think it's important.
Yeah. And it's not just an issue of it taking place in the States, but the fact that it happens in other countries that have nukes. So China has had incidences, Russia's had incidences, and even England, they have incidences all the time wherever nuclear weapons are either stored or the launch pads, if you will. And to me, it's fascinating that they know all these locations, and it can come and go as they want to. And there's nothing we could do about it. We have the biggest weapons on Earth, and there's nothing we could do about it. So obviously, Robert, will just ask you just a brief, basically description of what happened that night. It was obviously around Christmas. It must have taken you guys by complete surprise. But maybe just give a quick rundown for the listeners that haven't heard this story yet and will be educated along with us.
Well, sure. I do have the presentation up on my screen of what I gave to Arrow in February 2023. I was interviewed by the Arrow Group. If your listeners don't know it, that's the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. Arrow is an official office designated by some regulations that were passed by Congress. Let's see, probably early on in 2023, where there was a dedicated group.
Welcome. How are you?
For the historical record, stories of people the
What up, Brandu? What's good, son?
but also they're supposed to.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish.
Just one moment. Can you hear me? Yeah. Dude, you're really hard to hear. Is there any way you can come closer to the microphone? Excellent. How'd you find out about me, Brandu? Oh, that's amazing. Have I told you about myself? Oh, excellent. Well, firstly, apologies for my kickbot that clips people. I do what I do for a good reason. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I'm currently live on more than 22 simultaneous YouTube streams. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on basically everything but Kick because Kick bans me. I do so because I don't want war anymore in the world. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother, Brandu? Yeah. It's okay if you haven't. It's basically the story of somebody whose entire life's on camera, as is mine. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. Data overtook petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person. And if that happens, Brandu, I'm going to make sure that you, your friends, your family become financially independent. If you're not already, I'm going to make sure that you have the ability to create generational wealth. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Absolutely, 1000%. So I not only stream my life, but I talk about some things that are interesting to people, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I am an advocate for ending world thirst. I am sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I'm also an advocate for the LifeStar program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those projects sound to you? Excellent. I talk about some other things that aren't generally discussed in the mainstream, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light, travel faster than light technology, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, quantum computing, nuclear energy. I talk about things like de-extinction technology. If you didn't know this, the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing opportunity. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I just think is a really exciting goal. They've recently made headlines with their dire wolves. Their dire wolves are about a year old, and Joe Rogan has met them. I talk about other things that are going to affect you potentially if you want. I talk about things like life extension technology. When you were born brand new, the average life expectancy for someone like you is probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 if you want, with your consent through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, peptides, things like cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps nootropics and ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapy. But eventually you may get to be 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, this has been a really great run. Everything that you've done or told me about back in 2025 has come true. What's the next plan? And if you want, this is again with your consent, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, Brandu, is there may be an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts? Brandu, I couldn't even hear what you were saying. But that's okay.
finding Eric a wife. True Love Thursday.
We are a step closer than we have been.
So we've got a single friend who's worked around here for a long time. Eric is his name. He's looking for a serious relationship that will lead to marriage and babies and the whole thing. Eric has a particular set of skills and a particular set, I don't know, I made that up, requirements as well. I mean, the requirement being that he's looking for a Jewish girl, as young Jewish men are wont to do. So we're going to talk to Eric about what we believe we have found his perfect match. We believe we have done the work of the matchmaker and found his perfect match. Now we got to see if Eric's ready for this chapter of his life.
This is not training. You don't just start the season without practice.
Exactly right, Gary. And he's 31, so he's been at it. Or you can find out maybe some places where he could do more push-ups or more strength exercises. I don't mean physically. I mean yeah.
There is a series of new AI tools that exist. A lot of us see them as sort of the freakish carnival style stuff that shows up on our social media feeds. Look at this crazy alligator about to attack a man and then give him a thumbs up. Or here's the craziest cat biting a lion video you've ever seen, and it's all AI generated. There is a push now to use some of those AI generative tools, especially the visual ones, as part of the movie making process. And there is concern among old school Hollywood that this is going to destroy the industry. The other attitude is it's not going to destroy Hollywood. Hollywood just needs to kind of readjust, maybe reinvent itself when it comes to the creativity of using these things. For example, there's a company called Dream Machine. But their company is called Luma. They have one of their platforms called Dream Machine. And basically what you do is you simply put a prompt in, think of whatever you want. Say, LeBron James playing cornerback for the Las Vegas Raiders. And it will generate several seconds of a very lifelike, very realistic scene of LeBron James playing corner for the Raiders. There's another tool that they have called Modified Video, which just launched a couple of weeks ago. Instead of generating news,
Cornerback ever to show
instead of generating new video, it takes what you've already done. So let's say you had Shannon Farron playing quarterback for the Raiders, and then you wanted to change that and have Shannon Farron play cornerback for the Rams. They would change the uniforms, it would change all of that stuff, just based on what you told the computer to do. Now, at this point, it can only spit out several seconds of video at a time, because as we've said many times with AI, it takes a massive amount of computer power to come up with these things, which is still incredible, but it does take too much power for them to actually come into full-length movies, for example. Then you have to get into the idea, yes, you can video or you can create video, but can you create a story? Is AI threatening the storytelling aspect of Hollywood? And they're saying it's got a ways to go, because how do you tell a computer how to build tension in a story or conflict in between a family that you would want to watch?
Well,
how does it land a show?
Do that with dialogue. It's the appearance of tension, or it's the feeling of tension.
Right. But how do you teach it that very human thing? It's amazing because it's gotten so much better at even the visual stuff that it's terrifying to think it's not going to take that long for it to get the language stuff.
Being a major hurdle for it. I used to think so.
Well, you could even say, if you had a story about your life, you could give AI several prompts about your life, and it could come up with a script for a 2-hour feature about you. The thing is it just a slice of your life, or is it a major moment in your life that was defining, and it came up with the funny parts and the dramatic parts?
I feel like we saw this recently in the sports world, where they used AI to celebrate someone's retirement? Was it Jimmy Johnson?
Oh, yes. You are, 100% right. And they used an AI Jimmy Johnson on the big screen.
And it was clever, but there was something missing. It was one of those cognitive dissonance things where you're watching it, you're like,
the uncanny valley. Yeah. Which is usually a visual thing, but I think there exists that uncanny valley when it comes to if you read stuff that AI spits out, there's still something
it was
there.
Jimmy Johnson's voice reading, kind of taking you through his life. It was Jimmy Johnson AI generated images. And it just it didn't feel right. It was cool.
I hope that we don't lose that. I hope that there will always be in us that ability to
We
just
should evolve to not even knowing that.
people aren't going to care,
Right?
I know that.
We'll be dead. That's the good news.
I don't think so. I think it's going to happen a lot quicker than
Well, Sojourn's heavy now, I mean.
my what?
I mean, we're here for like this.
Hey, Gary, I'm definitely becoming an old because I'm right there with you. People honking the horns, or the 4 or 5 crosses under the 5.
When I hear myself do that, which I do, I have to check myself. I gotta check myself.
Gary Shannon will continue. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A private funeral service is being held today in Santa Clarita for the second of 3 LA County Sheriff's detectives killed in an explosion in East LA. Joshua Kelly, after he joined the Sheriff's Department back in 2006, he worked in a couple of jails, became a field training officer in South LA, was promoted to detective in 2016. He became an arson and explosives investigator with the Special Enforcement Bureau in 2022. He had a wife and 7 children. People in Porter Ranch and parts of Granada Hills have been told to boil tap water before using it for cooking or drinking because of a problem at a pump station. Crews have been working on repairs since yesterday, and people in the area are urged to conserve water. Some say they don't have any water at all.
You know that most of the people like going on these amazing Kosher River cruises trips primarily because of the historical information, right? It's just so amazing. They learn about Jewish history and actually visit the places where it happened. And, you know, that's what I do. However, people tell me that they also go for the beautiful scenery, for the luxurious surroundings on these gorgeous boats and things like that. Okay, I understand that, and I appreciate it a little bit too. But a lot of people tell me they come for the food because Chef Malcolm and Chef Tobias are just geniuses with food. So I want to make this a public video appeal to Chef Malcolm and Chef Tobias. Would you please include some chocolate on this particular cruise? Now, why? Because it is historical as well as delicious.
That's like telling us that we have Christmas in July. So yeah, let's bring it on.
Europeans with the discovery of the New World in the 15th century. And it was imported back to Europe where it was consumed basically in the same way that it was consumed in the New World. That is, as a liquid. People would drink chocolate. For decades and decades, they only drank chocolate. And of course, it's not easy to export a liquid like that. It's very heavy and so on. And the beans, you know, that's a possibility too. But Jews were very, very active in the cultivation of the sources of chocolate in the New World and in their export. One figure in particular is especially connected to the Caribbean, and that is Benjamin da Costa, who was one of these Portuguese Jewish traders who specifically invented a method to convert the chocolate into pellets, which could then be much more cheaply transported, thus lowering the cost of this otherwise high luxury item to be able to be enjoyed by hoi polloi, all kinds of people. And so as you enjoy your French chocolate, because he was doing primarily with Port of Bordeaux, you think about how wonderful it tastes. Think back to the fact that Jews were really at the basis of this chocolate trade, and in particularly the Jews of the Caribbean. I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise. It promises to be absolutely amazing, fascinating on a historical level. But if not, I'm looking forward to sharing with you some of my research in these videos. Thank you very much for watching.
Would be monitoring and control of 10 nuclear missiles.
And Robert, just a quick question on this. So this is underneath the ground,
Is there a specific reason why they place you guys underneath the ground as opposed to a building
fellow
above ground?
students of Jewish
Yeah,
history.
this is supposed to be a hard.
So I'm sure you're familiar with the great American founding father Alexander Hamilton, with his storied career that has been so popularized in recent years with some very successful Broadway musical. But there has been new research that's been coming out recently that suggests very strongly that Alexander Hamilton was Jewish. Now this connects to the Caribbean, and the upcoming Kosher River cruise there in January is
Never
because
tested in the
he
battlefield.
was educated in a Jewish school on the island of Cyprus, right next to St. Kitts. And this is one of the small biographical details that so many historians have looked at and said, what a strange anomaly that you would go to a Jewish school as a child. So a new book came out last year. This book, The Jewish World of Alexander Hamilton, by Andrew Porlancher, that is actually quite fascinating. And so I want to walk you through his main arguments to suggest, I think convincingly, that yes, Alexander Hamilton was
charged with
the book is, I can't tell you how fun it is. It reads like a detective novel. As a professional historian, I especially enjoy how he looks at the twisted and convoluted ways in which previous biographers have attempted to deal with the strange anomalies in Hamilton's own biography. And then he says, well, the most obvious suggestion is simply to say he wasn't Jewish. So first of all, one of the most useful things that Alexander Porlancher does, and it goes beyond the scope of this specific book, is he asks, well, what does it mean to be Jewish? Right? It's a question I have been quite fascinated with in general. And he defines 8 different forms of Jewish identity. This is really worth thinking about. So let's look at it quickly, and then we're going to kind of fill in this chart with Alexander Hamilton on this chart. So first of all, legally, does Jewish law consider you a Jew? So although there have been some changes in the late 20th century in certain of the various Jewish movements, historically, for the last 2 millennia plus, Jewish law considers the child of a Jewish mother or a convert to Judaism a Jew. That's the definition of a Jew. Either your mother was Jewish or you converted to Judaism, and everything else, like what you do with your life, that's secondary. There are a lot of rabbinic debates, but that's the basic rule. Does Jewish law consider a Jew? That's like the legal definition of Jewish identity. What about a personal form of Jewish identity? Do you consider yourself a Jew? We have so many examples of people who fit the legal definition, but do not consider themselves Jewish. Thirdly, ethnic. Did your ancestors consider themselves Jewish? Right, like we saw this with Christopher Columbus a little while ago. According to the DNA research that's come out, now it has not yet been fully peer-reviewed and things like that, but there are a lot of reasons to assume that it shouldn't have a problem with the peer review, but let's just assume for the sake of argument it doesn't. The ancestors of Christopher Columbus apparently did consider themselves Jewish, so that's an ethnic definition that does not necessarily correspond to legal and personal. Communal. Do other Jews in your community consider you a Jew? You may consider yourself fully Jewish, and you may proclaim a legal definition as well, but if the community doesn't consider yourself Jewish,
so we got the audio up. We had an issue with the audio,
universal.
We solved
you go anywhere
it.
to any Jewish community in the world and be considered Jewish. Also very relevant. Culture. Do you consider yourself a participant in Jewish culture, even if you may not meet some of the other markers of Jewish identity? Public. Does the non-Jewish community you live in consider you a Jew? This is unfortunately a reality for much of Jewish history. There are a lot of people who wanted to escape their Jewish identity and were unable to because the rest of the world still considers themselves a Jew. And finally, religiously, do you consider yourself an adherent of Judaism? Meaning, do you consider yourself someone who holds with the basic tenets of Jewish religiosity and the behaviors that go along with it? So there are people who do that without necessarily being so Jewish identity is a complicated thing. People might get some of these notes, not others. What exactly does it mean to be a Jew? Okay. So now let's look at Alexander Hamilton himself and the arguments that Dr. Porlancher brings to suggest that he was not Jewish. So, legally, this is the simplest one. His mother, he showed, converted to Judaism. There's no question about that. It's clear in the historical record. his mother, Rachel, converted to Judaism. She married a man named Johann Levine. Levine, whose identity is not entirely clear, but the name Levine certainly seems to suggest he was Jewish. That may have had something to do with the conversion. He has a whole discussion of the Restream, but I'll go get there. That marriage did not survive. Johann Levine was not Alexander Hamilton's father, but according to Jewish law, that doesn't matter because it's the mother that married. A different man later was the father to Alexander. He would become a second husband. It was a messy and unfortunate situation, but at any rate, Alexander was born apparently out of wedlock to a Jewish mother, a woman who had converted to Judaism. So, on a legal definition, it's all over. Once Rachel converted to Judaism, that makes her Jewish. Any of her progeny are also Jewish. Okay. What about personal? This is where it gets a little bit more complicated, but fascinating as well. Alexander Hamilton never presented himself, at least in historical record, as a Jew. On the contrary, on those few points where he had to sort of like definitely indicate his religious identity, he declared himself, for example, as an Anglican. And he did that in a legal proceeding in order to testify as a witness. Now, the way things were set up then, only Christian could testify, and so he declared himself an Anglican. But when they queried him, they felt that he was still living in Britain at the time. By the way, he was orphaned at this age, but he admitted that he had never taken communion, which is very strange. There was also no baptism record for Alexander, and he was in fact allowed to testify. In other words, even though he said he was Anglican, the court was not prepared to believe him to allow him to testify. Thirdly, did Alexander Hamilton's ancestors consider themselves as Jews? Well, obviously, on his father's side, on his mother's side, her parents did not consider themselves Jewish, but Rachel's the only one who counts. She clearly considers herself Jewish. And there's lots of evidence that even after leaving her husband, Rachel still considers herself Jewish. She did not, for example, baptize Alexander's older brother, Alexander was baptized as an adult when he was and so there's nothing in the Jewish that when Alexander left her husband, she still considers herself fully Jewish. Thirdly, and this supports that as well as the local Jewish community can consider you a Jew. Rachel had her son, Alexander, educated in
Robert, just to be clear, when you guys are in these types of
obviously,
positions,
she considered him
you're screened
deserving of
all the
being
time.
within
Your
the Jewish
mental
educational
health is
environment,
screened
and
all
the
the time.
community considered him
You guys are in
appropriate
charge
to
of,
be in that
nuclear
environment.
weapons,
That's
so
not
they
to
want to
say
make sure you guys are
you don't have
fit,
Jewish
not
parochial
only
schools that
mentally,
have
but physically.
non-Jewish students as well.
Usually there's always, they always retest you for all these sort of things. So credibility is only in your rank, but everything you have to go through has to work.
Could be that what
just gives you major credibility because we always wonder
universal
where disclosure comes from, and it comes from people like you that have had incidences like this. And as this amounts, this is what we want. We want people like you to step forward, whether it was in the 80s or the 90s. If something like this happened, we want you to step forward. But yeah, thank you for that. Let's continue. Sorry, I interrupted you there.
Especially if he presented himself as the son of this is still one of the stickier things. Cultural. Did he consider himself a participant in Jewish culture? One of the interesting things of Dr. Schwartz's book is that he compares Alexander Hamilton to a lot of his peers, and compared to many other founding fathers, Alexander Hamilton was universally positive towards Judaism and Jewish
Shema Yisrael Adonai
speaking in great detail to his children, how he remembers so
Shema
he did consider himself a son and take
Adonai
form
This is where Michael and I said,
public general Caribbean islands, would they consider him Jewish? In his youth, we don't really know, although preponderance of the evidence might suggest yes, because he was admitted to Jewish school. Of his adulthood North American, no, or at least not yet. Now this book has been around for a while. And finally, religiously, do you consider yourself an adherent of Judaism? It's unlikely that most would consider himself as a practicing Jew for lots of reasons that no point going into. But the bottom line is, when you look at all of this material, it's pretty clear that the simple explanation for all of these
after they reported the UFOs over two launch facilities.
I leave it up to more sophisticated historians to tussle out the argument.
More than one went off alert.
I think he makes a
And
very
that's why we had
case.
conflicting
Statements
from
Hamilton advertisers might want to be modified a little slightly.
pick on that. He was, this is 27
Thank
years
you very much
after
for
the
watching.
fact.
Hope
We were
you'll be able to
talking
join us on this
again
It's going to be
about
fantastic.
this because
And if
I
you
was
can't make
able
it,
to
I
get
look forward to sharing my research with you.
the Echo flight
Thank you once again.
declassified. But both he and I, and he says right here, we were directed to remain silent about the incident. We had to sign non-disclosure.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really excited about this upcoming cruise with Kosher River Cruises to the Caribbean, specifically the Lesser Antilles. And it's such a fascinating chapter.
Until they have heard their face on the tail, hanging down, wiggling and walking and giggling and talking. Lord, may the world go round, 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 and nothing in the world like a big idea. Make that something. And feel real good. Like long that goose like a girl. Oh, baby, that's what I like.
And then you have the Lesser
to make man make me feel real good. Like long neck this. Oh, baby, that's the word I like.
Which is really a derogatory term because specific laws were put in place to prevent them, for example, from emigrating from Portugal for quite some time. But once some of those laws were finally lifted, they emigrated along with other Portuguese travelers to the New World, and quite often simply assumed their Jewish identity once they thought that it was safe to do so. You have the Greater and the Lesser Antilles, also in Suriname, the very important center of Curacao and Barranquilla in Colombia. These are really important sites of Jewish settlement and have a major impact on later settlement in North America. And it is a beautiful part of the world. That's funny. You hear a lot of these protests saying that Jews in Israel should go back to Poland. Okay, Poland, but it's pretty cold in Poland. Why don't they say go back to the Lesser Antilles? I mean, we spent a lot of time there as well. One of the most fascinating little details of the Jewish civilization that developed in the Caribbean is this unusual preoccupation with creating sand floors in their synagogue. Here's a picture of the sand floor in Curacao. You can see the Duma there, where the Torah scroll is read and the sand is on the floor. Here's one from the U.S. Virgin Islands. Not only do they have the predilection for sand floors, it appears that they like Pepsi Cola as well, not a product placement. So I was wondering, what is the deal with these sand floors? There's no source for it in the Talmud or in the Shulchan Aruch or any of the great works of Jewish halakha. It appears that there are 3 or 4 separate reasons that are adduced. One is kind of prosaic, that it seems like a good way of controlling snakes.
This is a confirmation.
It seems to me it would be easier for snakes to move around this stand. They'd feel at home there. Another more poetic reason is the idea that, since these were originally crypto-Jewish communities where they had to hide their identity, it would be like quieter to walk around on the stand and people wouldn't know how many people were in the synagogue. That seems a little strange to me, but who knows. Another one, and this one I find most beautiful, is the idea that as long as the Jews are standing on sand outside of the land of Israel, it's as if they're still walking through the desert on their way to the land of Israel. That's a very beautiful poetic sense of why the sand in the synagogue. Kosher River Cruises is specifically going to focus on the Lesser Antilles. And here's a
And Julie Lace had a pretty
we're
face
going to land in
on
Sint
it,
or Sint
hanging down,
That is
a
an
wiggling,
island that is
walking,
divided
giggling,
between
talk
the
loud.
Dutch and the French.
Ain't looking
And we're going to go from there down Aquila, which is a Jewish island,
to make me act so funny, spend my money. Hey, like a long man, look like a girl. Yeah, baby, that's what I like.
And the Latvians, some of these regions are now sovereign states, others are still controlled by their European
and
allies. From Gustavia, where we're going to spend Shabbat, we'll dock there over Shabbos. And we're going to go down to Antigua, and we pass by St. Kitts and Nevis. Nevis is especially in that Alexander Hamilton attended
like a big eyed
Jewish
girl.
school there.
To make her act so funny, make her spend my money, making me feel like I could do.
From Antigua, we're going to go down to Guadalupe. Really interesting person comes out of Guadalupe. Benjamin da Costa de Andrade was a former crypto Jew who was able to re-adopt his Jewish identity. Originally came from Lyon in southern France, and while he was there, he discovered that the product of chocolate, which had first been discovered by Europeans in 1502 as a drink, it was something that the indigenous peoples would make into a drink, and they would export this drink to Europe, where it became very popular. So at any rate, Benjamin da Costa de Andrade, he figured out how to make that drink into pellets, a solid, which was much easier to transport. And once you sent chocolate pellets over to Europe, it just exploded. So next time you were eating a chocolate bar, just think to yourself, oh my gosh, this is essentially impossible to imagine were it not for the Sephardic Jews who inhabited the region of the Western Antilles. Then from Guadalupe, we're going to head down to St. Lucia, where they have a fascinating dormant volcano. Can't wait to see that. And finally, we're going to return to Via Barbados. It promises to be a beautiful cruise that combines natural beauty with the amazing unusual history of the Sephardic Jews who lived here. And I really look forward to cruising with you. For those of you who aren't able to join us, I really look forward to sharing with you some of the insights that I discovered as I do research on this unusual Jewish community. Thank you very much for watching.
Strategic alert within 10 seconds of each other. And this incident occurred on this date and time. So this was March 16th, 1967. And there was no
hello, fellow students of First of all, I want to thank all of you who have sent me notes saying, hey, did you see that Christopher Columbus was actually Jewish? Thank you very much. My email box is absolutely stuffed. Please stop sending them as I was a little bit driven by the news because in 2017 I gave a lecture on this topic in which I said he probably wasn't Jewish, and now I am once again proven wrong. I hope my wife does not see this video. But what I'd like to do today is talk a little bit about what has been discovered, and then I'd like to play you the material that I said back in 2017 that still is quite relevant, and then come back and say, well, what does this mean for our understanding of Columbus's background, right? Okay, so here we go. First of all, the new genetic testing that has been conducted was done on remains that are believed to be those of Columbus and also those of his son. And the DNA research indicates that there are features both on the Y chromosome and in the mitochondria, which are associated with the mother, that are consistent with patterns found in Sephardic genes. Now, as you mentioned, there is a very important caveat that according to traditional Judaism, DNA is not in itself sufficient definition of Jewish status. Mitochondrial DNA through the mother is much more significant, but in general, DNA is not used as a definition of Jewish status. What the study actually indicates is that Christopher Columbus had DNA that was comparable to DNA that the Jewish people had, and that's something that a lot of people, especially the California Peninsula, especially in Portugal, actually imagine. who don't identify as Jewish nevertheless have some Jewish.
Any questions about?
We know that Christopher Columbus himself was especially cagey about identifying
I have a question about what, if anything, you know of that could have this effect on your
so
computer
let me
systems
play for you what I
and
had to say in
missiles. Is there
2017, which kind of
at
runs
least
through
at
the
that time
evidence
known
one
kind
way
of
or the other,
technology or
and then I'll
processor
make the
procedure
part
that could
that I no longer believe after we see those shots.
in the way that they
The
work?
question, so was Christopher Columbus Jewish? The answer is, to give it away, we can all go home right now, probably not. It is highly unlikely that he was in fact Jewish. But still, we still have the question, why would one think so? Let us just quickly look at the work of Cecil Roth. We actually studied his work earlier. He wrote several books on the history of the Inquisition and the experience of Jews in late 15th century Spain. He wrote about Columbus that the mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own mendacity, meaning Columbus himself enjoyed projecting the image that he was secretly Jewish. It was kind of like a chutzpah. So anyways, his own mendacity, meaning he used to lie. He used to dissuade, he used to try to
side question
put it in people's faces like, don't mess with me because I have Jewish blood.
This thing was
He'd say like,
activating
you know who I am? I descend from
silos. It
King
wasn't
David.
just one, it was
He would say
multiple,
things like
right?
this, he would write things like this, and he openly cultivated this kind of
Each one of
mystique
these
surrounding
silos are
his
individually controlled,
lineage
right? It's
that
not just
he
one
hoped
system,
would
so
add
it
to
would have had
his
to
own grandeur.
individually control all 10 nukes.
There are many characters like this you see in Jewish history. Another good example of someone who actually was ethnically Jewish would be, for example, Benjamin Disraeli, who was baptized and lived his life as a Christian, but he really enjoyed throwing it in the faces of his parliamentary interlocutors that he in fact was Jewish, and he had a unique kind of skill, a unique kind of logic that they had no access to. So he played up this quite a bit. But since Columbus frequently made these references, and his background is incredibly murky, Roth concludes, as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or an ex-Jewish family. In other words, probably not, but there's enough nagging doubts that at least we can talk about it for half an hour or so. Let's look at those nagging doubt issues. So here we go. The first of all, his surname. We say Columbus in English, but it would be Colon. He also signed his name as Colon, Christophe Colon. This was a common Italian name, Italian Jewish name, excuse me. So used quite often by Italian Jews. He could connect himself to many Italian Jewish families. There's quite a bit of dispute as to whether or not he came from Italy. There are, he refers to himself as coming from Genoa or Genoa. Also, there's documents that indicate he may have come from Mallorca. Even documents that he may have come from Poland. There's another possibility for this Jewish origins, but none of them are really very reliable. Quite likely he may have come from Sicily. So the last name is something. The first name definitely not. Christopher, of course, means bearer of Christ, one who carries Christ. So it's not a typical Jewish name, just like Mary. As I mentioned earlier, Columbus loved making references to his Jewish origins, in person and in writing. This is kind of like a dangerous thing to do because we're living in a period when the conversos are being actively persecuted, and at the same time, he was kind of like a transitional liminal figure that was moving in and out of many royal courts from Portugal and Spain, Italy, elsewhere, trying to gain support for his venture. And whatever he thought would make himself look more exotic and more appealing in his request, he would not hesitate to use. But nevertheless, that's part of it. Third, we know he had a lot of Jewish friends. He had a tremendous amount of associations with Jews. He was very close with Abraham Zaputo in Portugal. You recall we spoke about him for an hour a few weeks ago. And he relied very heavily on Zaputo's astronomical research. The astrolabe that Zaputo had refined by making it out of metal was incredibly important to Columbus, as was the Alphonsine tables that were translated through Hebrew
into Latin for him. He had many Jews on his ship. We're not precisely sure because we only have like the ship manifest. They're not complete, and they have surnames. Very many of them we simply don't know what the biographies of them are. We do know that his translator is Jewish. This is, by the way, a typical kind of Jewish profession. Jews in medicine, Jews in law, Jews in finance, and Jews in linguistics are very big. Jews, the exception of American Jewry, it's a very unusual exception. 20th century American Jewry, very monolingual. But for the most part, Jews typically are polyglots, speaking several languages, and very valuable to their host societies as a result. I have a feeling that might be because Jews tend to exist on the outsides of mainstream society. In America, where we were accepted so well, so deeply, especially in the second half of the 20th century, we lost a lot of our linguistic skill because it was not necessary. But in the first half of the 20th century and earlier, perhaps in the later 21st century, we will develop that again, I would say. He was also very close to conversos, that is, Jews who had converted to Christianity during the course of the Inquisition. In particular, to Santagel, who was one of his main economic backers, a very important person in the royal court of Isabel and Ferdinand, who supported him and made crucial recommendations to allow the king and queen to promote his work. A man named Sanchez as well, another major backer. And in fact, when he actually discovered the New World and he returned back and landed in the coast of Africa, he immediately sent letters describing his discovery to the king and queen. Obviously, he couldn't send letters back from the New World because the postal service was not too great, connecting transcontinental messages. But he did not address those letters to the king and queen. He sent them to his Jewish buddies, or his converso buddies, to Santagel and Sanchez. Very unusual that they would be the first people he wrote to. There are some really tantalizing things, like, for example, he was the ships. By the way, you should recall that he spent about a decade petitioning wealthy kingdoms to back his enterprise, pushing for his idea, bouncing from state to state. Spent a lot of time in Portugal, no luck there. Eventually ended up in Spain and got a positive yes from Isabel and Ferdinand. And the ships were completely outfitted in the first week of the month of Av. And he was ready to go on Tisha B'Av of 1492, and he delayed it one day. Even though everything was set to go, but since that is an inauspicious day in the Jewish calendar for travel, one does not embark on major journeys of any type on Tisha B'Av. For reasons that no one can really adduce, he decided to push off this highly anticipated departure for the day after. He wanted to not leave on Tisha B'Av, perhaps. Then we have lots of things that he himself said in his own writings. Like, his journal of his trip to America, which of course was a very celebrated work, began with the sentence, "On the day that the Jews were expelled from Spain, I set out for the New World." I mean, the very first clause of the very first sentence of his journal references the Jews and their situation in the Iberian Peninsula. A remarkable kind of way to begin this document. It doesn't begin that something like, "I knew I would find land." It begins with the Jews were expelled from Spain. Let's have a look at some of his personal correspondence. Here's one of the few letters that we have in his own hand that he wrote to his son Diego. There's a whole story about what happens after he discovers the New World. He ends up kind of dying in disgrace and madness and not having any credit. And so we do have a lot of material from after the discoveries as well. This is one of those letters. And you see on the top left corner, there's this funny little squiggle right where the arrow is, right where the cursor is, you see over here. That is not part of the letter text itself. It looks a little bit like he's testing out the ballpoint on his pen, but of course this is about 400 years before they invented ballpoint. So what exactly is that? Some scholars have opined that it looks something like the traditional invocation at the beginning of a Hebrew letter. The letters Beit Hey, I didn't have my computer easy access to handwritten letters. Like, it would look a little different if you wrote them by script rather than in the Assyrian block script like this. But in fact, you can conceivably see you've got the Beth on the right and the Hey on the left in a cursive script, which is an abbreviation for the term Baruch Hashem, or blessed is the name. Which reminds me of a joke that I will try to tell you right after this. So, signing the beginning of his letters with this strange little squiggle. And by the way, he only did it in his letters to his sons. He didn't write it to other people, so just as a family thing, perhaps not as Baruch Hashem. And you may be asking, but it's on the wrong side of the page. You know, what do you want from him? He's pretending anyways. I don't know, it is true. Normally you would write this on the right-hand side of the page, but it's not at all uncommon to see it at the center at top as well. So it would be terrible if it was on the left. You know, it doesn't even look very neat, but neither does his historian there. One last detail from this same letter. He developed this rather unusual signature that he was very particular about. You can just see it here. I have another copy that shows a little bit greater contrast here. No one has yet been able to decipher this strange signature that not only did he use in the latter years of his life, but he insisted that his children also use this signature, which is a strange kind of thing to do. You know, I want you to sign my name like I sign this name, you know, not on checks or something like that. This part we can sort of figure out. The X is, of course, the Greek chi letter, as in Christos, and this is the Greek R and the Greek O, so Christo, this is the short form for Christopher, let's say, or just for Christo at any rate. And then Ferenc is a Latinized version of the fur part of Christopher, meaning the one who buried, who bears Christ, right?
So,
Christos,
Robert,
Ferenc, Christopher. So that part is
whenever
easy.
they have
But what's
possible
the
versus
business with
probable,
this?
they always
Either
go
the
with the
Latin
possible.
letter X or the Greek
Because to
letter
me it
chi,
seems like, okay, well,
an
it's
M
probable
and a
that
Y,
it
which
is
could be an E,
UAPs, but I
and
know
the
it's possible
SAS
that
with
it was
those
a
two
signal.
dots around the
To me, it
S's,
seems
which
far-fetched, and
he
as an
insisted
expert,
on
as you
being
are
written
on these,
exactly like this
you know,
in this
silos,
shape
I
and
mean,
so on.
what are the odds that
So
something like that
Cecil
can trigger
Roth,
all
the
10?
major historian who saw
As
a
opposed to
while
just
ago,
2 out
he
of 10. Like,
argued,
what are the odds of all 10
not
can be activated by
specifically,
one
not
signal?
really convincingly, but nevertheless it's worth noting that this is kind of like a secret symbol to his sons that they should say Kaddish for him after he died. The conversos did definitely use a lot of secret messages that they handed down in all kinds of coded forms to their children to do this behavior, to remind you of a particular mitzvah that we have to keep and so on. So it's not at all impossible, but it's difficult to see this in his signature. Nevertheless, you take all of these things together, and you know you can add it up for yourself. It's hard to believe that he was actually Jewish. I think it's more likely that he liked the image of being Jewish, and he actively cultivated that with his population. And that's about it.
So obviously what I have to take back from what I said 7 years ago is that whereas I believe that point that Christopher Columbus probably was not Jewish, now I have to say that probably he was in fact Jewish. You know, and I'm just kind of bummed out by this because I wish we had this DNA evidence like a half century ago when colonialism was still favorably regarded in the Western world. I was just like another reason why people don't like Jews. What are you going to do? Figures. But let's just clarify what we're talking about here. What we're saying is that Christopher Columbus, he himself, we know, did not identify exclusively as a Jew. In fact, that would have been virtually suicidal. He would have been a career killer at the time he lived. He identified as a faithful Catholic, perhaps for pragmatic reasons. But as I said before we watched the 2017 clip, his ancestors were quite likely Jews. Now, why did they become Catholics? Most likely they were victims of the forced conversions in the pogroms of 1391, or possibly he was descended from the many conversions that followed the disputation at Tortosa in 1414. These are people who are the so-called Marranos, that in itself is a derogatory term, more appropriate term is something like Christo Jew or Christo, and which was quite significant in the Iberian Peninsula leading up to the year 1492. It actually constituted a very major element in the migration to the New World from the Iberian Peninsula in the 16th and 17th centuries in particular, and from Portugal especially. And that brings us back to the Caribbean.
Hello, Brian. I just working my neck a little bit, did a little wrestling today, did some duck hunters, did some arm tracks, 2 single legs and stuff like that. So working my wrestling because that's priority of 58. Do you know what I'm saying?
I'm glad you're putting all your eggs in that basket.
It's not that. It's just that I like knowing that people have to worry about their body from the knee down, and they don't know it. So when they're around me, they feel so secure because they're big, they can bench, and they don't know that there's literally something called an Achilles heel. There's literally something called the back of your knee.
So someone asked me, is Brian tough? And I just go, keep you busy.
That's what I like to hear. He'll keep you busy, right?
Yeah, for a little bit.
Because his head's going to be in your chest. His head's going to be on your head. His head's going to be in the crook of your neck.
What would be cool is if you did it so much you got cauliflower at 58.
That would be.
You'd be the oldest guy
to get leaved out. It's like, guys, what I'm doing now.
Yeah.
But there's no way. I'm sorry. There's no way. And I talked to Brigham and Ways to well. There's no way I can do this the way I'm doing this and not do something like a peptide, testosterone, something. I got to do something. It's got to break it down.
Depends what you want to do. Yeah, your age. Just
And by the way, I'm not live wrestling. I'm just moving around.
Still alive. Still alive. Still alive.
Oh, look at this.
Look, that could be you, man. Shave your head, get on a bunch of gear.
That looks natural. Yeah. By the way, he's probably 47.
And then in the last lecture, we'll look
at that shred bill.
Shred.
That could be you, dude.
Could be me.
That would take a long time to get to that level. Yeah, his dick room, man, at that age is tough.
Yes. Probably that guy right there. That's probably AI, but I love that look.
Gorilla. Yeah, right there. Albino gorilla. That's probably real.
Yeah.
I bet you that guy's like 50.
You know what? That's when you realize you're like, how old are you? 48.
Just because if you shave his beard, you're like, oh, that's that influencer that we had on the show that's in trouble with the law. Right?
Yes.
No, but that's a different thing.
Yeah, that's a photo shoot. It's probably a little enhanced with AI.
Maybe.
That guy's a dog. He's got some tits on him, though. See how the nipples start to fall down?
There's nothing you can do about it, dude.
That'd be, what is that? That's gyno a little bit? Little gyno?
Yeah, or just saggy tits.
Or gyno. He's got
or he's 60 and just your tits start to sag.
Yeah.
And you see how it gets loose on the end? Like even Hulk Hogan had that, The Rock has that. Like
we gotta tighten that up.
It's tough. You have to have surgery.
Yeah. Well, some things are worth surgery.
Agreed.
Once your tits get saggy, we got a problem.
Dude, Bosty had tryouts yesterday. You know, it's all about tea, but Bosty had tryouts yesterday. They decided to have him because they in the evaluations they put him with the 8-year-olds. He's 5. I am trying with the 8-year-olds.
Oh my god.
He had to catch pop flies, which isn't his thing. Most young kids are scared of pop flies. They had him do grounders, and then he got 5 at-bats.
Pop flies are hard, because I'll miss that ball sometimes.
Yeah, they're scared to get hit in the face.
Yeah.
Bossy balled out, though. He made the squad.
Yeah.
8-year-old squad.
Really?
Yeah.
At 5?
Yep. Went 5 for 5 hitting, 3 for 3 fielding. Pop flies we had to work on. I got in the car, I go, buddy, proud of you. You're going to get ice cream. What do we need to work on? It was pop flies. So there you go. You should know. It's funny, the coach goes, how do you think you did? But he goes, definitely the best player here.
Yeah. You said that?
Yeah.
Two major economic
all right, dude. All right, man.
Definitely the best player here. Oh,
yeah. Well, because some of the kids weren't, it's Rex.
Yeah.
At 5.
Oh, okay.
He's a little worried about him.
I had a girlfriend one time, and she was, I remember, when I was, 30, fucking whatever.
Yeah, 1960.
And I meet these, I had friends who were older, and they were actors, and I kind of wanted to impress them. I liked them a lot. And she said, so you're Brian's girlfriend? She goes, he likes him. She just looks at him. She goes, hey, he likes him beautiful and young. So I was like, wow. I swear to God, she goes like this. No, she goes, she likes him beautiful, young, and smart as a whip.
Smart as a whip?
She said, smart as a whip.
Well, that's a little cocky.
And I remember just being so embarrassed by that. I was like,
it's a little
you don't have to let me say that. You don't have to say that.
Yeah, it's a little cringy.
Yeah.
With Bossy saying that at 5, you like it. and it just is what it is. You need to have that cockiness in sports.
If you ask guys,
Especially because he's 5, and he's by far the smallest kid.
Yeah.
And he's amongst these giants. And for him to go, best kid here, you're like,
So gun to my head.
different than your girlfriend, right?
I don't know if she was as smart as a whip, but I think
you added that on. And I was going to call you out, like, yeah, that never happened.
No.
But I was having fun with the story. But I don't like how you made that seem like Basu saying the same thing because he's a 5-year-old playing with 8-year-olds, and your girlfriend at the time who said she's smart as a whip.
Delete that.
Just bleep it out. Just bleep it out.
That is such an outrageous thing.
But her saying that is because she's in her 20s.
The reason I bring that up is because I remember that she did say like young, beautiful, and smart.
Smart as a
probably not smart as a whip. That I added that.
You made that for the story, which I appreciate.
Good for the story.
Yeah, that's what we do.
Gotta add good for the story sometimes, right?
I had fun.
But we used to have. The reason I brought that up is because we would have arguments where she would be like, "Well, I'm really intelligent." She'd say stuff like that.
Intelligent people don't say that.
And I was like, and I you know me, I was when I was younger, we're the same guy like that. I can't let certain things go. I'd be like, okay, what do you mean by that? What's your criteria for intelligence? What's your criteria here?
What degrees do you have?
Yeah, right. And there weren't a lot. And I was like,
she didn't have a college degree?
She was no. She was.
But I would be willing to bet she could suck the meanest dick this side of Venice, California.
She was. I didn't date her long. I dated her. I mean, I may as well get into it. Should we get into it? Were we in the circle of trust? Nobody else is listening?
No.
I remember I didn't date her long, and she was always dressed really well. And she gave me. She had my wiener in her mouth.
Yeah.
She was performing, and she took a thumb and stuck it right at my shin. Yep. And she had long nails, and it didn't feel like long nails. She just knew exactly how to do that.
Weird. She knew how to play with your.
And I was like, what in the world?
Yeah. She had a whole new world.
Yeah, a whole new world. And
that's when you knew you liked ass play.
I was like, this is not terrible. And I went, and I lost it.
You're like, this is great. Now I wonder what a guy stuff feels like, right? Because that's the next step in that conversation. Yeah.
Is that the next step?
Man, this feels great with this female skinny thumb.
You got it.
What if we widen this thing up and I get Joel Ramel's thumb in my ass? And they start checking out to those videos.
That's just, all that is college stuff.
Yeah, fair.
It's just college stuff.
Speaking of college stuff, did you see finally McConnell respond to me criticizing him not taking the McConnell?
I did not see that.
He responded to me criticizing him for not taking the money. Now let me be very upfront here. Him not taking the money helps me out. So at the end of the day, I don't give a flying fuck.
Yeah.
It actually puts more money in my pocket, Don Cerrone's pocket. Some other fighters could probably use it. But here's my thing, Bubba, and I'm a fan of McConnell. And I expect a rebuttal. Whenever you criticize a fighter, we're fighters.
Well, I think you went hard in the press. I think
hold on, let me finish. So whenever you call out a fighter, I expect a response. They're fighters. You call me out. If you're just a general fan or hater, I don't respond. If we're from the same alumni or you're professional, well, now you got my attention, and because I'm not going to come off as a bully there. Like with Nate Diaz, that's not bullying. He called me out. We're from the same fraternity. We can both fight. So if we fight, we both have a set of skills and we both agree to it. That's different than if you're just some schmuck at the bar. That's not cool. If a professional beats up an average Joe, that's bullying, and that's not the way to do things. But if you're from the same fraternity, the UFC fraternity, well, now we can both play in this game. But here's the thing with McConnell. Is if you're gonna start a beef, if you're gonna go back and forth, Cuddy, you can't wait. Hold on. You can't wait 10 days to respond. I don't know if it's a language barrier. I don't know if it's a translation thing where they have to figure out what I said. Either way, your handlers, you can't get back to me after 10 days. I've moved on. When someone and fans are hitting me up like, "Oh, McConnell's taking shots on it." What? Who? About what? I've moved. Dude, it's like with Nate Diaz. It took him several days to respond, and all he said was, "You'd be surprised." Well, first of all, I've already moved on in my life, dude. And second of all, that's not original. It's so weak that you're making a reference from fucking 12 years ago. And your team, your handlers, that's what you got. And with McConnell, right? And this is prototypical Chat GPT. How do I talk shit to Brendan Schaub? Here it is. He's dumb. He's a meathead. He's bad at podcasting. He was a bad fighter. If I post a truck, did you flip it? The standard shit, right? The standard shit. None of it's original. So his team put in ChatGPT. How do I talk shit to Brendan Schaub? Again, he's in Brazil, so I don't know. Maybe it's a translation issue. Yeah. If you think yourself as dumb, I never said I was dumb. I might call myself an idiot, but compared to him, I'm Elon Musk.
Well, he's not talking to you about that.
Think about my fans, which is, but if you listen to me, that means I'm dumb and and the fans are dumb, right? And then he goes, Brendan Schaub show on YouTube. Oh, it's a podcast, mainly audio. We do YouTube just for the fuck of it.
Sorry,
and the comedy special. Hold on. And the comedy special. Oh, you're talking about from 5 years ago? So it's just like, dude, again, if you were going to come with this rebuttal, you got to do it at least within 24 hours. Otherwise, I'm out. I'm not going to play your game. But if you're going to wait a fucking week, 10 days, however long this took to come up with this rebuttal, it has to be good. Then I'm like, all right, they took their time. We probably got some writers. Then I'm in. But when it's this, and listen, I like McConnell. Him not taking the money helps me out, helps the other fighters. So you're putting more money in my pocket. And McConnell, I hate to tell you, 99.9% of UFC fighters, alumni, current fighters, staff, anybody who works at the UFC, is on my side. You're not going to find many fighters that agree with you. Everyone thinks it's fucking stupid what you're doing. Now, again, I don't know McConnell, and I don't know how far the dollar goes in Brazil. Maybe he's set. Maybe he comes from family money. I think he was going to be a lawyer and dropped out of that to pursue fighting. So he's a smart dude. He's a very smart guy. He's entertaining. He's great. And here's the other thing. If you're going to respond and then make fun of me, how no one watches my show, or I can't podcast, can't do this stuff, blah, blah, blah. But to get your message out, you have to go on another man's show to reach me. I sit down over there in a chair for the last fucking 12 years and get my message out. And you saw it. It got to you. You have to call another grown man who's built their platform in near Hawaii, has a big platform, just to reach me, bud. I do it from here, and you're making fun of me.
Well, it might have been that he let it go, and then Ariel asked him about it.
No.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't have a fight coming up. This is the only thing that's current.
But wasn't he on Ariel when he said that?
Correct, Brian. That's the point. Hold on.
No, but did he go on?
Hold on. Yeah.
No, but he didn't go on.
Brian doesn't.
He didn't go on. He didn't go on
to address this. He doesn't have a fight.
Only that,
He doesn't have a fight.
Go on there for other.
He doesn't have a fight coming up.
Right.
So if you're gonna go on shows, it's usually because you have something to promote. Correct? A fight. Maybe release some brand or some brand deal. He went on another grown man show to get the message out because he can't do it from here. And then he's trying podcasting with the mom, right? Weird. Who's the first UFC fighter to do a podcast? Do you know who it is? Right? So he's gonna launch a podcast. You're gonna call it "Show Me the Money." And then when they show you the money, you turned it down. Oh, but I'm the dumb one.
Do you think that the clapback came as a result of you saying he'd never be champion?
Probably. And I stand by that. I'm not trying to hurt his feelings. Let's go black and white here. Take feelings out of it. Let's be analytical. Let's take feelings out of it. If you look at his record, and this is, I'm not being mean. This is, if I did not know him, we didn't have this beef. You look at the lay of the fucking land at 55 days fighting at. Anytime he's fought top echelon competition, he has lost. He's lost. He's coming off a 2-fight loss streak right now. Right? He beat BSD, who was overhyped, so that's probably his best win. He lost to RDA, which is years ago. He lost to Paziv. These are all tough in the division. Keep going. He lost to Korean Zombie. He lost to Jose Aldo. He lost to Brian Ortega. So just be analytical. So You haven't beat any of these top guys. You're not going to. You beat Drew Dober, Jalen Turner, BSD, who we know was overhyped, and that's my fault. I overhyped him. He was a beast, but he's not. It was fake hype. He has no legit wins, right? So you beat him, and then by beating him, you got a title shot because the main event fell out in a short notice. That will never happen again. It will never happen again. And then they give you a bounce back fight with an older Dariush, and you lose to him. So for just being analytical about it, me saying you're not getting a title shot isn't a shot at him. Fucking 99.9. I never fought for a title.
You're being honest.
Yeah, and it's fair. He's a fighter to criticize that. But if you take your feelings out of it, he knows this. I know this. The fan base knows this. Now, he's a fun fighter to watch. He's exciting. He'll always have a career. But again, he's a smart dude. I'm not going to call him dumb and all this shit, blah, blah, blah. But he might be playing checkers. I'm sorry. He might be playing chess, and we're playing checkers. Because he might be thinking, I don't know what they pay him. It's probably a good amount of money with how many fights he has, right? And he fought for that main event, probably got a good payday. He's fighting top echelon guys. He might be saying, hold on. The smart, and I think he's a smart dude, so maybe he's doing this. He's already lost 2 in a row. You lose another one, it's going to get dicey. He might say, instead of taking this antitrust lawsuit money, which he said was, I think, 200 or 300,000, it's not. I know how they break it down. He's going to get about 120,000. So he's off even on his numbers. I just don't think he has the facts. So he's not actually turning down 200,000 like you said. He's probably turning down a low 100,000, which is still a lot of money. Yeah, but after tax and all that. But he probably makes more fighting, right? So the smart thing to do, if he thinks Dana's going to scratch his back, which I doubt he is, but maybe they don't, is I'm a 2-fight losing skid. They give me a bad matchup, I'm fucked, dude. I'm going to make way more money. If I can just win one more, that's going to extend my career another 2 to 3 fights. Favorite. Yes, so that's going to extend my career another 2 to 3 fights. So by turning this $100,000 down, he makes a lot more. Correct. So I think he's playing chess, and we're thinking it's checkers. That's what I assume he's turned down.
That's what I feel like. That's what makes sense. That would be the smart sort of.
He doesn't say that though. He doesn't say. He goes, it's a pride thing, it's a respect thing.
And it probably is as well. It's probably
that's all garbage. That's all garbage. And I'm coming from as an older guy who has been around the league longer than him. Yes. I've been behind the scenes way longer than him. At the relationships to know how this works. I'm telling you now, McConnell, maybe you're right. Maybe they give you a favorable matchup and you extend your career. Maybe. And I fucking hope they do. I hope that's why you're doing it. But typically, it never works out that way. They never scratch your back. They just don't. And it's all good. You're in the fight business. It's pretty it's the most cutthroat business you can be in. Because this is the way it will work. I'll say Dana goes behind the scenes, hey dude, tight move showing loyalty to the UFC. Here's a good matchup for you, and you win that one. He's not going to continue to give you good matchups at the level you're at. The next one after this, it gets real, and you're back to the drawing board. That's how this goes. That's just how it goes. And you're in the toughest division in the world. It's at 55. So it's no knock on McConnell saying that 55 is the most count division. He's ranked in the top 15. You know how impressive that is? His wins are super impressive.
What's his ranking, right?
13, I
think that,
you know how hard it is to be ranked top 13 in the world?
I think you said what a lot of people think, right?
Anyone that knows the sport knows I'm 100% correct. 11. I think he was even higher than that before he lost 2. So, you're talking about a top 10 guy, which is super impressive. But you look at the top 5, it's not a pretty picture for him. And that's all good. That's not a knock on him, dude.
It's the truth.
But again, they get upset about that, and I get it. I understand that. I expect even a wall back in this 14 days later.
Keep it going.
Dude, I got too many fish to fry. I fried this Brazilian fish fucking 10 days ago. I don't go back for leftovers.
I don't know that. I never got that you were actually attacking Kano anyway. You were just kind of saying, hey, the UFC doesn't work this way, right?
Yeah, that's all it is.
Yeah.
And also at the end of the
He may have a great relationship with Dana, though, and he may have been like,
so does Donald Cerrone.
Play the long game.
No, so a ton of guys do. They're still taking the money. The UFC, there's no negative side effect from taking the
Yeah,
fucking
my guess
money.
is Dana would say take the money. It's
Yeah.
already been.
Dana would be like, oh, dude, yeah.
Well, first of all, the money's not going back to Dana. It's not like I'm not going to take the money and now.
No, and that's why I'm glad he's not taking it. The money comes to me. And the rest of the fighters that are taking, and I think it's like 97% of the fighters are taking it. Yeah. Only 3% aren't. I know Big Fish who's not taking it. Yeah. But again, I don't know what kind of his financial situation, and he was going on to be a lawyer, and I don't know his family in Brazil. The dollar goes a lot longer out there than it does here. He might be completely fine. But again, remember, he's in a different boat than a lot of us. He thought he was going to get, I think he said he turned down 200,000, 300,000. That's not the case. He turned down about 100,000. Because the formula they use to break down how much you're going to get, you can figure it out. People have figured it out. He actually turned down about 100,000. Still a ton of money, but I can see why I said it's a good matchup. Because that's the longest. So I think he's doing it to play.
What's a good matchup for him?
I don't know. Where he's at, Chandler? Chandler would be a fun one. Yeah. Big name, or like to get a big fight if they're going to reward him. Patty Pittman.
That'd be a fun fight, actually.
It's a fun fight. It's a huge name.
That'd be a fun fight for him.
Must engage him.
Yeah, he's a good fight. Keep him away from the wrestling kind of stuff. Is that what you're?
He's a black belt on the ground. No, he can wrestle. He's a black belt, dude. Like legit black.
Are we not going to see Topuria Patty? Because I want to see that before I see Sarukian.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if they're going by the rankings, it should be Sarukian. It's a tough sell at Patty at 9 and a win over Chandler to fight for the title. It's a tough sell.
So that was
now I would like to sell it. I could sell it.
There is a major document, sometimes called the Jerusalem Talmud, that was written in the Latin Israel in the 4th century, and it's typically called in older scholarly literature the Palestinian Talmud, which I know sounds like a contradiction in terms, but that's only because we know the sensitivity to the political implications of that. At any rate, that's a brief discussion of the police team. The Philistines, their connection to people later known as the Palestinians in the 20th century is something we'll discuss in the third lecture, but that's where the name comes from. Under the three kings, the empire expands significantly. Solomon will take it even further out there. You can see it extends well into Jordan. But it doesn't. After King Solomon passes away, there's a significant dispute between the northern section and the southern section, and they formally split, with the northern section becoming the kingdom of Israel, with its capital in Samaria, and in the south, the kingdom of Judah, with its capital in Jerusalem. There's a lot of fascinating archaeological evidence that talks about many of the events that are described in the later books of the Bible, particularly the Book of Kings and the Book of Chronicles, including this stone, which was discovered in Jordan called the Mesha stele. And this is essentially a Moabite, meaning non-Jewish, version of a story that's described in the Book of Kings, in particular war there. And it's quite fascinating. It's a long description, but at the end of one section it says, I looked down on him and his house. This is referring to Omri and his son King Ahab. And Israel has gone to ruin. Yes, it has gone to ruin forever. Once again, you see the pattern. Right? We have to proclaim the destruction of the Jewish people. Now, Mesha proclaims the same kind of destruction. We should be surprised. This is another beautiful image from the Europa synagogue that describes various scenes. You can see on the right is Queen Esther, seen next to King Ahasuerus. On the left, you can see Mordecai riding on a beautiful white horse, and he is being led by his enemy Haman. Not surprising, Haman is angry because nobody gave him any pants. But at any rate, this is the period where you get to have a large amount of Jews living outside of the land of Israel. The first major group are the Jews from the kingdom of Israel that were displaced under the Assyrian Herod and others, who took large sections of the population and dispersed them to these areas shown here in a classical map, and here in a contemporary map, the region of Lebanon, Syria, the region of northern Syria, Turkey, perhaps the Kurdish region, and further on the border. Now, there's been a lot written about the idea of these
showing loyalty to the but see, here's a
it wasn't a complete population movement. There were many Jews who remained behind in Israel. Many of them moved down
You're
to
like
the
Long
south.
She just knew exactly how to do that.
She knew how to play with your
And I was like, what in the world?
Yeah, she got a whole new world.
Yeah, whole new world. And
That's
that was,
when you knew you liked Aspley.
I was like, this is not terrible. And I went, and I lost.
You're like, this is great. Now I wonder what a guy stuff feels like, right? Because that's the next step.
Is that the next step?
Yeah.
Is that the next step?
Man, this feels great with this female skinny thumb.
You got a
What
hell of
if
a
we
thumb.
widen this thing up and I get your Romero thumb in my ass? And they start jacking off to those videos.
That's just, all that is college stuff.
Yeah, fair. Fair.
It's just college stuff.
Speaking of college stuff, did you see finally McConnell respond to me criticizing him not taking the
McConnell?
McConnell?
I did not see that.
He responded to me criticizing him for not taking the money. Now, let me be very upfront here. Him not taking the money helps me out. So at the end of the day, I don't give a flying fuck.
Yeah.
It actually puts more money in my pocket, Don Cerrone's pocket, some other fighters could probably use it. But here's my thing, Bubba, and I'm a fan of McConnell. And I expect a rebuttal. Whenever you criticize a fighter, we're fighters.
I think you went hard in the press. I think hold on, let me finish.
So whenever you call out a fighter, I expect a response. They're fighters. You call me out, if you're just a general fan or hater, I don't respond. If we're from the same alumni or you're professional, well, now you got my attention, and because I'm not gonna come off as a bully there. Like with Nate Diaz, that's not bullying. He called me out. We're from the same fraternity. We can both fight. So if we fight, we both have a set of skills and we both agree to it. That's different than if you're just some schmuck at the bar. That's not cool. If a professional beats up an average Joe, that's bullying. That's not the way to do things. But if you're from the same fraternity, the UFC fraternity, well, now we can both play in this game. But here's the thing with McConnell is if you're going to start a beef, if you're going to go back and forth, buddy, you can't wait. Hold on. You can't wait 10 days to respond. I don't know if it's a language barrier. I don't know if it's a translation thing where they have to figure out what I said. Either way, your handlers, you can't get back to me after 10 days. I've moved on. When someone and fans are hitting me up like, "Oh, McConnell's taking shots," right? What? Who? About what? I've moved. Dude, this is it's like with Nate Diaz. It took him several days to respond, and all he said was, "You'd be surprised." Well, first of all, I've already moved on in my life, dude. And second of all, that's not original. That's so weak. You're making a reference from fucking 12 years ago. And your team, your handlers, that's what you got. And with McConnell, right? And this is prototypical ChatGPT. How do I talk shit to Brendan Schaub? Here it is. He's dumb. He's a meathead. He's bad at podcasting. He was a bad fighter. If I post a drug, did you flip it? The standard shit, right? The standard shit. None of it's original. So his team put in ChatGPT. How do I talk shit to Brendan Schaub? Again, he's in Brazil, so I don't know. Maybe it's a translation issue. Yeah. If you think yourself as dumb, I never said I was dumb. I might call myself an idiot, but compared to him, I'm Elon Musk.
Well, he's not talking to you about that.
Think about it. He's talking about my fans, which is, but if you're listening to me, that means I'm dumb and he's and the fans are dumb, right? And then he goes, Brandon Schaub show on YouTube. Oh, it's a podcast, mainly audio. We do YouTube just for the fuck of it.
Sorry,
and the comedy special. Hold on. And the comedy special. Oh, you're talking about from 5 years ago? This is so. It's just like, dude. Again, if you were gonna come with this rebuttal, you gotta do it at least within 24 hours. Otherwise, I'm out. But I'm not gonna play your game. But if you're gonna wait a fucking week, 10 days, however long this took to come up with this rebuttal, It has to be good. Then I'm like, all right, they took their time. They probably got some writers. Then I'm in. But when it's this, and listen, I like McConnell. Him not taking the money helps me out, helps the other fighters. I put more money in my pocket. And McConnell, I hate to tell you, 99.9% of UFC fighters, alumni, current fighters, staff, anybody who works at the UFC, is on my side. You're not going to find many fighters that agree with you. Everyone thinks it's fucking stupid what you're doing. Now, again, I don't know McConnell, and I don't know how far the dollar goes in Brazil. Maybe he's set. Maybe he comes from family money. I think he was going to be a lawyer and dropped out of that to pursue fighting. So he's a smart dude. He's a very smart guy. He's entertaining. And here's the other thing. If you're going to respond and then make fun of me, how no one watches my show, or I can't podcast, can't do this stuff, blah, blah, blah. But to get your message out, you have to go on another man's show to reach me. I sit down over there in a chair for the last fucking 12 years and get my message out. And you saw it. It got to you. You have to call another grown man who's built their platform in here in Hawaii, has a big platform, just to reach me, bud. I do it from here, and you're making fun of me.
Wait, it might have been that he let it go, and then Ariel asked him about it.
No. Okay. He doesn't have a fight coming up. This is the only thing that's current.
But wasn't he on Ariel when he said that?
Correct, Brian. That's the point. Hold on.
No, but did he go on?
Hold on.
No, but he didn't go on.
Brian doesn't
He
get it.
didn't go on. He didn't go on
to address this. He doesn't have a fight.
Only that.
He doesn't have a fight
go on there for other.
He doesn't have a fight coming up.
Right.
So if you're going to go on shows, it's usually because you have something to promote, correct? A fight, maybe release some brand or some brand deal. Like he went on another grown man's show to get the message out because he can't do it from here. And then he's trying to podcast and know what their mom is, right? Weird. Who's the first UFC fighter to do a podcast? Do you know who it is? Right? So he's going to launch a podcast. You're going to call it "Show Me the Money," and then when they show you the money, you turned it. Right? So he's going to. And then he's trying to podcast and know what their mom is, right? Weird. Who's the first UFC fighter to do a podcast? Do you know who it is? Right? So he's going to launch a podcast. You're going to call it "Show Me the Money," and then when they show you the money, you turned it down. Oh, but I'm the dumb one.
Do you think that the clapback came as a result of you saying he'd never be champion?
Probably. Yeah. And I stand by that. I'm not trying to hurt his feelings. Let's go black and white here. Take feelings out of it. Let's be analytical. Let's take feelings out of it. If you look at his record, and this is, I'm not being mean. This is, if I did not know him, we didn't have this beef. You look at the lay of the fucking land at 55 that he's fighting at. Anytime he's fought top echelon competition, he has lost. He's lost. He's coming off a 2-fight loss streak right now. Right? He beat BSD, who was overhyped. So that's probably his best win. He lost to RDA, which is years ago. He lost to Paziv. These are all top of the division. Keep going. He lost to Korean Zombie. He lost to Jose Aldo. He lost to Brian Ortega. So just be analytical. So you haven't beat any of these top guys. You're not going to. You beat Drew Dober, Jalen Turner, BSD, who we know is overhyped, and that's my fault. I overhyped him. He was a beast, but he's not. He was fake hype. He has no legit wins, right? So you beat him, and then by beating him, you got a title shot because the main event fell out at a short notice. That will never happen again. It will never happen again. And then they give you a bounce back fight with an older Dariush and you lose to him. So if we're just being analytical about it, me saying you're not getting a title shot isn't a shot at it. Fucking 99 point, I never fought for a title. You're being honest. Yeah, and it's fair, he's a fighter to criticize that. But if you take your feelings out of it, he knows this. I know this. The fan base knows this. Now, he's a fun fighter to watch. He's exciting. He'll always have a career. But again, he's a smart dude. I'm not going to call him dumb and all this shit, blah, blah, blah. But he might be playing checkers. I'm sorry. He might be playing chess and we're playing checkers. Because he might be thinking, I don't know what they pay him. It's probably a good amount of money with how many fights he has, right? He fought for that main event, probably got a good payday. He's fighting top echelon guys. He might be saying, hold on, the smart, and I think he's a smart dude, so maybe he's doing this. He's already lost 2 in a row. You lose another one, it's going to get diced. He might say, instead of taking this antitrust lawsuit money, which he said was 200 or 300,000, it's not. I don't know how they break it down. It's going to be about 120,000. So he's off even on his numbers. I just don't think it's back. So he's not actually turning down 200,000 like he said. He's might turn down a low 100,000, which is still a lot of money. Yeah, but he makes the after tax and all that. But he probably makes more fighting, right? So the smart thing to do, if he thinks Dana's gonna scratch his back, which I doubt he is, but maybe they are, is I'm a 2-fight losing skid. They give me a bad matchup, I'm fucked, dude. I'm gonna make way less more money. If I can just win one more, that's gonna extend my career another 2 to 3 fights. Favorite. Yes, so that's gonna extend my career another 2 to 3 fights. So by turning this $100,000 down, he makes a lot more. Correct. Yeah. So I think he's playing chess. I agree. And we're thinking it's checker. That's what I assume he's turned down.
That's what I feel like. That's what makes sense. That would be the smart sort of.
He doesn't say that though. He doesn't say, he goes, it's a pride thing, it's a respect thing.
And it probably is as well. It's probably
that's all garbage. That's all garbage. And I'm coming from as an older guy who has been around the league longer than him. Yes. I've been behind the scenes way longer than him. I have the relationships to know how this works. I'm telling you now, Makano, maybe you're right. Maybe they give you a favorable matchup and you extend your career. Maybe. And I fucking hope they do, and I hope that's why you're doing it. But typically, it never works out that way. They never scratch your back. They just don't. And it's all good. You're in the fight business. It's it's the most cutthroat business you can be in. Because this is the way it will work. Let's say Dana goes behind the scenes, hey dude, type of showing loyalty to the UFC. Here's a good matchup for you, and you win that one. He's not going to continue to give you good matchups at the level you're at. The next one after this, it gets real and you're back to the drawing board. That's how this goes. That's just how it goes. And you're in the toughest division in the world. It's at 55. So it's no knock on Makano saying that 55 is the most talented division. He's ranked in the top 15. You know how impressive that is? Yeah. His wins are super impressive.
What's his ranking, right? Probably top 15.
13, probably.
I think that, yeah.
But you know how hard it is to be ranked top 13 in the world?
I think you said what a lot of people were thinking. Right?
Anyone that knows the sport knows I'm 100% correct. Yes. 11. And I think he was even higher than that before he lost 2. So, you're talking about a top 10 guy, which is super impressive. But you look at the top 5, it's not a pretty picture for him. And that's all good. That's not a knock on it.
It's the truth.
But again, they get upset about that, and I get it. I understand that. I expect even a blowback from this 14 days later.
Keep it going.
Dude, I got too many fish to fry. I fried this Brazilian fish fucking 10 days ago. I don't go back for leftovers.
I don't know that. I never got that you were actually attacking Makano anyway. You were just kind of saying, hey, the UFC doesn't work this way, right?
Yeah, that's all it is. And also,
he may have a great relationship with Dana, though. And he may have been like,
so does Donald Cerrone.
Play the long game.
So a ton of guys do. They're still taking the money. The UFC, there's no negative side effects from taking the fucking money.
My guess is Dana would say take the money.
Dana would be like, oh, dude, yeah.
Well, first of all, the money's not going back to Dana. It's not like I'm not going to take the money and now.
No, and that's why I'm glad he's not taking it. The money comes to me. And the rest of the fighters that are taking, and I think it's like 97% of the fighters are taking it. Yeah, only 3% aren't. I know Big Fish who's not taking it. But again, I don't know what kind of financial situation, and he was going on to be a lawyer, and I don't know his family in Brazil. The dollar goes a lot longer out there than it does here. He might be completely fine. But again, remember, he's in a different boat than a lot of us. He thought he was going to get, I think he said he turned down 200,000 to 300,000. That's not the case. He turned down about 100-something thousand. Because the formula they use to break down how much you're going to get, you can figure it out. People have figured it out. He actually turned down about 100-something, 110,000. Still a ton of money, but after taxes, I can see why it's like, just give me a good matchup next one. Because that's the long game, 100%. So I think he's doing it to play.
What's a good matchup for him?
I don't know where he's at Chandler. Chandler would be a fun one.
Yeah.
Big name, you know. Or like to get a big fight if they're going to reward him. Patty Pimlet.
That'd be a fun fight, actually.
It's a fun fight.
It's a
huge name.
That'd be a fun fight for him.
Justin Gaethje.
Yeah, it's a good fight. Keep him away from the wrestling kind of stuff. Is that weird?
He's a black belt on the ground. Yeah. No, he can wrestle. He's a black belt, dude. Legit black belt.
Are we not going to see Topuria Patty? Because I want to see that before I see Sarukian.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if they're going by the rankings, it should be Sarukian. It's a tough sell at Patty at 9 and a win over Chandler to fight for the title. It's a tough sell.
So that was
now. I would love to sell it. I could sell it, but to the fans and the ranking, buddy, you let the guy jump from 9. He just beat a old Chandler. Jump to the queue. You think Sarukian's fucking win?
That's a very, very problematic fight.
If it's any other sport, this isn't even a conversation.
Very, very problematic fight for Ilya Topuria.
He's still favored.
Do you think he should be favored in that fight? Really? Por qué?
I mean, Topuria is the fucking real deal, man.
Yeah, he walks around about 190 Topuria, which I had no idea. So he's very thick. 55 is... The fact that he can get down to 45 is so insane. I mean, what he did to Charles Oliveira, yeah.
That was a split decision. That'd be a bad one to reference. So that was a split decision. Most people thought that Charles Oliveira fight was a split decision. No, Sarukian.
I'm talking about Topuria.
Oh, yeah. But we're talking about Sarukian. Because remember that his last win was Charles Oliveira. That was a split decision, and it was only a 3-round fight. And Charles Oliveira was coming back super strong, catching in all sorts of submissions. Most experts would say that fight went 2 more rounds. Charles Oliveira was going to pull that out. So that'd be the knockout Sarukian. And then he misses weight in the championship fight. And that's when how we get to McConnell. That's how he got a fucking opportunity. Full, sir.
Which are now evolving. Again, you'll recall in the first century, Christianity was.
But again, UFC's it's owned by TKO. It's WWE. What's going to be the bigger fight? Patty's a much bigger fight. Not even remotely close. To sell tickets? Are you fucking kidding me?
Huge. Because we all the fight fans want to see what Sarukian can do here.
The hardcores want Sarukian, and Sarukian deserves it. He's ranked fucking number 1 for a reason. Patty's number 9. So if you UFC the game, you play, all right, do we give Patty another good matchup? Maybe give him a Justin Gaethje. He beats him. Now we can sell it. And he's proved, he's worthy of it. Do we do that? Well, if he loses, that fight hopefully comes back. But I don't know.
It's dicey.
Yeah, so it's like, do you make the fight now while it gets hot, undefeated? And Topuria also said he'd rather vacate than fight Sarukian.
He said he did.
Yeah. Okay. Because he said there's so much that goes into camps and fight week, and this guy pulls out a fight. My argument there is that doesn't work. Sarukian's only pulled out 1 fight ever. It was, when he was going to fight his last out shot.
Topuria wants the Patty Pimlet over Sarukian.
We all do. Yeah, because money-wise, he thinks it's an easy fight. I actually think I think it's a better fight than most people think. I think Patty's better than most people think.
I do too.
Yeah.
I think though that
Patty wins that fight, it's going to be fucking tough. But again, if he does, the UFC's going, we finally got our another big star.
I think Patty has a real chance of also getting knocked out because he's just not in that mid distance. He's not what Topuria is, and he gets hit. Nobody can get. You cannot. You can't be.
That's what I'm saying.
You
If the guys were 10 foot deep, they'd probably be there today. That sun, I got those first bites, but that sun comes out.
So it's a different thing. Patty.
Entertained. I'd rather watch Patty, but Sarukian deserves it.
Patty is, I would say, not only does he rise to the occasion in the big fights, but I think he's so sneaky athletic. He's so athletic.
He's a freak.
Yeah, freak. Big.
And legit superstar material.
Yes.
Legit superstar.
Yes. Yes.
And if I know this, the UFC definitely knows this, and that's why he'll jump the queue.
So do you think he'll jump the queue?
I don't know.
Someone said this is true again. Yeah,
but Jim runs a bunch of shit. I've heard both things. I've heard from legit sources, Gold Patty. I've also heard from legit sources like jail. They're going through it.
Let's see. Sergey's a bigger, much riskier fight in a lot of ways. And you don't get the same. Will that payday change? Will that purse change?
Yes. And other things he'll do once Patty.
Because he wants a piece of the paper.
Well, he gets paid for you no matter what, but Patty's just going to sell a ton more paper. And you could sell out Wembley Stadium in
turns into
that kid.
Yeah, Patty's
massive. He's by far the biggest star. You're the top
What makes him work?
You don't have to fight.
Really?
No.
Gotta love that fucking kid.
It's great.
Yeah.
What else you got, Jim?
Take a break, Brandon. Someone talking about
Talk about cars for a second, pal.
I need auto parts, dude. I need somebody to test my battery when I'm in my car. I need a friendly, reliable staff. I need to know that I can get the parts I want, like windshield wiper blades, etc. Okay?
Dude, you need O'Reilly Auto Parts. They offer friendly, helpful service and parts knowledge you need for all the things you just mentioned. They got thousands of parts and accessories in stock, either in store or online, so you never have to worry if you're in a jam. So if they don't have it, they order it, shows up the next day, dude. So whether you're a car expert or a rookie like Brian, you'll find the employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts are your one-stop shop for everything. All right, we got you guys. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. O'Reilly.
Just when you thought summer couldn't get any hotter, Pluto TV is turning up the heat with thousands of free movies. Presenting Summer of Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator, I Will Have My Vengeance, Good Burger,
This is what I call fast food.
Beverly Hills Cop, The Girl with a Dragon Tattoo, and Julie and Julia. All for free on your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
I'm gonna have myself a Magic Mind. You don't mind, Max?
Oh, I already had one. Yeah.
You guys want to get in a flow state?
Ricardo hurt my feelings, so I felt dumb, so I took my max.
That's gonna happen sometimes.
I know, dude.
If you feel dumb, somebody hurts your feelings. You want mental clarity. You want alertness. You don't want to be jittery. This has time release caffeine. It's the same technology pharmaceutical companies use. I don't know of any other energy drink that actually has time release to caffeine. It's got about the same amount of caffeine as 2 cups of coffee, 165 milligrams. But over a long period, it's awesome.
They sell out nonstop. It's hard to get.
Yes.
Because once you try Max, there's no going back.
If you want a sharper brain for tomorrow, it supports a healthier, sharper brain. And if you're a high performer like us, you got to get yourself some Max.
Between this and the much larger Babylonian Talmud is that
good too. It's like smooth, sustained power. I'm looking for sustained power.
I'm just looking not to be dumb. It helps.
You had to down a couple Magic Mind Maxes.
I'm too dumb.
It's okay, there's no way for
Yeah.
I bet if we set Mikado a pack of those, he'd do that.
Babylonian Talmud, because it's written later,
He'd snap out of it. Oh,
authoritative.
They can take that money. Anybody who's got a decision to make. You want to get more done without burning out. Stay sharp, confident, in control.
All right, what do you got, Jim? All right, first one is the news of Howard Stern potentially being canceled. His show. No, it's not potential. No, they're still in.
He's been on the air for 40 years.
They're still negotiating a contract. So he's apparently insiders are saying that he'll probably do like if the money's right, he'll do 1 or 2 more years. But yeah, it's
$100 million.
Well, the executive at Sears came out and like we're just not seeing a return on the $100 million we paid him. Here's the thing, like people on the right are going to celebrate, and I think partially this is true. Like you look at Stephen Colbert, you look at Howard Stern. what's the one common denominator they both have in common? They went super political. So they're talking shit about Trump. They were super pro-COVID. So it went from fun entertainment to just anti-Trump rhetoric. Right? And people just don't want that. Right. They just don't want that. We need to take a fucking page out of their book before we become like them. Because there's topical stuff when it comes to politics.
But they can get
it's
that
not
anywhere.
what we do.
Now they get that
No,
anywhere.
and you can get from much smarter minds. I don't hear Howard Stern, this guy makes $100 million a year, talk about his fucking, from his fucking castle, tells him that you're a piece of shit if you don't take the COVID shot while he's in his fucking sealed castle. That's not going to work. For Colbert, before I go to bed, I don't want just a huge anti-Trump program. Right. Even if I'm not on board with Trump, that's not what makes you feel bad. You're like, all right, what's the common denominator? They both went super hard in the paint politically.
Did he start losing his appeal so that we track that? They certainly weren't making their money back.
No.
He's also in his 70s. He might be tired of it, right? He might be tired of
keep doing it, but also, like,
he kept his hair.
Sure. But I think, too, remember Howard Stern burst on the scene being super crazy, dude. You remember, he was in blackface. He was calling people the N-word. He was super competitive, hyper-competitive.
You know why he got fired from D.C.?
Dude, he would go into markets and be like, who's your biggest DJ? And then take over the radio station, beat him in the ratings. Yeah. So,
well, he'd also go hard after him.
Of course, yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. So then he would take over these markets, and people love that. He'd do, porn stars. He's one of the best interviewers ever. He'd have the celebrities on to get their sex life in. They'd shut that door. He'd find a way.
He was actually a very important cultural figure.
Oh, massive. Even Rogan would say that. Like, he's a huge influence on Rogan. He's not Rogan's biggest fan now, but how old you say he is?
He's in his 70s.
71. You're damn near in your 60s. I'm in my 40s, almost mid-40s. When you've been doing it for a long time, we're doing it nowhere as long as him. It's fucking tough.
You can add the fact that he's waking up at 3 in the morning, right?
There's
that's hard on your body.
But then also, he doesn't have his ear to the ground. He's a little bit he's out of touch. So he's in his ivory tower. He's out of touch. So him speaking on COVID, the political climate, inflation, any of that shit.
Can I show you this? Some sources indicate a drop from 20 million daily listeners, which was in fact to as few as 125,000.
Wow. Now part of this is him doing the whole political rant. Also part of it, he's just older. Where people are like, all right, this isn't fun anymore.
That's right.
And then also serious. You know, the majority of their listeners, when you buy a new car or you rent a car, that's serious in it. So they would count those as Howard Stern listeners. Do you know anybody that's serious?
No, I never listened to it ever.
Because Apple and Spotify took over, then he never made the adjustment, which I think he'd be huge if he went back to his old ways and was on. If he was on YouTube, it'd be massive.
Agreed.
So even if they do cancel this, if I'm Howard Stern, if he wants, he makes so much money. I don't know if he'd still do it, but if he want to. Can you imagine if Howard Stern just had the same celebrities on him on YouTube or Apple or Spotify?
Forget it.
If he was like, oh, no more waking up at 3 in the morning. Well, I'm just gonna build a studio in the city. I'm just gonna build a studio in the city. Meet me at noon. And we'll release it the next day in the morning.
Meet me at my house. Because I back in your house. Wow.
But dude, there's no one wilder than Howard Stern when he first on the scene. But that, again, I don't fault them for it because we've changed too. Like when you first start, you're fucking young and crazy, and then you grow up.
He got fired from a radio station in D.C. when that plane flew into the 14th Street Bridge and people were killed. He called the airline in America. He said, "How much is the ticket from Washington National to the 14th Street Bridge?" Like he would do shit like that, and they were like, "You're out of here." But just made it bigger.
Dude, he did terrible shit. He had a lady that he shaved and she committed suicide.
Well, that was my friend, my buddy. His wife ended up.
Yeah. They had porn stars on. Remember,
it wasn't. Yeah.
They had Beetlejuice on. They had guys with stutters. Right? It was like this huge joke. It was just a different climate back then. Now you can't really do that. You'd go blackface. It's just a different time.
You ever see his movie?
Oh yeah, I love it. Yeah,
he got a nose job in the middle of that movie.
I used to like
that. His nose was too big, and then they had to shoot around his nose. Hilarious. Good. Scroll down for a sec.
practice a dietary system known as
back in the day.
You know what he could do? He could also sell his entire catalog. Think of my interviews. He could just upload old interviews that people love. Now, most of it he canceled for now for all that stuff.
And Islam has also a system of rules for the dress of females and I would assume males.
He's off in the summer, but this year he has been saying maybe I should retire.
I mean, not at all. Right? How many people can you talk to?
Dominated radio for over 40 years, earning nearly $1 billion while developing a reputation as the biggest shock jock of all time. But the term
He could already broadcast from his home over the past 5 years, citing fears over COVID-19. You know how big of a bitch you have to be? That's where I'm out. Like, if you're just that big of a sissy, I don't give a fuck if you're the funniest guy in the world. I'm out. I can't condone it. If you're that big of a bitch, where you stay in your house in 2025,
not tough. He's a scared cat.
But again, he used to be super edgy.
Yeah, he's edgy behind the mic. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's a very
He did wild shit that he knew he'd get in trouble for. And he still risked it.
Great at being a smart ass.
Now you can't get him out of his house.
Donald's on the show all the time.
Yeah.
It regulates
20 times.
space for non-Muslims in Muslim
Yeah, Donald was a big deal.
particular Jews
Back in the day.
Yeah, there is. There is.
There's Robin, his sidekick, the heavy hitters. She's heavies, dude.
Wow, I'm not looking at that.
Yeah, that's what she's doing.
That hair.
There's your boy, Andy, going.
Islam would argue that
Yeah, but Syria is also just a dying breed. Like, they shut down all their MMA content. Like, Luke Thomas used to have a show on there, odds of negotiations with him. Jason Ellis was on there. Raycon was on there. And they shut down all of that.
They're not making money. There's just too much competition, too.
Well, it's also just changed.
I'm not going to pay out.
Also, the landscape's changed.
But why would I pay a subscription for a series when I can get Rogan and anybody else? Tucker Carlson, all these people. Look at Madonna. She was, I think, so hot when she was younger. So hot.
I told you,
my buddy dated her, too.
What did you say, Jim? I told you I went to her show because, some girl invited me to stop. I didn't really want to go for 2 years. Last year? Okay. Less than a year ago? She's in her 70s, right? She puts on a freaking crazy good show, and her still not. She's still going. Yeah, but like her energy and everything, it's still there. If she was performing next door and the pod just ended, I wouldn't stop. I wouldn't even peek my head.
The amount of work she's had done and how crazy she is now, but when she was, that was when she should have just made it off. Yeah, and become a producer, or
you and her have the same size arms. That's cool.
Come on, dude, be cool, man. I do wrestling. Dude, I do wrestling. Be cool, man. I really don't. Dude, I do wrestling, bro.
Howard Stern's a legend, dude. He just, lately he's just a giant man.
Yeah, got older.
And the real men go, I can't fuck with this anymore.
That's also true.
The men go, I just can't.
That's true.
You're your ivory tower.
Guys go.
Calling people that they should die who don't get the COVID shot. Like, all right,
say that shit.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
Go fuck yourself. Yeah, you saw the real. You saw how nasty people were.
Yeah, he's just not a guy's guy. That's how this goes. You know how he talks smack on podcasting? I have a feeling he might just end up going into podcasting for himself. Here's the thing: he probably has $500 million. So I don't. If I'm him, dude, fuck it, bro.
That's the thing. That's what I don't understand. Like, you got that kind of money. Like, I'd be like.
That's what I don't get. But as Howard does,
he has kids, though.
No,
he doesn't have kids. He doesn't have children.
No.
That's all. Like, as somebody with kids, I gotta say, somebody who resisted it until he's 40. Like, you're just not. I'm telling you.
Oh, he has $3.
So
I don't follow him that well, but I guess he does.
Okay. So, spend time with your kids, bro.
Well, they're older now.
Yeah. You probably did anyway when you got home.
I definitely did. Hey, definitely.
Is he still married?
You don't get as big as him and be a good dad. Yeah. You just can't. You can't.
Well, you can. You just gotta.
I don't know anyone that does it. That's like hustling. It's just something has to give.
Yeah, but if he comes home and he's with his kids,
Well, her smile is terrifying.
She's cute.
Her smile is terrifying.
This one is like a
strong. It is a strong teeth.
It looks like the Joker cartoon smile.
Well, it's an aggressive smile.
But good for him. She's only 53, dude.
Yeah. Wow. So he had, okay.
But back then, why would Howard Stern would do it? So Howie Mandel makes more money than God. He's set. He owns stuff you guys don't even know about. He's set. And I sit down for his podcast, and before we go on in, I go, why the fuck are you getting into podcasting? You're good, bud. You're good. And he goes, I have to. It gives me something to do. Yeah. There's other businesses don't. America Got Talent that shoots, a season, and then it gives me something to do when I wake up. Like, I get it. Just because you have money, you still need. That's when you die. When you retire is when you die. You need something. So that's it. I don't know if you're still doing it, but I get it. Yeah, I love Howie. Yeah, well, no, I get it. Because then me and Casey got in the car, because Casey was with me. I go, man, can you believe he still does it? He goes, you're going to be the same way, dude. What are you just going to stop? Oh, no. For Howard Stern, he didn't give a fuck about money and ratings and shit. Like, he's set. Yeah, dude, I can't wait for the day where we don't have any ratings and we can just podcast. I don't know if that day's ever coming, but if it did, that would be fucking awesome.
We could just do podcasts. We don't have to worry about ratings.
If we were smart, we would have done Patreon fucking 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And so then eventually, if that gets built up enough, we're making the same money you are on that. It's just all free for the actual fans.
We're going to do it. We're flirting with the idea of doing Patreon, aren't we?
I'd be down for it. We've never really done it. I'd be down for it just because we've been around so long. Are we as big as we were 10 years ago? No. But the one thing we have is hardcore fans. Yeah. So it'd be for them. Yes. That's the reason I would do it. Yeah. And you can regulate, so, because a lot of the Reddits and the YouTube is super toxic. You can get rid of all that. So you have hardcore fans like, oh, thank God I can finally comment again and not get destroyed. Yeah. Get made fun of. That's cool. That's why I would do it. Like that. You'd have to give them incentives on after 12 years of a free show, why they're paying whatever is $3. You'd have to add content to it. You can't just do the same show. Right. Where they're like, dude, we got it free for 10 years.
I would like to do a self-defense seminar and teach guys how to fight a big man. We might train. I want to teach them how to fight a big man.
Sure. If you give some behind the scenes, you do some live shows, you give extra episodes, you do longer episodes just for the Patreon, you give them a reason to subscribe to it, that makes sense. Yeah. I'm down. Arya, though, that's my biggest fear. Arya, what do you mean? You down? Why wouldn't I? To commit to it? It's going to be a beast. It's more work than we do now.
Let's go, bro.
All right.
Fuck.
All right.
I look like.
Well,
afraid.
What do you think, Jen?
I'm down as long as it gives. We'll still put out free content, right? But then just adding to it, like extra stuff for the hardcores, which have been supportive since.
Yeah, extra episodes, longer episodes, Q&As, jokes on there. Yeah. And the goal would be eventually get a point where we don't have to do any reads and we're just doing it.
And they can just enjoy the content without having. That's the biggest thing too. Which
so we don't have to pull punch.
No, yeah, you can just play music on there, videos. Like, really? June doesn't have to edit the video. No, oh my gosh, it's the Wild West stuff.
Really? That'd be really
just being completely raw. I mean, you guys are pretty raw as is, but every now and then we'll have to do something.
It's on me. I'll say a few outlandish things and just that don't need edited out.
Not just that, but just saying names of people that you don't want to put them out there. That kind of stuff.
Give me something else.
Oh, you mean current event? Yeah. Oh, wait, real quick, Brian. Thank you. Just want to give you a shout out. You gave me a Chipotle burrito.
Yeah, it cost me like.
They're expensive, man.
$7.99 or something.
Yeah, there's not a ton of Chipotles out there.
There's one that's not too far, but
there's one right near our type.
All right. Have you guys heard this story?
This is wild. I love my serial killers. So this dude broke into Bisbee's house in the early 2000s, right? And this dude that broke in, now Bisbee got away, right? Because he's gonna beat the shit out of any serial killer ever made. Bisbee got away and ran, I think scuffed him up and then got out of the house. The dude that broke into his house is a serial killer. So it says, did UFC legend Michael Bisping escape a notorious hammer killer, which is the serial killer in England? So while recounting a harrowing home invasion in his recent documentary, the British UFC champion Michael the Count Bisping may have unknowingly reopened one of Northern England's coldest murder cases. In the late 1990s, Bisping was ambushed in his flat by a masked intruder dressed in black, welding a hammer, dousing the room in gas. Bisping escaped after a brief struggle, but a chilling pattern has since emerged. Between 1991 and 2004, a string of unsolved murders across northern England followed an identical plan, right? Forced entry, gas-soaked crime scenes, and a blunt-force trauma from a hammer. The attack ceased abruptly, leaving the case cold. However, a recent confession from a convicted rapist and arsonist has reignited suspicions. The man now serving a life sentence posted to fellow inmates about his close call with Michael Bisping, implying the UFC star narrowly escaped becoming another victim. Though authorities have yet to confirm his claims, this chilling connection suggests that Bisping's intruder may have been one of the UK's most elusive serial killers. Crazy! And Bisping posted goes, oh shit, this happened. Wow. Face to face with a monster, my exclusive prison interview with the man claiming to be Northern England's exclusive hammer killer. What an asshole. He terrorized the region for over a decade, left a trail of unsolved murders, and now he says Michael Bisping was nearly his next victim. The great Michael Bisping almost was his next victim. So, dude, this would be like fucking Jeffrey Dahmer breaking into my house.
Yeah, how old is Bisping though?
Yeah, must have been super young. He was in the UFC.
No, I don't think so.
No, not really. What is it, 2000? Early 2000, so he was still a professional fighter, right? Coming up.
Early 2000 or was it 90s?
No, it's in the late 90s, early 2000s. So he was still, coming through the ranks.
He'll beat your ass.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
It is.
That's great. Most serial killers, there's not a serial killer alive who could beat up a UFC fighter. Your best chance is Ed Kemper.
Big boy.
6'6", 300 something, 6'9". Is he that big?
Yeah.
Ed Kemper would be a handful, but still not a 6'9".
I say something.
The Go-Ahead Killer 6'9".
Big fucking guy.
So we're killing at 15. Any other brain busters? Ed Kemper would be a handful. Like if he broke into like a flyweight's house, you might have some issues. And he's an idol. He's fucking huge. Also, IQ so high. Look at that.
So I see Taylor 26 is on.
You know his IQ is like the same as Einstein.
Yeah.
Super smart.
That is terrifying. That big and that sick.
He would kill hitchhikers in Santa Barbara and shit. First of all, if you're hitchhiking and the guy's over 6 foot, don't do it. Sure as fuck, don't jump in the car if he's 6'9".
I got a better one. Don't jump in the car if it's a guy in general.
Well, back then in the 70s, you wanted to ride. I get it, but if he's 6'9",
that's so nuts.
You want a fun story? So he killed his mom and then fucked her dead throat.
That's right. After cutting her head off.
Correct.
He had to separate her head from his. Yeah. So that sounds like some resentment.
Yeah. Resentment towards women in general. That'd be an understatement.
I do appreciate that many of you.
He had a lot of issues. And then he would hang out at the bar that all the cops did to pick up like clues. And then he was friends with all the cops.
As well. I will include this in on more standard presentations, so that we'll get to see that as well. Now let's go on to the Trancoso inscription.
He also helped the FBI catch a lot of serial killers after too, because he's so smart.
What's going on with this strange inscription?
Very smart.
So the whole point of this story is serial killer broke into Bisping's house. Bisping whooped his ass. There's not a serial killer on Earth, even Ed Kemper, that can beat up Bisping or any UFC fighter. But if there's one that's going to give you trouble, it'd be Ed Kemper because he's 6'9". But outside that, they're all bitches. That's a big. They all have to like lure you in, hit your head in the dark. Little weasels. Yeah, pieces of shit. Or like the Richard Ramirez.
Yeah,
The Night Stalker, dude, he would kill like
true psycho.
Yeah, but he would like kill old ladies.
Yeah,
Grab you piece of shit.
remove your eyes.
Yeah, and like children and shit, like such a piece of shit BTK killer with like kids and women. And also, they would sneak in the house. They would take the husband out in their sleep. They would shoot him with a gun. This is usually the MO because they don't want physical confrontation. They're bitches. They're all bitches. That's why you gotta respect Jeffrey Dahmer. That's my whole roundabout, was to show some respect to Jeffrey Dahmer. Well, a serial killer that just went for dude. He was a gay man, but he was still physically overpowering gay dude.
You would do some weird stuff that you drill your head and get it.
While you're unconscious and under fucking.
Yeah, you'd be all messed up.
Yeah, you would drill it when you're like conscious. And then one time he got a fisticuffs with an actual black dude. The black dude kind of whooped his ass and got away.
Yeah.
So he's still a bitch, but if you're gonna give credit to anyone, it's him because he did kill him.
He got away?
Yeah, he got away.
Did he get him back in though? Okay.
There's a black guy who got away.
All right, well,
He killed a deaf guy.
True. I'm not a trained
yeah, not a
regular.
yeah.
All I'm saying though, if we're gonna show any respect here, he did kill only men.
Yeah.
Which are these other guys, these other bitches go for grandmas and kids. He at least killed men.
Yeah.
Tracy Edwards, shout out to Tracy Edwards.
Was the location effective of the Great Elizabeth
He escaped
earthquake
them.
of 1755?
Wow.
There were earlier earthquakes in the region, 1321,
My
1356,
Lord.
1531, and also another
Gay
earthquake
man.
in 1761. So very
Gay man.
complex question.
Yeah, Donald, when they caught him, because I'm really bad. Yeah, he was not. You don't understand. I'm really bad.
No, when they got me, he goes, thank God you got me. But he was ready. He was like, thank God you got me. Because he actually had remorse for it. He was like, thank God, because I wanted to stop. Yeah, I'm like, I'm glad you got me.
Yeah.
And then the inmates went, oh, you're the serial killer? And they killed him. They hit him over the head with a 45 pound.
Yeah, a guy called himself Jesus. I don't know if you've seen this killer. But
Yeah.
he's a large man.
The last 500
Yeah.
years.
And like, you think about the bitch Charles Manson, he was like 5 foot. He was 5'2". He didn't even do the kill. He would talk to others to do it because he wasn't physically intimidated or strong enough to do it. So what your girls do is dirty. Girls and men. Dallas, Tex Watson did it.
These
But
buildings
he
are
was a bigger dude.
definitely
But in general, serial killers are bitches. When you think about it, they're bitches. They're super soft.
I had a really interesting discussion with
The DC sniper would do it with a kid out the back of a van from far away. Like, none of them are doing it like real shit,
really
dude.
well, but not
Bitches.
impossible.
They're all bitches.
Yep.
So
All right, what else you got?
it's still likely that they were ascribed most likely by Jews because
Next one is,
it's a Jewish neighborhood.
Ryan Garcia.
Nowhere near
It's just odd.
the outside
He's
of
in a
it.
car with an orangutan that's eating grapes. And he's singing.
Now,
So you guys know that's a
they
female
also
orangutan?
suggest that railroad
How do you know
might
this
be a
part?
nickname.
Because I,
Yeah,
when he,
could be.
his
But
hands,
why
yeah.
would you put that on
I'm
a
John
wall?
Dean.
Why would you inscribe it twice?
Indonesian
Here's
orangutan.
my
Either
question.
side of the wall.
Did you rent this orangutan? Because that's illegal.
Bizarre thing to write.
No, orangutans, so they're very, very different. Orangutans are very different than chimpanzees. Because orangutans are gentle, very gentle. You would not do that with a chimp you didn't know, especially a mature chimp. You didn't know that chimp.
But orangutan has the power to rip his face off,
It
right?
does, but they tend to be really, they're
But that's probably why you're giving him grapes,
So
right?
when I was rehabilitating the orphans back in the wild in Indonesia with this thing called Earth Watch, I could be around the adults, and the adults were afraid. They weren't so afraid of women, but they were afraid of males. So they will not confront you. You can be like, hey, and they're like, whoa, and they run away from you. Chimps will rip your face off. They will not. You can never do it with chimps.
But for Ryan Garcia, it's just for the gram. Like, I love Ryan, but he's just doing it for the views.
Let's watch.
Yeah, because that's not orangutan. That's not a great. Like, he's just squashing.
No, she wouldn't. She wouldn't. She'd never attack a female.
Are there actually Jewish personal names that we identify? Yes, definitely. There's Ramirez, Perez, Sanchez, Gonzalez. These are often very
This is Ryan's own song? I wonder if he's in a music video because people are filming him. So he might be in a music video.
That's a good call. That's a good call.
And the orangutan's driving, and it stopped.
That's a good call. That's what's going on.
Why do orangutans have such tummies?
Because they eat so much vegetation. They live on leaves.
So do gorillas.
Yeah, but it's all the gas and the methane.
But so do gorillas and chimps.
They have the same thing.
So those are all the
Gorillas have,
questions.
chimps prefer me. But gorillas have big tummies.
Do they like, not
like
Yeah, but the chimp has a chest like
that chimp's not eating a lot of people food.
the chimp has the same chest, yeah?
Why does it
No,
mix
I have a better chest than that. Chimps get super, well, in captivity they can develop diabetes because they get fed too much.
Goddamn.
Yeah. I had a female grab me. I played around with the babies. They feel like they're made of wood, right?
Yeah.
And I had a female reach under a bridge and she grabbed me and pulled. And I'll never forget that strength. Like that, she pulled and let go. She was playing. I was like, motherfucker.
She could have done whatever she wanted.
Yeah, then you see the males. Now the males are elusive. They spend time with me.
Can you look up males?
The male orangutan is a massive animal. I don't know how big their arms and their hands.
I've seen them at the zoo. They all have those guns. They get the dad guns. You know the dads that drink all the beer all the time? Yeah, they always have those round tongues.
Yes, and they have those in the wild.
It's just from leaves, huh?
Yeah.
So this is
200 pounds. 6 feet tall.
Okay.
Interpretation of that.
Between 110 and 200 pounds. All right.
Yeah, big animal.
That's all right.
Yeah, they're not.
Taylor 26 also asks.
91 to 122.
Yeah, and they're so sweet.
It says females weigh between 66 and 100. These fucking orangutans are
females that would
these
fall in love.
orangutans are a piece of shit.
Yeah, it would fall in love if you were friends. If you had a female pet female, she'd always be around.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Yeah.
In terms of modern
And
commentators,
the babies would always clutch on you. They love you. They really climb up your leg and they hold on and they want to be cuddled.
You two in the orangutans.
Now that goes around them. And they want you to put them down for naps.
That's cute.
They wear diapers, I swear to God. And they throw tantrums too. If you take away their toys, if you don't give them food, they will go, just like a kid, they will throw a tantrum. Exactly. And you want to know something else? Because they're so close to humans. There was one, so they were all of them were there. There were the females, there was no males. There were adolescent males, females, and the babies. And they had a problem with the adolescent males would take the babies up and
it's a complicated.
Yes, in the tricks they do that. The adolescent males fuck chicken. They'll fuck the dick's about the size of my pinky, but it's small wiener. Yeah. But man, oh man, those age
You're calling to be on chimp crazy.
chimps are terrifying. Orangutans, you can do.
They should do a new documentary called Orangutan Crazy.
There was one chimp there named Asif, and I swear to God, he was the nerd in the group. And if you saw him, he looked like a fucking nerd. He literally was like, and he was a nerd. And all the other chimps were mean to him. All of them. So the humans would be nice. So he would cry. They wouldn't let him eat. They would beat him up. I swear to God. And so he'd come running over. He was like a baby. He was only like 3 or 4. And he was just a nerd. And it was like, it was so incredible to see how human beings are. Because you can see so much of our nature through apes. You know what happens, dude? You want to be a naturalist? Wake up in the middle of the night or when it's still dark. Set up your hammock and then you follow them and you collect their feces and study them that way. Enjoy that shit. I ain't no scientist. I'm not a scientist. Let's take a little break because I want to talk to you about True Classic.
No, we'll talk about noticing we're just itchy, man. You don't have a True Classic.
That's true. I'm wearing the True Classic underwear on. Here's the thing, man. They never. My wardrobe is True Classic, and the good thing about it, I was thinking about this. Every time I put the T-shirt on, they don't wear and tear. They're just great.
All I wear is my white tees. If you see me in white tees, True Classic. I've had them for years. They're awesome. They look fantastic.
I got the sweatshirts. I got the jeans. I got the sweats. I got the underwear. They even have socks now. It's unbelievable.
They got everything. So for the button replacement designer brands, ditch the disposable fast fashion. True Classic is built for comfort, built to last, built to give back. We've been with our boy Ryan at True Classic before it was a cool thing to do, before they were in Target, before they were in Costco. Ryan's our boy, so go to trueclassic.com/fighter and get hooked up today. True Classic.
Come on.
You're showing the orangutans.
What I go down?
What does
here? What does orangutan mean?
They're different.
It's stupid.
Exactly.
Person of the forest.
This really counts.
So interesting.
Let's see.
So there's an old clip of Mike Tyson with
what is the fragment of the Dead
and it's just Mike Tyson moving Diddy's hand away from him. It's great. Diddy's like me when he laughs. He always touches somebody.
It truly is about the vintage. Oh,
Let's see.
Now, we'll come back to this one more day that you want to hang out.
Wasn't just a Greek who was trying to self-explain Judaism, or is his understanding of Judaism?
So weird. Who was that? Was that Keenan? Yeah, Keenan Wayne. The smart dude? Oh, what is this? Hold on. This is a little fun. Go back up. Hold on, please. Go back up. Now, after she posted TikTok, found to give everyone a ticket because she didn't.
Hold on, for the listeners, it says it's a picture in the caption says a cop in Texas now under investigation after she posted a TikTok. I'm going to TikTok found to give everyone a ticket because she didn't have sex the night before.
So I got a lot of
Now, she's
questions
for a cop, she's a dime.
older videos that have to do with the genetics of Ashkenazi.
Well, see, what's alarming is the way she spells. Didn't, D-I-N-T, go back. Didn't get cracked last night. Don't say crack. Didn't get cracked last night, so everyone's getting a ticket. Now she's on administrative leave because as a cop, if you don't get caught, you can't give out tickets. I just think that it's hard.
There are a lot of people that can help her out with that.
Dude, I'm like, oh, what? There's only one way I can get this ticket in this thing.
You know what I'm saying? Hold on, you don't got to give me a ticket.
I'm so sorry. I was doing 200 in my ZR1. I can't. I'm ashamed.
Yeah.
I heard you need a crack.
If you need a crack, and
I heard you need a crack.
If there's anything I can do,
And if there's one thing I'm good at, it's fighting and cracking.
if there's anything,
And I'm not talking about cracking skulls. I'm talking about cracking that ass.
can I tell you a story?
Do you mind if I crack open that ass?
I'd love to give you a
Because I saw your TikTok in this thing.
How many guys, if she walked up and said, I'll give you a ticket, or let's crack this ass, you give me a crack? How many guys?
See, I'm so dumb, I would, shut to my comment, I'm so dumb, I would say, crack, you want me to fight you? And she's like, no, crack, because, and I don't know where they speak that lingo, I'm just not in the streets anymore. So do they call sex cracking on the streets?
I don't know, but I like the way it's,
Yeah, it's kind of hot.
You know, you got to crack.
What you do is you went, Mr. Callan, you're very old, but I'm into old guys that look like your anything. Yeah. Listen, it's either take it, give me a crack. You do it, right?
No, I love my wife, but I have to go like this. I text my wife.
You don't think you want to have to get
I gotta get out of this ticket. This is expensive. So I'd say, look, this money could go to our children, or it could go to the state.
She's like, babe, you're going
And
6
all I gotta do is step up a little bit.
You're going 6 miles an hour over.
All I gotta do is surprise her with the heft of my piece.
Listen, if I got going 205, which they usually are, if I got going 205, they're gonna pound your car. It's a felony. I'm gonna do some prison.
Yeah,
I'd say, babe, I can get out of all this.
Yeah,
if I just give her a crack. I don't think my wife, being Latino, would go for that.
Yeah,
She would even, at that level, she'd go and serve 3 to 5. What? What? But then in prison, I'm still cracking. No, I'm locked up 3 to 5. I'm cracking. Still, I'm cracking.
And so,
Bros. You'd rather me crack bros than this one hot cop? I'm still cracked. I got crack. You still crack. You know me. I got crack. You still crack. Crack.
Now, I would say that this, I had a girlfriend, and she told me a story, and I'm just going to tell you the story, and tell me what you think. And she said she got pulled over by this kind of macho cop. She was hot. She was hot. She had big tits. Oh, yeah, big tits. And so, and big tits. Yeah, but more importantly, the sprinter's ass and sprinter's legs. Yeah. Well, you ever have girlfriend's eyes and then her friend is like smoking and you're like, oh, Jesus, you know, if this doesn't work out, she was something else. And she was a real she just loved to shake it up. Always had different boyfriends. Oh, man. And this macho cop with tattoos, she goes, I saw his tattoos, I saw his muscles. And he was just such a bro. And I said to him, if there's anything I can do to get out of this ticket, like anything, like whatever, I'll do it.
You can certainly assume that
you're talking about cracker right now?
Had had sex with her in the back of his patrol car. This was before people had cameras, so he's good. So this was in the like fucking, I think it was the 90s. Yeah, he knocked the bottom out of it. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't approve of that, but it turned me on.
Yeah, no, I also get turned on with that stuff. But then I have a friend that I play college football with. His brother was a cop, and he was picking up he's just making his rounds. Yeah, there's a very attractive lady who got in trouble for selling drugs. And he said, listen, you can go away for 5 to 10 years or more, we can crack. Yeah. Now they start cracking more than once. Yeah. And he got busted. Yeah. And got in a ton of trouble. And it ruined his life. So there's also that in his things. And I caught up with my friend and go, oh no, what happened to Blake? And he goes, oh, you didn't hear it? Like, no, this is my hometown. He goes, oh dude, he got busted, bro. He's fun.
This is the kind of thing where I'm sure this happens a lot. Now you got cameras everywhere, but
it's happening right now.
It's happening right now.
Like this.
It's happening right now.
My body cam.
I knew a girl who used to. There was a married detective, and he would come over, and she was like, "He has his gun and badge. It's so hot." He would put her at home. And he would show up, and she'd service him, and he'd leave. It happens all the time. Cops like a stud detective.
I'm so stressed. Milk me.
I milk me. Come on.
Do we have her Instagram? I need to do more research.
I'd like to do before I commit to this crime. Yeah, I would like to.
Because right now, I'm going.
We're not shaming her.
No.
We are in support of our brothers and sisters in blue.
What are we talking about? We're talking about
she's a human being.
Travel.
Give her a slap on the wrist and get her back out.
I'm Toronto in my 01. I lose my license. I'm fucked. I gotta figure this out.
I mean, listen, man, and you're a good-looking kid. You work out. You'll be fine. You go to church. That's all, and ask for forgiveness.
I'll repent.
You'll repent. I'll repent. I mean,
I've been Jennifer.
Yep, Laura's gorgeous. I'm a huge fan.
We don't know if she's gorgeous yet.
I support her regardless. I support her.
Well,
no, Jesus. Seriously. Come on, man. We're all only one. Why are you guys ruining? They ruin all the fun. They just ruin everything.
Now, to be fair, though,
they just ruin our lives.
Hold on, Brian. To be fair, though,
she's in Texas.
In
Houston, bro.
That's right up the street. I mean, 4 hours.
You might want to go up there and start speeding. You might want to go up there and start breaking some laws. That's all I'm trying to say. Because
lock me up. Go with you.
Yeah, if you're into it. If you're into that. If you're into that.
Generation did not last terribly long.
Come on.
Here's my thing. We've been doing the show a long time. We bring up hot teachers having sex with the students. We bring up cops having sex with criminals. I have never in all my years had a hot cop or a hot teacher. I did see an attractive UPS lady this morning. I went, oh, good for you.
I saw that when I was going to get my passport. The security guard, when you go through the machine there was so beautiful. I said, am I the only one that's like, she should be on the cover of every magazine? You're like, I know, dude. I was like, oh my God. Sometimes you gotta call it out. Jennifer, and sometimes you say, right there.
Sometimes you say to yourself, what the fuck?
Such a fan. What the fuck?
Well,
people are
welcome.
shitty.
How are you? What's going on, Jamo?
Why not?
Jamo, Pimp, can you hear me? Jamo. Yo, dog, can you hear me? Yo, Jamo. Pimp, can you hear me? Jamo. Yo, what up, baby? How you living? How'd you find out about me, Pimp? That's tight. Did we talk? That's tight. What's good in your neck of the woods? All right. What are your plans for the day? That's tight. What are your hobbies? What do you like to play? Oh, tight. Who's your team? Oh, tight. Are you a fan of the move to Las Vegas? Yeah, I wish they stayed in LA. I got you. All right. So, if we were playing college football 26, who are you choosing right now? Yo, yo, dog. What's up with Bill Belichick, and more importantly, what's up with Jordan Hudson? That girl is. How they going to do this year? They're, I gotcha. They're the biggest question mark, perhaps, in college football. Nobody knows what's going to happen with them. That's true, especially in college. All right. So, what are your thoughts on the whole Jordan Hudson? It's a girl. That's that's okay. That's Bill Belichick's girlfriend, who's like 24 and he's like 1,000 years old. Google, Google this bitch. She's hot as fuck. Yeah. Word dog. So you got that on the sidelines. Yeah, dog. I would. That girl's hot as fuck. Word dog. There were rumors that she was a high class hoe. All right, so you like college football. Uh who do you feel is North Carolina's biggest rival in football? Is it Duke? Is it South Carolina? Is it NC State? Who is it? Okay. All right. Now, are you into other games? What other games you like? Okay, what's that? Very excellent. What are your other hobbies aside from gaming? Very well. How old are you? Excellent. What kind of bike you have? Oh, yeah. Do you like to do BMX tricks and stuff? I gotcha. Do you, do you have pegs? Oh, yeah. That's tight. Then you can take a buddy. I think they look cool too. All right, very cool. Are they on the back tires or the front tires? All right, very cool. So you like are you in a relationship? You got a girlfriend? You got somebody who you like? All right, very well. Okay, so you like video games, you like your bike. Do you play any sports? What position? All right, so you're good with the ball. Do you turn it over a lot? What's your height? Okay. How are you at free throws? Okay. I mean, like, what's your free throw percentage? Okay. All right. And you played in high school? Okay, so you used to play basketball. You like any other sports? Okay. So what'd you play in football? Oh, you just very well. All right. Do you play any fantasy teams? Yeah. Oh, that's tight. When's your draft? Fantasy drafts are like throughout August, so it could be basically whenever. That's really tight that you have a one. Yeah, dude, I'm in 26 teams. Yeah. So I do this. So here's my secret. I I follow sports. I mean, like more than most people, but it's hard for me to get into some sports. Um, like I'll watch a big game, but to watch like some random Thursday night game against the maybe like the the Browns versus the Atlanta Falcons. Like I'm not too into that, but with fantasy, I'm all about it. I'm waiting to count down the time for the kickoff because it makes all the games much more exciting. So what I do is I go on ESPN every year and I draft 25 teams. And I just have the computer draft teams because when you have 25 teams, chances are, like, I don't have a single favorite player. I like them all. So I have the computer draft all the teams. And then what I do is I just, as the season goes, I keep an eye on my teams and I just do like auto, like, like not just auto picks, but like auto matchup stuff. So I don't have to do all that much work. And then by the end of the year, when the playoffs come around, I have like 10 or 15 teams that have winning records and are going to the playoffs. Then when I get into the playoffs, I have these teams go, and chances are I'm going to have like 5 or 8 teams that are in the championship game, and then I'm going to have a winner. So I win like every year. It just depends on what league. Now I've got a bunch of teams that don't do well as well. So I've got that going for me. I got this. I'm in a community there. It's a cryptocurrency. I've been in there for a few years now, and we do a fantasy league as well. And that one I'm serious about because then you only have one team, and it's for money. And the people are, we do a little bit of trash talking, nothing crazy, but just kind of, being nice. And this, last year I had the number 2 pick overall, and the number 1 pick, if you remember, everybody was going after Christian McCaffrey, and that's who went first. So I had the number 2 pick. I took Tariq Hill, and like in the first game, before the first game, he was driving too fast in Miami and got pulled over and like was in handcuffs and like just started the year off like not what we wanted. He just didn't have that great of a season. Now this year, the number 1 picks are kind of there's no like one player that everybody wants. So I again this year did the random draft with ESPN, and then we'll do a draft within our community in the coming week or so. And once that happens, then I'm locked in. Then I'm ready for the season, which starts up like in early September. And then it's exciting to me. Then I'm watching every game. I watch every game in here. Dude, and then the thing that I love perhaps most of all is the red zone. You know what red zone is? Where you get to watch all of the big scorings. Um, yeah, so nobody's got money for that kind of bullshit, but you can stream that shit, and it makes your Sunday so much fun because it's like I don't have time to be like flipping channels and seeing what's going on. So on Red Zone, they put it out there where you just have I think their rule is this: every scoring play they show, and everything within the 20, but sometimes they show it a little outside the 20, which is tight. So you basically see every score, and it's pretty amazing that like they used to do it, they had no commercials. So it was absolutely no commercials, and it was all free. And I'm sitting there with my team and just like hoping that so and so, some guy I've never heard of who's like a second string fullback, gets the ball and scores, because it'll be important to my team. And that kind of stuff gets really exciting to me. I can't tell you how much fun it is. And so what changed this year is ESPN bought NFL Network, and NFL Network owned Red Zone. So what's going to happen is once ESPN takes it over, I'm sure they're going to muck it up with commercials and all kinds of garbage like that. But that's cool. It's not like I'm paying for it. I think it's $30 a month or something, but you just get it free online and then follow along with all your teams. And that's the way to do it. So at the end of the year, I know that I'm going to have at least one team generally that has won its league. And that's always kind of cool. And I try to see if I try to win as many leagues as possible. And so that's tight. I do that with basically every major sport. So I have 25 baseball teams. There are 162 baseball games. Like that's way too much. So just once a week, I auto like I do all the matchups. I do WNBA. I have 25 WNBA teams. Like nobody's watching the WNBA, but it does kind of allow me to have a little bit of a pulse on the WNBA and the players and what's going on. And you know what? My WNBA teams are very good. Like I'm every week I go like 20-5, which is like really good. And I don't know if it's because the other people just don't care or they're not paying attention or whatever, but my WNBA teams, I'm like really good at that. Then I drafted hockey teams, and those will be coming up. And like I don't know anything really. I don't know too much about hockey, but I'll do my best to follow along with these teams. And then I've got NBA teams. So those are my big ones. Then I do a thing on ESPN that's like a college pick 'em. I don't know if you're aware what these are, but they'll take like 10 random games. All you have to do is pick the winners. It like you don't even have to worry about the spread, but it's hard. You know, you would think like, oh, it's easy to just pick winners, but there's always upsets and stuff. And so I'll do a college pick 'em, and then I'll do an NFL pick 'em without the spread, just who's going to win. And so that gives me like a lot of entertainment for the sports, the fall. And if I had to give any advice to anybody, if you're not into sports and you want to have a little bit more interest, that's the way to do it. That makes it like aside from just straight up betting on games, which really makes it interesting. Just doing fantasy is a lot of fun. So, but if I could, I mean that's sweet that you've got your family who does a fantasy football, and that's amazing. How do you usually do in that league? No, I how, how do you, how do you do in the league? Like, have you ever won it? No way. Who was your first pick? Remember? Do you remember who your first pick was? That's okay. Do you remember who your first pick was? Okay, that's all right. Who who are you looking at for your first pick this year? All right. Okay, that's cool. He's your boy. Yeah, yeah. I I had like last year. I had my almost I would say like my favorite players. Um, and they ended up like not doing as well as I would have wanted. And so this I'm kind of like whatever. Like I don't care who it is, who I draft or whatever. I'm not gonna have my heart in it, or I'm gonna try not to have my heart in it. I wish there was like one player that I have to get that guy, but there really isn't anybody. Um, what happened to me last year in this community league that I did, and it's just something I kind of do, is if my team's not doing well, which they I was losing by like point 0.1 points, like barely losing it some weeks. And I ended up probably just being in like just right in the middle of the pack. So I threw it at the end when we did the playoffs. I just was like, I'll let everybody else beat me because I wanted to be absolute last. If you're not going to be first, I'd rather be last. And so that it didn't give me any benefit. It's not like it allowed me a better draft pick this year or anything, but um, so I was at the end just drafting guys that I knew like weren't even going to play, like Tom Brady. I had Tom Brady like on my team, like nobody, he hasn't played in years, but you could still draft him, or at least get him off of waivers. And so yeah, but I absolutely loved, I loved doing that with that community, and that's amazing that you won. What was the prize? It's just for fun. It's just a fun thing in the family. Bragging rights. All right, that's very well. All right, so are you? Go ahead. That's tight. That's super exciting. Okay, so who do you want this year? Oh, you said Patrick Mahomes. Okay. Um, Anybody else you want? Sure. Yeah. From Boise, from Boise State, right? Yeah, he's going to be an interesting one because he like set the record for yardage, career yardage as an undergrad or something like that, and then I think he was the sixth pick of the first round of the uh, Raiders. So like it'll be interesting to see. He could be really big. He could be like a really great running back, or he. The thing is with running backs, and it's so sad. Their average career is like 2.5 years. It's like because they always get injured, and so you want to put all your money on one guy, but then like the chances are like on any play, this guy could get hurt. Which it's so much different than like a quarterback. Like a quarterback, the league does so much to protect them. Like, but like a running back, they don't care about, which is really sad. And so, they're just like, okay, well, just run it up the gut or whatever. So, yeah, that's a really good pick. So he'll be on the rookie. He'll be on the. I'm not sure where he'll go this year, um, like in the draft, but so I don't know who I'm gonna pick first. I think it just depends on where I end up with my draft order. But there's a player I really want, and I might make some moves to try to get him, and that's Brock Bowers, the tight end from um, Las Vegas. And the the reason why I want him is like all the positions, whatever quarterback you get, like they're all kind of the same. They're going to put the same amount of points up for you generally. Same with running backs. A lot of wide receivers are the same, but tight ends can differ. And it's like tight ends are one like where there's this big gap between the top tight ends and just your regular guys. And so, and he played at Georgia. He was a phenom at Georgia. I think last year was his rookie season, and he just was unbelievable. And I think like he was the best tight end in the league by the end of the year. So I'm looking I'm looking forward to hopefully getting him. When it comes to a defense, like one that I had last year was San Francisco, and I'm a Niners fan, but they just had a whole bunch of injuries, and so they went from like being like far and above like maybe the best defense in the league at the beginning of the year to being like I think I traded them at the end of the year. I mean, they just weren't that good, and that can happen where you don't know what to do with defenses. Another one, um, the kicker. Oh, the kicker was the big thing with me. Um, so I forget the guy's name, and I should know it. I'm gonna look it up real quick. So the best kicker in the history of the NFL, um, he Justin Tucker. I drafted him. He was the best kicker in the history of the NFL. So I'm like, oh, this is a great pick. And he goes out and almost gets cut from the team. He like had a terrible season. I think it had to do with like sexual assault allegations he had at massage parlors. But it's like, of course, the year that like I need this guy to perform, he goes from legitimately the best kicker in the history of the NFL to like not just mediocre, but a terrible kicker. I was losing points because of him. And like of anything with a kicker, you don't want to lose points with them. So I'm not taking that risk again. Who else did I have that it just didn't go my way? Okay, so this one I played pretty well, which was Jalen Hurts, the quarterback of the Eagles, because they had that tush push, and I figured like he's going to get just random touchdowns just because of that, and he did. So that was a good move. And he got better as the season went on. So, like he may not have had like a bunch of rushing yards or may not have had a ton of throwing touchdowns, but that's fine. All he needed to do was get behind that line, that offensive line, and just get that 1 yard, and then it's automatically like 6 points or whatever. So that was a good move. I would pick him again. He did a good job for me. Another disappointment that I had was my tight end, Travis Kelce, who had the Taylor Swift thing, and I'm thinking like this guy's going to put up tons of numbers. He was considered to be the best tight end in the NFL year after year after year, and then he had a down year, and that when you've got like you only get so many guys to put up numbers, and if they're not performing, it's sad. And then Tyreek Hill, who had the issue at the beginning of the season, and he just never turned it, just didn't blossom into anything. And then when it came to running backs, I didn't put a whole lot into running backs just because running backs can get hurt. And when the running back gets hurt, it's like you took this guy for a really high draft pick, and then he just gets hurt. And running backs vary week to week, really, like who they're playing and if they're coming off an injury or whatever. So I didn't have like anybody like really who I drafted really highly as a running back. And I think that kind of bit me in the end because the guys who had like Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley, like those guys would end up with some weeks where these guys would have like 40 points alone, like just huge weeks. And I never got out of my guys. And then the thing that I can't stand that I do sometimes, I mean, it's just like what are the odds? But like, I'll take a guy and I'll be like, you know what, this guy's playing like a really tough defense or whatever, or he's coming off an injury or whatever. And I've got some other guys who are going to do well. I'm going to bench this guy. And the guy who I benched puts up 62 points and none of them, are worth anything for me. So, I'm ready for the NFL season. I'm not into the preseason at all because it doesn't really count for anything. But those games are they're just like they don't even start the starters or whatever. But once the season comes out, I'm on. Well, like the college football season is the week before. I think it starts the week before, and that'll be exciting. And then when it's out and off and running, it's like 16 weeks or whatever, 18 weeks of the NFL, and it's just week after week. It's fun. And at least in here, what I do, and you're more than welcome to join me if you ever want to. I get people who do. We watch the Thursday night game on Amazon. Then there's the Saturday night. Well, they do Saturday night like at the end of the year. But then there's the Sunday games where we do all day, and then the Sunday night game, and then Monday night. And that Monday night game can get really exciting, especially in fantasy, because you may need a guy to get like all your guys are done, but you've got one last guy. All he's got to do is get 3 points, and like you're waiting the whole game. Come on, just give this guy the ball, or have this guy make this kick, or whatever. Or maybe all your guys are done, but you're playing against a team that still has a guy playing, so you have to watch because of that. If you want to know what's going to go on, I mean, it's a lot of fun. So, that's kind of how the season goes, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. All right, so we covered NFL. Do you get into NBA at all? Yeah, absolutely, dude. It's too many games, 82 games, and the guys don't try. And to me, a lot of things are bothersome to me about the NBA. One of the big ones is the foul situation where some guys get like, you know, the whistle on their side, other guys don't. Some guys are like getting hacked in the paint. There's no foul. Other guys are doing a fadeaway and they get the foul. And it's like it's too subjective with these referees that it just doesn't make it enjoyable to me anymore. Not it used to be more exciting to me. Another thing that I can't stand, this has never made sense to me. Okay, let's say we've got a best of 7 series. I don't care who it is. You choose the teams. All right. You'll get team 1 beats team 2 by 50 points the first game. Like, to me, that would tell me like team 1 is just superior to team 2. Yet team 2 in the second game will beat team 1 by 30 points. It's like, how is it like shouldn't these games be closer? Like, shouldn't you be, if these teams are really that like competitive, that you shouldn't have these blowouts that happen, but it just does. I'm not a big fan of Adam Silver. I'm not a big fan of Adam Silver, though I wasn't of David Stern either. I think that if I know the name of the commissioner so well, or the general public does, that then you're not letting the game do its job. Then then the commissioner has to come out with excuses for the refereeing and all this other stuff. So like the big thing that happened last year was that Nico whatever from Dallas trading trading what's his name? Luka Doncic. Yeah, exactly. And then all of a sudden, like, surprise, surprise, they get the number 1 pick, and Dallas gets the number 1 pick. And then the other weird thing is then the Lakers were sold for $10 million, which is like, it raises the bar for all of the other teams. It's very business oriented, and I just don't like that about it. I like ball. And so, you know, like I'll sometimes watch G League games or highlights, or like 3-on-3 like leagues, just because like those guys, nobody's watching, so they can just, you watch really good basketball. And if I were the commissioner, in my opinion, in basketball, you shouldn't be putting your hands on any player at all. No hand checking, nothing. Why do I say that? If you want basketball to be an art, which it should be like jazz. You shouldn't make it football. It shouldn't be like guys crashing the boards. And, you know, if you touch another guy, in my opinion, that's a foul. And if they played it that, no matter for whom it is, no matter who it is. And if you play it that way, then you're going to have guys who, you know, have to make jump shots. And it's not just going to be, I'm going to crash the board for a dunk every single time, because you'll get called for the foul. You can either play basketball one of 2 ways, I feel. You can play it where you don't call the fouls, and then it just becomes football on a court, and nobody really enjoys that. Or you make sure to blow the whistle whenever there's contact. And I understand that that's going to mean that they're free throws and things like that, but that's fine. Guys will learn. And that's just kind of how I feel, that when it gets this subjective, like, well, we're going to let LeBron get away with that, but we're not going to let some random bench guy from the other team get away with it. I don't like that. So yeah, and so I don't know why they don't play it that way. And it just seems like I don't know if you know who Tim Donaghy is, but he was the referee who got caught gambling many years ago, and he got caught gambling on the NBA, and they said it was just a one, and he went to jail because of it. They said it was just a one referee issue, but I don't believe that. I think that it's rampant, and especially with how gambling has taken over. I mean, when you were a kid, there was no gambling on games, not like there is now on your phone. And now you get players who are getting involved in it. I mean, they have these prop bets that are like get really strange. Like there was one guy in the MLB who got in trouble just recently, because he had a third party that was doing prop bets on first pitch strikes. So basically, they would bet that the first pitch would not be a strike, and they would have this pitcher just throw the ball into the dirt, and like really crazy like balls just on that one, and they were making a lot of money doing it because whether you make money on whether the team wins or just because of a prop bet, they still pay out the same. So I think that's changed just how players are playing. Like there are some players, it's like strange that their team is maybe up by 17 points with 1 minute left, and these guys are still playing all the way out just so they can get like a certain amount of points for the over under. And it's just normally the players are like, okay, we lost, that's fine, but one guy's just still going all out just so that he gets like that 7.5 point over under or whatever. It's changed the game. And so I'm not a big fan of the NBA as much as I am college basketball. I like college basketball. It seems like pure. I wish there was a way that they did fantasy college football. Like, and I've looked into this. Why isn't there are some minor leagues that do it, but the reason why is because with fantasy football, basically there's a lot of parity in the NFL. So you're not going to have one player who gets like 4 touchdowns every week. But in college football, a perfect example of this is Boise State with Ashton Gentry. And he gets like they're not playing anybody each week. So he's putting up huge amounts of numbers. And that's not really fair to everybody else. Like somebody who picks some running back who is playing tough competition each week isn't going to have the same kind of numbers as some of these other guys. So and then there's also the thing where there's like it's just so broad, there's so many more players to get that can cause issues. But I think with now they like moving the college is moving away from NIL and moving straight up towards paying players as employees. I think that's what they're doing now. You'll have fantasy college football, and then when that happens, you'll get fantasy college basketball and all those other things. And even you'll get fantasy women's basketball, and then you might even see it branch out to other sports like college baseball and that kind of stuff. Which when that happens, I mean, at least with the betting aspect of it, I think it can cause it can be tempting for guys, especially in college. I saw some statistic that like 60% of all college players have had some kind of pressure on them from an outside source to do something for some betting. And so I think that, yeah, that's some pressure, especially because if I say to you, look, Jamo, your team doesn't need to win. You don't need to even score a touchdown. All you need to do is touch the ball 3 times in the third quarter. It doesn't even matter if you get a yard. We just need you to get 3 touches. So you just say to your teammates or whatever, to the coach, like, hey, I really need to get the ball on this play. I'm feeling it, coach. I'm feeling it. Okay, that's cool, or the reverse of that, where they say, look, you don't have to score. You don't have to catch the ball. Just don't get 5 yards on the first drive. We've got an over under of 5 yards. So you just get 4 yards, and then you pull yourself out of the game. You just say, oh, coach, my knee, it's messed up. So they put somebody else in there, and then you win. I mean, if you're a college person and you're not making that much money, generally you haven't, it's a huge temptation. And I think that can distort the game a little bit. And I don't want I want players to decide the games. I don't like when referees decide the games. Here's the one that bothers me more than anything, perhaps, is in the NFL, is the fact that we don't have laser, like we still have the chain gang, and we don't have like laser positioning of the ball, if you understand what I mean. Like basically, the chain gang is just like a bunch of old dudes who run out there, and it's like there are thousands and millions and billions of dollars that are riding on the game, and they're like, oh, it's this short. It's like it's not that short. I saw the guy cross the ball across, midfield on instant replay, and we're going with this old-fashioned system of the chain gang when I've seen they have like that. To me is ridiculous. Now it is, and it's a way that they rig it. And the reason why is they never show where the chain gang starts. So like when they're let's say you're like a foot short, you don't know if you're really a foot short because the chain gang could have started a foot backward. And it's just, they have the referee and the NFL headquarters in their ear, and the referee just goes up and says, "Oh, we're a foot short," but they don't show where the ball originally was placed. And I've seen this replacement for this system that is really cool. It's a little robot, like a Roomba, that keeps track of where the ball is all the time. There's like a little chip in the ball, which there already is a chip in the ball, and it just puts the ball down exactly where the guy went down. And like I know it's kind of like still in its early stages, because what if a guy reaches the ball out, or what if he fumbles? When did it actually go down? But okay, I get that. But the fact is that we don't have like an accurate system for the chain gang is just absolutely ridiculous to me. It allows people to, there's so much writing on just it's a game of inches, as they say, and that we don't have an accurate way to measure that. Or we do, but they just don't allow it. The one that bothers me as well is the balls and strikes in baseball, and they're starting to use the robot umpires, and that's great because we don't need umpires anymore. It's absolutely ridiculous that like you actually get to see the scores of the umpires now, and it's like, oh, this umpire is really great, he's got a 92% accuracy rating. Dude, that means he's wrong 8% of the time. That's not good. Why not have it be, that's high, yeah, why not have it be 100% of the time it's accurate and correct? And it's like, oh well, and again, they use it because they rig the system, and the umpires get involved in this. I didn't like I didn't study this too much until I became older, but like you would hear about Babe Ruth, and Babe Ruth being like the best, the great Bambino, 714 home runs, like the greatest hitter of all time. But back in the day, he could just pay the opposing pitcher to throw him an easy strike, and so he could hit him out of the park. And the guys weren't making any money then, so it was a win-win. It was a win for Babe Ruth, and it was a win for the pitcher because they were paying the pitchers like $75 a week or whatever. They were, they had really small contracts or whatever. And that mentality hasn't changed. It's only evolved until modern day, where you have umpires who are making like, I don't know, a couple $100,000 a year, if that, and they're playing with players who are literally signing contracts for $750 million. And there's a certain amount of like questionability, like, hey, why is this guy making so much more money than I am? Well, I'll make it up by not betting on the game, but I'll have my brother-in-law bet on the game. And all my brother-in-law's got to know is that we're going to have more balls than strikes in this game, or whatever it will be. And that's how they make money. With the Tim Donaghy issue, which was the NBA betting scandal that happened well, like 15 years ago, they would say that the NBA referees would get jealous of the NBA players because the NBA players are arriving to the stadium or to the arena in Ferraris and Rolls Royces and Lamborghinis, and they're getting all the attention of everybody. And the NBA referees are making, like, at the time it was like, $120,000 or something like that, which is a good living. But there's some jealousy that occurs because it's like, well, I want some of what that guy's got, and so how do I get it? I Point shaving, and like that's a big one too, and it's really hard to stop. Is point shaving? Are you familiar with what point shaving is? That's okay. So imagine you've got your friends when you were back in middle school playing, and we say to you, all right, you guys are gonna win the game. We know you're gonna win the game. You just don't win the game by as much as you normally would. So you're playing some crappy school, and we're gonna say to you, you guys are favored to win by 25 points. Okay, that's fine. Just win by 15 points. And so you're still gonna win, but just don't win by as much. And we're gonna make sure that you all get money. This was a big there have been big controversies about this in college basketball, and um it's a big thing in pro sports as well. So you say to the Lakers, you're gonna crush the Charlotte Hornets or Charlotte Bobcats or whatever they are. You're gonna crush Charlotte tonight. You're favored to beat them by 22 points. Just beat them by 9 points. That's all. And it's a win-win for both sides because the team still gets to win. It's not like they have to throw the game. They just have to shave the amount of points that they were going to win by. That's why it's called point shaving. And that's a really hard thing to stop because it's not obvious. Like who cares or who can know if you're really playing all the way out? You're already up 10 points or whatever. Just don't get up by more than 20 points. And so, you might have a team just pardon me. You just might have a team just not play as hard or put in its backups or its bench players or whatever, turn the ball out over if they need to, or just slow down the pace of the game. And it's really hard to detect that. So I think point shooting could be a big issue as well. And on top of that, nothing changes at the end of the game for the team. They still won. The guys still get to score. They just don't do as well as they would have done. And I think that's a big thing. So with all of these things, I have lost my sense of like sports um are the ultimate like what's the word? Sports are the like basically the ultimate challenge for these people because um there's it's really easy for them um to cheat basically. Do you know who Shohei Otani is for the Dodgers? Yeah, he's a pitcher and a designated hitter, pitcher and yeah. And so he plays both ways and he's like the best player in baseball easily right now. Well, he had a situation where his translator was allegedly betting illegally, and yeah, but not just a little bit of money, like $20 million. Like, where does a translator who just knows Japanese like get $20 million? So there was all of this rumor that it was actually Shohei Otani who was doing it, and just they got caught or whatever. But because baseball did not want to lose their best player, they said that he had to have Tommy John surgery and sit out like a year. He had to sit out like last year, at least from pitching. But in reality, it's been like a untold punishment for him. Well, there's the whole issue of Michael Jordan in the 1990s, why he took 16 months off from basketball to play baseball. there's always been the theory that that was a punishment from David Stern because he was betting on basketball. So when you there's the idea that like we really want these guys to be larger than life and these superstars and everything, but even they get tempted with this kind of stuff. So with that said, it's very cool that you're into sports. Do you do anything else? You've got your bike, you've got video games, you do fantasy football. Do you have friends? Well, you have one now. I'm always here for you, big dog. And I don't want to absolutely. I don't want to take up all your time, but you should know that if you ever need anybody with whom to speak, I'm here for you. If you want to watch football or any other sport. Oh, one last question. What are your thoughts on the UFC? Dude, I didn't either. I wasn't into it. I kind of thought it was lame until I watched a few fights and you get hooked. And to me, it's the most exciting sport of all of them, even more than football, even more than baseball, hockey, soccer, everything, because it's like 5 minute 5 minutes. These guys just go at each other, and they're like fighting to the death, basically. So if I have any advice to you, next there'll be like a UFC like like this month. Um, get a stream and just watch, just have it on, and you'll get excited for it. And man, it is super exciting. It's like I'm telling you, it will become the number 2 sport in the United States in the next decade. I don't know if it will surpass football, but it will definitely surpass baseball because baseball's lame. I mean, it's cool, but it's just 162 games is too much. 162 games was great when there was no internet and no cell phones, but people have other stuff to do now. It's bigger than basketball. 82 games is just a lot, and for all the reasons that we said, is limited. Hockey only has niche appeal, but UFC, you can take a fourth grader and say this guy's going to beat up this guy. You can take a woman, middle-aged lady, and just say this guy's going to beat up, and they can understand it immediately. It has a very low barrier to understanding, and it's really, really exciting. So I'm like you were. I was like that like 2 years ago or so. I didn't care about the UFC. I couldn't name anybody in the UFC, even their biggest people like Conor McGregor and stuff. I didn't know who that was. And there was like one point you'll watch it, and all you have to do is just get hooked once, and it will hook you, and it will then immediately become like, if not your favorite sport, one of your favorite sports because of how exciting it is. I mean, these guys are, yeah, it's like every person's dream. Like, who would beat up whom? Is like every little thinks about that. So I'll leave you with that. You should check out the UFC. I'm telling you, in the next decade, it will become the number 2 sport in the United States. It is. And it has everything that boxing has, but more, because they can go to the ground. With boxing, it's a lot of dancing, and like these guys are just like, not that boxing is not cool. It is, but there's a certain element when you kind of think to yourself, okay, if I were in this situation in this octagon, would I go for this guy's legs? Would I try to put him in a headlock? Would he start trying to punch me? You can basically do anything that you need to survive. It's like basically like what everybody does when you're walking down the street and you see some guy and you're like, could I take this guy, or would he just whoop the shit out of me? It's the same idea, except it's put on display for everybody, and it's becoming more and more popular. And I was exactly like you. I was like, well, it's not that exciting. It's all these guys that I don't know. They're all from like some place I've never heard of, and I just didn't have a lot of interest in it. And then I watched like one complete UFC night. So basically, like where they do like 12 different fights, and I was hooked. I was like, wow. So with boxing, they only generally, a lot of times they'll just do one big fight, or maybe they'll have a couple of like maybe a couple fights before then, but everybody's just waiting on this one fight, and it's like 12 rounds, and sometimes these rounds just go for too long. With the UFC, it's usually at least the main fight is 5-minute rounds. That's it. And these guys are like doing everything they can to kill each other. And it's just it gets really exciting that and when you watch them, when they do a UFC fight, like a UFC pay-per-view or whatever that you can just stream, you're going to get to watch like 12 different fights. And even if you don't think that you have no dog in the fight, you don't care about the country the guy's fighting for or his size or anything about him, it's just interesting to see two guys or women go at it and like basically see who's the better competitor. And um, you've seen the rise in the sport over the last even 5 years or so, and you watch, the only thing that will still be bigger, at least in the United States, is the NFL in a decade. So the next UFC is going to be August. I mean, they do them every weekend too, which is a really cool thing. So what do I mean by that? They have like the big fights that are usually once a month, and then they have UFC every weekend. They're called like fight nights. So the next big one is gonna be August 16th. So like in uh, a week from this weekend. If you want, check it out in here. We'll stream it. But the cool thing about the UFC is that there's no off season. You know what I mean? Like with football, we've been waiting 8 months for football, and with baseball, there's the off season, and with basketball, there's the off season. Hockey, there's an off season. There isn't an off season with UFC, so you literally there's always something going. So, again, I was like you. I can't say it enough that it was pretty boring to me because I never got into it until I watched a whole one, and I was like, wow, that was flipping awesome, amazing. Like that these guys, they're like it's phenomenal. So check it out if you can. I'm not going to take up any more of your time. I know you've got stuff to do, but JMO, I'm glad you came in here. Well, I'm just sure. I like Jewish history lectures, so I don't know how exciting it is for you, but feel free to listen. And if you want to talk some more, let me know. And if you've got other stuff to do, cool. But you should know I'm always here if you ever need anything. Okay. Absolutely. That's totally fine. I get people who stay in here for like days on end. So you're always welcome here. And if you want to stream your game, I'll comment on it. If you don't want to stream your game, I totally understand that. But yeah, if you just want to be around somebody, I'm here for you, big dog. Okay. You're welcome. One piece of advice I can give you, if you want to listen to the lectures, that's great. If you don't want to listen to the lecture, sometimes there's an echo. Just mute the other account that I have, the one with the professor on it, and then you won't get such an echo. Just so you're welcome.
Abram and Hagar. This is Delshan asking if Abram and Hagar's child was Ishmael, was he not a Jew, or was he Jew hyphen Ish? Again, it really depends on how we understand the development of matrilineal descent as a concept. Tosfot, for example, a very important body of scholars in the Talmud, 12th to 14th century, argued at one point that the idea of matrilineal descent is something that was introduced when the Torah was given to the Jewish people. It was obviously a traditional view. So that would mean that the birth of Ishmael occurred before matrilineal descent was defined. That's one way of solving the challenge of Joseph and Moses and so on. And so, technically speaking, he could have been considered Jewish if he was taken in by the father. Of course, the story is that Ishmael and Hagar were sent away to the east and created a different civilization. So, complicated question, but I would think they would not be considered Jewish by these standards of the time, at least understanding it through the lens of Tosfot. Oh, this is hard. This thing stumped the professor. Barb Dodd writes, just a thought, but I think that the reason for mothers to be Jewish could be from Ezra, and the problem was their practice of other religions. That's definitely a very important observation. Barb, if you look at for those of you who may not be so familiar with the book of Ezra, this is written after the Jews returned from Persian captivity to the land of Israel. We call them Jews at this point. It's not anachronistic. And one of the first things that happened is Ezra makes a rule that no marriages between Jewish men and non-Jewish women. And so it was clearly at that time kind of like a communal acceptance that Jewish women produce Jewish children. And that's basically how it was enshrined for centuries. Although, again, the historical scholarship still points to many examples of Jews who did not have Jewish mothers and still considered Jewish by at least the surrounding society. Read Josephus, that seems to be abundantly clear. Alice asks, speaking of Jesus, are there any writings attributed specifically to him? I am unaware of that. The Gospels were all written by his disciples, for example. Sean writes, is vaudeville as important to our Jewish culture as the Yiddish language? I would think not. Yiddish we have a recorded history of Yiddish that goes back centuries. Vaudeville is much more recent. Joseph writes that I am being misled when I say Italian DNA. Those genetic studies speaking of ancient Anatolian, Levantine DNA. It's interesting. My understanding was it was more from the region of Piedmont, but Joseph, if you want to put a citation in the chat, that might be very helpful. Okay, folks, I budgeted half an hour for this experiment. We got a couple minutes left. Does anyone else have a look at the notes for other questions from the audience? Right, so Tom Guitar 22 asked me to make a video about the historical accuracy and some of the disputes over the Purim study and the book of Esther. He writes, I think many Jews, including myself, wonder if the events actually happened. Would love to hear what you think about some of the historical conflicts within the Persian royal lineage and how this impacts the validity of the story. Yeah, this is a really complicated thing. It has to do with the calendar. And for those of you who are less familiar with this, basically we have a challenge that the chronology, traditional Jewish chronology, like right now, the year we're in is 5,784, does not quite jive with non-Jewish calendars of the ancient world, and particularly the reigns of kings in Babylonia. So it's hard to place the book of Esther within it, and there's also some internal literary difficulties as well. In terms of the calendar controversy, my go-to work on this is Manning First, who wrote a book under the title I can't remember it. It's Mitchell First of First, and he wrote probably the definitive work on calendar controversies, chronologies in Jewish history. And from a traditional rabbinic viewpoint, there's a very persuasive essay by Rabbi Shimon Schwab in his collected writings in Volume 3 that explains that. Last question from S2P-org, where can I go to get historical information about the ancient Canaanites, who, according to the biblical text, inhabited the region of Israel before it was promised by God to Abraham and his descendants, before Joshua led them to them? Having done a video about this, etc. I have talked about this a little bit, but since most of my professional interests are in Jewish history, I haven't spent a lot of time on the Canaanites, but there's quite a bit of historical research. My go-to source, my beginning source, is a man named Grabbe, Grabbe. He's written about 40 books looking at ancient Israel, both before and after the advent of the Israelites, and I would start with him. There's also a really nice thin volume by a man named Eric Klein, Clein. So, and it's a really short book, An Introduction to Biblical Archaeology, which is a really interesting kind of special sort of archaeology. And I think if you're not looking at 40 books, you're looking at one book that's under 200 pages or so, just a quick introduction. I like that book very much. And I thought that, and Delshon also mentions that I refer to the Yiddish language as a Creole. It is in the sense that it mixes in lots of other languages, so that's quite true. And Morami Kashikani says she likes this. We should try it again. Maybe we should. Okay, and do I have any lectures where I talk about the Rebbe of Klausenberg? I haven't done that yet, although he's quite a fascinating individual. He's a great biography of him available as well. Okay, I guess that's it for this experiment. I think this was kind of fun. I talked a blue streak, but it was nice to kind of have an opportunity to interact with you live. Thank you for the members who decided to support the research with donations. That's really nice. And okay, maybe I'll try and schedule one of these again. Thank you very much for listening, and hope you have an excellent day. Bye-bye. But honestly, I can't see how his ways east of Berkeley. I just don't understand where he would be appealing. Hello, everyone. Let's see if this is working. Please write something in the chat if you can hear me all right, see me all right. Let's see, the sound seems to be working. Waiting for someone to say something in the chat. Please write something here. Oh, very good. Okay, I've got some information. All right, why don't we get started with a few questions? Hello, Yosef and Delshon, London for Jane, Lottie Block, Army Farajun. I guess you can all see these names as well. So let's have a quick look at some of the questions I received in the last little while that I think are really useful. Please add your comments here. Oh, and I see Michael Klein. Look at that. I haven't seen you in a long time, although we worked together for many years. And hello, Brian. Oh, I got so many. Okay, I'm going to stop saying hello to everybody, but now let's go to the questions. So, someone asked last time we had a live chat to talk a little bit about Clement of Alexandria. I didn't have a lot of time to look into this individual, but he looks quite fascinating, and I really like to study a little more of him. His name was Titus Flavius Clemens, and he lived in the end of the 2nd and into the 3rd century. He was one of the church fathers, and apparently he has kind of like a split personality vis-a-vis the Jews. On the one hand, heavily influenced by the Jewish thinker Philo, also known as Philo, very important Egyptian Greek thinker who was Jewish, of course, and spent a tremendous amount of time sort of mediating Judaism for a Greek reading audience. And so in a whole number of areas, Clement of Alexandria, who lived a couple of years after Philo, decided to follow his way of thinking in so many areas. However, at the same time, Clement of Alexandria also participated in the Adversos Judaeos tradition, which was basically a kind of epistolary or literary attempt to argue against Judaism. That's very common in the Church Fathers. So really quite fascinating, going in both directions. On the one hand, very much relying on Philo and appreciating his sort of Jewish philosophy, and on the other hand, still criticizing the Christianity. So we can look into him in a little bit more detail later. It looks like we have the Tominator writing from Toronto. Did Purim really happen? Can you explain the discrepancy between the timelines of King Xerxes? So, hard questions. First of all, did Purim really happen? Yes, it was just a few days ago. I had an amazing Purim. Thank you for asking. I suppose what you're really meaning are, did the events described in the book of Esther really happen? So, I think the answer to that question depends on who you want to ask. If you will ask rabbis or believing Jews who retain the oral tradition, the vast majority of them will say, well, absolutely, this is historical fact. This is all these people lived and all these things happened and so on. Literary scholars, biblical scholars from the academy, from the university and so on, tend to disagree and tend to say that the book of Esther was probably comprised quite a bit later during the Hellenistic period. And so this is like one of those key areas where you'll have a sort of divergence between the rabbinic world and the scholarly world. To be sure, the holiday of Purim, as I indicated in my argument, is definitely deeply enshrined in Jewish memory and tradition, and is observed with tremendous excitement, especially by young kids who get to dress up as Mordecai or Esther. In terms of the discrepancy between the timelines of King Xerxes, and this is, for those of you who may not be familiar with this issue, there's like almost 2 centuries of missing time between the accepted religious chronology that is recorded in a 2nd century document called the Seder Olam, which is written by a Talmudic figure named Rabbi Yossi ben Chalafta. And that's how we get this year 5784, meaning this is the calendrical year that we're in right now, Jewishly. And the chronologies that we have from outside sources, particularly Greek historians like Herodotus and so on. So what do we do with the confusion of, what happened to all those years, particularly in Babylonia, and which king is Ahasuerus? Like that's the king described in the book of Esther. Should he be identified with Xerxes or with other kings? Very, very big confusion. So there are multiple ways to deal with this apparent contradiction between calendars. And I will refer you in particular to an excellent book. It was originally a master's thesis that was later published under a strange title. The author is Mitchell First, F-I-R-S-T. The title has something like Calendars in Conflict or something. And he goes through all of the theories behind this because the problem has been known for centuries to Jews. And there's basically 3 ways to solve it. One way is to say that Seder Olam is right and the Greek historians are wrong. We will find a certain segment of scholars who will argue that. There's another way, logically, to argue that no, Seder Olam is wrong, and that the Greek historians that we essentially follow in Western scholarship are correct. And the third argument is that there's a way to synthesize them to somehow mathematically make them work. I find that third argument the hardest to really work with. In my own publications, I typically rely on the Western dating that would make the placement of the actual events of Purim very difficult. And on this, I follow an Orthodox scholar, very well regarded, named Rabbi Rothschild, who essentially says we're going to wait until the time of the Messiah to figure out the calendar issue. So that's the short version of it. If you want the longer discussion, have a look at Mitchell First's great story. Someone named Joe Paul says, all my beautiful Jewish people, stay vigilant, stay the course. We will win this attempt to get rid of us on Israel 5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, let's see. Now, here, Mike, of course, is asking very, very difficult questions. And again, I really should not have advertised this. He's asking hard questions. So what my client is asking, I'm sure you can see the chat there, but, what is the whole deal with the relationship between Esther and Mordechai and Achashverosh. Once again, it depends a lot on who you ask. If you ask a biblical scholar, let's say, who was living entirely within the world of Tanakh and the Hebrew Scriptures, well, the story as described there is not really, as difficult, because the whole relationship she has with Mordecai is one of an adoptive father, perhaps an uncle, or some kind of like a protective figure, but there's no marriage described there, if I'm not mistaken. In the Megillah tractate, however, in the Talmud, which just is mind-blowing in terms of the kinds of things it says about what actually happens in the book of Esther, which are like, wow, huge, amazing divergences from the text, and with tremendous Aggadic lessons buried into them. What do these things mean? Like, for example, off the top of my head, Esther is described in the biblical book of Esther as being extremely beautiful, and everyone, loved her. She found favor in everyone's eyes. But in the Talmudic text, it says that she had a green complexion. Maybe you could say nicely olive complexion, but the text seems to imply green, as in green, like green screen. This is the blue screen, but the green screen. And so, on one level, there's really this has to do with how do you understand Aggadic statements in the Talmud. But on another level, I think it's possible to kind of say that the Talmud is saying that physically she may not have been so but there was something about her. She had a level of, the Hebrew word is chain, a level of like, she made everyone feel welcome and warm and important, and so everyone liked her as a result. That's sort of the way I tend to understand these things. So one of these big areas that Mike Klein is asking about is, Esther married Achashverosh, but in the Megillah she also married Mordechai. How is that even possible? So the answer that the Talmud arrives with that particular understanding of events has to do with the whole idea of defining what is non-consensual relations. And that's really the crux of the issue when Esther decides, after discussing it with Mordecai, that she has to voluntarily go to Achashverosh, which would ultimately, remove the legal permission that she had granted, since things were non-consensual, and that's why it was considered such a huge deal. Mike, you're asking a really tough question. It'd be much better to discuss this, I think, over maybe a shot of whiskey, but I appreciate the hard question. Let me go back up to what we got here. We have Hiram Diffidum. Thank you for supporting the research. That's very nice of you. So he asked that an interactive discussion, I assume Hiram Diffidum is male, I shouldn't, but Hiram Diffidum asked, at Temple El Makor Chaim, is it possible the hero protagonist in the Megillah book of Esther may be represented as an idea of maturity and not personal people? It's an excellent question. The reality is, it boils down to the question of how do we deal with texts, right? Do we consider them as literal, unmoving, inflexible statements of historicity, or do we have a broader sense of what they mean, possibly poetically, allegorically, in terms of the hidden meanings that may be like sort of a Kabbalistic mystical bent? We have the basic level of 4 ways of interpreting the biblical text: Pshat, Remez, Sod, and Drash, which is sort of translated into English as simple meaning, allusion, secret meaning, and homiletical meaning, like meaning that you don't have to take them exactly literally, but you can expand greater lessons from them. That's one level, and the Talmud itself says, Shivim Panim LaTorah. There are 70 faces to the Torah, just like the Talmud offers a metaphor that when you strike a rock with a hammer, 70 sparks fly out, and 70, by the way, in the biblical imagination means the largest number possible. So, too, the Torah admits of a tremendous amount of interpretive directions. And so, as a historian, I can answer that way. As a fan of rabbinic scholarship, I can give you some sense of that, but I'm not, as I like to remind people, I'm not a rabbi, just a regular guy. Okay, tough questions. Let's see what else we got here. So let's see. Shoshana Kiria Ziraba asks, there was a time when Bukharian and Ethiopian Jews were not accepted by the wider Jewish world. What happened that got them accepted? I'm asking with the Ugandan Jewish community in mind. So, excellent question. I don't know how to answer the question that well. I think a lot of what you're asking here has to do more with sociology than history, where I spent most of my time. But I think that's sort of like a simple answer, simple in the sense of being not very sophisticated, is that, when Jews feel relatively safe, then unfortunately, like many societies, Jews tend to fight with each other. And, tiny differences between various groups of Jews are magnified, and small controversies just get kind of blown out of proportion, and so on. And so the degree of sort of centrifugal force is exerted sociologically in the Jewish community, like many communities, when there's nothing else to argue about, so we'll find things to argue about. On the other hand, when there is an external threat, as many Jews are feeling right now with the current situation in the state of Israel, then those minor differences tend to lose their importance appropriately so, and there's a centripetal effect where people will come together. And I would like to think that, especially with Ethiopian Jewry, which I know much better, there was much more of a feeling of, this is a time of ingathering of exiles, that the Ethiopian Jews should be, welcomed as long-lost cousins, as long-lost siblings, and that's basically what happened, especially in the land of Israel. Bukharian Jews I'm not as familiar with, but I know there's a lot of interest in that, and I intend to work on their history much more closely in the second volume of my book coming out. Question here. Per Olaf Sternhammer asks, was Jesus a rabbi? The short answer is basically no. The term rabbi, as used in the first century, involved a level of formal recognition of rabbinic authority. And Jesus never appears in the rabbinic literature, where you would think, you would get a legitimate statement as a rabbi. He's sometimes called that man, which is a slightly derogatory term. Sometimes he's called Ben Torah or Ben Stata, which is also somewhat derogatory in the sense it means son of, and then there's the name of a couple different people. And obviously the argument to say that he was not of divine parentage, because you wouldn't call him son of a particular person if he was. So that would be in the rabbinic literature. Definitely we have no evidence that he was his rabbi. He was, however, definitely a rabbinical student. There's some dispute as to who exactly were his teachers. Likely Rabbi Yeshua ben Berachia, but there are others, and he definitely followed many of the teachings of the great Rabbi Hillel. So he definitely was within the circle of the Pharisees, but he did not seem to have actually received that level of coordination, at least among rabbinic expenses. Is it possible that this was later omitted in the record? Not impossible, because these texts that I'm citing for you right now were written a few hundred years after his death, and so therefore it could be that they simply omitted that, but that's an argument from science. In the Gospels and in the New Testament literature, I'm not sure if he's ever referred to by the title rabbi. Perhaps someone will put it in the chat if they're more familiar with these texts. But he was certainly regarded as a teacher. In fact, the word rabbi basically boils down to teacher. It really means more like master, in the sense of an intellectual master. So that's the technical answer to the question: was he actually a rabbi, like you would, capital R rabbi? Was he a teacher of Jewish things? There's no question. He had a significant following of people, particularly in the north. He was, however, somewhat of a controversial figure even in his lifetime, as we can see, primarily from Christian sources, but also from Jewish sources looking back in time. Of whatever distortions may happen in historical records, passages. Oh my gosh, good question. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see. Don't know what persevere means. What do I think of Yehuda? Abraham Friedman asks, what do I think of Yehuda Landi, a mentor, licensed archaeologist research? Was written permanent in the Persian Empire and coming here, Yahoo. Unfortunately, I haven't read either of those books, so I don't know what to say about it. I do want to address one issue related to saying these well books, so let me just quickly scan the chat here. Why, Melissa Martinez asks, why do Orthodox and ultra-Orthodox Shon, B'nai, and Lucim conversos from converting back to Judaism? And Moshe, God bless his memory, was also a converso. Wow, lots of questions here. So first of all, there's, I would not say, first of all, I dislike speaking about large groups of people in generalities. So, but even with this specific statement, I don't think the Orthodox, ultra-Orthodox people shun specifically B'nai and Lucim conversos from converting back to Judaism, because there is a tradition to discourage everybody from converting to Judaism, period. Now, you use the term converting back to Judaism, which I probably should explain to people who may not be so familiar with this particular situation. The term in Hebrew, B'nai Anusim, means the children of those who were forced. And what that is referring to is the descendants of those Jews from the Iberian Peninsula who primarily in Spain in 1391 and then later in the 1410s, and then in Portugal in a large number in 1497, were forcibly converted to Christianity and lived for hundreds and hundreds of years as Catholics. Reason being the Inquisition was horribly persecuting Catholics who had adopted Catholics who had adopted Jewish behaviors. And so even though they were formally converted to Christianity, various degrees of coercion involved, they were nevertheless legally Christians, and adopting Judaism behaviors was definitely forbidden by the church. So the Inquisition really, went after them for hundreds of years, basically in every Catholic country in Europe, but in particular in the Iberian Peninsula, in South America, Central America, and so on. So in the 18th century, the Inquisition began to really lose force. By the 19th century, it was shut down. And in the 20th century, these communities began to explore their original Jewish identity from hundreds of years ago. And some of them, wanted to retain their current behaviors and still absorb or adopt a Jewish identity. And people can choose whatever identity they want. You can identify as an alligator if you like to, but if you want to join an organized club like Judaism, then you have to, meet certain markers of club membership. And since they could not document, for the most part, continuous matrilineal heritage, as traditional Judaism follows the mother in terms of giving status. So since they couldn't trace all of their grandmothers typically all the way back to a Jewish grandmother, they had to go through at least a technical conversion process, which is known in the Hebrew literature as Gerus Exforma, converting for stringency. And this usually was a little bit lighter process, but it did involve, for example, circumcision for men, an immersion in the mikvah without the reciting of a blessing, and so on. So that happens all the time, and I have members of my own family who are in that category, and they are totally beloved and accepted. So I would not say that there is a blanket shunning specifically of B'nai and Lucim conversion. However, the whole idea of coming into the Jewish fold when you don't necessarily have to is specifically shunned, not shunned is the right word, discouraged, ever since the Hashmonayim, the Maccabean kings, way back in the 2nd century before the Common Era, forcibly converted a few peoples to Judaism, the Idumeans and the Itureans in particular. And this was considered a shameful act which had grave negative repercussions for the Jews. Herod the Great was descended from these Idumeans, and he's kind of like a mixed, record for the Jews. On the one hand, rebuilding the temple, very nice, running, the trains on time in Israel in the 1st century, but on the other hand, a brutal tyrant who murdered most of his own family and all kinds of things like that. So ever since then, we're talking about 2,100 years, there has been sort of a rabbinic impetus to try to avoid anyone converting to Judaism. If they insist, and there's a tradition of sending them away 3 times and things like that, then of course they are welcome. But it's definitely not something. Judaism is not historically a proselytizing religion. When I say historically, I mean since the 2nd century before the Common Era, it's not been a proselytizing. Wow. Let's see here. Delshan London Rajan says, why are we so Sheol bent? Sheol is that's a word in English for the end of the world. On being served time. Yeah, I agree. These are calendrical issues. And actually, in the first volume of my book, I had about 10 pages dedicated to it. And the peer reviewer said, who cares? Just get past it. And so I like 10 pages of the book, specific on it. So thank you. I agree with you. Okay, now let's see. Oh, we got a follow-up question from Hiram Bifidum. Have you ever studied the story of possibly that Yochanan, son of Yochanan Hagadol, found in 1960 could have been Yeshu, Jesus of Nazareth? I think probably you're referring to the remains of there was a crucified remains that were found in Israel. Rather dramatic. An ossuary was found, which is kind of like a box where bones were kept, and it has a few Hebrew names inscribed on it. One of them has it's actually like a pretty awful thing. It is the photograph is included in my first volume, which got, by the way, God willing, will come out around time to time. I hope that'll be nice so you can see it. And it's got an ankle bone, and there's a nail driven through it, and the nail could not be removed from the ankle, so they simply cut the cross, as it were, and buried him with the nail still in his foot. It's unlikely that it's actually Jesus. Jesus is an extremely common name of the period, and there's no other indication to suggest that he was also buried with other people. Of course, it contradicts the gospel account in so many ways, but so it's unlikely. But thank you for asking. This is like, let's see what do we got here. Zoltan Kurvis asks, are Yeshu in the Talmud the Jesus of the Christian the same character? Someone said they are not the same. Yes, that's exactly the case. Again, remember that the Talmudic accounts were recorded about 200 years after the events of the life of Jesus. And, he's sometimes associated with specific rabbis, sometimes associated with other rabbis. And some of those other rabbis, like the Yeshua ben Zakkai that I mentioned earlier, did not live in the 1st century such that Jesus could be their student. Not too far off, but still very hard to imagine that. And this was exactly the point that was brought out by the great scholar Nachmanides, the Ramban, in the 13th century when he was forced into a formal dispute with the priest Nicholas Donin, who was a former Jew, who was arguing that the Talmud was essentially anti-Christian, and he was brought to trial before King James of Aragon in Spain. And Nachmanides says, "Oh, you mean these passages about Jesus? That's not the same Jesus you're talking about. It's a different Jesus, a different Yeshua." And that name is very common. So, yeah, there's a lot of argument about these texts. Most of them, I think, seem to refer to the Jesus of the New Testament. but it's hard to pin it down when you start doing the chronology. So maybe we should be concerned with time. Time is important. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Trying to see lots of statements here. Solar eclipse on Rosh Chodesh Nisan. We do have a cool thing coming up. I'm looking forward to going to Dallas. Not this Shabbos, but next Shabbos for a Shabbat home there, because we're pulled together a lot of people to talk about the idea of an eclipse in Jewish history and thought, and of course watch the eclipse ourselves. Let's see. Yeah. So I think I'd like to step away from this for a second here to let's look at something that's been coming in the comments over the week. I want to mention one specific thing. So, since October 7th, I put out a lot of videos on Israel, trying to produce a little bit more light and a little bit less heat on the history of Jews and Palestinians, and hopefully we can move to a peaceful and lasting resolution to the conflict there, so everyone living there can enjoy, peace and prosperity. And I get a lot of hate online as a result. And one particular scholar, people tend to say to me, like, hey, haven't you read Ilan Patel? And I did, read Ilan Patel. He's a controversial figure in many ways. He's kind of like one of the more extreme of the so-called new historians in Israel, who have generally done a lot of, I think, very useful work at re-examining the sort of official narrative that has been widely accepted by the state of Israel and by Jews worldwide. And, that's what historians do. We establish narrative models, and then, after time, new historians come up and say, wait a second, what about this aspect of the narrative model? Is that correct? Should we look at the documents again, go back to the archives, and they discover new things. We have to revise the narrative models, and that's what historians do. But sometimes you have historians who spend much more of their energy delighting in, being an iconoclast and destroying old models than really building what are effective models. And that's why I do not rely on Ilan Pape's research. I do believe there are some valuable aspects to what he has done with the history of the land of Israel and the Palestinians and so on. And I talk about them in my review. But as you know, as members, I don't make that review public. And the reason I chose not to make that review public is because I think it's worthwhile talking about scholars I disagree with, but I don't think that I have to share my negativity with the rest of the world. There's so much positivity I would much rather put out there for the sake of scholarship and for the sake of people who might want my opinion on something. I do put it behind a paywall. So that's the reason why. Okay. Let's see. Shoshana Zirka. So Shoshana Akirya Ziraba asked, historically speaking, what makes Jewish religious influence grow or become popular? The Chabad movement is growing while resisting the trend towards relaxing traditions. Good questions. Again, another sociological question, not necessarily something I can speak to historically, but a lot of reasons I think would go into it. I would just add one small detail about the kind of stringency movement. There's a great article that appeared about a year ago in the Atlantic. I can't remember who wrote it, sorry, but it was an article on the Mormons. And asking the same kind of question. Mormonism apparently is growing, and why are people converting to Mormonism? What is the attraction? And one of the theses is that it's actually the greater degree of demands placed on Mormons that may be more attractive to people. In other words, why should we assume that people always like things easier? Maybe people like things harder. Maybe people like things stricter. Maybe people feel that rules, boundaries, things like that are actually good. And I would think, I remember being very impressed with that argument. I would think that not only does that speak to a degree of motivation for conversion to Orthodox Judaism, or not to use the word conversion, because a lot of Jews are attracted to it, so it's really the Hebrew word being kirut, meaning drawing closer, but at any rate, an adoption of an Orthodox lifestyle. And I think, first of all, there's a lot of appealing things to it intrinsically, a lot of really good things about it that, of course, I enjoy myself. But there is a sociological implication. Having no boundaries also means no structure, no definition. It really is hard on building communities. Like, for example, the fact that Orthodox Jews will not drive on the Sabbath means that we have to live close together in order to gather in synagogue. And that means that we build very tightly knit, dense communities, that we know our neighbors, and that we spend time not engaged in electronic communication, but in actual face-to-face communication. Those positives are all a result of the restrictions. If it weren't for those restrictions, you wouldn't have, as you do in unfortunately many Jewish communities, this diffusion of people living far away by car. They could come together by car, but they tend not to. The communities become more diffuse. So the restrictions actually have lots of positive, side effects, if you will, or maybe they're interesting. Another argument I'm not going to make right now, but if we had more time, I would say that marriage is exactly the same thing. There are incredible benefits to marriage. I have enjoyed them personally for well over 30 years, and those benefits exist precisely because of the restrictions that come along with the institution of marriage. Okay. We're a little over half an hour now, so let me see what I'll try and get back to any other questions here. Yes. Can I discuss Avery Nunley? Can I discuss Avery in detail? So, probably not in detail, but I can say a little bit about it. The term Ivri is usually applied, it's translated as Hebrew. It is a term that is used to describe Abraham, the patriarch in the Bible. And it literally, it comes from the root. All Hebrew words come from a root, usually 3 letters, that means, that is avar, meaning the other side, or to cross. And so,
welcome. How are you, Robert?
Abraham from
Robert, can you hear me? Robert, can you hear me? Robert, can you hear me? Yo, dog, what's good? How's your day going? Hello? Robert.
From the other side refers to his migration from the other side of the Euphrates River down into Israel. That's possible. And then there's a lot of homiletic things that go on. The whole world on one side, Abraham is on the other. That's where that term comes from. So that's one of the earliest designations of the people we call Jews today are Hebrews. Let's see. I should really cut this off here. Nodnar BRS asks, do I know how many people have unbroken lineages, verifying them as Kohanim? How is this verified historically, and would these men be acceptable, quote unquote, for future sacrificial temple service? So, historically speaking, there are obviously a diminishingly small number of people who have genealogical tables that trace back to, let's say, even the 1st century. It became like much more popular to create these things around the turn of the millennium, in the year 1000, more or less. Rashi's family, for example, begin to have genealogies. And so there are some people who can connect themselves back to, let's say, the Maharal of Prague, and back to Rashi, and let's say around the 1st millennium. But then there's a big
Living dream, Pep, how are you?
How do you get from Rashi back to the 1st century? 900 odd years. Most historians do not consider
There you go. Hey, come to my Discord. It's discord.me/rabbi.
So it's really it's impossible to verify. On a genetic level, there's some fascinating studies that
all right, cool story, bro.
Specifically at the Y chromosome of people who claim to be Kohanim, and there's like a statistically significant number of them that indicate that they are all similarly related to a single maternal ancestor 3,000 years ago. That's the so-called Kohen gene. But there are a lot of people who have that gene who are not identifying Kohanim, and there's a number of people who identify as Kohanim who don't have
That's what I said. Come to my Discord, big man.
And that's obviously impossible under Jewish law. The bottom line in the argument of Kohanim.
All right, you're a big boy. You can figure it out.
Really know for sure who is actually a Kohen.
Okay.
So much
Enjoy your
that the Vilna Gaon, who lived in the 18th century,
inebriation.
who was the firstborn male of his family, and there's a ritual called Binyan Event, where a firstborn male has to receive redemption from a Kohen as a child. The Vilna Gaon famously performed that ritual for himself with every single Kohen he ever met, to be sure that it had a chance of actually fulfilling that command. Most Jews today, myself, I'm also a firstborn male, it's just done once with some person who says he's a Kohen, and you're good to go. In my case, it was Harry Graham, who drove the snowplow in the winter and the garbage truck in the summer. He was the local Kohen of Northern Ontario, and that's how I was redeemed. Okay, folks, we're already well over my half-hour mark. I'm really grateful for all of your participation. Thank you so much for joining me, and I guess we'll try this experiment again. I hope you, for those of you who celebrate, I hope you have a fantastic
My ugly ass
for those of you who mark Good Friday and Easter Monday, I hope you have a wonderful, religious experience that's uplifting, and I look forward to speaking to you in the future. All right, take care.
There's just too much comfortable silence.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So I'm really excited about this new set that I just received from Current Publishers. It's a really amazing set. It takes up about a meter of space on my bookshelf. It's a multi-volume set. It's called the Rohr Family Edition of the Chumash Koren Mikrot Hadorot, the scriptures or the readings of the generations. This is one volume here, volume 10. This is actually a remarkably new and original new work. It follows on the heels of the remarkable Tanakh of the Land of Israel, another really original work from Current Publishers. And I think it speaks to the expansive and creative vision of this publishing house based in Jerusalem and its CEO, Nancy Miller. And it makes me feel, I have to say, like, is Corin publishing these books just for me? Because I feel so personally attached to these new scholarly publishing endeavors. I'm really excited about this. So let me tell you about this particular book, which is really cool. So first of all, I'm sure many of you are familiar with the classic compilation known as the Mikraot Gedolot, which we translate as kind of like the Great Scriptures. It was first published in the 16th century in Venice. And basically, it took like a verse or two of the Chumash, the first 5 books of Moses read on the yearly cycle, and then arranged around it a whole pile of Hebrew commentaries from the ancient period, like Onkelos, through the medieval period, where most of the commentaries come from, Rashi and Ramban and so on. And that's like been a staple of Jewish study for the last 500 years or so. But this volume is very different. Whereas Mikraot Gedolot is usually published in 5 volumes, one for each of the major books of the Chumash, the Mikraot Gedolot is published with each volume covering one parsha, or in some cases 2 parshot if they're like typically read together. So the Mikraot Hadorot really focuses much more deeply on each individual parsha, but it does it not so much by exploiting the space on the page, but by exploiting the time of the commentators. How is that done? They organize the commentaries into 3 large groups. There's one section that focuses on the time of the sages, which is basically anthologized commentaries from the Midrash, from the Talmud, and so on. And then from the classic commentaries is another section, which is basically medieval, and that's most closely related to the Midolot. That's familiar to us. And then finally, a really interesting section, Confronting Modernity, where they present commentaries from the 18th through the 20th centuries. And reading the commentaries roughly grouped by when they were written in major eras of Jewish history, you really get a feel for the historical texture of the commentators and the kinds of issues which remain eternal but are really rooted in the specific kinds of issues that Jews of that time faced. Really fascinating. Like, so great for people who are interested in Torah and Jewish history. Wow. Okay, let me walk you through the structure of the book, which is also highly unusual. First of all, it's a book that you open from both sides, right? It takes advantage of the right to left, left to right difference between Hebrew and English. On the sort of Hebrew opening side, you have the Chumash with Rashi, and that's kind of like much more traditional in terms of its content. It is really great in that the translation of the Chumash, which is presented alongside the Hebrew like this, is the translation rather than the great Rabbi Jonathan Sachs of blessed memory, a beautiful writer and a brilliant thinker. So his translation itself is a tremendous gift. And then you have, oops, sorry, I opened it from the wrong side. Here's the Hebrew side. So the translation is from Rabbi Sachs, and then there's a translation of Rashi alongside the original Hebrew by Jonathan Mishkin. He also, by the way, translated all the commentators on the other side, which is really useful because it means that with one translator, you have sort of a common emotional literary baseline that allows for the idiosyncrasies of individual commentators to really stand out, rather than a jarring kind of collection of translations from different translators. So it's really, really useful. Also, actually, I read of course, the Hebrew Rashi, which I normally do, but I also read the English Rashi, and I actually appreciated it because there was a lot of helpful parenthetical comments. One of the classic issues in studying Rashi is sometimes he will provide a statement, and you wonder, like, why is he saying this? And this is the question that he's saying to Yeshiva. What's bothering Rashi? Right? Why would Rashi feel the need to say this particular thing? So the questions as to why Rashi might be prompted to say such a thing is helpfully included here, and I really benefited from that. The only small criticism I have is that while I am a huge fan of the regular Koren font, which of course the publishing house takes its name from the author of that font. It is really gorgeous. I use it for my own personal prayer books. But I never really liked the Rashi font that Koren developed. I still have difficulty with certain letters in it. I don't think it's quite as beautiful as the main font, but that's a small quibble. I'm overwhelmingly impressed with this series. I hope that's coming across. Now, let's go to the other side, which is really where you have something unusual. It's not just Chumash Rashi, it's something totally new. So the editing here is the key, and there's a great team involved here. There's a managing editor, Rabbi Yedidia Naveh, but I think the strongest editing voice through this is Rabbi Shai Finkelstein. He's the editor-in-chief, and his vision really permeates the entire book. It's fascinating. I'm really getting a lot out of it. He's the one, of course, who makes the tremendous number of selections here, choosing from more than 40 different commentators that are represented for everything, and it's really fantastic. So let's look at those 3 main historical sections. In the section that they call the Time of the Sages, which has this helpful sort of timeline in front here like this, there are standards like the Talmud Bavli, the Talmud Yerushalmi, lots of Midrashim and so on, but also Philo. Wow, I never studied Philo before. Of course, I've read about him and read little bits and pieces of him, but selecting the sections from Philo that make him stand out really give you a sense of how different the Torah of Alexandria was from the Torah of, let's say, Tiberias or Jerusalem, a place like that. I really appreciated that very much. Then in the middle section, There's the classical commentators, which is more standard, like you'll get Rashi, Ramban, and so on, many others, but also some voices that I've never studied before, like Abraham ben Rambam, the son of Maimonides. It's really interesting when the son of Maimonides quotes his grandfather, and you feel like, wow, isn't this so interesting? He must have heard that either from his grandfather personally, or maybe from his otherwise unnamed father, Maimonides himself. It's so fantastic. Then in the modern period, that's when it's like so unusual. You have the standard, modern commentators like the Ha'emek Davar and so on, but you have Shadal, Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, who's just brilliant and brought into here. Rabbi Avram Kotler, 20th century thinkers, Rabbi Joseph Soloveitchik, the Lubavitcher Rebbe. So fascinating to see this range of ideas brought together. And Nechama Leibowitz, she's an incredibly well-regarded commentator on the Talmud. It's so refreshing to see a woman represented in an anthology like this. It's really quite unusual and path-breaking, like most of this book. And then the book concludes, or at least concludes in the way I chose to read it, because of course you can read it from both sides, but with the center section, which has a selection of 3 brief essays by Rabbi Finkelstein, which I read for yesterday's Parsha for Miketz, and I have to say they were like really insightful, and I got a lot out of them, and made me feel again like, wait a minute, is Korn writing these just for me? Because they felt like personally directed. They addressed a lot of the concerns that I have about life, the universe, and everything. And, it was really great. So this is really a game changer in terms of Chumash. And it's a significant investment. Each individual volume is really quite reasonably priced. Happens to be on sale for Hanukkah right now. But the whole set, we're talking about somewhere around 50 volumes. That's a lot, but nevertheless, it's huge return on investment in my humble opinion. It's going to change the way I study Chumash for the next year for sure. I think what I'm going to do is on Shabbos afternoons, I'm going to do the following week's Parsha with Rashi, which can make sure I fulfill sort of like that halakhic obligation. And then on each day of the week, I plan to learn the 3 levels of commentary for that particular aliyah. So it's Sunday morning as I record this right now, and yesterday afternoon I finished Parshas Vayigash. I just read through in case when I got this set, and this morning I did all of the commentaries. So I'm really looking forward to the next year of learning with the Koran Mikro Hadorah. Thank you, Rabbi Finkelstein, for this remarkably creative work, and thank you, Matthew, for the vision that brings these volumes to the broader public. It's really fantastic. I hope you will have a look at this particular book, and I wish you tremendous success in your learning. Thank you very much for watching.
Presidents say after the death of the 15-year-old horse this week, the time has come.
We're technologically advanced enough to where we don't need to have animals drag us around, and I don't think it's like as glamorous as it used to be.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. My goal in this short video is to quickly cover the roots of the current unfortunate conflict, with emphasis on the period from the middle of the 19th century to the armistice of 1949. There's a lot of material on this crucial period that occupies much of the world's attention right now and really for the last century. Much of the material online is unfortunately highly tendentious and very misleading. I'm going to be relying very heavily on the research of Professor Gudrun Kramer from the Free University of Berlin, who wrote a very serviceable 1-volume history. She has made a very good case for the fact that most historians come to this topic with a great degree of tunnel vision and tend to see the entire history from within the perspective of their own national, religious, ethnic backgrounds. And I'm going to do my best to try and rise above that. Obviously, I have my own biases and my own opinions like everybody else, but let's try and go over the facts in as dispassionate a manner as possible, and then I can leave it up to you to debate what it means for our current moment.
At a conference conference sponsored by the Federal Reserve, Sam Altman, co-founder of.
So let's start with a discussion of terminology, because as Professor Kramer rightly points out, there is power in naming things. And so my intention here is just to achieve clarity, even though some anachronisms may result. And I apologize to those of you who are deeply steeped in this history. This will be somewhat basic. But let's just make sure we're all on the same page here. First of all, the term Palestinian. So Palestine is the name that was given to this region of the world. The next section, I'm going to take you through some maps to say which region exactly. It is a term that derives originally from a Roman adaptation in the 2nd century, after having dealt with 3 revolts of the Jewish population. They decided to completely wipe out the name Judea, which was the Jewish name of the southern part of what would be the land of Israel today, and they renamed the entire section Palestina. So that term entered into Western usage already from the 2nd century and was later adapted, for example, in the Arab world as Palestine. Now, Palestinian was also used in the 20th century and in the 19th century as well to refer to Jews who lived in this region as well. They would call themselves Palestinian Jews. I know that sounds strange today, but for example, look at this newspaper, the Palestine Post, which is actually a Jewish newspaper. Its name was later changed to the Jerusalem Post, but that's just because the term did not have the strong ethnic and national connotations that it has today. So that's Palestinian. Israeli refers to people who have citizenship in the state of Israel, and approximately 20% of the people who have citizenship in the state of Israel would call themselves Palestinian. This is just an indication of how confusing it is. Israeli citizenship is extended to a large number of Arabs, Jews, Christians, Baha'i, and other peoples who are not Jewish. So Israeli refers to a citizenship in the state of Israel. What about the term Arab? So Arab is an ethnic term that refers to a large number of people all across the entire Middle East. It includes Palestinians, but it does not include Muslims. Muslim is an even larger term. It is a religious term referring to people who worship according to the dictates of Islam, and that includes all kinds of people in the Far East, for example, or in Africa, and of course in the United States. The term Jew is also, it's a religious term, but it's also an ethnic term because many people who are Jews do not consider themselves religious, but nevertheless they still fall within this ethnic definition. And as I mentioned, about 80% of Israelis are also Jewish, but about half of the world's Jews are not Israeli. Israel houses about half of the entire population of the world's Jews. Finally, Zionist. So Zionist, the term Zionism was coined in the late 19th century to describe this movement towards reestablishing a Jewish homeland in the land which we're going to call Palestine. This is an aspiration that does not necessarily mean it has to come to fruition in actual Israeli statehood. It can also be understood as support for the land of Israel. And once again, the majority of Jews clearly are Zionists and support the state of Israel to one degree or another, but there are many Jews who are not Zionists. There are even some Israelis who are not Zionists, believe it or not. That's because Israel is a democratic country that tolerates a very wide range of difference of opinion on a whole host of political, social, economic, and other issues. So that's our basic survey of terminology. Let's look at the maps a little bit. Where exactly in Palestine? The borders, the region which has been called Palestine, varies significantly over the space of the last 2 millennia. There has never been a state of Palestine, that is true, but the region has had that term already, as we see, from the 2nd century. It is especially well used after the 7th century when it becomes an Islamic country. And in the region of the Ottoman Empire, which ruled for almost exactly 500 years until the beginning of the 20th century, it was actually divided between two administrative sections, that of Jerusalem and that of Beirut. So the regional identity of Palestine, or in Arabic Palestine, was not very well developed really until the 20th century. It nevertheless did have consciousness. You see from this newspaper, Palestine, which was actually established in 1909, very early on in this period. But for many, the term Palestine geographically is identical to the boundaries of the state of Israel, which in itself is a huge problem. As you see in this depiction here, Palestine, which has the slogan Il Nahar Il Bahar, from the river to the sea, the river being the Jordan River on the west and the Mediterranean Sea on the east. By saying Il Nahar Il Bahar, you're saying essentially, at least this is how Jews hear it, that there's no space for Israel, there's no space for Palestine. In other words, Palestine will be free, meaning free of Jews, Judenrein, which is why many Jews find this deeply offensive. So, in other words, the boundaries of Palestine, as understood by many Palestinian supporters today, are virtually identical to the boundaries of modern Israel, shown here. In the next video in this planned series, I'll explain what are the differences between Israel proper, Gaza, the West Bank, and the Golan Heights. But for now, this is basically the territory that we're going to be speaking about over the course of this video. At the risk of horrible oversimplification, Jewish claims at their root are based on the idea that this is the ancient homeland of the Jews, and Palestinian claims are based on the notion that they conquered the land in the 7th century with the advent of Islam, and that makes them essentially indigenous because they have been living in that region for some 1,300 years. This is a little bit like something I saw with two of my grandchildren the other day. I don't mean to reduce these complex and painful issues to something very juvenile, but this will at least help as a metaphor. Two of my grandchildren have a favorite chair, which was given to them by the other set of grandparents, and it actually has the name of the older child written on it. So the younger child was sitting on it, and the older child wanted to take it from the younger child, and we said, no, you have to let her sit there. But then she saw something that distracted her. She got up from the chair and she went off to do something else. And in that time, the older child went and sat in the chair, which upset the younger child, seeing that she was in there. And that involved a whole bunch of fighting. But basically, that's the same kind of claim. I was here first versus you left and then I took it. And the fact that the name is written on the chair does not necessarily feed into whose chair it is forever and ever, because, to extend this back to our situation, the main source of the claim, the deed, as it were, for the land of Israel for Jews is the Bible, and Muslims do not regard the Bible, the Hebrew scriptures, and for that matter, the Christian scriptures, as being duly sanctified the same way that Jews and Christians do. So the deed is not relevant here. It's true that there's multiple points to demonstrate that Jews were in the land of Israel from ancient times. The oldest non-biblical example is the famous Merneptah stele shown here, which dates from about the year 1209 BCE and refers to people called Israel living here. But the counter-argument that when the Muslims conquered in the 7th century, as you see in this map, is also a very strong one. And in the absence of divine intervention, which I'm sure both sides would like to appeal to, there's no easy way to reconcile these claims. So let's move to the Ottoman period, and specifically to the area we'd like to concentrate, the 19th century, to understand how this conflict expressed itself. The metaphor of my grandchildren in the chairs is not entirely accurate for a lot of reasons, one of which is that there was always a small presence of Jews in the land of Israel, as best we can tell from historical records. Having a look at the very weak statistics from the Ottoman Empire, it wasn't until the latter part of the 19th century that we started to provide more reliable statistics, but this gives us at least some sense of it. In 1850, looking at Ottoman subjects only, not foreign people living in this land, Muslims and Druze were included in the survey, amounted to about 88% of the population, Christians about 8%, and Jews about 4%. But by the time you move to the later part of the 19th century, there is a significant shift in Jewish attitudes, and many Jews, really absorbing the national movements that are rocking much of Europe at the time, Eastern Europe in particular, they begin to explore the idea of developing a Jewish nationalism with the object of creating a Jewish national state in this part of the world as well. The most famous early movement is called Bilu, taken from this verse in the Bible, Beit Yaakov, house of Jacob, let us arise and go to the land of Israel and colonize it there, in order to establish a Jewish settlement back in the ancient homeland. And in fact, they did, working the land with some success, but they were heavily supported by Jews around the world. The idea of Zionism, especially promoted by Theodor Herzl, really caught the imagination of Jews living around the world, saying, yes, of course, this is a fantastic idea. And although most Jews were not specifically willing to pick themselves up and move to Israel, they were overwhelmingly very happy to support the movement, especially financially. You can see in this poster, English language posters, helping build Palestine. Once again, it's clearly a Jewish poster at the bottom. It's written in Yiddish. Help Goyim Eretz Yisrael, help him build the land of Israel. This was the kind of fundraising poster that was used by the Jewish National Fund, established specifically to buy lands in Palestine, which they bought legally throughout this entire period. Here's another one that gives you a sense of the kind of modern feeling of it. A nation reborn on its ancestral soil. It really appeals to the imagination. It's young, it's powerful, has kind of like a socialist vibe to it. And in fact, the early settlements did have very strong socialist leanings and so on. So basically, as you move through the early 20th century, the population of Jews in the region increases dramatically. Looking at this chart of statistics, which was taken by the British, much more accurate and reasonable than the Ottoman figures, you can see that in 1922, the blue column are Jews, of course the green column are the Muslims. There's also Christians, and then here we've broken out the Druze, the Baha'i, and many other peoples living on the land. By 1931, there has been a natural increase of Muslims, both through birth rate, but also through immigration. And the Jewish increase has also been marked. By 1946, even more dramatic. And in fact, this is one of the arguments that needs to be teased out is how many of the Arabs who moved to this region were in fact from other parts of the Arabic world and later adopted a Palestinian identity. It's something that the historical literature discusses in some way. Basically, what happens is the Ottoman Empire absorbs these Jewish immigrants with a certain amount of tension. They are buying the land legally from Arab notables living in the region. There's a certain amount of competition with the local Arab workforce and a certain amount of hesitancy to admit people who are definitely trying to build a new nation state in this region. There's also a cultural conflict, culture struggle between the highly conservative Muslims living in the region and these European modern Jewish immigrants who are having women dressed differently, educated very differently, engaged in different kinds of cultural activities, which many of the Muslims find shocking and different and so on. Is in the context of World War I, the Ottoman Empire disappears. And the British and the French engage very large geopolitical discussions to essentially divide up the region between them. The way this plays out specifically for the region we're talking about is especially represented in this document here, written by the Foreign Secretary Lord Balfour. This is the so-called Balfour Declaration, in which he writes this message to Lord Rothschild and asks him to send it to the Zionist Federation. And look at the inside paragraph there, which really encapsulates the problem that the British would have for the next 50-odd years. His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object. That's at the point where most Jews just stopped reading. It was a big party for them because it looked like England, which was in fact very soon going to take over this region with the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. England was going to give Palestine to the Jews. But the second part of the paragraph reads, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. Meaning, the British were saying essentially two things at the same time. On the one hand, they're going to give some of this land to the Jews for their Jewish homeland, but at the same time, they're saying as long as the Arab peoples living there do not object. And that's basically going to be impossible. It's also going to be something which will definitely affect the Jews living in any other country as well, as we shall see. Jews celebrate this with great excitement, and Arabs are concerned. They're not using the term Palestinians for themselves, but as I mentioned in the prelude, let's just refer to them as Palestinians. That term will become much more popular when we get to the second half of the 20th century. The first series of disturbances were associated with the Nabi Musa festival, which ironically commemorates the life of Moses, held sacred by both Jews, Christians, and Muslims. And in the context of this initial riot, 5 Jews and 4 Arabs were killed, and 230 people, primarily Jews in this case, were injured. And this kicks off a series of riots and retaliations. Arab riots against Jews and occasional Jewish riots against Arabs as well, that go throughout the 1930s, culminating in a major period between 1936 and 1939 of very, very heavy violence. I will allow other historians to work out which acts of violence were more significant, but there's no question that what people refer to as the cycle of violence really begins in 1920, right after the Balfour Declaration. So the British right away, they're very good at establishing commissions, and they establish a new commission under Earl Peel, and he issues a massive document called the Peel Report. And very rarely has anyone said it as well as this particular report does. I'll just read to you one section. This is from chapter 20, which could basically say the same thing about much of the later part of the century as well. The problem with Palestine is briefly restated. Under the stress of the World War, this is of course World War I, the British government made promises to Arabs and Jews in order to obtain their support. On the strength of those promises, both parties formed certain expectations. The application to Palestine of the mandate system in general and of the specific mandate in particular implies the belief that the obligations thus undertaken towards the Arabs and the Jews respectively would prove in course of time to be mutually compatible, owing to the conciliatory effect on the Palestinian Arabs of the material prosperity which Jewish immigration would bring in Palestine as a whole. That belief has not been justified, and there seems to be no hope of its being justified in the future. In other words, the British said that they were hoping that, by having Jews move in and improve the economy, and the Peel Report actually discusses that, Jewish immigration did help the economy significantly. There was a lot more employment, there was a lot more capital flowing, and a lot more foreign investment, but that prosperity would not help to solve the political dispute between the Arabs and the Jews in this region. Let's go back. But the British people cannot, on that account, repudiate their obligations, and apart from obligations, the existing circumstances in Palestine would still require the most strenuous efforts on the part of the government, which is responsible for the welfare of the country. The existing circumstances are summarized as follows. Irrepressible conflict has arisen between two national communities within the narrow bounds of one small country. There is no common ground between them. Their national aspirations are incompatible. The Arabs desire to revive the traditions of the Arab Golden Age. The Jews desire to show what they can achieve when restored to the land in which the Jewish nation was born. Neither of the two national ideals permits of combination in the service of a single state. This may be the genesis of what was called the two-state solution, which was eagerly pursued by many diplomatic efforts in the second half of the 20th century. God willing, we'll get to that in another lecture. The Peel report had an appendix which laid out a map, a very controversial map here, that said we should partition this region. And the area outlined in red was to be given to the Jews as a homeland. As you can see, it's a tiny fraction of the later boundaries of the land of Israel, and not entirely conforming to the way the populations had spread out through the land. A lot of Arabs were in this region, a lot of Jews were outside this region, and Jews were incensed that this is what Peel was suggesting. And there's also that kind of like, it looks like a word bubble extending from the ocean to Jerusalem. That's supposed to be like an international zone, allowing for access to the holy sites in Jerusalem for everybody. And the rest of the region outside of that red line would be Arab country, presumably attached to what was called Transjordan. Transjordan was actually separated from the British mandate applied to Palestine earlier. So the Jews were incensed, the Arabs were not satisfied, and this came to non-establishing commissions. And he wrote up a white paper that suggested perhaps they should limit Jewish immigration to the land to 75,000 people over 5 years, which was guaranteed to blow the lid off Jewish aspirations. Because look at the time we're talking about. It's the late 1930s. Anti-Semitism is ramping up in Europe under Hitler. And of course, World War II would begin in 1939, just a few months after the White Paper came out. And immigration of Jews anywhere was a top concern for the entire Jewish people, because of course Hitler would take 6 million lives over the course of World War II. After the Holocaust, you have millions of displaced people all over Europe. Hundreds of thousands of Jews in particular are unwilling or unable to return to their homes in Poland, and they're seeking to establish themselves in the ancestral homeland of Israel. Legal migration and illegal migration is happening at a tremendous clip, and the British are desperate to try and hold off these thousands of Jews who are seeking to make their way to safety in the Middle East. The Arabs, of course, are very incensed with the idea that Europe's problems should be solved with migration to the Middle East, but as one scientist from the Arab put it, the Arabs have a problem of appetite and the Jews have a problem of starvation. They needed someplace else to live, and no other place was acceptable. So basically, the British gave up. Very similar to how they dealt with their departure from India. The entire geopolitical world had changed. They had to retrench themselves after World War II, and they handed the problem off to the United Nations. The United Nations came up with this resolution, number 181, which essentially said the land should be partitioned into 7 sections. Here's a map, which was attached to the bottom of Resolution 181, that divides the land of Israel quite differently from the Peel report. The green areas were to be Jewish. There are 3 of them connected by tiny little wastes. And the goldenrod areas are to be Arab, also connected by these little wastes. And a 7th section was to be around the area of Jerusalem, and that was supposed to be, like the Peel report, some kind of international zone. The history after this point is well known. The Jews, now Israelis, accepted the plan, and in 1948 they proclaimed statehood, and they were immediately attacked by Arab armies surrounding them. They fought a very, very difficult war, but ended up managing to not only keep this territory, but in fact expand it somewhat. That's a very important part of this whole history, but we should understand that the conflict with the Palestinians really began even before that war happened. As soon as Resolution 181 was passed and before the British could leave, there was already violence erupting between Jews and Arabs. And a large number of Arabs living in Palestine chose to flee. Somewhere in the range of 700,000 Arabs left their homes seeking safety. Now, one of the larger debates, like we mentioned earlier with the cycle of violence, one of the larger debates focuses on the question of why exactly did they leave. It does not take a tremendous amount of imagination to realize that families flee theaters of war. There were examples of atrocities. Even an atrocity that is exaggerated and spread through the rumor mill is something that will strike fear in the heart of a family and cause them to flee. Once again, I defer to other historians to go through the details. I'm sure you will find it useful to look at Professor Kramer's work to go into more details as to what specific events Deir Yassin and others that prompted many of these people to flee. But this was called the Nakba, the catastrophe, which essentially displaced something like 750,000 people from what will become the state of Israel in the armistice of 1949. If you look at this map here, you can see the green areas were assigned to the state of Israel in 1947 partition plan. But after successfully defending the territory, the Israelis were able to actually add those pink areas to make the boundaries somewhat more defensible than they were before. That's essentially the origins of the Palestinian Nakba. It's also important to note that there is a Jewish version of this Nakba at the same time. Shortly after this war, there was a wave of anti-Jewish persecution throughout the Islamic world, particularly in Arab lands, and Jews were forced to flee from many of these countries. Perhaps 800,000 Jews were required to flee, many of them making their way to Israel, which ironically achieved the opposite purpose of what many of these states might have had in mind, because it made Israel much more stable and stronger demographically and further cemented its presence in the Middle East. So that's a very quick overview of the major events that contribute to the conflict between the Israelis and Palestinians. I'm sure that many of you will comment that I forgot to mention this or forgot to mention that, and it's true, it's inevitable that as I attempt to compress this massive history into a very, very short presentation, it's inevitable to omit certain things, but I hope that this overview does something to break down the tunnel vision that's so prevalent on social media today, and people can have hopefully productive discussions about how this conflict may be resolved peaceably, and that all the peoples in the land should enjoy health and prosperity. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to continue our discussion of the origins of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict by looking at the second half-century in this very complex topic, specifically moving from the period of the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948 through the Oslo Accords in 1993. I've subtitled this Towards the Two-State Solution because that was one of the most important elements of this period. In this discussion, I'm going to try and focus my comments primarily on the ways in which both Israelis and Palestinians saw the major historical events and how they shaped the path towards some kind of peace. I will not be devoting attention to every single element of this history because it's overwhelming for a very short presentation, but hopefully these elements that I present will be cogent and coherent and will help to provide some background to understanding what we are to make of the current crisis today. History and her fraternal twin sister memory are closely interrelated. History affects memory, memory then turns around and affects history. A simplistic view of history is one in which we say, just tell me what exactly happened and when. Don't realize that every time we tell something about history, we tell it from a particular perspective. Consider, for example, two people standing at very different points of an intersection witnessing a traffic accident. They'll both see very different things because of the place in which they're situated as your thoughts. So when we look at something far more complicated than a simple fender bender, the 100-year-long conflict between Israelis and Palestinians, how much more so is it crucial to understand exactly where we were standing and what kind of perspective we had.
Alright, so since there's been some talk of Brennan Schaub potentially fighting again, I thought now would be a good time to take a look back at the intervention Joe Rogan gave him to get him to stop fighting, because this was obviously a pivotal moment in Brennan's life and career. It is probably one of the most intense podcasts of all time. I mean, this was only 2 days after Brennan's last fight, where he got TKO'd in round 1 by Travis Brown. So going into this, Brennan was already depressed, and then Joe started telling him he's not as talented as the other fighters in his division.
Dude, I went on jet skis on the lake this Saturday. Yeah, now, I'm going to make
and I believe that the skeletal structure of that historiographic model is basically sound. However, as memory and history interact, specifically back to the archival sources and
I went on jet skis on
different perspectives on those same events. Some of those historical evaluations have to be re-evaluated. And so I'm going to rely for this presentation on much of my prior research based in that heroic school, but also on newer research that I think qualifies that material. First of all, I'm going to rely on a lot of the excellent work done.
Still doing it, but I get it. Yeah, I love how. Yeah, well, I get it. Because then I'd be Casey on the car, because Casey was with me. I go, hey, can you believe he still does it? He goes, you're going to be the same way, dude. What are you just going to stop? I'm like, no. Now, for Howard Stein, he didn't give a fuck about money and reads and shit. Like he said, dude. Yeah, dude, I can't wait for the day when we don't have any reads and we can just podcast. I don't know if that day's ever coming, but if it did, that would be fucking awesome.
We just did podcasts, we worry about reads.
If we were smart, we would have done Patreon fucking 10 years ago. Yeah. And so then eventually, if that gets built up enough, we're making the same money you are of ads, and it's just all free for the actual fans.
We're going to do it. What's the fun with the idea of doing Patreon?
I'd be down for it. We've never really done it. I'd be down for it just for the, because we've been around so long. Are we as big as we were 10 years ago? No. But the one thing we have is hardcore fans. Yeah, so it would be for them. Yes, that's the reason I do it. Yeah. And you can regulate, so because a lot of the Reddits and the YouTube is super toxic. You can get rid of all that. So you have hardcore fans like, oh, thank God I can finally comment again and not get destroyed. Yeah. Get made fun of. That's cool. That's why I do it. Like, you'd have to give them incentives on after 12 years of a free show, why they're paying whatever is $3. You'd have to add content to it. You can't just do the same show. Right. We're like, dude, we got it free for 10
years. I would like to do a self-defense seminar and teach guys how to fight a big man. Straight. I want to teach them how to fight a big man, you know?
Sure. If you give some like behind the scenes, you do some live shows, you give extra episodes, you do longer episodes just for Patreon, you give them a reason to subscribe, that makes sense. Yeah. I'm down. Are you though? That's my biggest fear. Are you? What do you mean? You down? I wouldn't have to commit to it. It's going to be a beast. That's more work than we're doing now.
Let's go, bro.
All right. Fuck. All right. Afraid? What do you think, Chid? I'm down as long as it gives. We'll still put up free content, right? But then just adding to it, like extra stuff for the hardcores, which have been supportive since. Yeah, extra episodes, longer episodes, Q&As, and all this on there. Yeah. Then the goal would be eventually get a point where we don't have to do any reads, that we're just doing it. And they can just enjoy the content without having. That's the biggest thing too.
Also, we don't have to post punch.
No, yeah, just so you can just play music on there, videos. Like, we don't have to edit the video. Oh my gosh, it's the Wild West on really. Just be completely raw. I mean, you guys are pretty raw as is, but every now and then we'll have to do something. It's on me. I'll say a few outlandish things and shit has to be edited out. Not just that, but just like saying names of people that you don't want to put them out there. You know, that kind of stuff.
Give me something else.
And amazingly, we were able to
Oh, you mean Colonel Ben? Yeah. Oh, real quick, Brian. Thank you. Just want to give you a shout out. He gave me a Chipotle burrito. Yeah, cost me right. They're expensive, man. $7.99. Yeah, there's not a ton of Chipotles out there. There's one that's not too far, but there's one right near our town. All right, have you guys heard this story? This is wild. You know I love my serial killer.
So Shab arguing with Callan about Callan not wanting to do podcasts, especially if they switch to Patreon. So he's right in that aspect. They should have done it 10 years ago, but he knows what Patreon is. King and the Sting was on there, Golden Hour is on there now. I like how he admitted that the podcast is dead. So, earlier in the podcast, he was saying, I just talked for a year and I've been doing it for 12 years. Why is this guy responding? But now he admits that his podcast is dead. You can tell he's extremely frustrated. But he also admitted something in there else other than it could be dead. He brought up Reddit and YouTube and that he would like to be able to make comments and not get destroyed. And so he is so petrified of Reddit. He thinks going behind the paywall. There's only one thing stopping it, and it's the number one reason why it's not going to happen. No one's going to pay for the Fighter and the Kid podcast behind the paywall. The only reason why some people pay for Golden Hour, a lot of them are holdovers from King and the Sting, and they were 100% paying for the now the others are just paying for Chris W. No one's paying for these two to do a podcast, and they have zero commission. This podcast is dead. The last thing you can do with a dead podcast is put it behind a paywall. It's not going to happen. And what he's talking about, you need to do more content, maybe use some live shows. Didn't he just earlier say he had to get off the road or else he's going to cheat on his wife? So you want Bob is itching to get back out there, more addies and baddies, so he can cheat on his wife.
Syria, 200,000, Lebanon, and 700,000 in Gaza. It is worthy of hope. Most of the descendants of those original refugees have made lives for themselves in Palestinian diaspora. But still, that massive number, 1.5 million people living in refugee camps throughout the region, is deeply troubling, and of course is a constant reminder of how important this problem is and how it must be solved. By 1949, the armistice lines had created something which would later be known as the Green Line, the borders of Israel, even if the states surrounding it did not recognize its official existence. Israel continued to deal with infiltrations from neighboring countries, from Egypt in particular, and there were conflicts like 1956 Sinai War that were very relevant for many other reasons, but I want to focus on the 1967 Six-Day War because that is especially crucial from the Palestinian perspective. If you have a look at this map here, in June of 1967, Israel looked like the map on the left, and you can see that Gaza was part of Egypt, and the West Bank was part of Jordan. Israel then fought a war primarily with Egypt, but also with Jordan and with Syria as well. And amazingly, over the course of a very brief period of time, 6 days, specifically to the establishment of air superiority so long, Israel was able to expand its warfare dramatically. Surprise and victory for everyone involved. And Israel had to decide what it was going to do with these warfare. They decided to annex 2 parts of the region. Annex they took those parts and made them specifically
That was cigars. Cigars and shit. Yeah. Just like a Long Island? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This also happened
money coming on the Long Island joints. Stand up for this local water crowd. I'm like the youngest guy here. I know it's like 35 plus. It's really elegant though. I don't wear suit and ties with the P's. I'm wearing a do-rag and a fucking fitted cap. How'd you do that?
Palestinian population posed a much greater threat because annexing the territory would involve giving all those Arabs citizenship. And that would influence the demographic factors that Israel must maintain.
Well, here we are.
Let us recall that Israel is striving really
Now,
for
King of
two
Scrubs!
goals. One, to establish a Jewish state, a country that is free for Jewish immigration. Jews can flee there if they're persecuted elsewhere. And secondly, it wants to establish a democratic state. It wants the political basis of Israel to be essentially one person, one vote. About 20% of Israel's population is non-Jewish, primarily Palestinian Muslims, also Palestinian Christians, also Druze, and Baha'i, and many other peoples. And 20% is a sizable minority, but it still retains the basic Jewish.
You just can't.
There should be a crack division. I don't see why
She can't get 10 minutes to crack?
I mean, it drives me nuts. If you're really
Hey,
hot
speaking
like
of
that,
crack, though, keep saying the word crack. Can you go to Hunter Biden for me?
So the West Bank and Gaza.
I'm going to go on a limb here and say Hunter Biden's back doing crack.
No,
but wait, did he sell it? Look at this. Does he not? He had great teeth. They're fake. But
he's about my age.
I think he's younger, Bo. Bro, look his age up first. That's all right. Playing it. Just look it up. All right, so I'll play feature and crack.
Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile that came into enormous wealth by very mysterious circumstances and had connections across the globe to very, very powerful people. And he was murdered right before it was all about to blow up. And now there supposedly are no files that the American people can see to explain all of that.
I don't understand why the Jeffrey Epstein case would be of interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff.
It's crazy. Like, do I think that there's an actual list? No, I don't think that there's an actual list. I don't think that he was that stupid. But do I think that what they do have implicates him? Yeah, I think so. You know, I mean, Epstein introduced Melania to Trump. The connections are like,
she's suing.
So,
say that she's suing.
Anyway, why do we think they don't want the files released? I don't know. That thing that
motherfucker can paint. That crackhead can crack. That crackhead can paint.
Which is everything is projection or confession. Everything. So when he puts out that tweet, he says Epstein now is the Russia hoax or the Hunter Biden laptop.
The laptop from hell.
Well, no, the laptop's real.
Came from Russia. No, came from Hunter Biden's bathroom.
Like, I wonder if it works. You know what I mean? When he says to his followers, like, you're no supporter of mine if you keep talking about Epstein.
Yeah.
What do you think was in the files?
That's what that Channel 5 got. That's some real journalism. The reals.
yeah, I don't know, man. She's suing.
Melania Trump, she sued the tabloid or the newspaper. I don't know if they still call them tabloids. She sued the outlet that printed that.
Yeah, it's a fun little thing to kind of like float out there, probably with zero evidence. So
it's a good conspiracy though, and they're fun, but we don't want to get sued.
I don't like it.
He's 55, by the way. He's younger than Brian.
Even if it's true, I don't really know that.
No, I definitely want to know.
It's not good. It's not good.
I definitely want to know. Release it. I'd love to.
No, I would protect it. If I had that information, I would throw it away.
God.
If I had that information, I'd be like, I'm protecting the first lady.
I would waterboard you. I would torch you and crack your ass.
You couldn't break me.
I'd crack your ass wide open and have you tell all the listeners on it.
I'd be like, I'm not going to answer.
You know how many views we would get off that?
Well, you cracking my ass and waterboarding me?
Yeah, that too. But to get
how are you going to crack my ass? What are you going to use?
In terms of the Palestinians,
just my hand. Those orangutans,
You're gonna peel my peach?
yeah, you know how those orangutans felt strong?
You're gonna get a couple thumps in there and just peel out?
You know how you were like, oh, that baby orangutan was so strong. I'd beat the shit out of it. I would open your ass up like a fucking cupboard. Just,
and then what are you gonna do with it?
like I'm getting to raspberry jelly.
I'd be like,
Oh, there we go.
What are you doing? What do you do? What do you do then?
Crack. Oh, crack.
I know, but now
and I'm not a hot female cop. I'm me. Crack.
And so now the air's getting in there. What are you gonna do after that?
I gotta fill the hole.
Oh man. Ew.
What? I'm cracking, dude.
Well, train a lot.
Hunter Biden's on crack.
Well, he certainly, I think that stuff wires you up a little bit. You can't talk about it.
That's God, he's older than you, or younger than you, but
yeah, he's 3 years.
Crack isn't good for the skin. No.
He was also looking at real jail time.
Yes, he should. He still should be in prison. But listen, that's not the point here. The point is he's 100% spot on with his take on it. Yes.
Yeah. Powerful people.
Joe Biden's like, just shut the fuck
I just want to know, like, it's like, if there are files, I don't know. I don't think there's going to be anything. I don't think you're going to find any smoking gun. I think that shit's all been.
No, they have to.
I think it's all been.
Even if it is gone, they're going to have to create a fake one and release it.
Yeah.
What else you got, Jen?
Because it ain't going away.
You guys were talking about Melania suing? So, brings me to this. Jake Paul. He hired an attorney to potentially sue anyone who talks about his, or claims that he's fixing fights. Just like even podcasters. I think they're even going after Piers Morgan. Now, I don't think any of it. The only fight where I'm like, okay, this is just a glorified sparring match is the Tyson one. I think there was an agreement there not to kill Tyson. Yeah. So fakes is not the term for it. But I will say this, and I love Jake Paul, I love Logan, they're my guys. But if he were to beat Anthony Joshua, the fix is in, right? Yeah. Don't sue me, but the fix is in. Yeah. Allegedly.
I don't think that fight with Travis Jr. was fixed.
No, that's the one that they're talking about. No, I don't think those are fixed.
Legit fight.
No, all his fights have been real. It's just the only one where I do think there was some sort of agreement being like, hey, Mike, take this fight. I'm not going to fucking kill you. I'm going to hit you. It's going to be real, but I'm not going to take you out.
He was fucking cracking. He was hitting Julius Caesar Chavez.
But he wasn't Mike Tyson.
No.
Yeah, so this attorney has worked with Jay-Z, Elon Musk, and Alec Baldwin. And, you see the statement here? Paul made it clear he was going to defend his name. He recently revealed he was fed up with the narrative when Piers Morgan weighed in on his bout. Orange Sage bullshit. I can see what Jake's doing there. Because all the ideas, right? As real as they get. Badass, blah, blah, blah. So when he fought Nate, do you think Nate agreed to that? No, that's real, dude. Nate's not going to sign up and agree to lose to a fight. If you know Nate Diaz, he's a fighter's fighter. He was actually trying to win that fight. He didn't lose that fight on purpose. So I'm with Jake on this. I'm with Jake, like, but are you going to go after, like, because this is only going to make it worse. So they'll be able to go out at guys like Piers Morgan, and let's say ESPN blasts something out. They're not because they're good with them. But let's say there was, like if Rogan said it was fake, Schulte, like big names, I get going after them because they have money. But you're not going to go after 0076_slapdick that he posts a fight of him winning that goes, it's rigged. Hold on, you can't win that fight. Is that it? That's it for the Jake Paul thing. You guys want more current events? Give us one more. Okay, you know what? Let me scroll through these and you tell me which one you guys like. I'm feeling my way. How about the Lizzo one? Yeah, just Lizzo. Let's end on Lizzo.
Let's see Lizzo.
Okay, so this is her, I guess, responding basically to, is she mimicking Sydney Sweeney's exact commercial, or this is her own version?
Let's see what she has to say.
Let's see.
It's way too hard.
I'm out.
That's my legs. Don't need no boxer to be pulled up on the front headings.
Yeah. Not my type.
Bitch, what did I told you? I'm going into October. Give me some.
That was it. Give me Cindy Sweeney.
Yeah, there's just somebody leaning into whatever it is. Yeah.
But does
that body positivity, all I see is diabetes.
No, her health, her cholesterol's fucking disaster. Her insides are.
See whatever you want. Well, kids, come see me in San Diego, August 22nd, 23rd. Then see me at the Covino Lab Factory, September 11, 12, 13, I think. And then I'll be in Charlotte, North Carolina, September 19, 20.
All right, kids, that's it. Last month for Drive Fast All Gas. That's right. The giveaway ends this month. I've been promoting this thing for a hot second. It's 2024 TRX with over $50,000 in upgrades. And it's gonna go away the end of the month. This is it. We're dropping new merch. There's some new special incentives. So get on down. We got our new bundles now. Methylene blue. We got the greens on there. We got all the new merch. Diesel Dad, everything. Go to drivefastallgas.com. Ends this month, so get to it. All right, kids. This is the Vitamin Kid. We're out.
Even their mere presence here in the States ordering.
This is really the Fighter of the Kids. Hello, Brian.
Everybody, just working my neck a little bit. Did a little wrestling today. Did some duck hunters. Did some arm drags. 2 single legs and stuff like that. So working my wrestling because that's priority at 58.
Dude,
you know what I'm saying?
I'm glad you're putting all your eggs in that basket.
It's not that. It's just that I like knowing that people have to worry about their body from the knee down, and they don't know it. So when they're around me, they feel so secure because they're big and bench, they can bench, and they don't know that there's literally something called an Achilles heel. There's literally something called the back of your knee.
Well, someone asked me, they go, is Brian tough? And I just go, look, keep you busy.
That's what I like to hear. He'll keep you busy, right?
Yeah, for a little bit.
Because his head's going to be in your chest. His head's going to be on your head. His head's going to be in the crook of your neck.
What would be cool is if you did it so much you got cauliflower at 58.
That would be.
You'd be the oldest guy ever to get
cauliflower. Out. It's like, guys, what I'm doing now.
Yeah.
But there's no way. I'm sorry. There's no way. And I talked to Brigham and Ways to well. There's no way I can do this the way I'm doing this and not do something like a peptide, testosterone, something. I got to do something. It's got to break it down.
Depends what you want to do. Yeah, your age, just all the time.
And by the way, I'm not live wrestling. I'm just moving around.
Still alive.
Yeah.
Still alive.
Yeah.
Still alive.
Oh, look at this.
That could be you, man. Shave your head, get on a bunch of gear.
That looks natural. Yeah. By the way, he's probably 47.
Yeah, I got shred, Bill. Shred. That could be you, dude.
Could be me.
That'd take a long time to get to that level.
Yeah.
His dick real bad at that age is tough.
Yes. That guy right there. That's probably AI, but I love that look.
You got a gorilla.
Yeah, right there.
Albino gorilla. That's probably real.
Yeah.
I bet you that guy's like 50.
You know what? That's what you realize. You're like, oh, you're 48.
Just because if you shave his beard, you're like, oh, that's that influencer that we had on the show that's in trouble with the law. Right? Liver King?
Yes.
No, but that's a different thing.
Yeah, that's a photo shoot. It's probably a little enhanced with AI.
Maybe. That guy's a dog.
It's got some tits on it, though. See how the nipples start to fall down?
There's nothing you can do about it, dude.
That'd be, what is that? That's a gyno a little bit? Little gyno?
Yeah, or just saggy tits.
Or gyno. He's got
or he's 60 and just your tits start to sag.
Yeah.
And you see how it gets loose on the end? Like, even Hulk Hogan had that, The Rock has that. Like,
we gotta tighten that up.
It's tough. You have to have surgery.
Yeah. Well, some things are worth surgery up.
Agreed.
Once your tits get saggy, we got a problem.
Dude, Bosty had tryouts yesterday. You know, it's all about tea, but Bosty had tryouts yesterday. They decided to have him because they in the evaluations, they put him with the 8-year-olds. He's 5. They have trial with 8-year-olds.
Oh my God.
He had to catch pop flies, which isn't his thing. Most young kids are scared of pop flies. They had him do grounders, and then he got 5 at-bats.
Pop flies are hard. Don't miss that ball sometimes.
Yeah, I'm scared to get hit in the face.
Yeah.
Bossy balled out, though. He made the squad.
Yeah.
8-year-old squad.
Really?
Yeah.
At 5?
Yeah. Went 5 for 5 hitting, 3 for 3 fielding. Pop flies we got to work on. You got in the car, you go, buddy, proud of you. You're going to get ice cream. What do we need to work on? There's pop flies. So there you go. You should know. It's funny. The coach goes, "How do you think you did?" But he goes, "Definitely the best player here."
Yeah. You said that?
Yeah. I was like, "All right, dude. All right, man.
Definitely the best player here. Oh.
Yeah. Well, because some of the kids, it's rack still.
Yeah.
At 5.
Oh, okay.
You get a little worried about him.
I had a girlfriend one time, and she was, I remember, this is probably when I was, I don't know, 30, fucking whatever. And I meet these, I had friends who were older, and they were actors, and I kind of wanted to impress them. I liked them a lot. And she said, "So you're Brian's girlfriend?" And she goes, "He likes him." She just looks at him. She goes, "Hey, he likes him beautiful and young." So I was like, I swear to God, she goes like this. No, she goes, she likes him beautiful, young, and smart as a whip.
Smart as a whip?
She said, smart as a whip.
Well, that's a little cocky.
And I remember just being so embarrassed by that. I was like,
it's a little
you don't have, let me say that. You don't have to say that.
Yeah, it's a little cringy.
Yeah.
With Bossy saying that at 5, you like it. And it just is what it is. You need to have that cockiness in sports. If you especially because he's 5, and he's by far the smallest kid.
Yeah.
And he's amongst these giants. And for him to go, best kid here, you're like, all right.
So gun to my head.
Different than your girlfriend, right?
I don't know if she said smart as a whip, but I think
you added that on. And I was going to call you on that guy. That never happened. I was having fun with the story. But I don't like how you made that seem like Bossy was saying the same thing because he's a 5-year-old playing with 8-year-olds. And you're getting girlfriend at the time. You said she's smart as a whip.
Delete that.
Just bleep it out. Just bleep it out.
That is such an outrage.
Just bleep it out. But her saying that, she's in her 20s.
The reason I bring that up is because I remember that she did say, like, young, beautiful, smart as a whip. Probably not as smart as a whip. I added that.
You made that for the story, which I appreciate.
For the story. That's what we do. Gotta add good for the story sometimes, right? But we used to have, the reason I brought that up is because we would have arguments where she would be like, "Well, I'm really intelligent." She'd say stuff like that. Like,
people don't say that.
And I was like, and I you know me, I was, when I was younger, we're the same guy like that. I can't let certain things go. I'd be like, okay, what do you mean by that? What's your criteria for intelligence? What's your criteria here?
What degrees do you have?
Yeah, right. And there weren't a lot. And I was like,
she didn't have a college degree?
She was no. She was.
But I would be willing to bet she could suck the meanest dick this side of Venice, California.
She was. I didn't date her long. I dated her. I mean, I may as well get into it. Should we get into it? Were we in the circle of trust? Nobody else is listening?
No.
I remember I didn't date her long, and she was always dressed really well, and she gave me. She had my wiener in her mouth.
Yeah.
She was performing, and she took a thumb and stuck it right at my shitter. Yep. And she had long nails, and it didn't feel like long nails. She just knew exactly how to do that.
Weird. She knew how to play with your boobs.
And I was like, what in the world?
Yep. She was a whole new world.
Yeah, a whole new world. And
that was when you knew you liked ass play.
I was like, this is not terrible. And I went, and I lost.
You're like, this is great. Now I wonder what a guy's stuff feels like, right? That's the next step.
Is that the next step?
Yeah.
Is that the next step?
Man, this feels great with this female skinny thumb.
You got
it. We're widen this thing up, and I get you'll reveal stuff in my ass. They start checking out the milk.
That's just all that is college stuff.
Yeah, fair.
It's just college stuff.
Speaking of college stuff, did you see finally McConnell respond to me criticizing him not taking
McConnell? I did not see that.
He responded to me criticizing him for not taking the money. Now, let me be very upfront here. Him not taking the money helps me out. So at the end of the day, I don't give a flying fuck.
Yeah.
It actually puts more money in my pocket, Don Cerrone's pocket. Some other fighters could probably use it. But here's my thing, Bubba, and I'm a fan of McConnell. And I expect a rebuttal. Whenever you criticize a fighter, we're fighters.
Well, I think you went hard in the press. I think
hold on, let me finish. So whenever you call out a fighter, I expect a response. They're fighters. You call me out. If you're just a general fan or hater, I don't respond. If we're from the same alumni or you're professional, well, now you got my attention, because I'm not going to come off as a bully there. Like with Nate Diaz, that's not bullying. He called me out. we're from the same fraternity. We both fight. So if we fight, we both have a set of skills, and we both agree to it. That's different than if you're just some schmuck in the bar. That's not cool. If a professional beats up an average Joe, that's bullying. That's not the way to do it. But if you're from the same fraternity, the UFC fraternity, well, now we can both play this game. But here's the thing with Makana is if you're going to start a beef, if you're going to go back and forth, buddy, you can't wait, you can't wait 10 days to respond. I don't know if it's a language barrier. I don't know if it's a translation thing where they have to figure out what I said. Either way, your handlers, you can't get back to me after 10 days. I've moved on. When someone and fans are hitting me up like, oh, Makana's taking shots at me. What? About what? It's like with Nate Diaz. It took him several days to respond, and all he said was, you'd be surprised. First of all, I've moved on in my life, dude. And second of all, that's not original. That's so weak. You're making a reference from fucking 12 years ago. And your team, your handlers, that's what you got. And with Makana, right? And this is prototypical chat GPT. How do I talk to the bread and chop? Here it is. He's dumb. He's a meathead. He's bad at podcasting. He was a bad fighter. If I post a drug, did you flip it? The standard shit, right? The standard shit. None of it's original. So his team put in ChatGPT. How do I talk shit to Brendan Schaub? Again, he's in Brazil, so I don't know. Maybe it's a translation issue. Yeah. If you think yourself as dumb, I never said I was dumb. I might call myself an idiot, but compared to him, I'm Elon Musk.
Well, he's not talking to you about that.
Think about my fans, which is, if you're listening to me, that means I'm dumb and and the fans are dumb, right? And then he goes, Brendan Schaub's show on YouTube. Oh, it's a podcast, mainly audio. We do YouTube just for the fuck of it.
Sorry,
and the comedy special. Hold on. And the comedy special. Oh, you're talking about from 5 years ago? So it's just like, dude, again, if you were going to come with this rebuttal, you got to do it at least within 24 hours. Otherwise, I'm out. I'm not going to play your game. But if you're going to wait a fucking week, 10 days, however long this took to come up with this rebuttal, it has to be good. Then I'm like, all right, they took their time. We probably got some writers. Then I'm in. But when it's this, and listen, I like Makana. Him not taking the money helps me out, helps the other fighters out. You're putting more money in my pocket. And Makana, I hate to tell you, 99.9% of UFC fighters, alumni, current fighters, staff, anybody who works at the UFC, is on my side. You're not going to find many fighters that agree with you. Everyone thinks it's fucking stupid what you're doing. Now, again, I don't know Makano, and I don't know how far the dollar goes in Brazil. Maybe he's set. Maybe he comes from family money. I think he was going to be a lawyer and dropped out of that to pursue fighting. So he's a smart dude. He's a very smart guy. He's entertaining. He's great. And here's the other thing. If you're going to respond and then make fun of me, how no one watches my show, or I can't podcast, can't do this stuff, blah, blah, blah. But to get your message out, you have to go on another man's show to reach me. I sit down over there in a chair for the last fucking 12 years and get my message out. And you saw it. It got to you. You have to call another grown man who's built their platform in near Hawaii, has a big platform, just to reach me, bud. I do it from here, and you're making fun of me.
Wait, it might have been that he let it go, and then Ariel asked him about it.
No. Oh, okay. He doesn't have a fight coming up. This is the only thing that's current.
But wasn't he on Ariel when he said that?
Correct, Brian. That's the point. Hold on.
No, but did he go on?
Hold on.
No, but he didn't go on.
Brian doesn't.
He didn't go on
to address this. He doesn't have a fight.
Only that? Or did he go on there for other?
He doesn't have a fight coming up.
Right.
So if you're going to go on shows, it's usually because you have something to promote, correct? A fight, maybe release some brand or some brand deal.
Yeah.
Now, he went on another grown man show to get the message out because he can't do it from here. And then he's trying podcasts and knowing their mom is, right? Weird. Who's the first UFC fighter to do a podcast? Do you know who it is? Right? So he's going to launch a podcast. You're going to call it Show Me the Money. And then when they show you the money, you turned it down. Oh, but I'm the dumb one.
Do you think that the clapback came as a result of you saying he'd never be champion?
Probably. And I stand by that. I'm not trying to hurt his feelings. Let's go black and white here. Take feelings out of it. Let's be analytical. Let's take feelings out of it. If you look at his record, and I'm not being mean. This is, if I did not know him, we didn't have this beef. You look at the lay of the fucking land at 55 that he's fighting at. Anytime he's fought top echelon competition, he has lost. He's lost. He's coming off a 2-fight loss streak right now. Right? He beat BSD, who was overhyped. So that's probably his best win. He lost to RDA, which is years ago. He lost to Paziv. These are all top of the division. Keep going. He lost to Korean Zombie. He lost to Jose Aldo. He lost to Brian Ortega. So just be analytical. So you haven't beat any of these top guys. You're not going to. You beat Drew Dober, Jalen Turner, BSD, who we know was overhyped, and that's my fault. I overhyped him. He was a beast, but he's not. It was fake hype. He has no legit wins, right? So you beat him, and then by beating him, you got a title shot because the main event fell out in a short notice. That will never happen again. It will never happen again. And then they give you a bounce back fight with an older Dariush, and you lose to him. So for just being analytical about it, me saying you're not getting a title shot isn't a shot at him. Fucking 99.9. I never fought for a title.
You're being honest.
And it's fair. He's a fighter to criticize that. But if you take your feelings out of it, he knows this. I know this. The fan base knows this. Now, he's a fun fighter to watch. He's exciting. He'll always have a career. But again, he's a smart dude. I'm not going to call him dumb and all this shit, blah, blah, blah. But he might be playing checkers. I'm sorry. He might be playing chess, and we're playing checkers. Because he might be thinking, I don't know what they pay him. It's probably a good amount of money with how many fights he has, right? And he fought for that main event, probably got a good payday. He's fighting top echelon guys. He might be saying, hold on. I think he's a smart dude, so maybe he's doing this. He's already lost 2 in a row. You lose another one to get Tyson. He might say, instead of taking this antitrust lawsuit money, which he said was, I think, $200,000 or $300,000, it's not. I know how they break it down. He's going to get about $120,000. So he's off even on his numbers. I just don't think he has the facts. So he's not actually turning down $200,000 like he said. He's probably turned down below $100,000, which is still a lot of money.
Yeah, but after tax,
after tax and all that. But he probably makes more fighting, right? So the smart thing to do, if he thinks Dana's gonna scratch his back, which I doubt he is, maybe they are, is I'm a 2-fight losing streak. They give me a bad matchup, I'm fucked, dude. I'm gonna make way less more money. If I can just win one more, that's gonna extend my career another 2 to 3 fights.
Favorite.
Yes, so that's gonna extend my career another 2 to 3 fights. So by turning this $100,000 down,
he makes a lot more.
Correct. So I think he's playing chess, and we're thinking it's check. That's why I assume he's turned down the
That's what I feel like. That's what makes sense. That would be the smart sort of
he doesn't say that though. He doesn't say he goes, it's a pride thing, it's a respect thing.
And it probably is as well. It's probably
that's all garbage. That's all garbage. And I'm coming from as an older guy who has been around the league longer than him. I've been behind the scenes way longer than him. I have the relationships to know how this works. I'm telling you now, McConnell, maybe you're right. Maybe they give you a favorable matchup and you extend your career. Maybe. And I fucking hope they do. I hope that's why you're doing it. But typically, it never works out that way. They never scratch your back. They just don't. And it's all good. You're in the fight business. It's pretty fucking, it's the most cutthroat business you can be in. Because this is the way it will work. I'll say Dana goes behind the scenes, hey dude, tight move showing loyalty to the UFC. Here's a good matchup for you, and you win that one. He's not going to continue to give you good matchups at the level you're at. The next one after this, it gets real, and you're back to the drawing board. That's how this goes. That's just how it goes. And you're in the toughest division in the world. It's at 55. So it's no knock on Makano saying that 55 is the most talented division. He's ranked in the top 15. You know how impressive that is? His wins are super impressive.
What's his ranking right now? Probably top 15.
13, probably.
I think that, yeah.
Which, you know how hard it is to be ranked top 13 in the world?
I think you said what a lot of people would think. Right?
Anyone that knows the sport knows I'm 100% correct.
Yes.
11.
11. It's impressive.
And I think he was even higher than that before he lost 2. So, you're talking about a top 10 guy, which is super impressive. But you look at the top 5, it's not a pretty picture for him. And that's all good. That's not a knock on him, dude.
It's the truth.
But again, they get upset about that, and I get it. I understand that. I expect even a blowback from this 14 days later.
Keep it going.
Dude, I got too many fish to fry. I fried this Brazilian fish fucking 10 days ago. I don't go back for leftovers.
I don't know that I never got that you were actually attacking Kano anyway. You were just kind of saying, hey, the UFC doesn't work this way, right?
Yeah, that's all it is. Yeah. And also at the end of the
he may have a great relationship with Dana, though, and he may have been like,
so do a ton of guys do. They're still taking the money. The UFC, there's no negative side effects from taking the fucking
money. Yeah, my guess is Dana would say take the money.
It's
already been.
Dana would be like, oh, dude, yeah.
First of all, the money's not going back to Dana. It's not like I'm not going to take the money and now.
No, and that's why I'm glad he's not taking the money. The money comes to me, and the rest of the fighters that are taking, and I think it's like 97% of the fighters are taking it.
Yeah.
Only 3% aren't. I know Big Fish who's not taking it. Yeah. But again, I don't know what kind of financial situation, and he was going on to be a lawyer. And I don't know his family in Brazil. The dollar goes a lot longer out there than it does here. He might be completely fine. But again, remember, he's in a different boat than a lot of us. He thought he was going to get, I think he said he turned down 200,000, 300,000. That's not the case. He turned down about 100-something. Because the formula they use to break down how much you're going to get, you can figure it out. People have figured it out. He actually turned down about 100-something, 110,000. Still a ton of money, but after taxes, I can see why he's like, just give me a good matchup. Because that's the long game.
100%.
So I think he's doing it to play.
What's a good matchup for him, you think?
I don't know. Where he's at in Chandler. Chandler would be a fun one. Yeah. Big name, or like to get a big fight if they're going to reward him. Patty Pimlet.
That'd be a fun fight, actually.
It's a fun fight.
It's
a huge name.
That'd be a fun fight for him.
Justin Gaethje.
Yeah, these are good fights. Keep him away from the wrestling kind of stuff. Is that what you're?
He's a black belt on the ground. Yeah. No, he can wrestle. He's a black belt, dude. Legit black belt.
Are we not going to see Topuria, Patty? Because I want to see that before I see Sarukian.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if they're going by the rankings, it should be Sarukian. It's a tough sell at Patty at 9 and a win over Chandler to fight for the title. It's a tough sell.
So that was.
Now, I would love to sell it. I could sell it. Yeah. But to the fans and the rankings, you're going to let the guy jump from 9. He just beat up old Chandler. Jump to the Q. You seen Sarukian's fucking win?
I mean. That's a very, very problematic fight.
If it's any other sport, this isn't even a conversation.
Very, very problematic fight for Ilya Topuria.
He's still favored in the fight.
Do you think he should be favored in that fight?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Poor game.
I mean, Topuria is the fucking real deal, man.
Yeah. He walks around about 190 Topuria, which I had no idea. So he's very thick. 55 is... The fact that he can get down to 45 is so insane. I mean, what he did to Charles Oliveira. Yeah.
That was a split decision. That would be a bad one to reference. So that was a split decision. Most people thought that Charles Oliveira fight was a split decision. No, Sarukian.
I'm talking about Topuria.
Oh, yeah. We're talking about Sarukian. Because remember that his last win was Charles Oliveira. Yeah. That was a split decision, and it was only a 3-round fight. And Charles Oliveira was coming back super strong, catching in all sorts of submissions. Most experts would say that fight went 2 more rounds, Charles Oliveira was going to pull that out. So that'd be the knockout Sarukian. And then he misses weight in the championship fight. And that's when how we get to McConnell. That's how he got a fucking opportunity. Full, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be.
But again, UFC's a fucking. It's owned by TKO. It's WWE. What's gonna be the bigger fight? Patty's a much bigger fight. Not even remotely close. To sell tickets? Are you fucking kidding me? Huge.
Because we all the fight fans want to see what Sarukian can do here.
The hardcores want Sarukian, and Sarukian deserves it. He's ranked fucking number 1 for a reason. Patty's number 9.
Yeah.
So if you're UFC, the game you play, all right, do we give Patty another good matchup? Maybe give him a just engage. He beats him. Now we can sell it, and he's proved he's worthy of it. Do we do that? Well, if he loses that fight, hopefully he comes back. But
yeah,
I don't know.
It's dicey.
Yeah, so it's like, do you make the fight now while he gets hot, undefeated? And Topuria also said he'd rather vacate than fight Sarukian.
He did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he said there's so much that goes to the camps and fight week, and this guy pulls out of fights. My argument there is that doesn't work. Sarukian's only pulled out 1 fight ever. It was when he was going to fight his last knock shot.
Topuria wants Patty Pimblett over Sarukian.
We all do.
Yeah,
because
money-wise,
he thinks it's easier. I actually think I think it's a better fight than most people think. I think Patty's better than most people think.
I do too.
Yeah.
I think though that
Patty wins that fight, it's gonna be fucking tough. But again, if he does, the UFC's going, we finally got our another big star.
I think Patty has a real chance of also getting knocked out because he's just not in that mid distance. He's not what Topuria is, and he gets hit. Nobody answers.
Nobody.
Yeah, you cannot. You can't be. Yeah, you can't actually get hit with Topuria. But he's big, man. Patty's big. He's huge. He's really big. He can take a punishment too. He's got a chin on him. Yeah. So it's a different thing. Patty.
Entertained. I'd rather watch Patty, but the Sarukian deserves it.
Patty is, I would say, not only does he rise to the occasion in the big fights, but I think he's so sneaky athletic. He's so athletic. He's a freak. Yeah. Freak. Big.
And legit superstar material.
Yes.
Legit superstar.
Yes. Yes.
And if I know this, the UFC definitely knows this, and that's why he'll jump the queue.
So do you think he'll jump the queue?
I don't know.
Someone says this Sarukian Topuria fight's happening from what I read.
Yeah, but Chael talks a bunch of shit. He's doing it for views. But again, he works for UFC, so I don't know. I've heard both ends. I've heard from legit sources they're going with Patty. I've also heard from legit sources like Chael, only Chael, that they're going Sarukian.
Arafat was much better.
Let's see.
We'll see.
Sarukian's a bigger, much riskier fight in a lot of ways. And you don't get the same. Now, will that payday change? Will that purse change?
Yes.
And it'll change.
Why do you think Topuria wants Patty?
Because he wants a piece of the paper.
Well, he gets pay-per-view no matter what. Patty's just going to sell a ton more paper. And you could sell out Wembley Stadium in minutes with that kid.
Really?
Yeah.
Patty's
he's massive. He's by far the biggest star. He's bigger than Tom Aspinall.
Homeboy makes a fortune.
Yeah, fortune. You don't have to fight.
Really?
No.
Gotta love that fucking kid.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah.
All right, what else you got, Jim?
Take a break, Brandon.
Let's talk about cars for a second, pal.
I need auto parts, dude. I need somebody to test my battery when I'm in my car. I need a friendly, reliable staff. I need to know that I can get the parts I want, like windshield wiper blades, etc. Okay?
Dude, you need O'Reilly Auto Parts. They offer friendly, helpful service and parts knowledge you need for all the things you just mentioned. They got 1,000 parts, accessories in stock, either in store or online, so you never have to worry if you're in a jam. So if they don't have it, they order it, shows up the next day, dude. So with your car expert or a rookie like Brian, you'll find the employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts are your one-stop shop for everything. All right, we got you guys. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. O'Reilly.
Just when you thought summer couldn't get any hotter, Pluto TV is turning up the heat with thousands of free movies. Presenting Summer of Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator. I will have my vengeance. Good Burger.
This is what I call fast food.
Beverly Hills Cop. The Girl with a Dragon Tattoo. And Julie and Julia.
Pull up the cheese.
All for free on your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
I'm gonna have myself a Magic Mike, if you don't mind, Max.
Oh, I already had one. Yeah.
You guys want to get into a flow state?
Mikado hurt my feelings, so I felt dumb, so I took my max.
That's what happens sometimes.
I know, dude.
If you feel dumb, somebody hurts your feelings.
Are you
want
dumb like
mental
me?
clarity? You want alertness? You don't want to be jittery? This has time release caffeine. It's the same technology pharmaceutical companies use. I don't know of any other energy shot that actually has time release to caffeine. It's got about the same amount of caffeine as 2 cups of coffee, 165 milligrams. But over a long period, it's awesome.
They sell out nonstop. It's hard to get.
Yes.
Because once you try Max, there's no going back.
You want a sharper brain for tomorrow? It supports a healthier, sharper brain. And if you're a high performer like us, you got to get yourself some Max. Oh. It's good too. It's like smooth, sustained power. I'm looking for sustained power.
I'm just looking not to be dumb. It helps me.
You have to down a couple Magic My Maxes.
I'm too dumb.
It's okay, dude. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
I bet if we sent Mikado back to those, he'd take that money. He'd snap out of it. Oh, no.
Yeah. Take that money. Anybody who's got a decision to make, you want to get more done without burning out. Stay sharp, confident, in control.
All right, what do you got, Jim? All right, first one is the news of Howard Stern potentially being canceled, the show. No, it's not potentially, Jim. No, they're still in,
He's been on the air for 40 years.
They're still negotiating a contract, so he's apparently insiders are saying that he'll probably do like if the money's right, he'll do 1 or 2 more years. But yeah, it's
$100 million.
Well, the executive at Sears came out. We're just not seeing return off the $100 million we paid him. Here's the thing, like people on the right are going to celebrate, and I think partially this is true. Like you look at Stephen Colbert, you look at Howard Stern. What's the one common denominator they both have in common? They went super political. So they're talking shit about Trump. They were super pro-COVID. So it went from fun entertainment to just anti-Trump rhetoric, right? And people just don't want that.
Right.
They just don't want that. We need to take a fucking page out of their book before we become like them. Because there's topical stuff when it comes to politics.
But they can get
it's
that
not
anywhere.
what we do.
It's not they can get that anywhere.
And you can get from much smarter minds. I don't hear Howard Stern, this guy makes $100 million a year, talking about his fucking, from his fucking castle, tells that you're a piece of shit if you don't take the COVID shot while he's in his fucking sealed castle. That's not going to work. Colbert, before I go to bed, I don't want just a huge anti-Trump program. Even if I'm not on board with everything Trump, that's not what makes you feel bad. What's the common denominator? They both went super hard in the paint politically.
Did he start losing his appeal? So that we track that. They certainly weren't making their money back.
No.
He's also in his 70s. He might be tired of it, right? He might be tired of it.
He's doing it, but also, like,
he's kept his hair.
Sure. But I think, too, remember Howard Stern first on the scene being super crazy, dude. You remember, he was in blackface. He was calling people the N-word. He was super competitive, hyper-competitive.
You know when he got fired from D.C.?
Dude, he would go into markets and be like, who's your biggest DJ? And then take over the radio station, beat him in the ratings.
Yeah.
So,
well, he'd also go hard after him.
Of course, yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. So then he would take over these markets, and people love that. He'd do, porn stars. He'd have one of the best interviewers ever. He'd have the celebrities on, get their sex life in. They'd shut that door. He'd find a way.
He was actually a very important cultural figure.
Oh, massive. Even Rogan would say that. Like, he's a huge influence on Rogan. You know, he's not Rogan's biggest fan now. But, how old do you say he is?
He's in his 70s.
I mean, you're damn near in your 60s. I'm in my 40s, almost mid-40s. When you've been doing it for a long time, we're doing it nowhere as long as him. It's fucking tough.
You can add the fact that he's waking up at 3 in the morning, right?
There's that's
hard on your body.
But then also, he doesn't have his ear to the ground. He's a little bit in. He's out of touch. So he's in his ivory tower. He's out of touch. So him speaking on COVID, the political climate, inflation, any of that shit.
Can I just show you this? Some sources indicate a drop from 20 million daily listeners, which was in fact to as few as 125,000.
Wow. Now, part of this is him doing the whole political rant. Also, part of it, he's just older. Yeah. Where people are like, all right, this isn't fun anymore.
That's right.
And then also, Sirius, you know, the majority of the listeners, when you buy a new car or you rent a car, it has Sirius in it. So they would count those as Howard Stern listeners. Do you know anybody that has Sirius?
No, I never listened to it. Never.
Because Apple and Spotify took over, and then he never made the adjustment, which I think would be huge if he went back to his old ways and was on. If he was on YouTube, it'd be massive.
Agreed.
So even if they do cancel this, if I'm Howard Stern, if he wants, he makes so much money. I don't know he'd still do it, but if he want to, you imagine if Howard Stern just had the same celebrities on, it was on YouTube or Apple or Spotify.
Forget it.
If he was like, oh, no more waking up at 3 in the morning. Well, I'm just gonna build a studio in the city. I'm just gonna build a studio in the city. Meet me at noon. They'll release it the next day.
Or just meet me at my house.
Could. They want people at your house, but yeah.
You know. Wow.
But dude, there's no one wilder than Howard Stern when he first on the scene. But that, again, I don't fault them for it because we've changed too.
Yeah.
Like when you come up, when you first start, you're fucking young and crazy, dude. And then you grow up.
Yeah. He got fired from a radio station in D.C. when that plane flew into the 14th Street Bridge and people were killed. He called the airline, I think American. He said, how much is the ticket from Washington National to the 14th Street Bridge? Like, he would do shit like that. And they were like, you're out of here. Let's just make it bigger.
Dude, he did terrible shit. He had a lady that he shamed and she committed suicide.
Well, that was my friend, my buddy. His wife ended up.
Yeah. They've had porn stars on. Remember,
it wasn't. Yeah.
They had Beetlejuice on. They had guys with stutters. Right? It was like this huge joke. It was just a different climate back then. Now you can't really do that. You'd go blackface. You know, it's just a different time.
You ever see his movie?
Oh yeah, I loved it. Yeah,
he got a nose job in the middle of that movie.
I used to like
it. His nose was too big, and then they had to shoot around his nose. Hilarious. Go scroll down for a sec. Yeah, back in the day.
You know what he could do? He could also sell his entire catalog. Think how many interviews he has. He could just upload old interviews that people love. Now, most of it he get canceled for now for all that stuff. Yeah. He's off in the summer, but this year he has been saying maybe I should retire.
I mean, you know, he's done it all, right? How many people can you talk to?
Yeah. He predominantly broadcast from his home over the past 5 years, citing fears over COVID-19. You don't be a bitch, you have to be. That's where I'm at. Like, if you're just that big of a sissy, I don't give a fuck if you're the funniest guy in the world. I'm out, dude. I can't condone it. If you're that big of a bitch, where you stay in your house in 2025, not tough. He's a scared kid. But again, he used to be super edgy.
Yeah, he was edgy behind the mic. You know what I'm saying? Like, he
did wild shit that he knew he would get in trouble for.
Smart ass.
And he still risked it.
Great at being a smart ass.
Now you can't get him out of his house.
Look at that. Donald was on the show all the time.
Yep. 20 times.
Amazing.
Yeah, Donald was a big deal. Back in the day.
Yeah, there he is. There he is.
There's Robin, his sidekick, with the heavy hitters. She's heavy.
Wow, I'm not looking at that. Yeah,
well, that's what she's doing.
That hair.
There's your boy, Andy, going.
You know, Andy?
Yeah, but Sirius is also just a dying breed. Like, they shut down all their MMA content. Like, Luke Thomas used to have a show on there, odds and negotiations with him. You know, Jason Ellis was on there. Road Dogg was on there. They shut down all of that, dude.
Yep. It's not making money. There's just too much competition, too.
Well, it's also just changed.
I'm not going to pay out.
Also, the landscape's changed.
But why would I pay a subscription for Sirius when I can get Rogan and anybody else? You know, Tucker Carlson, all these people. Look at Madonna. She was, I think, so hot when she was younger. So hot.
I told you,
my buddy dated her too.
What did you say, Chip? I told you I went to her show because, you know, some girl invited me. So, you know, I didn't really want to go. But what year? Last year? Okay. Less than a year ago? She's in her 70s, right? She puts on a freaking crazy good show, and I'm still not. She's still going. Yeah, but she, like her energy and everything, it's still there. If she was performing next door and the pod just ended, I wouldn't stop. I wouldn't even peep my head in.
The amount of work she's had done and how crazy she is now, but when she was,
I give her props though.
that was what she should have just faded off at the sunset and become a producer or
let her have the same size arms. That's cool.
It'd be cool, man. I do wrestling. Dude, I do wrestling. Be cool, man. I really do. Dude, I do wrestling, bro.
Howard Stern's a legend, dude. He just, lately he's just a giant bitch.
Yeah, got older.
And the real men go, I can't fuck with this anymore.
That's also true.
The men go, I just can't.
That's true.
You're in your ivory tower. Guys calling people that they should die who don't get the COVID shot. Like, all right,
they say that shit. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, you saw the real. You saw how nasty people were.
Yeah, he's just not a guy's guy. That's how this goes. You know how he talks smack on podcasting? I have a feeling he might just end up going into podcasting from some. Here's the thing: he probably has $500 million. So I don't. If I'm him, dude, fuck it, bro.
That's the thing. That's what I don't understand. Like, you got that kind of money. Like, I'd be like.
That's what I don't get. But I asked Howard Mandel.
Does he have kids though?
No,
he doesn't have kids. He doesn't have children.
No.
That's all. Like, as somebody with kids, I gotta say, somebody who resisted it until he's 40. Like you're just not. I'm telling you.
Oh, he has $3. He has $3.
So
I don't follow him that well, but yes, he does.
Okay. So spend time with your kids, bro.
Well, they're older now. I'm sure they're.
You probably did anyway when you got home.
I definitely didn't. Hey, definitely.
Is he still married?
You don't get as big as him and be a good dad.
Yeah.
You just can't. You can't.
A fascinating article.
Oh, you can. You just got.
I don't know anyone that does. That's like hustling. It's just something has to give.
Yeah, but if he comes home and he's with his kids,
Well, her smile is terrifying.
She's cute.
Her smile is terrifying. This one is like a strong smile.
It is a strong.
It looks like the Joker cartoon smile.
Well, it's an aggressive smile.
But good for him. She's only 53, dude.
Yeah. Wow. So he had
But back to that, why would Howard Stern do it? So Howie Mandel makes more money than God. He's set. He owns stuff you guys don't even know about. He's set. And I sit down for his podcast, and before we go on there, I go, why the fuck are you getting into podcasting? You're good, but you're good. And he goes, I have to. Give me something to do. Yeah. There's other businesses doing, American Got Talent that shoots, a season, and then it gives me something to do when I wake up. Like, I get it. Just because you have money, you still need. That's when you die. When you retire is when you die. You need something. So that's it. I don't know if he's still doing it, but I get it. Yeah, I love how. Yeah, well, no, I get it. Because then me and Casey got in the car, because Casey was with me, I go, man, can you believe he still does it? He goes, you're going to be the same way. What, are you just going to stop? No, never. No, for Howard Stern, he didn't give a fuck about money and reads and shit. Like, he's set, dude. Yeah, I mean, dude, I can't wait for the day when we don't have any reads and we just podcasts. I don't know if that day's ever coming, but if it did, that would be fucking awesome.
We just do podcasts, we don't worry about reads.
If we were smart, we would have done Patreon fucking 10 years ago. Yeah. And so then eventually that gets built up enough, we're making the same money off ads. We're just all free for the actual fans.
We're just flirting with the idea of doing Patreon, aren't we?
I'd be down for it. We've never really done. I'd be down for it just because we've been around so long. Are we as big as we were 10 years ago? No. But the one thing we have is hardcore fans. So it'd be for them. Yes, that's the reason I would do it. Yeah. And you can regulate, so because a lot of the Reddits and the YouTube is super toxic. You can get rid of all that. So you have hardcore fans like, oh, thank God I can finally comment again and not get destroyed. Yeah. Or get made fun of. That's cool. That's why I would do it. Like that. You'd have to give them incentives on after 12 years of a free show, why they're paying whatever is $3. You'd have to add content to it. You can't just do the same show. Right. We're like, dude, we got it free for 10 minutes.
I would like to do a self-defense seminar and teach guys how to fight a big man.
we may train. I want to teach them how to fight a big man. You know?
Sure. God, if you gave some like behind the scenes, you do some live shows, you give extra episodes, you do longer episodes just for the Patreon. If you give them a reason to subscribe to it, that makes sense.
Yeah. I'm down.
Arya though is my biggest fear. Arya,
What do you mean?
you down?
I wouldn't have
To commit to it? It's gonna be a beast. It's more work than we do
Let's
now.
go, bro.
All right.
Fuck.
All
What do
right.
I look like? I'm afraid.
What do you think, Jim?
I'm done as long as it gives. We'll still put out free content, right? But then just adding to it, like extra stuff for the hardcores, which have been supportive since.
Yeah, extra episodes, longer episodes, Q&As, jokes on there.
Yeah.
And the goal would be eventually get a point where we don't have to do any reads and we're just doing it.
And they can just enjoy the content without having. That's the biggest thing too. Which
Also, we don't have to go punch.
no, yeah, just
You can just play music on there, videos. Like, Jim doesn't have to edit the video.
oh my gosh,
It's the Wild West of it.
Really? That'd be really
just be completely raw. I mean, you guys are pretty raw as is, but every now and then we'll have to do something.
It's on me. I'll say a few outlandish things, and Jen has to edit it out.
Not just that, but just like saying names of people that you don't want to put them out there. You know, that kind of stuff.
Give me something else.
Oh, you mean current event? Yeah. Oh, wait, real quick, Brian. Thank you. Just want to give you a shout out. You gave me a Chipotle burrito.
Fucking, yeah. Cost me like
They're expensive, man.
$7.99 or something.
There's not a ton of Chipotle's out there.
There's one that's not too far, but
There's one right near Archetype.
all right. Have you guys heard this story?
This is wild. You know I love my serial killers. So this dude broke into Bisbing's house in the early 2000s, right? And this dude that broke in, now Bisbing got away, right? Because he's gonna beat the shit out of any serial killer ever made. Bisbing got away and ran it, I think scuffed him up and then got out of the house. The dude that broke into his house is a serial killer. So it says, did UFC legend Michael Bisping escape a notorious hammer killer, which is the serial killer in England? So while recounting a harrowing home invasion in his recent documentary, the British UFC champion Michael the Count Bisping may have unknowingly reopened one of Northern England's coldest murder cases. In the late 1990s, Bisping was ambushed in his flat by a masked intruder dressed in black, wielding a hammer and dousing the room in gas. Bisping escaped after a brief struggle, but a chilling pattern has since emerged. Between 1991 and 2004, a string of unsolved murders across northern England followed an identical plan, right? Forced entry, gas-soaked crime scenes, and blunt-force trauma from a hammer. Attack ceased abruptly, leaving the case cold. However, a recent confession from a convicted rapist and arsonist has reignited suspicions. The man now serving a life sentence posted to fellow inmates about his close call with Michael Bisping, implying the UFC star narrowly escaped becoming another victim. Though authorities have yet to confirm his claims, this chilling connection suggests that Bisping's intruder may have been one of the UK's most elusive serial killers.
Crazy.
And Bisping posted goes, "Oh shit, this happened." Wow. Face to face with a monster, my exclusive prison interview with the man claiming to be Northern England's exclusive hammer killer. Elusive hammer
What
killer.
an asshole.
He terrorized the region for over a decade, left a trail of unsolved murders, and now he says Michael Bisping was nearly his next victim. The great Michael Bisping almost was his next victim. Dude, this would be like fucking Jeffrey Dahmer.
To say the least, offensive to Israelis. What about the most neutral one, which is the Palestine will be free? Is that offensive? Now, that was used famously by a congresswoman and heavily criticized, and it is actually illegal in some European countries to use that because it constitutes hate speech under some of their definitions. So let's try and figure this out. So when you say from the river to the sea, you understand that. That means from the Jordan to the Mediterranean. Palestine will be free. What do you mean by the term Palestine? Palestine is not a country. It is a regional description that has been used for a long time. The Romans, of course, renamed Judea Palestine after a revolt in the 2nd century by Bar Kokhba and his rebels. They wanted to wipe out the association of the land with its long echoing Herodotus, but before that, even echoing the Bible, which refers to the Philistines, the traditional enemies of the Jewish people. So that term, Palestine, was used quite neutrally by Arabs and Jews and British, everybody involved in it.
The man known to history as Marco Polo was born around 1254 into a wealthy merchant family in the city of Venice. Marco's father was Niccolo Polo, a prosperous merchant. The origins of the Polo family are unclear. One tradition suggests that they were originally from Šibenik on the Dalmatian coast of what is now Croatia, and that they only relocated to Venice in the early 11th century. Another study suggests that the family only moved to Venice in the mid-13th century, and that Marco was actually born on the island of Korčula, near modern-day Dubrovnik. At the time of Marco's birth, the Republic of Venice was one of just dozens of Italian city-states, though one of the most powerful, dominating the sea routes of the Adriatic Sea and with extensive trading connections and colonies.
Has been separated from Israel since 2005. Gaza has had its own opportunity to create its own government since that time. They elected Hamas, which then kicked out Fatah. There's a lot of things to say about it, but it's not Israel. And if it's not free, that's not Israel's fault either. There is a blockade around Gaza, primarily because they keep on sending rockets at civilian territories in Israel. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole of what does that mean for the region. I've talked about it in other videos, but the basic thing is Gaza is not considered part of Israel. Israel disengaged already for, what is it?
The man known to history as Genghis Khan was born in the middle of the 12th century, while different sources place his year of birth between 1155 and 1167.
That is the whole idea of a two-state solution, which was articulated in Oslo in 1993. It has not gotten off to a good start at all, and in fact, it has been stalled for a long time.
The man known to history as Genghis Khan was born in the middle of the 12th century, while different sources place his year of birth between 1155 and 1167. The most commonly accepted date is 1162. His personal name was Temujin, and he was a member of the Borjigin clan. There is also no consensus on Genghis's place of birth, but it is likely that he was born around the upper valley of the Onon River, near the sacred mountain of Burgan Khaldun, in the Khentihi Mountains in northeastern Mongolia. Temujin's father was a Mongol chieftain named Yasugai. According to the secret history of the Mongols, the official history of Genghis's life and conquests written for the Mongol royal family after his death, Yasugai was the grandson of Khabul Khan, the head of the Borjigin clan in the early 12th century. Some historians argue that this could have been later propaganda to enhance Genghis's lineage, and Yasugai was not related to the royal clan at all. Nevertheless, he was clearly the leader of a fearsome band of warriors who served Khabul's son Khatula in the 1150s. Yasugai was also the sworn brother of Tokhrid, the leader of the Kerait tribe, one of the 5 major tribal confederations of Mongolia. Yasugai and Tokhrid often fought against the Merkit Confederation, and in around 1160, Yasugai abducted a 15-year-old girl named Hoelun, who had been betrothed to a Merkit chieftain, sparking a feud that would last more than half a century. Over the course of the following decade, Hoelun would give Yasugai 4 sons and a daughter, of whom Temujin was the oldest. By the time of Temujin's birth, Yasugai already had 2 sons from another wife, and he was not his eldest son or a clear heir of any kind to him.
This made
From a young age, Temujin learned horsemanship and archery, the two skills that formed an essential part of warfare for the nomadic peoples of the Eurasian steppe, the vast steppe stretching from Hungary in the west to Manchuria in the east. As a child, Temujin was also introduced to hunting and falconry, which would become his favorite pastimes as an adult. While Temujin was close to his siblings, his closest childhood friend was a boy from the Jadara clan named Jamuka, and the two became sworn brothers. During his childhood, his closest introductions of the Eurasian. From a young age, Temujin learned horsemanship and archery, the two skills that formed an essential part of warfare for the nomadic peoples of the Eurasian steppe, the vast steppe stretching from Hungary in the west to Manchuria in the east. As a child, Temujin was also introduced to hunting and falconry, which would become his favorite pastimes as an adult. While Temujin was close to his siblings, his closest childhood friend was a boy from the Jadara clan named Jamuka, and the two became sworn brothers. During his childhood, Temujin began to learn about the complex relationships among the Mongolian tribes. The Mongol tribe into which Temujin was born was divided into two major clans, the Borjigin and the Taijud. The Mongols were one of 5 major tribes in the region, the others being the Kerite, Merkit, Tatars, and Naiman. The peoples of Mongolia were surrounded by powerful neighbors. To the east and southeast was Imperial China, which since 1115 had been ruled by the Jin dynasty founded by the Jurchen tribe from Manchuria. To the south was the Western Shan in northwestern China, ruled by the Tangut people from Tibet. To the north was the desolate and inhospitable region we call Siberia today, while substantially to the west and southwest were the Muslim powers of Central Asia and the Middle East, which were in a period of some decline by the 12th century. The Arab Caliphate having gone through its golden age centuries earlier between the 8th and 10th centuries. In around 1171, when Temujin was probably around 9 years old, he was betrothed to Burte, the daughter of Dai Sechen, a chief of the Ongerad tribe. The leaders of prominent Mongol families often married Ongerad women. But this required Temujin and his father to travel on a long journey across the Gobi Desert to take part in the betrothal ceremony. Although he was a powerful warrior, Yasugai could only afford to offer Dai Sechen a single horse for his daughter. Although the Ongerad chief agreed to the match, he stipulated that the horse would serve as an initial dowry, and until a greater dowry was paid, Temujin would have to stay behind and work for his future father-in-law. While the young Temujin was ashamed that his father could not afford to pay for his bride straight away, he spent 3 happy years among the Ongerad, working as a herder. Temujin heard stories about the burgeoning trade between the Ongerad and the wealthy Jin Empire south of the Great Wall. Temujin's time with the Ongerad ended when he was around 12 years old. During one of his raids, Yasugai encountered a band of Tartars. Rather than launching an attack, the Tartars invited him to dinner. Bound by the steppe traditions of hospitality, Yasugai felt he could not refuse, and was duly poisoned by his hosts. The slow-acting poison enabled Yasugai to leave instructions to bring Temujin back home. Although Dai Sechen was reluctant to part with the boy, he recognized the difficulties Temujin's family faced and allowed him to leave. By the time Temujin returned home, his mother, Hoelun, had tried and failed to assume her late husband's leadership position in the name of her teenage sons, and the Taijud claimed leadership among the Mongols once again. As Hoelun's followers deserted her one by one, she and her sons were reduced to destitution and forced to hunt and fish to survive. Temujin and his brother Khazar proved the most effective at catching the prey, but their elder brothers, Bekter and Belkutai, began to lay claim to their food. On one occasion, Bekter stole a large fish that Temujin and Khazar had caught and proceeded to cook and eat it. The younger half-brothers responded by ambushing Bekter while Belkutai was away and showering him with arrows. While Belkutai did not seek to avenge his brother's death, Hoelun was incensed and warned her sons that the family could not hope to confront their real enemies by fighting and killing each other. Hoelun's fears proved justified, as the Taichu leader Tarbutai used Bekter's murder as the pretext to capture Temujin. The boy escaped into the woods and survived for 6 days before hunger eventually forced him to escape, during which effort he was captured and taken into Taichud captivity. Although he was forced to wear a device that restricted his movements, he managed to overcome his guard and was rescued by a sympathizer to the Borjigin cause. By the time he returned to his family, the 14-year-old Temujin found them without anything to their name apart from 9 horses. The once proud family had fallen quickly. When the Taichud then raided their camp and took 8 of the horses, Temujin took the remaining steed and relentlessly pursued the enemy. On his way, he encountered a young warrior named Bo Orchu, who immediately became his friend and companion and joined the pursuit of the Taichud. After recovering the horses in a daring night raid, they were struggling to get away from the Taichud riders when Temujin noticed that the leader of the pursuit had ridden far ahead of the rest of his men. Bo Orchu took the opportunity to fire an arrow which wounded the Taichud leader, enabling the pair to get away safely. Over the next few years, Temujin and Bo Orchu would build up a band of loyal raiders. During this period, another gifted warrior named Borokul joined Temujin and became a close companion. In around 1178, when Temujin was 16 years old or so, he rode to Ongirat territory in Bo Orchu's company and claimed Borte as his bride from his proud father-in-law, Dai Chen, having been away for several years. 2 years later, Temujin would suffer one of the worst humiliations of his life. A large Medikit raiding party of 300 horsemen descended upon Temujin's camp and scattered them. Although Temujin managed to escape with his brothers and his mother Hoelun, Borte appears to have been deliberately left behind in order to enable Temujin's flight. As he pondered how to recover his wife, Temujin reached out to the Kerai chief Tochris and appealed to him by reminding him of his sworn brotherhood with Temujin's late father Yesugai. Togris accepted Temujin as his adopted son and organized a large army to fight the Merkit. The alliance prevailed in the ensuing campaign, and Borte was rescued. During her time in Merkit captivity, Borte had been given to the brother of the Merkit chief, and by the time of her liberation, she was pregnant with his child. Nevertheless, when Borte gave birth to a son in 1182, Temujin accepted the child as his own and gave him the name Jochi. The following year, Borte gave birth to a second son, a biological child of Temujin named Chagatai, who would never stop reminding his father of Jochi's illegitimacy. Now in his early 20s, Temujin had established himself as a reasonably powerful Mongol leader, but also one who was widely feared and respected for his bravery. His main rival during this period was Jamuga, his childhood friend and sworn brother, who was by the early 1180s the leader of the Jadarat clan. The two men had crossed paths again as part of the coalition against the Merkit, but after a couple of years they went their separate ways, each with ambitions to unite the Mongols under their leadership. Although Jamuga could count on large numbers and the support of an older and more conservative generation, Temujin had the support of most of the Borjigin clan and was adopting many talented followers from humble backgrounds to his cause. These included Jethmer, a recruit from one of the tribes who lived in the northern forests, and his 10-year-old brother, Subideh, who, despite his youth, would soon become a trusted and talented warrior. In 1186, Temujin's wife Borte gave birth to a third son, Ogedei. The same year, Temujin's followers elected him Khan of the Borjigin clan. However, his rise was seemingly halted the following year, after he was defeated by Jamuga's army at a place called Dalan Baljut. The main sources for Genghis or Temujin's life are silent for several years thereafter, suggesting that he had lost most of his following and was forced into exile. According to the biography of Subideh, during this period, Temujin and his remaining followers took refuge in the Jin Empire in China. Temujin's absence deprived Toghril of a powerful ally, and Kerait Khan was also overthrown and forced into exile. In 1195, Temujin finally had the opportunity to re-establish himself when the Jin and the Tatars began fighting over the spoils following a joint victory against the Ongerad. Temujin offered an alliance with the Jin frontier commander and proceeded to deal the Tatars a series of heavy defeats in 1196. The resulting plunder made Temujin rich, and he used his position to re-establish his alliance with Toghril and restore him as the Kerait Khan. In 1197, Temujin exploited the momentum in his victory against the Tatars by reviving his feud with the Merkit. 21-year-old Subideh infiltrated the Merkit camp and used the intelligence he gathered to lead a short and victorious campaign. A further series of victories followed in the late 1190s and into the early 1200s for Temujin and his allies against the Merkit and other rival peoples of the steppe, such as the Naiman. These victorious campaigns caused considerable anxiety among rival tribes, who, in response, elected Jamuga as Universal Khan, a grander title than Temujin's own. Over 15 tribes had joined this new coalition, but many individuals were disaffected and supported Temujin's cause by passing on key intelligence about the coalition's plans. Forewarned of a surprise attack by Jamuga, Temujin sought Toghril's assistance and won an easy victory as a snowstorm threw the coalition forces into disarray. Temujin pursued Jamuga's Taichud allies and engaged them at Koyiten by the banks of the Onon River and routed them again. However, on this occasion, he was wounded in the neck by a poisoned arrow. According to Mongol law, his life was only saved because his general Jethmer sucked the venom from the wound and spat it out while Temujin lay unconscious. As the prisoners of war were rounded up, the man who had been responsible for the near-fatal wound was brought in front of the Khan. Rather than executing him, Temujin praised him for his marksmanship and recruited him as an officer. He soon acquired the nickname Jebe, or the Arrow, and would go on to become one of the Khan's greatest commanders. Jamuga's defeat led to the temporary fragmentation of his coalition, yet by 1202 he had formed a new alliance with the Naiman and a number of defectors from Temujin's forces, including several disaffected uncles and his brother, Asa. Jamuga then launched a concerted attack on Temujin, but the Borjigin Khan proved equal to the situation, maneuvering his forces skillfully and switching between guerrilla tactics and field battles. In the winter, after a formal ceremony, confirming him as heir to Toghril's Kerait Khanate, Temujin and his adopted father defeated the Naiman. In an effort to consolidate his alliance with Toghril, he proposed that his son Jochi marry Toghril's daughter. The proposal infuriated Toghril's disinherited son Ilka, who defected to Jamuga after his father refused to break ties with Temujin. With Ilka at his side, Jamuga rode to Togrith's camp and forced him to join the anti-Temujin coalition. In 1203, Temujin was defeated by a Karaite army commanded by his adoptive father, but escaped with around half his force when Jamuga called off the pursuit. His old companion, Ochu, and his son, Ogede, were initially unaccounted for and returned to camp with heavy wounds. While an angry Temujin sends a series of letters to his former supporters accusing them of betraying him, he began to build a new coalition. From his new base near the Juna convent, Temujin and his senior commanders swore an oath to fight to the bitter end. Meanwhile, the members of the coalition lost faith in Togrith's leadership, and Temujin's brother Khazar returned to his side. In the autumn, Temujin went on the offensive against Togrith and defeated the Karaite army after a hard-fought battle that lasted 3 days until Temujin's general Mukhali broke through to the enemy's camp. While escaping from the battlefield, Togrith was killed by some Naiman bandits. Temujin then assumed the leadership of the Karaite and announced the unification of the Mongol and Karaite nations and welcomed several of Togrith's lieutenants into his ranks. Temujin's latest success led to the formation of another coalition between Jamuga and the Naiman. As part of his preparations for this final confrontation, Temujin began to reorganize his army into units of tens, hundreds, and thousands, following the example of the Jin Chinese Empire. He also formed an elite bodyguard and began to set up administrative structures to govern the recently pacified tribes. He soon developed a formula which promised autonomy to peoples who agreed to submit without a fight, while threatening dreadful consequences for those who chose to resist. A method of psychological warfare which would be used consistently by the Mongols in their conquests over the next century. In 1204, Temujin convened a Kurultai, or Grand Council, to plan the upcoming campaign against the Naiman. The Khan was persuaded to launch his campaign early on the 17th of May 1204. By the end of June, the Mongols reached Naiman territory, and the first clashes took place. Although his army was far smaller than the enemy's, Temujin ordered his men to light 5 fires per person at night to give the impression of superior numbers. The Naiman commander, Taiyang Khan, was deceived by this ruse and proposed retreating to friendlier terrain in the Altai Mountains. However, his subordinates compelled him to pursue an active strategy. Over the next few months, both armies danced around each other until Taiyang prepared to do battle at Chakirmot, at the foot of Mount Nachu. As Temujin and his leading generals spearheaded the attack, Jamuga suddenly led his men away from the field, depriving Taiyang of his numerical superiority. Despite this, the Naiman army resisted bravely, but Temujin's initial charge caught them off guard, and the Mongols gradually surrounded their valiant enemies as they retreated up the slopes of Mount Nachu. Temujin was astonished to see the enemy storm down the hill in a last-gasp charge and offer the Naiman honorable terms of surrender, but they preferred to fight to the last man. Taiyang was taken prisoner and died of the wounds sustained during the battle not long afterwards. Most of his allies submitted to Temujin. At the age of 42, after suffering several setbacks over the course of his life, Temujin had vanquished his enemies and united over 30 tribes under his rule in a large tract of the Asian steppe. Temujin's victory at Chakirmot seemed decisive, but the mysterious Jamuga was still unaccounted for. While most of his followers had deserted him and submitted to Temujin, he fled into the mountains with a dwindling band of men. Upon hearing that Temujin had put a large bounty on his head, the 5 men who remained with Jamuga tied him up and brought him to Temujin. As Temujin prized loyalty above all else, he executed Jamuga's captors for their treachery, but took considerably longer to decide on the fate of his sworn brother. Eventually, he ordered his sadistic nephew Est Jigidai to carry out a brutal execution by hacking him to pieces. In 1205, Temujin began to launch raids against the Tanguts to the south, while Sube'etei worked to further pacify the new subjects of the Mongols by suppressing a fresh Merkit rebellion. The following year, 1206, Temujin held another Kurultai, which brought together all the Mongol nobles to officially proclaim the creation of a new Mongol empire. It was at this juncture that Temujin was given a new title, Genghis Khan, which should more accurately be rendered as Chinggis Khan. The name is usually translated as universal ruler, though recent scholarship suggests fierce ruler is a better translation. Temujin accepted the imperial throne on the condition that everyone would obey his word. After assuming imperial power, Genghis began to reward his followers. His long-standing companions, Bo-Orchu and Boroku, were given the highest ranks, while the likes of Jebe and Sube'etei were ranked one step below. The four were members of a 9-man cabinet that enjoyed the greatest privileges and took part in key decision-making alongside the Khan. While Genghis had united the tribes of Mongolia through conquest, he faced a monumental task in eliminating various tribal and clan loyalties to forge a single Mongol nation. In order to achieve this, Genghis set out to build a new political system in which his subjects placed allegiance to the Khan and the Mongol nation above kinship ties. The success of this would depend on his ability as Khan to provide his people with huge amounts of wealth, plundered from enemies through new conquests. This incentive system demanded frequent campaigns outside the new empire's borders, and Genghis consequently continued the military reorganization that he had started in the latter stages of his unification campaigns. The basic organizational unit in the new decimal system was the Ming Chan, or 1,000 men, though the formidable 2 men or 10,000 is more widely known. Since each of Genghis's subjects was attached to a Min Chan, this decimal system was also intended to replace the old social structure of clans and tribes. While most of the leaders of the Min Chans were from the old aristocracy, a significant minority had more humble origins, reflecting the meritocratic ethos that had allowed Genghis to find some of his greatest commanders among the lower classes. To cap it all off, Genghis strengthened his bodyguard, or keshik, to over 10,000 men, who were recruited from the sons of powerful men to ensure their good behavior. Genghis gave his 4 sons senior responsibilities. Jochi was master of the hunt. Chagatai was responsible for enforcing the new law code. Ogedei served as head of the nascent civil bureaucracy, and the youngest, Tolui, was named commander-in-chief. Despite this, Genghis's sons complained that they lacked military authority, and apart from Tolui, the military authority only extended to their own Minchans. This prompted Genghis to set up a new division of empire to placate his sons in 1209. 45,000 men were divided amongst Genghis's family members, and the 4 sons were each given their own fiefs with the potential of further expansion. While Genghis stipulated that these realms would be subject to control by the central government, the imperial princes often ignored the officials appointed by their father to monitor their activities, and their domains would eventually form the basis of increasingly independent states under their descendants. As part of his state-building program, Genghis introduced a new law code known as the Great Yasa. While large parts of the Yasa codified the traditional customs of the steppe peoples, it was also an attempt to establish a common set of laws for the new Mongol nation. Part of the code took the form of military regulations concerning the mobilization of armies, the duties of officers, and the punishment they would suffer if they failed to carry out those duties. With regard to taxation, Genghis gave generous exemptions to religious leaders and foreign merchants. While the Khan maintained his traditional pagan beliefs, his policy of religious toleration would eventually allow him and his successors to rule over a vast empire of Buddhists, Muslims, Nestorian Christians, and Confucians right across Asia. He maintained good relations with the Muslim merchants who operated along the Silk Road to the west and sought Mongol assistance to access the Chinese markets to the east. There were also harsh elements to this. For instance, the Yasa mandated the death penalty for a wide range of crimes, including lying, contaminating running water, and the failure to share food with strangers. The wealthy criminals could often escape capital punishment by paying large fines. The Yasa only applied to Mongols, and there was little consideration for the fate of foreigners. Accordingly, the Mongols habitually captured foreign women on campaign and took them as concubines. Genghis and his sons had the first pick of the female captives, and he would go on to have 23 official wives and a harem of over 500 women. Some geneticists and historians have speculated that as many as 16 million people today may be descended from Genghis Khan. Over the course of the 3 years between 1206 and 1209, Genghis continued to make changes to his new military organization, and parts of the Keshik or bodyguard were assigned specialist duties such as intelligence gathering, surveying and map-making, and organizing the supplies for the army. In peacetime, the annual hunt organized by Jochi served as the main form of training for Genghis's armies. As in a military campaign, the two men would work together and surround the animals across a large area before gradually closing in for the kill. Anyone who allowed an animal to escape the net or killed an animal before the Khan's arrival was subject to severe penalties. Once everything was ready, Genghis and his inner circle would descend upon the encircled animals before allowing the officers and their men to complete the slaughter. The exercise not only enabled the Mongol armies to practice their maneuvers and communication methods, but also provided a vast quantity of food to feed the men. The Mongol cavalryman's primary weapon was the bow and arrow, and each man would carry a short-range and long-range bow. Each horse archer was equipped with 60 arrows in total, divided into short-range and long-range projectiles, though the most ferocious was the relatively small composite bow, which required great upper body strength to use effectively, but which landed arrows with devastating speed and power. Most notably, it could be fired from horseback while riding by a skilled cavalry archer. It was this weapon which would enable the enormous conquests which were to follow. Each Mongol warrior also had at least 6 horses, enabling them to travel up to 65 miles a day. The speed at which Mongol armies moved was Genghis's main strategic advantage. Since his armies were often outnumbered by the enemy, Genghis employed a range of tactics to exaggerate the size of his own forces. One of the best-known Mongol tactics was the feigned retreat. If the army was struggling to make progress against a strong defensive position, it would withdraw from the field and leave their plunder behind. While the enemy was distracted by the loot, the Mongols would turn back and cut them to pieces in the open field. Although the Mongols later employed Chinese siege engineers, they were not used to siege warfare, and Genghis initially avoided attacking well-fortified cities. He preferred to attack smaller towns and distributed the resulting plunder evenly among his otherwise unpaid troops. After his elevation as Khan, Genghis rarely took personal command of military campaigns, preferring to send his sons and senior generals instead. In 1207, Jochi led a successful campaign against the Turkic forest peoples in southern Siberia, who included the Buryat, Kyrgyz, and Oirat. In 1208, Subutai won a crushing victory against the ever-rebellious Merkit, though he was criticized by Genghis for allowing some to escape further north. In 1209, Genghis secured the submission of the Uyghur kingdom in East Turkestan. now the Chinese autonomous region of Xinjiang. The Uyghurs had once ruled a mighty empire that included much of Mongolia, but by the beginning of the 13th century, they had submitted to the Karakitai, whose empire extended from modern-day Kazakhstan into northwest China. Genghis subsequently recruited many Uyghurs into the Mongol imperial administration and adopted the Uyghur script for the first official Mongol written texts. With the conquest of the forest peoples and the submission of the Uyghurs, Genghis laid much of the groundwork for an invasion of China. Since the collapse of the Tang dynasty in 907 AD, China had been divided between a number of competing dynasties. At the beginning of the 13th century, there were 4 such states: the Jurchen Jin Empire in the northeast, the Tangut Western Shah in the north, Karakitai in the northwest, and the Sung dynasty south of the Yangtze River. Although the Sung was the only one of these states ruled by the Han Chinese majority, the rulers of all 4 states adhered to Chinese customs and administrative practices. The Mongolians would benefit substantially from the divided state of China at this time. Genghis came to see the Tangut Empire both as a source of plunder for his restless armies and a testing ground for their ability to fight the more powerful Jin. After the initial raid in 1205, Genghis launched a larger campaign in 1207, which forced the Tangut to agree to pay an annual tribute. When the payment was suspended in 1209, Genghis organized a large invasion force and embarked on a punitive expedition. Eventually, the desperate Tangut decided on a formal submission to Genghis Khan and promised to supply troops for future campaigns. By 1211, with his rear secure, the 49-year-old Genghis Khan was ready to turn his attention to the Jin Empire. While this was motivated in part by the desire to avenge frequent Jin raids into Mongol territory, and the relentless logic of perennial conquest to feed and pay his troops, the invasion of northern China had been a long-held ambition. The Jin had conquered northern China from the Khitan Liao dynasty at the beginning of the 12th century and proceeded to drive the Sung emperors south of the Yangtze River. While a peace treaty was signed between the Jin and Sung in 1142, relations between the 2 Chinese powers remained uneasy, and the peace was interrupted by occasional conflict. At the beginning of the 13th century, the Sung embarked on an effort to reclaim territories north of the Yangtze River. While the Jin easily defeated the invasion force, within a few years the Jin heartland of Manchuria faced a Khitan rebellion, partly encouraged by Genghis. Having been preoccupied with its wars against the Sung dynasty, the Jin left its northern frontier relatively undefended. As the Jin planned to strengthen its northern defenses by building a new wall, Genghis decided that it was time to strike. In early 1211, Genghis called a Kurultai, or Grand Council, in which he set out his plans to conquer northern China. Unlike previous steppe peoples who had intermittently conquered parts of northern China and abandoned their homeland to newcomers, Genghis intended to maintain his power base in Mongolia, from which he would rule over an empire that incorporated both the nomadic steppe cultures of Central Asia and sedentary cultures of China. The invasion force of around 100,000 men began moving in March. Genghis divided his army into 3 columns. The eastward column was commanded by Jebe and Subide. The central one was led by the Khan personally, alongside Tolui and Mukhali, while the western column was commanded by Genghis's 3 other sons. While Genghis's elder sons faced no opposition after crossing the Gobi Desert, the other 2 columns raided the area north of Jin in an attempt to draw the enemy out to battle. When the Jin armies refused to take the bait, Genghis decided to march his forces south. In response, the Jin formed 2 armies, one to face the advancing Mongols in a frontal attack, and the other to strike against Genghis's right flank. Genghis ordered Jebe to march his men westwards behind his column and eliminate the threat to his flank. leaving the Jin with a single army. While the Jin commander deployed his forces in a narrow pass to prevent the Mongols from fighting on open ground, the momentum of Mughali's charge proved overwhelming for the Jin cavalry, which trampled over the infantry as it took flight. The Mongols went on to win 2 further pitched battles to destroy the Jin field armies. Genghis followed up by capturing several major cities and ordered Jebe to advance to the Juyong Pass near the Jin capital of Chengdu, modern-day Beijing. Unable to take the pass by direct assault, Jebe feigned retreat and went on to destroy the garrison in front of the pass. He marched on to Beijing, but was recalled by Genghis, who realized that the Mongol army was not yet equipped to capture such a well-fortified city. Despite their battlefield successes in 1211, once the Mongols returned home for winter with their plunder, the Jin reoccupied all the cities they had lost. The following year, Jebe led a raid deep into Manchuria and sacked the city of Liaoyang, encouraging a major Khitan uprising in the process. In October 1212, Genghis joined Jochi, Chagatai, and Ogedei to attack the city of Datong, but the Khan was wounded by an arrow and broke off the siege. In 1213, Genghis defeated a new Jin field army before taking the Juyong Pass and surrounding Beijing. The Mongol successes led Hu Sha-shu, the commander of the Beijing garrison, to overthrow the Jin emperor and install a puppet ruler with himself as regent. In November, Hu Sha-shu managed to defeat the Mongols outside Beijing, but was defeated a couple of days later and killed by his deputy commander. Genghis maintained 5,000 men around Beijing and divided his army into 4 columns, which ravaged the whole empire. Genghis and Tolui led the largest detachment south and threatened the southern Jin capital of Kaifeng. In the space of 3 short months, the 4 Mongol armies rampaged through the entirety of Jin territory and left behind a trail of devastation by destroying all the crops in an effort to starve the population into submission. While Genghis returned to Mongolia, he maintained a tight blockade on Beijing and encouraged the Jin emperor to submit to him. Although the Jin signed a peace agreement in 1214, which provided for an end to the blockade of Beijing in return for a heavy payment to the Mongols, the Jin emperor almost immediately fled south and established his capital at Kaifeng. Genghis resumed hostilities and appointed a general named Samuka to lead the siege of Beijing. Although the Mongol army was also suffering from extreme hunger, and both besieger and besieged had allegedly resorted to cannibalism, Samuka remained methodical in his approach. 2 Jin armies sent from the south in early 1215 were defeated by the Mongols. In May, the Mongols launched an assault on the city, and after overcoming the valiant resistance from the Jin defenders, the victorious Mongols sacked the city, devastating it to the extent that the population fell by more than 3/4 in the process. Despite this enormous setback, the Jin government in Kaifeng refused to surrender. In 1216, Mughali defeated a Jin counterattack in the east, while Samuka led 30,000 men south and joined up with a Tangut force to devastate the countryside around Kaifeng. Genghis hardened his peace conditions following Samuka's raid, and negotiations with the Jin broke down. When Genghis returned to Mongolia in early 1216, he left Mughali in charge as commander in China. Mughali was given an army of 70,000 men, but most of these came from recently subjugated nations who could desert him at the first sign of Mongol weakness. The limited manpower forced the Mongol commander to scale down his operations, and in 1218, Genghis himself had to lead a pacification campaign against the Tangut, who had moved away from a pro-Mongol policy under a new ruler. By the end of the year, Genghis supplied Mughali with reinforcements, which increased the size of his army to 100,000 men. Although he could be as brutal as his comrades, Mughali also sought to consolidate Mongol control by acting magnanimously towards his defeated foes, and he had methodically subdued much of northern China. He died in 1223 with a pristine military record, having never lost a single battle in his career. Mughali was aided in his campaigns by an alliance with the Song dynasty, but following his death, conflict arose between the erstwhile allies, enabling the Jin to make a brief recovery. The Mongols would have to wait another decade to fully extinguish the Jin Empire. While Mughali was campaigning in northern China, Genghis's attention had been drawn westwards. Since the beginning of the 13th century, Kara Kitai had been at war with Shah Muhammad II of the Khwarezmian Empire, situated to the east of the Caspian Sea in Central Asia. In 1208, the fugitive Naiman prince Chukluk arrived in Kara Kitai and built up an army under the pretext of fighting Genghis, only to overthrow his overlord and declare himself Khan in 1213. The re-emergence of an old rival on his doorstep led Genghis to send an army of 20,000 men under Jebe to invade Kara Kitai. The Muslim-majority population who had suffered under Chukluk's anti-Islamic religious policy welcomed the Mongols as liberators and defected en masse. After sweeping aside Chukluk's army, Jebe entered the Karakitan capital Balasugun in what is now Kyrgyzstan in triumph and incorporated it into the Mongol Empire. He then followed Chukluk south into Kashgaria, where he encouraged the Muslims to revolt by issuing a proclamation of religious tolerance. In 1218, Jebe eventually caught up with Chukluk in northeastern Afghanistan and executed him. So began the Mongol westwards expansion into Central Asia, even as other parts of Genghis's armies were still undertaking the conquest of China far to the east. While Jebe was pursuing Chukluk, Genghis sent another army north under Joki and Subedai to pursue the remnants of the Merkit, who had allied with the Kuman or Kipchaks, a Turkic people who occupied a large expanse of the Eurasian steppe from the lower Danube in the west to the Irtysh River in the east. The Mongols had driven the Merkit Kuman army into Khwarezmian territory and defeated it in battle. Angered at the incursion, Shah Muhammad sent an army to meet the Mongols. Although considerably outnumbered, the Mongols managed to fight the Khwarezmians to a standstill before withdrawing. Upon hearing reports of the battle, Genghis was keen to maintain peaceful relations with Khwarezmia and to establish a mutually beneficial trading relationship, allowing him to turn his attention back to China. In early 1218, Genghis sent a large trade mission to Otrar in the north of the Shah's empire, a fort in the far east of Kazakhstan today. The local governor proceeded to massacre the entire contingent, claiming that they were spies. Genghis initially showed restraint and sent a team of 3 envoys led by a Muslim diplomat asking the Shah to hand over the local governor. When an indignant Shah Muhammad executed the diplomat in response, Genghis finally took action and declared war. As both sides prepared for war, Shah Muhammad and his advisors decided that they could most effectively fight the Mongols by retreating into their cities and forcing them into costly sieges, which the Mongols were still not comfortable with engaging in, preferring battles in the open field. Meanwhile, Genghis received a steady stream of information about the Khwarezmian Empire through the network of Muslim merchants. He knew that the empire was ridden with divisions, and that the Shah had struggled to establish centralized control from his base in Samarkand. Furthermore, the Shah's mother, Terken Khatun, was a powerful political figure and could issue decrees in her own name. These dynamics played perfectly into Genghis's hands, allowing him to sow disinformation among the Khwarezmian officials by issuing false decrees from Terken Khatun. Although the terrain of the Khwarezmian Empire posed considerable challenges for any invasion force, Genghis was confident in his army's ability to achieve victory. A Mongol army of 30,000 horsemen under Jebe and Jochi made the first move, heading west from Karakitai and entering the fertile Fergana Valley in the spring of 1219, after crossing the high passes between the Pamir Mountains and the Tian Shan. Meanwhile, Genghis's main army, accompanied by his 3 younger sons and Subidai, the strategic mastermind of the campaign, would strike at Otrar. Although the Khwarezmians had intended to pursue a defensive strategy, the appearance of the Mongols in Fergana provoked Shah Muhammad into sending a large army against them. Since Jebe and Jochi's army was intended as a diversionary force, Jebe advised retreat, but the headstrong Jochi disobeyed his father's instructions not to engage in a pitched battle. Like their previous encounter, the battle proved indecisive, but the Mongols managed to inflict heavy casualties on the enemy before withdrawing from the field. By this point, the vanguard of Genghis's main army had appeared in the north and was advancing on Otrar. By October 1219, Genghis's force of 100,000 men, including allied contingents, arrived in Otrar on the banks of the Sirdarya River. While Genghis attempted to lay a trap by sending a small force up the Sir Darya towards Samarkand, the greatest city of Central Asia at that time, the Shah counted on a strong 60,000-man garrison at Otrar to hold out against the Mongols. Once Genghis realized that the Shah would not take the bait, he ordered his sons to besiege Otrar with full force. With several years of experience besieging Chinese cities now behind them, the Mongols were far more proficient at siege warfare than the Khwarezmians had anticipated, and Otrar fell quickly in February 1220. In the meantime, Jochi marched north to capture the cities along the Sir Darya, while Jebe turned south to close off any escape route from Samarkand. Genghis and Tolui took 40,000 men and marched southwest across the Kızılkum Desert and arrived at the oasis city of Bukhara in February 1220. The bewildered Shah Muhammad was now surrounded by Mongol armies on all sides. Genghis had a particular interest in capturing Bukhara, since the city was fabulously wealthy. The Mongols captured the city after 2 weeks, and Genghis proceeded to levy heavy taxes on the wealthy elite. The capture of Bukhara opened the road to Samarkand, some 150 miles to the east. Though the Shah's capital was well fortified and defended by a garrison of up to 100,000 men, the run of spectacular Mongol victories had dented Muhammad's confidence. Genghis and Tolui were joined by Chagatai and Ogedei in the siege of Samarkand. Genghis employed a favorite tactic of placing prisoners of war in the front ranks to lead the assault. Those who weren't cut down by their compatriots turned tail and fled, giving the impression that the Mongol army was collapsing. The defenders sallied out in pursuit, allowing Genghis to move in for the kill at the head of his Mongol veterans. While Shah Muhammad II managed to escape the encirclement, the Mongols captured Samarkand after a 10-day siege and proceeded to sack it with impunity. Genghis rested most of his army, but sent a force under his elder sons to take control of the Amu Darya, known in classical antiquity as the Oxus River, which separated Persia from the Turkic peoples of Central Asia. The fugitive Shah Muhammad struggled to formulate a recovery plan, and eventually moved to northern Iraq. Jebe and Subidai led 20,000 men and captured several cities in Persia and Iraq, and drove Muhammad out of his latest refuge. The defeated Shah retreated north and escaped to an island in the Caspian Sea, where he died of illness in January 1221. While the Shah was on the run, Genghis sent additional forces to invade the Khwarezm heartland. After taking the city of Khiva in December 1220, Jochi arrived at the walls of Gurganj. A relief column under the command of Shah Muhammad's son and successor marched east towards Gurganj, but failed to secure the support of rival factions and marched away. As Jochi continued the siege, an impatient Genghis decided to send a large force under Chagatai to reinforce him. The two brothers had always hated each other and soon began to feud, and it was only the intervention of World II that prevented them from coming to blows. Genghis would respond to the familial infighting by demoting Jochi and Chagatai in the succession and nominating Ogedei as his senior heir. Ogedei brought another 20,000 men to reinforce his brothers and took command of the siege, taking the city in April 1221. After such a long siege, the Mongols carried out another notorious massacre, killing almost every single one of the city's inhabitants. The Mongols went on to treat the whole province of Khwarezm in similar fashion. The trail of Mongol destruction did not end there, as Genghis dispatched Tolui to invade the Khorasan region across the Amu Darya or the Iranian plateau. The merciless Mongol prince proceeded to sack the cities of Merv and Nishapur, both of which were major centers of Islamic learning and culture, and were among the wealthiest and most populous cities in the medieval world. According to some estimates, Tolui's campaign resulted in the loss of over 1 million lives. In the meantime, Genghis continued to campaign in Central Asia, around what is now Afghanistan, eventually pacifying the region in the course of late 1221 and early 1222. He also launched a probing attack into India, but decided that it was not worth his while to entangle himself in a new war with the powerful Indian sultans, an initiative which would overstretch his resources. Before returning home, he ordered Ogedei to pacify the Hindu Kush, while an ill-conceived revolt amongst the people of the province of Khorasan also had to be suppressed, and insurrections at Merv and Herat. Although a number of Khwarezmian mountain fortresses continued to resist, by 1223 the last remnants of the empire were extinguished, effectively leaving the Mongols in control of the vast majority of Central Asia, a region approximating to modern-day Iran, Afghanistan, parts of northern Pakistan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. It had taken Genghis less than half a decade to do so. While Genghis and his sons were completing the conquest of the Khwarezmian Empire, Jebei and Subedei were carrying out the greatest long-distance raid in history. Shortly after the death of Shah Muhammad in early 1221, Subedei obtained permission from Genghis to lead a campaign directed at the Kuman heartland on the Russian steppe, stretching from north of the Caspian Sea all the way westwards to Ukraine. The Khan gave him a force of 20,000 cavalry with instructions to return within 3 years. After reducing several cities in northern Persia, they turned north towards the Caucasus. As they approached the city of Tabriz in what is now Iranian Azerbaijan, the city's governor meekly surrendered and agreed to pay an astronomical tribute. The Mongol victories prompted groups of Turkmen and Kurdish raiders to join them to share the spoils. These auxiliaries served as the vanguard for an invasion of the Kingdom of Georgia, with the Mongols following behind. After ordering the vanguard to lay waste to the countryside, Subedei enticed the Georgian army into battle and won a decisive victory. After returning to northern Persia to cover Tolui's northern flank as he laid waste to Khorasan, Jebei and Subedei returned to the Caucasus late in the year and defeated the Georgians once again. After crossing the Caucasus Mountains, the Mongols descended into the Eurasian steppe, which was dominated by the Kumans. When 2 large Kuman armies were defeated, they sought assistance from the Russian princes. At this moment, the Mongols received an envoy from Venice, offering a lucrative trade agreement in return for military assistance against their Genoese rivals on the shores of the Black Sea. The Mongols accepted the offer and destroyed a Genoese trading colony here. Then, armed with Venetian intelligence about the principalities of Rus and their traditional antagonistic relationship with the Kumans, Jebei and Subedei and their men spurred on their steeds. Not long afterwards, the Mongols met a grand coalition of Russia, Kievan, and Kuman leaders and their men at the Battle of Kalka River in what is now Ukraine on the 31st of May 1223. It resulted in a major Mongol victory and the beginning of Mongol rule in southwestern Russia. It was also an astonishing statement of how successful Genghis's conquests had been, that his forces were now winning victories on the edges of Europe. In its aftermath, Jebe and Subedei turned east and began the journey home. In the words of the Novgorod Chronicle, God knows whence he fetched them against us, or where they hid themselves. It would be another 14 years before the Mongols returned, and when they did, they would campaign as far as Hungary, an expedition which neither Alexander the Great's Macedonians or any other commander equaled in history in terms of how extensive the conquests were. Jebe and Subedei eventually returned back to Central Asia by 1224, when Jebe died shortly afterwards. Around that time, Genghis began the homeward journey to Mongolia, arriving back on the steppe in February 1225. During the Khwarezmian campaign, Genghis had learned that his unreliable Tangut allies had become traitors and joined with the Chinese against the Mongols. Determined to settle scores with the Tangut, Genghis personally led a new campaign accompanied by Ogedei, Tolui, and Subedei. Although the Mongols were held up by lengthy sieges, by the middle of 1226, Subedei had conquered the Gansu corridor north of Tibet. As the Mongol net closed around the Shah capital of Zhongxing later in the year, Genghis defeated a relief force in spectacular fashion by riding over the frozen Yellow River floodplain. He left the siege of Zhongxing to his subordinates and joined Subedei in raiding Jin territory. By the time the Shah agreed to surrender in July 1227, the Great Khan was close to death. Shortly before embarking on his final campaign, he had fallen from his horse and his health had never recovered. During the campaign, he convened a great Kurultai to formally proclaim Ogedei as his successor as Great Khan, while stipulating that Ogedei's successors would be chosen by the Kurultai. Genghis Khan died on the 25th of August 1227 at roughly 65 years of age. According to the secret history, his body was taken back to Mongolia and entombed in his homeland. But some historians theorize that he was actually buried in the Ordos desert, as his body would have decomposed rapidly in the summer heat. The location of Genghis's tomb remains one of history's great mysteries, and the tale that anyone with knowledge of the site was put to death is probably true. Genghis's death did not bring the Mongol conquests, which he had initiated, to an end. Under Ogedei's rule, fresh invasions were launched into Persia, and new attacks were launched against the Arab Caliphate in what is now Iraq, beginning a war in the Middle East that would last several decades, eventually culminating in the siege and capture of Baghdad, the capital of Islam since the middle of the 8th century, in 1258. The Mongol Empire would eventually extend nearly to the Mediterranean Sea here, before the expansion ended. To the east, Ogedei also launched the first invasion of the Korean Peninsula. After the short reign of Gürgen Khan in the mid-1240s, Mungke Khan, a grandson of Genghis, succeeded as the fourth Khan. His reign was one of consolidation, as the administration of the vast Mongol Empire was improved, and largely conquered territories were brought fully under Mongol rule, particularly in the Middle East. Thereafter, the empire fragmented into several khanates, owing to succession disputes. These included the Golden Horde, or Jochid Khanate in Russia, the Yuan dynasty in China, the Chagatid Khanate in Central Asia, and the Il Khanate in the Middle East. The greatest of the later Mongol rulers was Kublai Khan, who ruled between 1260 and 1294, and was a grandson of Genghis. He completed the conquest of China, and even attempted to launch invasions of Japan, though these were unsuccessful. It was to Kubla's court that the Italian explorer and merchant Marco Polo arrived in the late 13th century, leaving behind a Western account of the splendor and grandeur of the court of this Mongolian ruler. It was a long way from the desperate straits Genghis had found himself in as a young man on the Asian steppe a century earlier. Genghis Khan leaves behind a legacy as one of the greatest conquerors in world history. After emerging from relative obscurity to take control of the Borjigin clan, Genghis had to fight bitter campaigns to eliminate his rivals and unite the tribes of Mongolia into a single state. He went on to conquer much of northern China before turning his hordes west and vanquishing Kurakitai and the Khwarezmian Empire in Central Asia. His successes were achieved because of three factors. Firstly, he managed to unite the traditionally divided tribes of the Asian steppe into a formidable army. Secondly, he took advantage of the military machine that Mongolian cavalry archers riding swiftly on horseback across Asia constituted, and was a formidable general himself, one who showed his adaptability by adopting Chinese siege engines into his armies with relative speed. But thirdly and finally, Genghis was also somewhat lucky. When he began his conquests, Imperial China was in a weakened and divided state, while to the west, the great Muslim powers of the Middle East and Central Asia had declined considerably since the glory days of the Arab Caliphate centuries earlier. Genghis's accomplishment was that he managed to exploit these highly advantageous circumstances. His sons and his descendants would build on their father's conquests to create the largest contiguous empire in human history. What do you think of Genghis Khan? Was he a great conqueror and pragmatic political leader that was adept enough to build an empire that encompassed dozens of nations and multiple religions? Or was he a cruel and manipulative despot who ruled with an iron fist and allowed his armies to commit unimaginable atrocities on the thinnest of pretexts? Please, let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
So let us begin with a very basic question. If we want to look at the history of the current conflict in particular between Israelis and Palestinians, when do we begin? I'm going to spend a very short amount of time going through a blinding review of the relevant moments in this history from the Bronze Age, really, and then we're going to slow down considerably when we get to the 19th century. So when precisely does this begin? One might say, perhaps, that the entire story begins with the episodes surrounding this particular coin, the infamous Judea-Kapta coin, one of some dozen odd similar coins minted by the Roman Empire to celebrate the capture of Judea. That's the Roman name for the province that occupied much of what is today called the State of Israel. And the imagery here is unmistakable. In the center is a balsam pine, which is one of the great exports of the land of Israel in antiquity. And on the left is a large Roman soldier. After the battle is some kind of centurion. He's got his foot on his helmet because he no longer has to worry. His enemy is totally defeated. And on the right is a grieving woman with her head in her hands, lamenting the fate of her capture by Rome. This represents the beginning of the great Roman diaspora. That is the exile of the Jews from the land of Israel in approximately the year 70. There is a widespread misconception that all Jews left the land of Israel in the year 70. In fact, that's not at all true. There was a very significant number of Jews that lived there throughout the entire period. Even though it dwindled to a tiny fraction for part of the medieval period, there nevertheless always was a presence of Jews continuously in the land of Israel. But nevertheless, this represents a massive turning point because this represents the point where Jews are significantly invested.
The man known to history as Genghis Khan was born in the middle of the 12th century, while different sources place his year of birth between 1155 and 1167. The most commonly accepted date is 1162. His personal name was Temujin, and he was a member of the Borjigin clan. There is also no consensus on Genghis's place of birth, but it is likely that he was born around the upper valley of the Onon River, near the sacred mountain of Burgan Khatun in the Khatigi Mountains in northeastern Mongolia. Temujin's father was a Mongol chieftain named Yesugai. According to the secret history of the Mongols, the official history of Genghis's life and conquests written for the Mongol royal family after his death, Yesugai was the grandson of Kabul Khan, the head of the Borjigin clan in the early 12th century. Some historians argue that this could have been later propaganda to enhance Genghis's lineage. Yesugai was not related to the royal clan at all. Nevertheless, he was clearly the leader of a fearsome band of warriors who served Kabul's son Khatullah in the 1150s. Yesugai was also the sworn brother of Tokhris, the leader of the Kerai tribe, one of the 5 major tribal confederations of Mongolia. Yesugai and Tokhris often fought against the Merkit Confederation, and in around 1160, Yesugai abducted a 15-year-old girl named Hoelun, who had been betrothed to Merkit's chieftain, sparking a feud that would last more than half a century. Over the course of the following decade, Hoelun would give Yesugai 4 sons and a daughter, of whom Temujin was the eldest. By the time of Temujin's birth, Yesugai already had 2 sons from another wife, and he was not his eldest son, or a clear heir of any kind to him.
At the very bottom,
from a young age, Temujin learned horsemanship and archery, the 2 skills that formed an essential part of warfare for the nomadic peoples of the Eurasian steppe, the vast steppe stretching from Hungary in the west to Manchuria in the east. As a child, Temujin was also introduced to hunting and falconry, which would become his favorite pastimes as an adult. While Temujin was close to his siblings, his closest childhood friend was a boy from the Jadara clan named Jamuka, and the 2 became sworn brothers. During his childhood, Temujin began to learn about the complex relationships among the Mongolian tribes. The Mongol tribe into which Temujin was born was divided into 2 major clans, the Borjigin and the Taijud. The Mongols were one of 5 major tribes in the region, the others being the Kerite, Merkit, Tatars, and Naiman. The peoples of Mongolia were surrounded by powerful neighbors. To the east and southeast was Imperial China, which since 1115 had been ruled by the Jin dynasty founded by the Jurchen tribe from Manchuria. To the south was the Western Sha in northwestern China, ruled by the Tangun people from Tibet. To the north was the desolate and inhospitable region we call Siberia today, while substantially to the west and southwest were the Muslim powers of Central Asia and the Middle East, which were in a period of some decline by the 12th century. the Arab Caliphate having gone through its golden age centuries earlier between the 8th and 10th centuries. In around 1171, when Temujin was probably around 9 years old, he was betrothed to Borte, the daughter of Daisechen, a chief of the Ongerad tribe. Leaders of prominent Mongol families often married Ongerad women. This required Temujin and his father to travel on a long journey across the Gobi Desert to take part in the betrothal ceremony. Although he was a powerful warrior, Yasugai could only afford to offer Daisechen a single horse for his daughter. Although the Ongerad chief agreed to the match, he stipulated that the horse would serve as an initial dowry, and until a greater dowry was paid, Temujin would have to stay behind and work for his future father-in-law. While the young Temujin was ashamed that his father could not afford to pay for his bride straight away, he spent 3 happy years among the Ongerad, working as a herder. Temujin heard stories about the burgeoning trade between the Ongerad and the wealthy Jin Empire south of the Great War. Temujin's time with the Ongerad ended when he was around 12 years old. During one of his raids, Yasugai encountered a band of Tartars. Rather than launching an attack, the Tartars invited him to dinner. Bound by the step traditions of hospitality, Yasugai felt he could not refuse, and was duly poisoned by his hosts. The slow-acting poison enabled Yasugai to leave instructions to bring Temujin back home. Although Daisechen was reluctant to part with the boy, he recognized the difficulties Temujin's family faced and allowed him to leave. By the time Temujin returned home, his mother, Hoylun, had tried and failed to assume her late husband's leadership position in the name of her teenage sons, and the Taiyuchud claimed leadership among the Mongols once again. As Hoylun's followers deserted her one by one, she and her sons were reduced to destitution and forced to hunt and fish to survive. Temujin and his brother Khazar proved the most effective in catching the prey, but their elder brothers Bekter and Belkutai began to lay claim to their food. On one occasion, Bekter stole a large fish that Temujin and Khazar had caught and proceeded to cook and eat it. The younger half-brothers responded by ambushing Bekter while Belkutai was away and showering him with arrows. While Belkutai did not seek to avenge his brother's death, Hoylun was incensed and warned her sons that the family could not hope to confront their real enemies by fighting and killing each other. Hoylun's fears proved justified, as the Taichu leader Takutai used Bekter's murder as the pretext to capture Temujin. The boy escaped into the woods and survived for 6 days before hunger eventually forced him to escape, during which effort he was captured and taken into Taichu captivity. Although he was forced to wear a device that restricted his movements, he managed to overcome his guard and was rescued by a sympathizer to the Gorjijin cause. By the time he returned to his family, the 14-year-old Temujin found them without anything to their name apart from 9 horses. A once proud family had fallen quickly. When the Taichu then raided their camp and took 8 of the horses, Temujin took the remaining steed and relentlessly pursued the enemy. On his way, he encountered a young warrior named Mo Orchu, who immediately became his friend and companion and joined the pursuit of the Taichud. After recovering the horses in a daring night raid, they were struggling to get away from the Taichud riders when Temujin noticed that the leader of the pursuit had ridden far ahead of the rest of his men. Mo Orchu took the opportunity to fire an arrow which wounded the Taichud leader, enabling the pair to get away safely. Over the next few years, Temujin and Mo Orchu would build up a band of loyal raiders. During this period, another gifted warrior named Borukul joined Temujin and became a close companion. In around 1178, when Temujin was 16 years old or so, he rode to Ongirat territory in War of Jews Company and claimed Burde as his bride from his proud father-in-law, Dai Chen, having been away for several years. 2 years later, Temujin would suffer one of the worst humiliations of his life. A large Medicaid raiding party of 300 horsemen descended upon Temujin's camp and scattered them. Although Temujin managed to escape with his brothers and his mother alone, Burde appears to have been deliberately left behind in order to enable Temujin's flight. As he pondered how to recover his wife, Temujin reached out to the Gerite chief Dochrit and appealed to him by reminding him of his sworn brotherhood with Temujin's late father Yesugai. Dochrit accepted Temujin as his adopted son and organized a large army to fight the Merkit. The alliance prevailed in the ensuing campaign, and Burde was rescued. During her time in Merkit captivity, Burde had been given to the brother of the Merkit chief. By the time of her liberation, she was pregnant with his child. Nevertheless, when Burde gave birth to a son in 1182, Temujin accepted the child as his own and gave him the name Jochi. The following year, Burde gave birth to a second son, a biological child of Temujin named Chagatai, who would never stop reminding his father of Jochi's illegitimacy. Now in his early 20s, Temujin had established himself as a reasonably powerful Mongol leader, but also one who was widely feared and respected for his bravery. His main rival during this period was Jamuga, his childhood friend and sworn brother, who was by the early 1180s the leader of the Jadarat clan. The two men had crossed paths again as part of the coalition against the Merkit. But after a couple of years, they went their separate ways, each with ambitions to unite the Mongols under their leadership. Although Jamuga could count on large numbers and the support of an older and more conservative generation, Temujin had the support of most of the Borjigin clan and was attracting many talented followers from humble backgrounds to his cause. These included Jesmer, a recruit from one of the tribes who lived in the northern forests, and his 10-year-old brother, Subede, who, despite his youth, would soon become a trusted and talented warrior. In 1186, Temujin's wife Borde gave birth to a third son, Ogedei. The same year, Temujin's followers elected him Khan of the Borjigin clan. However, his rise was seemingly halted the following year after he was defeated by Jamuga's army at a place called Dalan Baljut. The main sources for Genghis or Temujin's life are silent for several years thereafter, suggesting that he had lost most of his following and was forced into exile. According to the biography of Subede, during this period, Temujin and his remaining followers took refuge in the Jin Empire in China. Temujin's absence deprived Dochrit of a powerful ally, and Kerai Khan was also overthrown and forced into exile. In 1195, Temujin finally had the opportunity to re-establish himself when the Jin and the Tatars began fighting over the spoils following a joint victory against the Ongirat. Temujin offered an alliance with the Jin frontier commander and proceeded to deal the Tatars a series of heavy defeats in 1196. The resulting plunder made Temujin rich, and he used his position to re-establish his alliance with Dochrit and restore him as the Kerai Khan. In 1197, Temujin exploited the momentum in his victory against the Tatars by reviving his feud with the Merkit. 21-year-old Subede infiltrated the Merkit camp and used the intelligence he gathered to lead a short and victorious campaign.
That is something they should.
A further series of victories followed in the late 1190s and into the early 1200s for Temujin and his allies against the Mergid and other rival peoples of the steppe, such as the Naiman. These victorious campaigns caused considerable anxiety among rival tribes, who, in response, elected Jamuka as Universal Khan, a grander title than Temujin's own. Over 15 tribes had joined this new coalition, but many individuals were disaffected and supported Temujin's cause by passing on key intelligence about the coalition's plans. Forewarned of a surprise attack by Jamuga, Temujin sought Togrish's assistance and won an easy victory as a snowstorm threw the coalition forces into disarray. Temujin pursued Jamuga's ancient allies and engaged them at Koyiten by the banks of the Onon River and routed them again. However, on this occasion, he was wounded in the neck by a poisoned arrow. According to Mongol law, his life was only saved because his general Jeshme sucked the venom from the wound and spat it out while Temujin lay unconscious. As the prisoners of war were rounded up, the man who had been responsible for the near-fatal wound was brought in front of the Khan. Rather than executing him, Temujin praised him for his marksmanship and recruited him as an officer. He soon acquired the nickname Jebe, or the Arrow, and would go on to become one of the Khan's greatest commanders. Jamuka's defeat led to the temporary fragmentation of his coalition. Yet by 1202, he had formed a new alliance with the Naiman and a number of defectors from Temujin's forces, including several disaffected uncles and his brother, Azar. Jamuka then launched a concerted attack on Temujin, but the Borjigin Khan proved equal to the situation, maneuvering his forces skillfully and switching between guerrilla tactics and field battles. In the winter, after a formal ceremony confirming him as heir to Togrish's Kherite Khanate, Temujin and his adopted father defeated the Naiman. In an effort to consolidate his alliance with Togrish, he proposed that his son Jochid marry Togrish's daughter. The proposal infuriated Togrish's disinherited son Ishka, who defected to Jamuga after his father refused to break ties with Temujin. With Ishka at his side, Jamuga rode to Togrish's camp and forced him to join the anti-Temujin coalition. In 1203, Temujin was defeated by a Kherite army commanded by his adoptive father, but escaped with around half his force when Jamuga called off the pursuit. His old companion, Orchu, and his son, Ogade, were initially unaccounted for and returned to camp with heavy wounds. While an angry Temujin sent a series of letters to his former supporters accusing them of betraying him, he began to build a new coalition. From his new base near the Juna convent, Temujin and his senior commanders swore an oath to fight to the bitter end. Meanwhile, the members of the coalition lost faith in Togrish's leadership, and Temujin's brother Khazar returned to his side. In the autumn, Temujin went on the offensive against Togrish and defeated the Kherite army after a hard-fought battle that lasted 3 days until Temujin's general Mukhali broke through to the enemy's camp. While escaping from the battlefield, Togrish was killed by some Naiman bandits. Temujin then assumed the leadership of the Kherite and announced the unification of the Mongol and Kherite nations and welcomed several of Togrish's lieutenants into his ranks. Temujin's latest success led to the formation of another coalition between Jamuga and the Naiman. As part of his preparations for this final confrontation, Temujin began to reorganize his army into units of tens, hundreds, and thousands, following the example of the Jin Chinese Empire. He also formed an elite bodyguard and began to set up administrative structures to govern the recently pacified tribes. He soon developed a formula which promised autonomy to peoples who agreed to submit without a fight, while threatening dreadful consequences for those who chose to resist. A method of psychological warfare which would be used consistently by the Mongols in their conquests over the next century. In 1204, Temujin convened a Kurultai, or Grand Council, to plan the upcoming campaign against the Naiman. The Khan was persuaded to launch his campaign early on the 17th of May 1204. By the end of June, the Mongols reached Naiman territory, and the first clashes took place. Although his army was far smaller than the enemy's, Temujin ordered his men to light 5 fires per person at night to give the impression of superior numbers. The Naiman commander, Taiyang Khan, was deceived by this ruse and proposed retreating to friendlier terrain in the Altai Mountains. However, his subordinates compelled him to pursue an active strategy. Over the next few months, both armies danced around each other until Taiyang prepared to do battle at Chakirmot at the foot of Mount Nachu. As Temujin and his leading generals spearheaded the attack, Jumuka suddenly led his men away from the field, depriving Taiyang of his numerical superiority. Despite this, the Naiman army resisted bravely, but Temujin's initial charge caught them off guard, and the Mongols gradually surrounded their valiant enemies as they retreated up the slopes of Mount Nachu. Temujin was astonished to see the enemy storm down the hill in a last-gasp charge and offer the Naiman honorable terms of surrender. But they preferred to fight to the last man. Taiyang was taken prisoner and died of the wounds sustained during the battle not long afterwards. Most of his allies submitted to Temujin. At the age of 42, after suffering several setbacks over the course of his life, Temujin had vanquished his enemies and united over 30 tribes under his rule in a large tract of the Asian steppe. Temujin's victory at Chakirmot seemed decisive, but the mysterious Jumuka was still unaccounted for. While most of his followers had deserted him and submitted to Temujin, he fled into the mountains with a dwindling band of men. Upon hearing that Temujin had put a large bounty on his head, the 5 men who remained with Jumuka tied him up and brought him to Temujin. As Temujin prized loyalty above all else, he executed Jumuka's captors for their treachery, but took considerably longer to decide on the fate of his sworn brother. Eventually, he ordered his sadistic nephew, Jigidai, to carry out a brutal execution by hacking him to pieces. In 1205, Temujin began to launch raids against the Tanguds to the south, while Sube'etei worked to further pacify the new subjects of the Mongols by suppressing a fresh Merkid rebellion. The following year, 1206, Temujin held another Kurultai, which brought together all the Mongol nobles to officially proclaim the creation of a new Mongol empire. It was at this juncture that Temujin was given a new title, Genghis Khan, which should more accurately be rendered as Genghis Khan. The name is usually translated as Universal Ruler, though recent scholarship suggests Fierce Ruler is a better translation. Temujin accepted the imperial throne on the condition that everyone would obey his word. After assuming imperial power, Genghis began to reward his followers. His long-standing companions, Orchu and Moroku, were given the highest ranks, while the likes of Jebe and Sube'etei were ranked one step below. The 4 were members of a 9-man cabinet that enjoyed the greatest privileges and took part in key decision-making alongside the Khan. While Genghis had united the tribes of Mongolia through conquest, he faced a monumental task in eliminating various tribal and clan loyalties to forge a single Mongol nation. In order to achieve this, Genghis set out to build a new political system in which his subjects placed allegiance to the Khan and the Mongol nation above kinship ties. The success of this would depend on his ability as Khan to provide his people with huge amounts of wealth plundered from enemies through new conquests. This incentive system demanded frequent campaigns outside the new empire's borders, and Genghis consequently continued the military reorganization that he had started in the latter stages of his unification campaigns. The basic organizational unit in the new decimal system was the Min-Chan, or 1,000 men, though the formidable 2 men or 10,000 is more widely known. Since each of Genghis' subjects was attached to a Minchan, this decimal system was also intended to replace the old social structure of clans and tribes. While most of the leaders of the Minchans were from the old aristocracy, a significant minority had more humble origins, reflecting the meritocratic ethos that had allowed Genghis to find some of his greatest commanders among the lower classes. To cap it all off, Genghis strengthened his bodyguard, or Keshik, to over 10,000 men, who were recruited from the sons of powerful men to ensure their good behavior. Genghis gave his 4 sons senior responsibilities. Jochi was master of the hunt. Chagatai was responsible for enforcing the new law code. Ogide served as head of the nascent civil bureaucracy, and the youngest, Tului, was named commander-in-chief. Despite this, Genghis' sons complained that they lacked military authority, and apart from Tului, military authority only extended to their own Minchans. This prompted Genghis to set up a new division of empire to placate his sons in 1209. 45,000 men were divided amongst Genghis' family members. The 4 sons were each given their own fiefs with the potential of further expansion. While Genghis stipulated that these realms would be subject to control by the central government, the imperial princes often ignored the officials appointed by their father to monitor their activities, and their domains would eventually form the basis of increasingly independent states under their descendants. As part of his state-building program, Genghis introduced a new law code known as the Great Yasa. While large parts of the Yasa codified the traditional customs of the steppe peoples, it was also an attempt to establish a common set of laws for the new Mongol nation. Part of the code took the form of military regulations concerning the mobilization of armies, the duties of officers, and the punishment they would suffer if they failed to carry out those duties. With regard to taxation, Genghis gave generous exemptions to religious leaders and foreign merchants. While the Khan maintained his traditional pagan beliefs, his policy of religious toleration would eventually allow him and his successors to rule over a vast empire of Buddhists, Muslims, Nestorian Christians, and Confucians right across Asia. He maintained good relations with the Muslim merchants who operated along the Silk Road to the west and sought Mongol assistance to access the Chinese markets to the east. There were also harsh elements to this. For instance, the Yasa mandated the death penalty for a wide range of crimes, including lying, contaminating running water, and the failure to share food with strangers. The wealthy criminals could often escape capital punishment by paying large fines. The Yasa only applied to Mongols, and there was little consideration for the fate of foreigners. Accordingly, the Mongols habitually captured foreign women on campaign and took them as concubines. Genghis and his sons had the first pick of the female captives, and he would go on to have 23 official wives and a harem of over 500 women. Some geneticists and historians have speculated that as many as 16 billion people today may be descended from Genghis Khan. Over the course of the 3 years between 1206 and 1209, Genghis continued to make changes to his new military organization, and parts of the Keshik or bodyguard were assigned specialist duties such as intelligence gathering, surveying, and map making, and organizing the supplies for the army. In peacetime, the annual hunt organized by Jochi served as the main form of training for Genghis' armies. As in a military campaign, the 2 men would work together and surround the animals across a large area before gradually closing in for the kill. Anyone who allowed an animal to escape the net or killed an animal before the Khan's arrival was subject to severe penalties. Once everything was ready, Genghis and his inner circle would descend upon the encircled animals before allowing the officers and their men to complete the slaughter. The exercise not only enabled the Mongol armies to practice their maneuvers and communication methods, but also provided a vast quantity of food to feed the men. The Mongol cavalryman's primary weapon was the bow and arrow, and each man would carry a short-range and long-range bow. Each horse archer was equipped with 60 arrows in total, divided into short-range and long-range projectiles, though the most ferocious was the relatively small composite bow, which required great upper body strength to use effectively, but which landed arrows with devastating speed and power. Most notably, it could be fired from horseback while riding by a skilled cavalry archer. It was this weapon which would enable the enormous conquests which were to follow. Each Mongol warrior also had at least 6 horses, enabling them to travel up to 65 miles a day. The speed at which Mongol armies moved was Genghis's main strategic advantage. Since his armies were often outnumbered by the enemy, Genghis employed a range of tactics to exaggerate the size of his own forces. One of the best-known Mongol tactics was the feigned retreat. If the army was struggling to make progress against a strong defensive position, it would withdraw from the field and leave their plunder behind. While the enemy was distracted by the loot, the Mongols would turn back and cut them to pieces in the open field. Although the Mongols later employed Chinese siege engineers, they were not used to siege warfare, and Genghis initially avoided attacking well-fortified cities. He preferred to attack smaller towns and distributed the resulting plunder evenly among his otherwise unpaid troops. After his elevation as Khan, Genghis rarely took personal command of military campaigns, preferring to send his sons and senior generals instead. In 1207, Jochi led a successful campaign against the Turkic forest peoples in southern Siberia, who included the Buryat, Kyrgyz, and Oirat. In 1208, Subutai won a crushing victory against the ever-rebellious Merkit, though he was criticized by Genghis for allowing some to escape further north. In 1209, Genghis secured the submission of the Uyghur Kingdom in East Turkestan, now the Chinese autonomous region of Xinjiang. The Uyghurs had once ruled a mighty empire that included much of Mongolia, but by the beginning of the 13th century, they had submitted to the Kara Kitai, whose empire extended from modern-day Kazakhstan into northwest China. Genghis subsequently recruited many Uyghurs into the Mongol imperial administration and adopted the Uyghur script for the first official Mongol written texts. With the conquest of the forest peoples and the submission of the Uyghurs, Genghis laid much of the groundwork for an invasion of China. Since the collapse of the Tang dynasty in 907 AD, China had been divided between a number of competing dynasties. At the beginning of the 13th century, there were 4 such states: the Jurchen Jin Empire in the northeast, the Tangut Western Shah in the north, Karakitai in the northwest, and the Sung dynasty south of the Yangtze River. Although the Sung was the only one of these states ruled by the Han Chinese majority, the rulers of all 4 states adhered to Chinese customs and administrative practices. The Mongolians would benefit substantially from the divided state of China at this time. Genghis came to see the Tangut Empire both as a source of plunder for his restless armies and a testing ground for their ability to fight the more powerful Jin. After the initial raid in 1205, Genghis launched a larger campaign in 1207, which forced the Tangut to agree to pay an annual tribute. When the payment was suspended in 1209, Genghis organized a large invasion force and embarked on a punitive expedition. Eventually, desperate Tangut decided on a formal submission to Genghis Khan and promised to supply troops for future campaigns. By 1211, with his rear secure, the 49-year-old Genghis Khan was ready to turn his attention to the Jin Empire. While this was motivated in part by the desire to avenge frequent Jin raids into Mongol territory,
within
and the
the narrow
relentless logic of perennial conquest to feed and
there
pay
is
his
no
troops.
common
The
ground.
invasion of northern China had been a long-held ambition. The Jin had conquered northern China from the Yao dynasty at the beginning of the 12th century and proceeded to drive the Sung emperors south of the Yangtze River. While a peace treaty was signed between the Jin and Sung in 1142, relations between the two Chinese powers remained uneasy, and the peace was interrupted by occasional conflict. At the beginning of the 13th century, Sung embarked on an effort to reclaim territories north of the Yangtze River. While the Jin easily defeated the invasion force, within a few years the Jin heartland of Manchuria faced a Khitan rebellion, partly encouraged by Genghis. Having been preoccupied with its wars against the Sung dynasty, the Jin left its northern frontier relatively undefended. As the Jin planned to strengthen its northern defenses by building a new wall, Genghis decided that it was time to strike. In early 1211, Genghis called a Kurultai, or Grand Council, in which he set out his plans to conquer northern China. Unlike previous Slet peoples who had intermittently conquered parts of northern China and abandoned their homeland to newcomers, Genghis intended to maintain his power base in Mongolia, from which he would rule over an empire that incorporated both the nomadic steppe cultures of Central Asia and sedentary cultures of China. The invasion force of around 100,000 men began moving in March. Genghis divided his army into three columns. The eastward column was commanded by Jebe and Sube'etei. The central one was led by the Khan personally, alongside Tului and Mughali. While the western column was commanded by Genghis's three other sons. While Genghis's elder sons faced no opposition after crossing the Gobi Desert, the other two columns raided the area north of Jin in an attempt to draw the enemy out to battle. When the Jin armies refused to take the bait, Genghis decided to march his forces south. In response, the Jin formed two armies, one to face the advancing Mongols in a frontal attack, and the other to strike against Genghis's right flank. Genghis ordered Jebe to march his men westwards behind his column and eliminate the threat to his flank, leaving the Jin with a single army. While the Jin commander deployed his forces in a narrow pass to prevent the Mongols from fighting on open ground, the momentum of Mughali's charge proved overwhelming for the Jin cavalry, which trampled over the infantry as it took flight. The Mongols went on to win two further pitched battles to destroy the Jin field armies. Genghis followed up by capturing several major cities and ordered Jebe to advance to the Juyong Pass near the Jin capital of Chengdu, modern-day Beijing. Unable to take the pass by direct assault, Jebe feigned retreat and went on to destroy the garrison in front of the pass. He marched on to Beijing, but was recalled by Genghis, who realized that the Mongol army was not yet equipped to capture such a well-fortified city. Despite their battlefield successes in 1211, once the Mongols returned home for winter with their plunder, the Jin reoccupied all the cities they had lost. The following year, Jebe led a raid deep into Manchuria and sacked the city of Liaoyang, encouraging a major Khitan uprising in the process. In October 1212, Genghis joined Johi, Chagatai, and Ogedei to attack the city of Datong, but the Khan was wounded by an arrow and broke off the siege. In 1213, Genghis defeated the new Jin field army before taking the Juyong Pass and surrounding Beijing. The Mongol successes led Hu Sha-shu, the commander of the Beijing garrison, to overthrow the Jin emperor and install a puppet ruler with himself as regent. In November, Hu Sha-shu managed to defeat the Mongols outside Beijing, but was defeated a couple of days later and killed by his deputy commander. Genghis maintained 5,000 men around Beijing and divided his army into four columns, which ravaged the whole empire. Genghis and Tului led the largest detachment south and threatened the southern Jin capital of Kaifeng. In the space of 3 short months, The four Mongol armies rampaged through the entirety of Jin territory and left behind a trail of devastation by destroying all the crops in an effort to starve the population into submission. While Genghis returned to Mongolia, he maintained a tight blockade on Beijing and encouraged the Jin emperor to submit to him. Although the Jin signed a peace agreement in 1214, which provided for an end to the blockade of Beijing in return for a heavy payment to the Mongols, the Jin emperor almost immediately fled south and established his capital at Kaifeng. Genghis resumed hostilities and appointed a general named Samuka to lead the siege of Beijing. Although the Mongol army was also suffering from extreme hunger, and both besieger and besieged had allegedly resorted to cannibalism, Samuka remained methodical in his approach. Two Jin armies sent from the south in early 1215 were defeated by the Mongols. In May, the Mongols launched an assault on the city, and after overcoming the valiant resistance from the Jin defenders, the victorious Mongols sacked the city, devastating it to the extent that the population fell by more than 3/4 in the process. Despite this enormous setback, the Jin government in Kaifeng refused to surrender. In 1216, Kali defeated a Jin counterattack in the east, while Samuka led 30,000 men south and joined up with a Tangut force to devastate the countryside around Kaifeng. Genghis hardened his peace conditions following Samuka's raid, and negotiations with the Jin broke down. When Genghis returned to Mongolia in early 1216, he left Mukhali in charge as commander in China. Mukhali was given an army of 70,000 men, but most of these came from recently subjugated nations who could desert him at the first sign of Mongol weakness. The limited manpower forced the Mongol commander to scale down his operations, and in 1218, Genghis himself had to lead a pacification campaign against the Tangut, who had moved away from a pro-Mongol policy under a new ruler. By the end of the year, Genghis supplied Mukhali with reinforcements, which increased the size of his army to 100,000 men. Although he could be as brutal as his comrades, Mukhali also sought to consolidate Mongol control by acting magnanimously towards his defeated foes, and he had methodically subdued much of northern China. He died in 1223 with a pristine military record, having never lost a single battle in his career. Mukhali was aided in his campaigns by an alliance with the Song dynasty, but following his death, conflict arose between the erstwhile allies, enabling the Jin to make a brief recovery. The Mongols would have to wait another decade to fully extinguish the Jin Empire. While Mukhali was campaigning in northern China, Genghis's attention had been drawn westwards. Since the beginning of the 13th century, Kara Kitai had been at war with Shah Muhammad II of the Khwarezmian Empire, situated to the east of the Caspian Sea in Central Asia. In 1208, the fugitive Naiman prince Chukluk arrived in Kara Kitai and built up an army under the pretext of fighting Genghis, only to overthrow his overlord and declare himself Khan in 1213. The re-emergence of an old rival on his doorstep led Genghis to send an army of 20,000 men under Jebbe to invade Kara Kitai. The Muslim majority population, who had suffered under Chukluk's anti-Islamic religious policy, welcomed the Mongols as liberators and defected en masse. After sweeping aside Chukluk's army, Jebbe entered the Karakitan capital Balasukun in what is now Kyrgyzstan in triumph and incorporated it into the Mongol Empire. It then followed Chukluk south into Kashgaria, where he encouraged the Muslims to revolt by issuing a proclamation of religious tolerance. In 1218, Jebbe eventually caught up with Chukluk in northeastern Afghanistan and executed him. So began the Mongol westwards expansion into Central Asia, even as other parts of Genghis's armies were still undertaking the conquest of China far to the east.
The Golan Heights
While Jeppe was pursuing Chokok, Genghis sent another army north under Toki and Subuday to pursue the remnants of the Merkit, who had allied with the Kuman or Kipchaks, a Turkic people who occupied a large expanse of the Eurasian steppe from the lower Danube in the west to the Irtysh River in the east. The Mongols had driven the Merkit Kuman army into Khwarezmian territory and defeated it in battle. Angered at the incursion, Shah Muhammad sent an army to meet the Mongols. Although considerably outnumbered, the Mongols managed to fight the Khwarezmians to a standstill before withdrawing. Upon hearing reports of the battle, Genghis was keen to maintain peaceful relations with Khwarezmian and to establish a mutually beneficial trading relationship, allowing him to turn his attention back to China. In early 1280, Genghis sent a large trade mission to Bakhra in the north of the Shah's empire, a fort in the far east of Kazakhstan today. The local government proceeded to massacre the entire contingent, claiming that they were spies. Genghis initially showed restraint and sent a team of 3 envoys led by a Muslim diplomat, asking the Shah to hand over the local governor. When an indignant Shah Muhammad executed the diplomat in response, Genghis finally took action and declared war. As both sides prepared for war, Shah Muhammad and his advisors decided that they could most effectively fight the Mongols by retreating into their cities and forcing them into costly sieges, which the Mongols were still not comfortable with engaging in, preferring battles in the open field. Meanwhile, Genghis received a steady stream of information about the Khwarezmian Empire through the network of Muslim merchants. He knew that the empire was ridden with divisions, and that the Shah had struggled to establish centralized control from its base in Samarkand. Furthermore, the Shah's mother, Terken Khatun, was a powerful political figure and could issue decrees in her own name. These dynamics played perfectly into Genghis's hands, allowing him to sow disinformation among the Khwarezmian officials by issuing false decrees from Terken Khatun. Although the terrain of the Khwarezmian Empire posed considerable challenges for any invasion force, Genghis was confident in his army's ability to achieve victory. A Mongol army of 30,000 horsemen under Jeppe and Jochi made the first move, heading west from Karakitai and entering the fertile Fergana Valley in the spring of 1219, after crossing the high passes between the Pamir Mountains and the Tien Shan. Meanwhile, Genghis's main army, accompanied by his 3 younger sons and Subuday, the strategic mastermind of the campaign, would strike at Bakhra. Although the Khwarezmians had intended to pursue a defensive strategy, the appearance of the Mongols in Fergana provoked Shah Muhammad into sending a large army.
By issuing Resolution 242, which essentially called for Israel to withdraw from the current boundaries back to 1967, and also called for the neighboring countries to stop attacking Israel. And those 2 things, neither of them can happen unless they both happen, and they have not happened. One state, however, was able to make a deal with Israel. On the left, you see Anwar Sadat, the 3 very happy men. Anwar Sadat on the left, Jimmy Carter, the American president. Anwar Sadat, the president of Egypt. On the right, the great Prime Minister of Israel, Menachem Begin. Anwar Sadat, after another war with Israel in 1973, he calls up Menachem Begin and says, maybe we can renegotiate the Sinai. And Begin, although he was remarkably hawkish in most of his policies, he agreed to the idea, and they signed a peace treaty between Egypt and Israel that is not a warm relationship, but nevertheless has maintained itself to the present day. And in exchange, Sadat received all of the Sinai Peninsula, with one exception. He did not want to take over the Gaza Strip. The Gaza Strip, highly populated, he said, you can deal with that headache. But he took back Gaza. He took back the Sinai. For his troubles, he was later assassinated by the Muslims or other public event. The Muslim Brotherhood is the parent organization of Hamas. A new and significant surge of terrorism followed. The Palestinians felt that they were largely sidelined, and under Yasser Arafat's leadership, they strove to gain attention on the world stage by launching some very public attacks on Jews all around the world. In some cases, airplane hijacking was most common. There's also the infamous attack in 1972 on athletes at the Munich Olympics, the horrific attack on Mayanot in northern Israel, and so on. And all of these things were intended to try to bring attention to the Palestinian demand for statehood. They were largely unsuccessful, although many people were tragically killed in these attacks. They did not actually result in any improvement for the Palestinian situation until the first Intifada of 1987. The term Intifada is shaking off and is invariably associated with the idea of uprising leading to revolution. In 1987, you had the beginnings of a movement which was not associated so much with Yasser Arafat, but with the Palestinians living in the West Bank in particular. And they were exceptionally good at capturing the mood of the world and conveying it through the media. This iconic photograph of a young boy throwing a rock at a heavily armored Israeli tank gives the idea of how the David Goliath picture has been turned upside down. In order to deal with this first Intifada, which was largely civil disobedience and lower key violence, the Israelis imposed all kinds of things like checkpoints, where the huge number of Palestinians who were people in Israel had to go through security before they could cross the border.
Watching the stream while they were making these claims, and they already contacted the FBI liaison, and they're already looking into it. So anybody that wants to do it,
this is no surprise for most of the people on this call. By the way, I see from the clock that to conclude this properly, I will need to go over time very slightly. I will stay for questions, and I apologize for the extent, but I want to explain this properly within such a truncated time. We should recall, of course, that Israel is a very vigorous democracy with a wide range of political viewpoints. There are those Jews who were waiting for the phone calls to be able to trade land for peace as the argument went, just like they did with Egypt and the Sinai. They were willing to work with Jordan to give them the West Bank. But at the same time, there are many Israelis who said, no, it's not going to happen. We should simply demonstrate facts on the ground and establish settlements in these territories to keep them for Israeli sovereignty, despite the challenge of the large Arab population. So you can see here a very significant number of Israeli settlements are established, and the degree to which these are tolerated or not tolerated is very much related to the political mood of the country and the leadership that it democratically elected at the time. This obviously would be a challenge for the so-called two-state solution, which was essentially what the Americans was largely been arguing for. A major turning point happened after the fall of the Soviet Union, which was a principal backer of the Palestine Liberation Organization. And so Yitzhak Rabin, the Israeli PM shown here on the left, reaches out to Yasser Arafat, the known terrorist leader, but nevertheless, he felt that if he did not make peace with one enemy, he would later have to make peace with 1,000 enemies, because Arafat's organization was definitely on the decline, and the Rabin felt that it would be best at this point to make peace with him while he is weak. President Bill Clinton, of course, was overjoyed to participate in the famous signing of the Accords. And for his efforts, just like Anwar Sadat before him, Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated, this time by a Jewish extremist who felt betrayed by Rabin's agreement to possibly cede territory to the Palestinians in exchange for peace. The plan that they worked out in the city of Oslo, hence this is called the Oslo Accords, was essentially to take the two territories which were occupied in 1967 and to give them to a Palestinian autonomy or a Palestinian authority, with the notion that with confidence building gestures, they would be able to develop eventually into a state. And Israel would cede that land to that state. So they created this kind of confusing map, which shows the West Bank and Gaza divided into various areas. You see the person who put this map didn't spell Israel right. Sorry about that, but that's not me. These areas would have different levels of authority in the region. The Palestinians in some places would take care of municipal things like trash collection and water. In other places, they would take care of security. But the idea was that they would communicate with the Israelis to prevent terrorist attacks. Gaza was a somewhat different story. It was actually simply abandoned in 2005 by Israel, as we shall see momentarily. But while Palestinians may look at this map and say, you know, the territory is a tiny, tiny fraction of what they had before, Israelis often look at this map and say, these are the Arab League countries. There's so much territory there. Israel is this tiny little piece in the middle there. There certainly must be room for Arabs who wish to live in a Muslim land. At any rate, maybe we'll talk more about that next week. Things change more dramatically. The Oslo Accords, which characterized much of the efforts of the 1990s, they come to a halt in the 2000s with the beginning of the second intifada. And whereas the first intifada was largely, less violent, the second intifada was horrifically violent, with more than 135 suicide bombings in very public places, schools and restaurants and buses in particular. And it was absolutely intolerable. This particular image, this was taken during the second intifada, refers to a point where some Israelis wandered by accident into the wrong part of the West Bank, and they were seized and literally lynched and torn apart with people's bare hands. You see this person raising his hands, stained with blood. This has ironically become a symbol for contemporary protesters as well. As you can see, this occurred just last week. The Israelis attempted to deal with this by building a massive fence, or a security barrier as they call it, a concrete barrier in some places that aims to hold back any incursions from the West Bank into Israel. They also relied very heavily on technology through the use of the Iron Dome to hold back rocket attacks that continue to rain upon them, especially from Gaza. And this led them to something of a state of a false sense of security that would be broken in 2003 with the October 7th attack. And here we're now already in, contemporary history. So I can certainly truncate to a certain degree because we will pick this up next week. It's going to be crucial. Gaza, of course, under Jewish control from 1967 and the Six-Day War, but only sparsely populated by Jews in a few settlements, about 5,000 living among about 1.5 million Palestinians who were increasingly arrested. In 2005, in a very, very painful move which divided the country, the government under Ariel Sharon decided to divest, to disengage from Gaza and to simply remove themselves from it entirely, thinking that it was a demographic time bomb. It was very difficult to control this large and unhappy population, high levels of unemployment, more than half of their population under the age of 18, and so they simply decided to pull back. And the experiment was, let them have their state, as it were, and let's see what happens. Of course, it did not work out well. They had elections shortly thereafter. In these elections, two major parties were Hamas and Fatah, Fatah being the party of Yasser Arafat, who has now passed away. And as you can see in the West Bank, Fatah has the slight edge. In the Gaza Strip, Hamas actually came out on top, and then later they would have a coup and they would drive out any of the Fatah associates as well. So basically, Gaza since then has been ruled by Hamas, it's been blockaded by Israel because there's constant rocket attacks and there's concerns about import of munitions. And we'll have to return to these very complicated issues at the beginning of next week's session. I'm going to skip through this because this will be also related to next week. But I will conclude with two ideas. The first is that with the October 7th attack, Israel responded with something called the diet doctrine, which is basically this military tactic or strategy that if Israel is attacked, they must counterattack with disproportionate force in order to deter future attacks. This diet doctrine has proved to be fairly useful and instrumental for establishing great bonds with many of its neighboring countries. And in fact, today Israel does have a peace treaty not only with Egypt, but also with Jordan and several other Arab states. But it has not proved to be effective dealing with Hamas, at least not yet. So let me finally, we began this discussion with when do we begin this thought, and I offered you a coin from the Roman era, the Judea Coptic coin. This is a commemorative medal that was struck in 1958 by the young state of Israel, then 10 years old. And on one side,
I've been running Legacy since school.
Obviously evocative of that original Roman coin, and it says underneath, the Galta Yehuda of 1959, the Israel is exiled Israel is exiled, and it's a reference to the original exile. But then on the obverse, you have something really fascinating. It says in Latin, Israel Liberata, Israel liberated, and it shows you an image that is evocative of the original Judea Copta, but says so much more in a positive vein. Where the Roman soldier once stood, you have a young woman playing with her child. Where the despondent Jew sat, we now have a farmer planting a tree for the future. And I think this is how Israelis, Jews the world over, view the state of Israel, not as warlike, constant conflict, but rather
Welcome.
a country that is dedicated to growth and to peace.
How are you, TYB?
And hopefully we should.
What's good, TYB? Can you hear me, Pimp? Yeah. Yeah, but you got to be 18 to be in here, big dog. How old are you? No, it took you too long, dog. Come back when you're 18, my friend. Okay, come back when you're 21. All right, you want to send your ID? I'll take that.
last 5.5 years, we sell to government agencies. We train FBI, DEA, Department of Homeland Security, ATF, hundreds of police departments. But 95% of our business is from civilian. And what makes it great is that there's no background checks. It's legal in all 50 states. No permits required. We literally ship it to your door. And what makes it incredible is that we have a patent called full pierce, which means that, like we were talking about CO2 launchers. Once you insert that CO2 into any other type of weapon, it pierces that CO2 immediately, meaning that then it becomes a leaky balloon. Right. If it's not sealed perfectly, it's going to leak it over the next couple of weeks or so. Yeah, like 12 hours. Right, so, and you're going to use it instead. Yes, and you can't say time out. I got to reload, right? So with our product, it's always at the ready. So when you pull that trigger, it punctures the CO2 and sends that first round at over 200 miles an hour. Wow. If I throw anything at you at 200 miles an hour, it's going to hurt, right? Right. And so no recoil, so you don't have that, violent, jerking action of a real gun, no ear protection. You get to use it, so easy for women to use.
Yo, pimp.
Seniors, and everybody in between. You have to eat.
What's up? I don't. I've been in there for like over a year. No. He has, and he's been in my stream. So what?
Inspired by one FBI stat. 99.9% of all altercations reported by law enforcement over the last 2 decades has been deemed to not require lethal force. Yeah. So as young guys are like, wait, I only accounted for 0.01% of the time. But ultimately, you don't want to kill somebody because, first of all, you're going to be in a lot of legal trouble. Even if you're in the right, your gun's going to be confiscated from you. You're going to have sort of a reputation. That's the guy that killed somebody. And then you feel for the family of the people who were left behind. And it haunts people who killed people. Yeah, PTSD is a real thing. And we have this saying, one bullet can ruin many lives. Not just the person getting shot, the person getting shot, and the collateral damage on both sides, children, wives, and all of that. So it's as a gun owner, if I'm pointing my 9mm down the hall, a lot of thoughts go through my head. Like, oh my gosh, I'm going to blow this guy's head in my house. There goes the value of the house. Do I have $1 million to defend myself? And what did you hesitate to pull it? Yes. You wouldn't hesitate to pull it. Yes. So trigger hesitancy is a real thing in the lethal firearms with this. If I shoot that round down the hallway and it's my daughter sleeping in at 3 a.m., well, she learned to listen that day. But she lives. Right. But if I send that round, nothing comes back. And think about waking up in deep sleep. You're groggy, you're not knowing what's going on. You want a lethal weapon in your hands. You want to send that first 5 rounds of burn up, not really be into the game, right? Now I'm love that. But you also, here's something at night, somebody either trying to break in, or I don't know, maybe it's just the Santa Ana wind. But you're much more comfortable walking down the stairs when you're armed. Make money when I talk. I'm a boss, take a loss. Ooh, on the wave like a do-rag. And we recommend that for private citizens as well. So someone's in my home, I tell the intruders to get out of my house, and then I transition to less lethal burn up. I mean, over to you? Yeah. There goes the lethal. And let's say it goes to lethal, I take lives, right? Because there's more than one person in your home. And so I've killed a couple people in defense. I'm in court. This is what my attorney is going to say on my behalf. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my client had intruders in his home. He verbally commanded them to leave. Unfortunately, he did not comply. He then deployed less lethal. It was never his intention to take a life. He went out on a burn-up for that very reason. Unfortunately, he did not comply. So while facing imminent threat for himself and his family, he had no choice but to elevate to lethal force. I take that defense 1,000 times over. Yeah, of someone using lethal, and then the DA looks at you and says, "Hey, so yeah, those people were not invited guests in your home. You were unarmed. So what propelled you to play judge, jury, and executioner?" That's right. And in the state of California, you're screwed. Yeah, exactly. And then before we go here, the last thing
600,000 of these things. But what they have to let you all know is that Corona is a proudly American company. We assemble all of our launchers in Fort Wayne, Indiana. We pay an incredible wage. We believe in people saying, hey, how do we make this country better? Well, let's put Americans first. And when you come to our shop and you work for us, even if you're sweeping the floors, it's $21 an hour. That's awesome. That's more than when they pay around here. All right, BYRNA.com. Yes, sir. BYRNA.com. Go get it. Get it for your family. Get it for your kids. Maybe your kids driving off to college, going to Arizona, or back to, I don't know, maybe Notre Dame, Indiana. And you want to keep your kid protected and safe. Get a Berna gun. BYRNA.com. Well, thanks for coming by, man. And stay safe out there. Thank you. All right, see you. Hey, it's Cowboy Show Live on KMI 41 Alpha. Evacuation orders are in place for the Lake Highway area because of a wildfire that's burned more than 1,000 acres. It started just about 1:30 this afternoon. Evacuation warnings are also in place for the area. Extreme heat's baking much of the western U.S. At Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport, airline catering workers are on the picket lines claiming their company is violating Phoenix law with a lack of air conditioning and catering trucks as the city hovers during the day at around 116 degrees. This man works on one of those trucks. Alex Stone says, you didn't notice it's been hot here in LA too.
Yo, buddy, you can't be in here if you're not 18. I believe you.
Shows or indicates that the majority of people are now against a continuation war 22 months long. You're seeing soldiers who are being injured and killed. Malnutrition is rampant in Gaza. There are also still Israeli hostages that have not been returned. And coming to a theater near you, Cat Videos.
Video Fest is a 73-minute G-rated selection of all things feline playing in over 500 independent theaters around the U.S.
Sing it together, guys. Ouch. Break out your witness, baby. And in this whole wide world, don't mean a thing. I ain't got you with me, baby. I didn't do the outro, but I knew the outro. Right now, 70 in Seal Beach, 91 in Tustin, that's crashing west LA.
Buddy, you can't be here if you're not 18. You sound like you're 12 years old. Okay. Send me your ID or I'm going to have to ban you. No more questions, big dog. Nope. Dog, you're getting banned, my friend, if you don't send your ID. Okay.
Shock and Incarceration podcast. YouTube, one bad decision forced you to choose between a maximum or the most designed to be hell on earth. Unfortunately for Mark Lombardo, this was the choice he faced. He said, "You are another New York State inspiration on America's #1 podcast." Follow Shock and Incarceration and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today. Saturday workouts. That much. Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. In 2005, investigators in Palm Beach, Florida began uncovering a dark secret. A lot of girls knew about it, and a lot of girls were doing it. If anybody asks if you're over the age of 18, just go ahead and go with it. It was a wealthy man in Palm Beach who was offering young girls a way to make money. That man was Jeffrey Epstein, and he had set up a system designed to bring in underage girls. Local police and the federal government would investigate and, by their count, find dozens of victims. Epstein would become one of the world's most infamous predators, a man who could have faced decades in prison, but served just 13 months in his home Maine County jail. Why would you bet on this deal with Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein's abuse would span years and cross state lines. New York, Palm Beach, Mexico, Paris, Virgin Islands, and each one of those residences is an alleged crime scene. I'm ABC's Mark Rabbi, and with a team of journalists from the ABC News Investigative Unit, we've traveled around the country to look at Jeffrey Epstein and the allegations of his horrifying abuse, to hear from the girls who suffered it, who are now women fighting to recover from it. Truth and Lies, Jeffrey Epstein. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Welcome to How We Made Your Mother, which I think we're calling With You. I say let's connect. This is our new podcast, rewatching 230 episodes of How I Met Your Mother. I'm Josh Radler, and I'm doing I'm thrilled to be joined by Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bates. Well, if you're a super fan, we're going to get into all the secrets, theories, Easter eggs / pineapples, and general knowledge. But we'll also use Hindi and our relationship to it these 20 years later to talk about life, love, art, and everything in between. Thanks. So that's a nightmare for people there. And then we got the canyon fire that's burning out of control. There's no control of
And we've got, the heat that everybody's feeling. Everybody is feeling this heat. And it's going to continue through the week. So if you can get out to the beach, that would be, that's probably your best bet. If you're worried about the fire and you want to get a great app that's free, it's called Watch Duty. Watch Duty. Free, not advertised, not blood no weapon. It's free. And they said this is updated 8 minutes ago. Still at 1,051 acres. I'm sure that's expanded. There's just no update on that. There's evacuation maps there you can look at, or Ventura County maps, LA County maps. And all of the information you need is at Watch Duty, which is a great app and a great tool to have. Evacuation shelter for that fire event is now at the College of the Canyons East Gymnasium. So don't go to the West Gymnasium, they'll throw you outside. It's the East Gymnasium in Santa Clarita. And I think it's 26455 Rockwell Canyon Road. 26455 Rockwell Canyon Road, Santa Clarita. Closest parking lot is to the gymnasium out there, lots 5, 6, and 7. If you have large animals, big animals, cows, horses, giraffe, you got a couple of kangaroos, you got some roos, you have an elephant, I don't know what you got, but if you have a large animal, Pierce College always comes to play. They always help out. Pierce College, that's on Winnetka Avenue there. Winnetka and Victor, I think small animals, you got your, hamsters, rats, mice, I don't know, right? Little bugs, big turtle, whatever you got going on. Yeah, that's right. You might have listened. Cascade Animal Care Center on Charlie Canyon Road, or Agora Hills Animal Shelter on Agora Road in Agora Hills. And let's see if they more information. That's right. Yeah, let them worry about it. So you go beer ball or whatever you're doing. Get back to enjoying your life. That's right. I'm sure that's the way some people, deal with fire. Bring out the beer ball. Might as well enjoy it. That's right. Did you ever beer ball when you were in college or high school?
I think I tried that one time around that period. I was more into the shotgun.
I could never figure out the beer bong. How do you open your throat and let it all, just show down your belly? Did you be on a beer bong?
I never have. I haven't loved anything.
Have you? Well, you don't smoke pot either, right?
No, I don't.
Have you ever tried it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's not 1948. That's right. Did you inhale?
Oh no, I didn't inhale. Come on.
But you didn't enjoy it. Was it in high school or college?
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Okay, you didn't like it? Didn't do anything for you?
Yeah, I just ate way too much.
Oh, okay. No, you smoked and then ate.
Yeah, super radical changes. Yeah.
Robin, you smoke weed? You seem like a gal's
Not anymore. It heightened my emotions, and I did it in college, and you can only imagine how you feel in college, and your emotions heightened even more.
That's a little more from me. I need a little more. What does that mean? What is your emotion in college?
Because you're very young, very stupid, and you do whatever.
We should be in college then. You're working.
Sounds like a nice story today.
You make it sound so much fun. I want to go. I think I'll change my mind about doing it again.
What's the dumbest thing you did on weed?
I ate too much edibles. I was supposed to go to the theaters to watch who knows what movie, and I got so high that I had to end up taking a shower at that time. Yeah, it's the craziest thing you've done. Yeah.
And that's why I don't do pot. I took a shower with my clothes off.
Did they turn that story down for, remember that show, That's Amazing?
That's incredible. Amazing story.
Thanks, Robin. We'll call you. Next. She's not smiling. That's great. She's pissed. What can you do? You can't win them all. All right. So anyway, we get the water outage. That's a big deal. We're keeping an eye on that. Fire. What
deficit. And Pitbull is recovering after being stabbed multiple times during a fight in Long Beach. The suspect has not been caught. We'll take a look at the freeways next.
All right, your rib sucks. You gotta get a new one. And you know what to do. God, man, I hope this young guy on K5 point me in the right direction. Well, I can. Proof button to the best. It's sunny out now, it's hot out now, but the rain's coming. I know. Let's see. It is. It's coming. If your roof's not ready, you're going to be catching a lot of water in salad bowls. Avoid the drama. Call Roof Buddy at 866-95-BUDDY. You're going to get a free estimate. They have the lowest prices, 0 down, no payments for 24 months. That's 2 years of not binge-watching weather reports. Also, bonus points if you're a senior, military, or healthcare worker, you're going to get an extra discount. And if you mention KFI, you get $750 off. Like a brand new TV. So phone them up right away. Get your roof fixed. They have hundreds of 5-star reviews at Roof Buddy. Thousands of happy, dry customers. 866-95-BUDDY. 866-95-BUDDY or the website roofbuddy.com. Roofbuddy.com.
From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Traffic Center, say more at the public Toyota's full line of fuel-efficient vehicles. Let's head out to Irvine.
It's on the 5 that is slowing down northbound, getting away from just about Sand Canyon. Pretty heavy ahead all the way into Anaheim, better past Harbor. And the drive in Garden Grove, it's loading up on that 22 westbound. It's improving quickly, but I'm still seeing some slow traffic getting away from Knott Street as you make your way towards that 405 merge. 405 northbound near Seal Beach Boulevard. Here's your crash. It's being cleared out of lanes. 405 northbound is slowing out of Westminster, getting away from Westminster Boulevard. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez.
This is the Shock Incarceration Podcast. What would you do if one bad decision forced you to choose between a maximum security prison or the most brutal boot camp designed to be hell on earth? Unfortunately for Mark Lombardo, this was the choice he faced. It's a new or a number, a New York State number, and we own you. Listen to Shock Incarceration on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Shock Incarceration and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today. Taking your kids to their first baseball game. Starts with get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
On July 24th, 2016, 23-year-old Kaylee Sawyer vanished from her small Oregon town. But the story of who killed her and how takes wild twists and turns. A second woman kidnapped.
And then that's when he just started basically yelling to start driving. He's like, I need to get out of here. He's like, I just killed somebody.
A dramatic carjacking.
I yelled for help. Said, I'll shoot you, and I yelled for help again, and he shot me.
A high-speed police chase and a murderer's disturbing urge to kill.
Basically, when you become a serial killer, how do you have a chance? So it just baffles me that somebody can just take someone's life.
The most evil person you've ever met.
Urge to Kill, a new podcast from KGW News and Vault Studios.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Vizio TVs. iHeartRadio is coming into your living room on your Vizio TV. Check your TV remote for the iHeartRadio button for one-click access, or visit the Vizio SmartCast app store. And make sure you log in with your iHeartRadio account so all your favorites are there and ready for you instantly. All your music, radio stations, and favorite podcasts available for you on the biggest screen in your home. iHeartRadio and Vizio. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
Records, milestones, firsts, glass, and everything in between. What happened today in sports history on iHeartRadio? What's happening, fellow sports fans? It's Andy West. Let's look back on this day in sports history, August 7th. We'll start today in 1999. Wade Boggs, playing for the Tampa Bay Devil Rays, hits a home run off Indians pitcher Chris Haney to give him 3,000 hits for his career. It was the first time a player hit a home run for his 3,000th hit, and was the first notable moment in the early history of the Devil Rays. Boggs would be inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2005. Sticking with Hall of Famers, today in 2004, Greg Maddux becomes the 22nd pitcher in Major League history to reach 300 victories, leading the Chicago Cubs to an 8-4 victory over the San Francisco Giants. And today in 2016, Manny Machado becomes only the second player in Major League history to homer in the first, second, and third innings, driving in a career-high 7 runs in a 10-2 victory over the Chicago White Sox. Now you know, today in sports history on iHeartRadio. KFR, AM 640, for stimulating talk.
On the next edition of Later with Bo Kelly, the sex doctor is in and he will see you. New contributor and modified sex, Dr. Sam Zia, will join us to take a serious look at the intersection of sexuality, politics, and culture. The sex doctor is in and we will see you right at 9 p.m. on the next edition of Later with Bo Kelly.
KFI AM 640 and the Conway Show. We have no update on the water. When the water will be restored and when you can go back to using water without boiling it. There was an update. We'll give you a quick update on what they're trying to do. They're trying to bypass the valve that's broken and you can restore water temporarily until they can work on that valve. And I imagine in the future, if they do that workaround, then they're going to have to shut the water off again once they return water back to the main valve. And that might be another water outage for you. That's fun to think of. The water outage continues with DWP. Let's find out if there's any new information on this sucker.
Thousands of people that have no water or very little water, but a huge area of concern is the elevated fire danger, especially with those triple-digit temperatures. The forecast for today, we're in LA City Fire Station number 8 here on Tampa. This is just north of Rinaldi, in the area being affected by the water shortage and outage. And you can see they already have a water tender station here just in case. And this is one of many areas where they say they've pre-deployed. They've stationed these water tenders just in case. Meanwhile, the DWP continues to work around the clock to repair that valve, which basically just won't open, leaving a 10 million gallon tank of water that services this area empty. The faulty area, though, is buried deep underground, which complicates the repair work even more.
Crews are working to remove the valve that failed to restore water flow to the tank. The location of the valve is 24 feet deep. The repairs are very complex. They found 2 oil pipelines, active pipelines, a gas line, and large boulders that have complicated our excavation efforts.
And those complications may push the repair work even further back than Friday, which was the estimated date for it to be fixed.
Yeah, now it might be Thanksgiving.
Residents who have a little bit of water are being asked to boil the water before using it for any purpose. And if you do have water, you're still being asked to conserve it. Please turn those sprinklers off. Don't run the washing machine or the dishwasher.
Yeah, we're going to ignore that. All right, they said it might be tomorrow, might be Saturday, might be Monday before you get water back. So you may want to go to Costco tonight. Or Vons, Ralph's, I don't know what your market is. Whole Foods, if you got that kind of dough, or perhaps Gelson's, if you got that kind of dough. You can get yourself a bottle of water before it's all gone.
LA City Fire telling us they are working very closely with the DWP, the City of Los Angeles, and LAPD. In one area, they've increased patrols in these neighborhoods just in case. Time is of the essence. Should a fire start? Of course, heat doesn't start a fire, but it could cause the conditions for a fire to quickly spread. So if you see something, please, as always, say something.
Yeah, see something, say something, because the hydrants are dry in that part of the town. There's no water. Zero.
Reporting live this morning at LA City Fire Station number 8, I'm Gigi Gracia.
Hi, thank you, Gigi Gracia. So it looks like it might be tomorrow. Again, it might be on the weekend. Maybe Monday, if this workaround is successful, they might be able to get water late tomorrow night for early Saturday. But it's going to be a very tough weekend for people to live up there, because not only look out the window, you see the smoke of that fire, the canyon fire. So you're sort of worried about that. You know, you don't think that fire is going to cross the 126 and come towards you. But we never thought that Pacific Palisades, Malibu, Altadena, that those fires were going to explode either. So you always have to be extremely cautious. And it's going to be a sleepless night. Knowing that there's a fire out there, and the hydrants in front of your house, if you live in the Northern Valley, are dry. They're not working at all. And you have your animals to worry about. Animals freak out, and they can smell the smoke. They have that extra sixth sense that we don't have. And so it's going to be a long week. And you're going to get all the information you need here on KFI, on the weather, which is going to be hot this weekend, on the water outage in the Northern Valley. They're going to try to fix that by tomorrow, maybe Monday, at the latest, they say. And then we got the canyon fire. So we'll continue to talk about all three of those stories tomorrow, and I'm sure we'll have updates for you all night long here as well. This portion show was brought to you by Advanced Care. One day treatment life changer is Ultimate Care Wednesday at advancedcare.com. Bo Kelly and his whole entire crew next, right here on KFI AM 620.
KFI, KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County, more stimulating talk.
Not taking no for an answer. I'm Mark Robert live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The Trump administration has asked the Supreme Court to block an immigration order issued in LA. The order bars immigration agents from stopping people based on their race, language spoken, or where you're working. The federal district judge says agents need probable cause to make such stops. The federal appeals court agreed and upheld the temporary restraining order. Immigration enforcement actions have been much quieter since that decision appeared earlier in the summer. The White House says the order threatens an agent's ability to enforce federal immigration law by handing the prospect of contempt over every stop of a suspected illegal alien. Michael Monks, KFI News.
The original suit was brought by the ACLU and local governments. Hearing on a possibly longer injunction has been scheduled for district court in September. A wildfire burning near the Ventura and LA County line is running more than 1,000 acres, prompting evacuation orders. Areas around the Lake Piru recreation area have been ordered to evacuate the fire, starting east of there in Ventura. It is named the Canyon Fire. It's burning in the direction of ranch homes. Flames are expected to burn into LA County. An evacuation warning has been issued for the west, the west end of Ulcer Canyon and Valverde. More than 9,000 LA DWP customers at Border Ranch and Granada Hills remain without water service. A repair crew working a water pump yesterday says a valve failed to open. LA City Fire Captain Eric Scott says the department's brought in additional equipment to keep water available in case of an emergency. We've also directed our battalion chiefs in that area to engage with the captains and firefighters in identifying alternative water sources, such as how to utilize a water shuttle, recycling swimming pools, and other contingency methods. The city's new water distribution sites available for affected customers. LA DWP said they want to restore full service.
I kind of have a headache. It literally just started. What's up, iCardi? Everyone.
Phoenix about the same. On Wednesday, it was 110 degrees when a neighborhood in North Phoenix lost electricity.
Any day of summer, not a good day to have a power outage.
Guarding power lines causing the electricity to go out as power crews moved in to get AC running again for residents.
What's up, iCardi? Everyone. Turkish. Are there any other Turks here? Oh. Streamers on their phones, how dare y'all? Dude, I know. Mimi's killing me.
President Trump says he's directed the Commerce Department to start working to make sure the census will not include people in the country illegally.
The president's new demand Immigrants here illegally excluded from the census would seem to run afoul of the Constitution. The 14th Amendment says the count every 10 years is to be of the full number of persons in each state. The only exception back in 1868 when it was ratified was for those living on Indian reservations who at the time were untaxed.
ABC Stephen Cornwell says states urge full participation in the census as it shapes each state's House delegation and electoral votes, as well as billions in federal grants. And former Superman actor Dean Cain says he signed up with Immigration and Customs Enforcement to help carry out the Trump administration's mass deportations.
What's been going on with our ICE agents has been crazy. To me, these are wonderful men and women who are enforcing the law. They deserve our protection and our respect. And I am so happy to be able to join up with them.
He told Fox News he's already a sworn deputy sheriff and a reserve police officer, and will be sworn in as an ICE agent to help protect this country. So flat weather. Yeah, by most of the tonight with lows in the mid-60s, sunny and hot again tomorrow. Highs around 90 at 100 in the valleys, 80 and 90 and 80 at the beaches. A couple degrees or so lower for the weekend. Right now it is 79 in Still Beach, 87 in Fullerton, 92 in Malibu, and 92 in Northridge. The KFI Financial Report, the Dow closed down 224 today. S&P 500 down 5 and NASDAQ up 73. Now we got a stalled semi from the 57 and Diamond Bar.
That's heading northbound right at Pathfinder Road. It has the right lane taken away, so causing a busy ride back to the Tonga Canyon Road. And if you're on the 91 heading eastbound, that's in Anaheim Hills, seeing some brake lights as you approach the 55. It's a slow ride in pockets from there till you get to Gypsum Canyon Road. Orange 22 westbound at LaSalle Street. You got a wreck there that has the right lane off limits, so your drive is jammed up from B55. If you're on the what you say? Seeing some brake lights. Southbound from the Slow from the western. It's going to stay that way into downtown. Clears up just after the 110 and the 15 northbound and the cutoff pass. You'll see some brake lights just after the 215. That stays slow to the 138. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
This is the Shock Incarceration Podcast. What would you do if one bad decision forced you to choose between a maximum security prison or the most brutal boot camp designed to be hell on earth? Unfortunately for Mark Lombardo, this was the choice he faced. Is that you are a number, a New York State number, and we own you. Listen to Shock Incarceration on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Shock Incarceration and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Here's that song again. Here's that song again. For the 100th time today. Here's that song again. It's gone. Snub your head all day. Here's that song again. It will make you cray.
You love your kids enough to watch that TV show a bajillion times. Love them enough to make sure they're in the right car seat for their age and size. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, just to let you know we are on it and we are monitoring it. And in the next segment, we'll tell you about the latest with LAPWP, that service outage, which has impacted so many people. Watching that story as well. There's a lot going on this day. You think a fire is not a good time to have a fire when you have this heat, or if you have a water service interruption. It's not a good time to have that when you have this heat. You know, that's the way it's been going for Southern California as of late, where these things, it's a confluence of things happening at the same time. And sometimes I think LA just can't upgrade. But we will be watching those two stories specifically, Canyon Fire and also LADWP, to see if there are any updates with either or both. Maybe with the Canyon Fire, and some of LADWP, I don't think they're scheduled for another update until tomorrow morning. We'll get into that. Also, we'll let you know if your car is on the list of the top stolen vehicles. And we know in Southern California, car theft is a thing. And depending on your make and model, you are either more likely or less likely to become a victim. We'll tell you what are the top stolen vehicles in Southern California. And also, LAUSD unveiled its new feature attraction, buses with Wi-Fi. I wish they would have had that when I was growing up, or I got a ride to school, but just in general, Wi-Fi would be kind of cool. have all these devices and you're sitting on the bus for maybe an hour or so. We'll tell you about that before the end of the hour. And it's Tech Thursday, so you know what that means. The lovely Marsha Collier will be joining us in studio to talk about the latest with privacy, AI, and also what are some of the new Samsung devices which have been revealed at their Unpacked event. Samsung has their event. I know Google's is coming up in the next 2 weeks or so. So we'll learn what possibly is on the docket, as they say, for Google. And remember, or you may not remember, but some weeks ago we told you how AMC Theaters specifically they were going to lengthen their pre-show programming content where you have trailer, 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 and then your movie would begin. And it was adding up to anywhere between 25 and 30 minutes. And we said, oh, that's not a good idea. We were actually joking around, joking with Twala and Mark. And it means we both, it was you might as well just not show up for an extra half hour. Show up a half hour later and miss some of those ads. Or because, yes, it's nice to see some of the up-and-coming movies in the trailers, but not at the expense of extending your movie time an extra half hour. Yeah, it sucks. They should be required to tell you when the movie actually starts. Right. And I was asking you, I specifically asked you, okay, so the time that you're going to see a movie is the start of the pre-roll, or is it the start of the movie? And I was joking with Mark Rodder, he's going to a movie which started at 12:50 a.m. And I think, well, that means it's going to start till about 1:20, 1:30 in the morning. I'll be rolling around on that daybreak. That's exactly what happened. We saw Superman and a Fantastic Four. Yeah.
When World Cup comes, we're expecting a win here in Los Angeles for the USA. Aren't we here? And so we're here to support you and get that done. So welcome. I bought something because my grandma told me don't go somewhere without bringing the gifts. Here you go.
It didn't work that way. It turned into a lot of new subscribers. It made a lot of money for Netflix. HBO Max, people do that too. So HBO Max is set to crack down on password sharing on its platform in the next month and say goodbye to, well, not the service, but the app. The app is going away. I'll tell you about that. And it's Thursday, so you know the sex doctor is going to join us. Sam T. He said, I have no idea what he's going to talk about, but we'll probably take him to the hallway at some point. And we've talked about this, but now it's become a national issue, and if anything, we're almost connected to the future of autonomous vehicles, robotaxis. Uber cannot hide the fact that it's been dealing with an internal sexual assault problem. And you know, give a company a reason, excuse, and the ability to get rid of its quote-unquote workforce, and they will. This might be the death knell for drivers. Rideshare apps, not just Uber, but across the board. We'll get into that. And I have my final thought tonight, and it has to do with sports and politics, because once again, politics just can't seem to stay out of sports. Every time you turn around,
media recipients. Well, a very, very dear friend of mine actually needs a kidney, and he's on the bottom of the list. Richard Lewis, perhaps. Yes, I have. Wonderful. Where's Black? Yes. Yeah. I would give him my own kidney if only we were a match, but unfortunately, that's, alas, that is not the case. That's God's will. I'm the head of the foundation that finds kidneys for needy recipients. Well, a very, very dear friend of mine actually needs a kidney, and he's on the.
You can afford to live close to here. That's close enough. I got some extra shit working the board.
I'm not looking. I feel like the places around me are like at least 400 more.
Okay, let me just get your business real quick. You said rent control?
Yeah.
Okay, nice. Those are hard to get in. Those are hard to find these days. Do I have to disappear somebody? Really? Get on the list for one of those? How's that work exactly?
Well, I mean,
Does there need to be an accident? Yeah, you have to hook up if you don't want to reveal how that deal would end. Say, like, look, this is my personal business. You stand way off the air. Don't listen to them. Well, welcome, Rob. It's good to have you back. And hey, Mark, just ask you, do you know in advance of your Rana report tomorrow what you might be talking about? Or shoot for that new horror film called Weapons? Oh, yeah. We have high expectations. I do. I've heard some good stuff about it. But, you never know. Naked Gun got a 90% positive on Rotten Tomatoes, and that was one of the worst things ever made. So it's always a crapshoot. You're going to take 12 of these. I asked him about 50 times. Would I be my date so long? I have denied it. There's no way in hell I'm going to go see that picture. And here's the crazy thing. He does not remember we went to go and see Fantastic Four. For some reason or other, this was one of the trailers that they played in front of it. He did not notice that I not only closed my eyes, but I just put my head down. I didn't want to look. I don't want anything to do with the trailer. You'll be okay. You'll be good to protect you. That's not going to happen. No. I don't do horror, Mark, especially something that has to do with kids disappearing. That's not my swing. I'll hold your hand through the whole movie. Your hand on this knee is don't bring up the popcorn bucket thing, okay? Oh, did you preach it to? Let's see. We better move on. Never mind.
That I actually wanted to be on, like I wanted to be, the twins from Shining. So I got my twin brother, so that wouldn't really work. But I was a weird kid, I wanted to be those kids.
I can see that. Red Rob. No, the twins say hello. I didn't say anything. I know that Red Rob was Danny. I know that, but people just know this is the only thing I got from The Shining. Okay, now, the house. Here's Johnny. It's true. Okay. It's like, okay. Young people would come back. TMI for live on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and iHeartRadio at Mark Rothschild. Here's the latest tweet via my 24-hour news from the union representing about 12,000 Stater Brothers employees across Southern California has reached a tentative contract agreement that includes higher wages, additional pension contributions, better and faster access to health care benefits, and improvements in staffing. Workers authorized to strike when the new deal wasn't reached. A Miami federal judge has ordered a temporary pause on construction at the immigration detention facility known as Alligator Alcatraz.
Who I read something today said that, Caitlin Clark. I don't agree with Jeff. I don't agree with Jeff T, who I read something today said that, Caitlin Clark, or she's just a good player. She's not a great player. Jeff
said that? She good, but she not that good.
I love you. You weren't a great player, okay? You were serviceable. I know you made the All-Star team one time. I'm sorry. If we're gonna be honest, I'm happy for your career.
Jeff, my guy. Caitlin's great. She is great. Give us the rules. Y'all, we don't need CC. Let me rock out. That's why I've been saying that. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, Andrew Moreno. This is the Shock Incarceration Podcast. What would you do if one bad decision forced you to choose between a maximum security prison or the most brutal boot camp designed to be hell on earth? Unfortunately for Mark Lombardo, this was the choice he faced. He said, you are a number, a New York State number, and we own you. Listen to Shock Incarceration on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Shock Incarceration and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Welcome to Chloe and Wonder. I don't know how to do this. Or want to change it from a different life. I know for a fact that it was hard. So, as I'm willing to sacrifice anything in order to involve in such a how
I'll sit down with fascinating guests. It wasn't nearly as bad as when emotionally pregnancy I have with my daughter. So real conversation, wrestle, straight up, wrestle. So the first get started. Was it helpful for people to come in when you were with like your ex-husband and be like, usually there's somebody that people are perfectly happy with themselves. This is a window into my world and the stories that make it welcome to play in London. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. I'm so sick of hearing you talk about women's basketball. If only there were a professional WNBA player with their own podcast I could listen to. Right? Hey, this is Lucy Brown, WNBA player, professional ever. And this is Mariah Rose, celebrity on TikTok. And we've done a podcast, Full Circle. Every Wednesday, we're catching you up on what's going on in women's basketball. And not just in the WNBA, but with athletes unlimited, unrivaled, and college basketball. We've got some analysis, inside stories, and a little bit of tea. You guys have seen a lot of former and current basketball players telling their stories and their point of view. And I just think it's time for the girls to tap in. We want to share all of the women's basketball stories that you won't see anywhere else. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. Hey everybody, it's me, Katie Nolan, here to talk to you about my new podcast called Casuals, starting January 21st. It's a sports podcast, but for people who don't necessarily consider themselves as listeners of sports podcasts. It's just regular people laughing about sports, not screaming. I mean, we might scream, but it's going to be about something very silly, not about something that's serious. We're just not going to take it seriously. Is this making sense? You guys kind of get the vibe. Tuesdays and Thursdays, if you're feeling froggy, unclick that follow button. Because listen, it's unclickable. You can always unclick it if you feel like that was a bad decision. It's not going to get a notification when you do that. But if you click it now, you'll never miss an episode. And that's ideal. Because it's going to be good. Oh, it's going to be good.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and listen to podcasts like this.
When was the last time you took a chance?
I was traveling and a cute girl sat down next to me. That was enough for me.
I'm Francesca Street, CNN travel journalist, and this is Chance Encounters, a podcast about the incredible connections we make while traveling. Each week, we'll journey through moving, funny, and heartwarming real-life stories about how travel can lead to lasting love, decades-spanning friendship, and ultimately change your life forever. Join us wherever you get your podcasts. Just search for Chance Encounters with me, Francesca Street.
Listen to America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk.
On the next Bill Handle show, you send in your questions, I'll share my answers regardless of how embarrassing they might be. That's Ask Handle Anything after Foodie Friday, coming up tomorrow, starting at 8 on the next Handle show. KFI is available live on YouTube. Among enjoyable videos, make sure you subscribe, like, and share with something special.
And actually spinning back into fair territory, it's picked up by Ken Delorio. The throw to first, and Crawford's out. Crawford shows one, drops it down third base side. It's going to roll foul. And actually spinning back into fair territory, it's picked up by Ken Delorio. The throw to first, and Crawford's out. I have never seen something like that. Unbelievable. Crawford bunted it off the end of the bat. Thankfully, Verdugo and Montigua advanced to third. Crawford had stopped running. And with the side spin, the English on it off the end of the bat, even though it went 5 feet foul, it spun back fair. It went all the way into the grass and foul. Pitch. Crawford shows front trucks down third base.
We're not in those poor ranch areas. The water incident. Here is what was happening earlier today, and then I'll give you an update on the notice to boil water. A long line of cars sit idling on Cessnock Boulevard Thursday morning, waiting for underground oil and gas pipelines, a critical fiber optic line, and large boulders have made the excavation process harder.
There's nothing really to do about it, so, just go ahead with, anything that I should do to conserve water and just get through this.
The department set up 3 water distribution sites set to reopen at 7 a.m. But delays led to growing frustration.
It's already 7:08 and nobody's here, and they're saying thank you for being patient. We have to work. We have places to go. We have to attend to our kids.
As a result of the valve to a large diameter trunk line that supplies water to the area. Customers in those communities have either lost water service entirely or have low water pressure at their homes and businesses. As crews make progress toward refilling the water system in the area, customers may experience low water pressure at their tap. We need customers to keep their taps shut and use bottled water for drinking and cooking, which uses to allow the pipes and tanks serving your neighborhoods to refill. So even though you may have low water pressure, that is not a going thing for you to use your taps at this time. And this is assuming that you are presently under a boil water notice. Using tap water during these operations will cause a loss of pressure that is critical.
It's one thing when you have a water interruption, but it's another thing when you don't have any water availability. I think about those who may be elderly. I think about those who may have a disability or limited mobility. It's one thing to say, hey, 12, can you go run me some water or something? And that's one thing. But if you might be shut in or limited as far as your mobility, it makes it much more difficult to go to a local place where they're handing out water. Or if you need water just so you can bathe or you can cook, it makes it much more difficult. So even though you may have some water pressure, let me re-emphasize, if you are under a boil water notice, LADWP is instructing you to not use the available water at your tap, even though you may have some water pressure, as that may interfere with the complete restoration process.
And I didn't see this early. This is right where we're at. This is right where my co-parents, yes, kids are right there on the hills as well, making sure that I'm texting out, make sure that, hey, well, this is 6 hours ago.
No, we have some people who are in K5 who live in the Port Ranch area.
This is literally, like I was in Port Ranch earlier today, at school working, and then, I left Granada Hills to go to stuff. So I'm like, damn it, I try to tell people when we talk about this, the 5 years.
Oh, there's bad news.
We're not talking about these things from a distance. When we talk about, let's say, the Hard Summer Music Festival, we're not talking about as something that's happening over there. We're talking about as people who live in these communities, who have relatives, friends in these communities, and not only are we concerned about the communities, we're concerned about the people that we actually know, and sometimes it's even us. We're talking to our friends and family, inclusive of you, because it impacts us as well. Sometimes when I talk to people, sometimes I get it's like, someone was very complimentary about our fire coverage back in January, and I was telling her, this woman, I said, this impacts us. I'm thinking about people who live in these communities that I know personally, what information, what they want, what they need, and can I use this microphone to help someone right where they are? Because I know those are saying, we have people who work here, who live in Port Ranch. They talk about your co-parent who lives in Granada Hills. This is important. So the last thing I'm going to do is be careless with the information or incomplete with the information, because I know someone will be helped and someone will be helped. It's later with Flip Kelly, K5H 640. Well, I'm getting ready. I car radio now. I'm back going to tell you about the top stolen vehicles. Maybe your car is on the list, and yes, we will keep you updated on the Canyon fire, and also if there's any other information which should be disseminated regarding LADWP and that service outage in the Border Ranch, Granada Hills area. So just keep it right here. Well, I'm everywhere the iHeart Radio app. I'm glad I'm taking with you. The U.S. Supreme Court's been asked to block a lower court order that was supposed to stop immigration agents from stopping people based on race, language, or location. Trump administration, which has been on the losing end of the argument, says a federal judge in L.A. threatens immigration agents' ability to enforce the law. The federal appeals court upheld the lower court's decision.
Oh, check her out. She started hitting them. Oh, why you shooting? Oh, she out here doing shortage.
With the coming thing, she starts becoming more and more unpredictable every single time she comes in. She starts to bring with her this.
Somebody, she just spit on that lady's face with the baby. Nah, she got a slap.
Did y'all see? Did y'all see the white woman that got in trouble for saying the N-word? I know. Did y'all see? Did y'all see the?
Excuse me, sir. I had a question right over here. Do you think 2 people could fit in this bed here?
Depends on their size. Can we test out real quick? Yeah, sure. Since I'm here to witness this, gotcha. Well, I was more so curious about two people. Do you think you could hop in with me? We don't gotta make a beer or anything. Of course. Gotcha. Let me roll one over here. What were you thinking? Like just like regular, like sitting? Yeah, just like laying down right up here, chilling, watching a movie or something. Yeah. Like, oh, this is sturdy. Do you think we can slip under the covers or no? Probably not. Okay, yeah. Since this is a display, I was just trying to like cuddle around or something like that. Gotcha. You think we could like role play or no? Probably not. Okay. Because then again, I'm still on the clock. Yeah. So we could do that tonight. Yeah. What is that about? What do you think that is? About 4 inches? I think I might know a thing or two about 4 inches. So probably.
Listen to Shock Incarceration on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Shock Incarceration and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet.
Every dollar we spend on any
Earth is drinkable, and humans are using it faster than nature can replenish it. Reduce the amount of water you use in the bathroom. Turning the water off while you brush your teeth. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own.
I don't want to go through it again with the hammer. Oops. It is a repair patch. It doesn't take any mud. There's no spackling.
Podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Third parties will disappear. Everybody's listening.
At a public university in the middle of California, so frustrating that it can't be resolved. I can't think of a safer location, however, it's just like any location that one or two people can destroy someone's life.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Android Auto. Our Android app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Android Auto app interface was built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction, while making sure that you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app. Just plug or pair your Android phone with your dash. And if Android Auto is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car through Android Automotive. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Have you ever wondered?
Hey everybody, Dean Kane here. For those who don't know, I am a sworn law enforcement.
With you as a legislature in order to enhance your cognitive control. What inside a black hole? Black holes could be a consequence of the way that we understand the universe. We have an ancestry to the new iHeart original podcast, Science Stuff. Join me or Hitchham as we tackle questions you've always wanted to know the answer to. Animals, space, our brains, and our bodies. Take it self-permission to create science. Listen to Science Stuff. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. KFI 640 and iHeart radio station. More stimulating talk.
That's the wrong bumper. That's my bad. Wrong bumper. It doesn't have to do with cars, but yeah, wait. KMIH is for live everywhere, the iHeartRadio app, and also on YouTube. We were going to talk about, actually, we are going to talk about the most stolen vehicles. And these are targeting one type of car above all others in the country. And it's far more frequently stolen than any other make or model. And you're probably wondering, but is it mine? Should I go out and check out my car? They list 20, but we'll give you the top 10. These are the most stolen cars in America. Mark, you have any predictions before we get going? Hondas and Toyotas. No, customarily, that's the case. So I think those are great guesses. Swallow.
I know for a fact it is not the Ford Bronco Sport.
I'm thinking Kias because they have that issue with the whole USB thing. They were stealing Kias. Definitely got to be that one. That's what I'm thinking. All right, let's see. Coming in at number 10. Dodge Ram 1500 coupe cab short wheelbase all-wheel drive truck. Coming in number 9. The most stolen cars in America. Land Range Rover all-wheel drive. Really? That sounds crazy. I know. Yes, I get the standards
What up, Zoot? How you living, pimp? Ready to get your ass rocked? Zoot, remember that I talked to you and you talked back? What's up, pimp? Are you ready to lose? No, I mean, are you ready to get your fucking ass rocked? Zoot, we're going to go over something, okay? In the history of your life, which is a considerable amount of time, you've never beaten me in a game called Match Monsters. Were you aware of this fact? Are you going to be able to change that? Are you sure? Dude, I've now sent you an invitation.
I see them every now and ever. Now, they look like, oh yeah, that's a Honda. For the most part. I know they're safe.
Remember that time that you selected a team? Are you going to go? Zoot. Oh, yeah, you're fucked, big. If you get a red, it drops me by 5 points. It, removes 5 points from me. Electro Claw. Yeah, Electro Claw's weak as fuck, son.
I'm just very discriminating when it comes to muscle cars, and I don't like the new Corvette body style. No, I don't like that. I like the new Camaros and Chargers.
Are you sure? I think it sucks dick. Dog, I'm gonna destroy you. This is like my home base. That's correct, son. Good move. Dude, this fucking... Yeah, it does. A lot of damage. Oh, you... Why would you evolve that shitty... That guy sucks. Yo, pimp. Yep. That only does 10 damage. It gives you what? Yes, sir. Fuck you. Yeah, I fucked up. Are you gonna go? Yo, pimp. You're good. Thanks, big dog. No, I didn't. Yeah, I did. Dog, you got your ass whooped. You have 0 wins. Why do you think you're so dog shit?
So anytime there's a recall, which is fairly often, they can just disappear the car. Yeah, they can disappear the car. Okay, absolutely. I mean, yeah, it's counterintuitive.
Are you gonna go? Are you gonna pick something? Or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw? Electric one. 2 tiles are electrified every turn, son. Are you gonna go?
I just refuse to buy one. I just refuse. The theater in this thing, like he puts it on the light. I can see where they go lunch in this thing. He's like, I'll be back. And he just goes sit in his car, so facing
That did help. That was a good move. Dog, you fucked me.
Firefighters spent over an hour Tuesday using ropes and ladders to rescue the woman. She was arrested yesterday for trying to climb back on. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says the FBI is tracking down House Democrats.
Nice extra move.
Republican-led redistricting or gerrymandering efforts directly to the Texas state capitol, although it's unclear if the FBI has the trailer for the Office spin-off of the paper is out now. It follows the staff of the struggling newspaper, the Toledo Truth Teller. September 4th. Mostly clear tonight with lows in the mid-60s, sunny, hot again. Highs from 80 at the beaches up to 100 in the valleys, 8 and 98. This report brought to you by Mindster.com.
Yeah, it was great.
Toyota's full lineup of fuel vehicles. Crashes out of the way on the 91 and Anaheim Hills.
Hydro Rush? I think so. Dude, you just destroyed me. Another Hydro Rush? That was me. I mean, what do you want me to do about it? Yo.
5 years in prison when his sentence in October. On Wednesday, a lawyer for 55-year-old Rabbi Rothschild told CBS News Diddy has been planning.
You're up, big dog.
He also said to get back with his mother and to reestablish a relationship with his 7 children. The former TV superman Dean Cain says he's joining ICE. Details. Cain became famous in the 1990s.
Oh, big time. Big time.
Wednesday night, King revealed on Fox News that he has signed up with Immigration and Customs Enforcement to help carry out the Trump administration's mass deportation of immigrants in the U.S. He told host Jesse Waters that he's already a sworn deputy sheriff and police officer who will be sworn in now as an ICE agent ASAP. The trailer for H2's If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You is out now. The film follows a mother dealing with a child who has
Are you gonna go?
not around and her hostile relationship with a therapist. The cast includes Rose Byrne, Conan O'Brien, Christian Slater, and A$AP Rocky. The film is set to hit theaters on October 10th. That's entertainment. I'm Jacqueline Carter. A heat wave hitting Texas, Dallas, and Fort Worth, central Oklahoma, and southeastern Kansas, all the way up to northeastern South Dakota. Extreme heat in California as well. Daniel Martin. The northern part of the country is on watch for severe thunderstorms. Tornadoes, hurricane-force wind gusts, and hail are all possible. North Dakota is expecting a big impact today. Severe weather
Oh no.
shift eastward.
Extra move.
Minneapolis storms. Cleanup continues after the flooding in North Carolina earlier this week. And some New York is urging Indiana. Soon related to the wildfire.
Whatever you want, baby.
Pointed out residents to stay inside during the summer months. That's your national forecast. I'm Monica Wilson.
President Trump says he plans to slap a 100% imports. But 21 of them reports there will be manufacturer chips in the U.S. or are preparing to do so.
That exemption is a huge relief for the world's largest semiconductor manufacturers. Many of them have already announced plans to invest in the U.S. Taiwan's semiconductor manufacturing company is making huge investments in Arizona.
This is gonna hurt, son.
Google is pushing back on claims its AI search features are hurting website traffic. A Google search spokesperson said in a recent blog post that overall click volume has stayed relatively stable compared to last year. This comes after a few reports suggested people are less likely to click links when AI-generated summaries appear in search results. And OpenAI may soon let employees sell their
I know.
multiple reports say the discussions on the sale are in the early stages. Zach Report, I'm at Matthew said.
America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app.
We're tied, son.
Take below the surface. Odds are good you'll find a perfect back up to you.
Are you gonna go?
It's called Yazoo Clay. There's one thing it's known for: wreaking havoc on anything very thin. It's the strangest soil I've ever dug in before. You never get what you expect.
My turn.
Over the years, Yazoo Clay has held and destroyed a lot of Mississippi's secrets. 2012, a construction crew uncovered a big one. Graves, thousands. The old state asylum.
I hurt myself. I hurt myself. I hurt myself.
All this begs the question: you lose track of 7,000 graves. In Mississippi, keeping secrets.
It's so hard to get that many. You know that it's your turn?
Larison Campbell, this is Under Yazoo Clay. Listen on America's number iHeart. Open your free
Hydro Rush?
More stimulating talk. Coming up tomorrow after 1 o'clock on the John Cobell Show, there is a new statewide poll. Doesn't look good for anybody. That's coming up tomorrow after 1 o'clock on the John Cobell Show.
Check out the YouTube video simulcast, like, subscribe, and we're live on Facebook, radio app. Have some LAUSD news to share.
Extra move. And you're evolved.
Districts, but in LAUSD, they have a new 1,000 buses. 1,000, if you didn't know, LAUSD's transportation is one of the largest in the And they're highlighting this new fleet, which includes 180 all-electric buses. Some of the buses will run on alternative fuel sources, like probably gas, natural gas, improved and Wi-Fi on board all 1,000 buses in the fleet.
You're up, pimp.
If you happen to be a parent, here's what I think is the best part. All the buses have been outfitted with GPS technology that connects to an app, which will allow parents and school officials to track the movements and schedules of each bus. That's kind of cool. That's a good way of utilizing technology. Now, I was a kid, unfortunately.
Big dog.
My parents taught at every school I attended. So,
What a big heel leaf. What a big win, son. Did you know you just lost?
cigarettes and impossible. I grew up in a latchkey generation, but I never had a key to my house because they wouldn't have allowed it. Anytime I was going to enter the house, they had to know. That is a nightmare. Oh, no, it is. It is. It is. And we had issues along the way. Let's put it that way. You must have acted out in some way. Oh, absolutely. I don't know if they still do it today, but it used to be where you would have citizenship grades. You'd have your letter, and you have citizenship grades. It was excellent, satisfactory, unsatisfactory. I would get an A
I know.
citizenship. Because I was just going to be a smart ass. I was mounting up all the time. As far as I was concerned, I'm getting the grade. So shut up, Mom. Okay. I didn't get the good grades either. What is this? You didn't have citizenship grades. You're going to have to explain that fascist system we had to the young person. Citizenship, we graded on how we ordered ourselves, whether we behaved in class, and we got either E for excellent, S for satisfactory, or U for unsatisfactory.
Extra move. Extra move. How did I already win? Well, you always do shit, dog. You have the lead.
You for months. Yes, you did. You were so impressed. I would advise nobody to go digging around in your backyard. Yep. Remember that one teacher, speaking of which, who made a difference, who believed in us, challenged us, or just made us understand fun. Now it's your chance to say thank you in a big way with iHeartRadio's Thank You Teacher, powered by Donors Choose. You can nominate an outstanding public school teacher above and beyond for their win $5,000 to stop.
You stole my guy.
Today's teacher of the day is who teaches at Edwin Markham Middle School, and she strives to make sure her classroom is safe and fun. Because when learning is fun, they will hold on.
Are you gonna go?
$5,000 for your classroom. To the educator shaping our future. Nominate your favorite teacher right now at iHeartRadio.com/. Is she one of your teachers? I guess you can. It doesn't have to be one of your teachers. It just says nominate a teacher. Do you remember your elementary school teachers by name? Mark Marley.
I am.
Oh, yeah, one of them gave me my lady hair. Yeah, Mr. Cassidy. I hope he's in hell now. I remember kindergarten had Miss Parchment. She's passed on. First grade teachers have gone.
You did a really good move.
And I always asked her, how old are you? She said, as old as
Exactly. What? That's either really lame or exceptionally dirty, and I don't know which it is. Which is it? It was probably lame. Okay, along those lines. Second grade, was Miss Cochran. Third grade was Miss Pennington. I believe she's still with us. Fourth grade was Harold Crumley. He's passed off. Fifth grade was Shirley Traver. There's that one with the great name that I wanted to use in the story. You had one where it was just a man. It was sixth grade, and that was Cletus Nessel. I gotta write that down. It's a real person.
Thanks, baby.
That's why I'm using that. They call him Nesseltoe. The whole harder with could be stuck. It could hit you on your knuckles though with the ruler. So, okay, Mr. Kincaid in fifth grade, I believe, fifth or sixth grade.
No way.
Walk all the way across the school to another teacher to ask if I could borrow one of the paddles, bring it back, let him use it on me, then take it back to the other teacher and thank her for letting me borrow it. Did it whistle? Yeah, it sure did.
What are you saying, Zoot?
Relax the most, but she knew I didn't know how to read.
I don't know what to say to that. Surely that's changed. We can only hope.
Well, yeah, but I hated reading in front of people.
Just being an a-hole class clown. We'll clear out the next segment. Robin's going to do something.
Look who it is. 100%. What up, pimp? How are you? Losing to Zoot and Match Monsters? Technically, he introduced the game to us.
Scott says the department's also activated a water tender from the park maker, LAPWP. Work is challenging because of the depth and ground issue. Work could go on through the weekend. Great time for it, too. SoCal's in the middle of a heat wave.
He'll leave. Zoot, do your thing where you go, I just won.
Says a slight cool down is expected next week. Set call for a 2-3 stoppage next week. The idea by the local this is immigrant rights LA executive director. Businesses have been supportive of immigrants.
You're up, pimp. I think you get plus 10 if you evolve in this one. I think so. Evolving restores 10 hit points. What'd you say? I'm green and red. Oh, so you just fucked me. Zoot. That was uncool.
Some unclear copy here, so we'll just move ahead. Sergeant Cornelius Radford was tackled by other soldiers and helped until he could be arrested. He's believed to have used his own personal gun in the shooting, not an army-issued weapon. And 2 people have died this morning. Mississippi River near East Alpha, Illinois. Missouri Highway Patrol confirmed no one was on the barge and there were no other injuries. They say the helicopter ran into a power line before it crashed. It's about 20 miles.
No. Yeah, how is Yoshi doing? Zoot, did you know it's 4 days away from you doing stand-up comedy? Are you going to do it this time? Like, you're not going to pussy out? You're not going to be late? Are you sure? Are you excited to do it? Yeah, hit me with it, baby. Oh, you just healed? Son, you just healed? Son, you just healed? Dude, you're going to destroy me. Just do it, Zoot. Do it. $20 damage. Oh, man. No, I didn't. Yeah, I did. Barely. Zoot. Let's see you do it. Do it, Zoot. Fuck you, Zoot. Zoot got his first win. Riser, are you ready for golf? Dog, I let you win. I got distracted by Riser. Riser, we're waiting on you, dude. What are you going to do? Just J-Yor? Zoot, do you know what it means to J-Yor? J-Yor means jerking yourself off raw. Riser, what are you doing, dog? Are you just J-Yor? Dog. Riser, you have the invitation. Oh, no, hit the tree. Boy, I gave you guys easy shots. Zoot might have had one of the worst shots you could have had. Now it's Riser's turn. Riser's just J-Yorn. No. Thank you. Riser, thank you. Riser, did you know you gave me one extra point? Riser, did you know that you gave me one extra point?
First of all, I don't recommend downloading. The door. Hello, come in. Read everything I have right here.
Stop. Stop.
Rhododendron culture and why is this happening? Ask it to three different. See what kind of
I know, baby. Look how good a shot. Look how good a shot. Look how good a shot this is.
Civilization as we know it. Paraphrasing him. Which part of it? I was doing something else and I just heard you trying to needle me about AI. We were saying that AI is embedded.
This should be a big shot for Riser. Too bad he hit it too hard. No one, not Riser and not I, are worried about you right now. That was a good shot, son. Totally. Hit that tree.
interesting is ChatGPT. And the other one was just, kind of very factual.
WTF, dog?
The answer are your chats used for targeting.
You're gonna miss. I can already tell from here that's a miss. Easy miss. Yeah, you know this is in. Like one of the greatest shots. Fuck. When's the last time Zoot beat us?
Yes, perplexity, which is really popular now. Yeah. Go to the website. Ask a quick bothering. I don't know.
But obviously don't give it personal information.
Well, that's the problem. If you give it personal information, what I wanted to tell you is that's baked in computer.
You're fucked, Zoot. That's a bad shot.
Using your data for targeted ads.
Oh, beautiful, dude.
What you need to do is go to privacy and decision.
No, he doesn't.
Personalization. Ads on your Microsoft account.
I have a question. You may not know the answer to this.
Oh, Zoot.
Any Windows computer that we purchase, it will have coded in it.
Permission for the extended version. Extended. Reasons why I'm testing. Chromebooks. It's a challenge. Different. And I figure keeping the data with one person, one company.
Marshall Call here. Maybe get into what Samsung is up to in advance of what Google is getting.
There is a chance. Zoot, it would have to be the greatest shot of all time. But there's kind of an angle. Too hard. Dude, I saw this guy. I saw this guy do this amazing shot one time on here not too long ago. He hit it all the way to the end and then went like diagonally. It was, I think, a phenomenal strategy. No. Oh, that's a good shot. Look how good this water bump is. That's in the water. High IQ is right. You're the one who started it. Oh, what an amazing shot. That's water bump. Stop. Oh, are you kidding? Are you kidding me? Get him, Riser. Riser, what are you doing? No, you're not. I can't believe Zoot just won. Remember that time I had one of the greatest shots that we've ever seen on this hole? What are you going to do, Zoot? Zoot, what are you going to do? Zoot, what are you going to do? Definitely not there. Riser, what are you going to do? Zoot, take out the windmill. Windmill, dog. Windmill. Doghouse. Doghouse.
It's a sports podcast for people who consider themselves as listeners of sports. People laughing about sports. Screaming.
Doghouse.
Not. Seriously, is this making sense? You guys kind of get the vibe. Tuesdays and Thursdays, if you're feeling flat, because listen, it's unclickable. You can always unclick it.
Even
But if you click it now, you'll never. And that's ideal.
did you just say you think you're gay? That doesn't even make sense. What would make dog STFU, man?
Marsha, I know that beyond the conversation of AI, every single device in the IoT Internet of Things will possess, include AI. Or is that a reasonable assumption? Your refrigerator is going to have AI.
Oh, that was almost a really good shot.
But the only thing you can't do is you can't regulate.
Zoot, hit your ball. No, that was a good shot.
Just by buying and using it, you're agreeing with certain stuff. When they want to add stuff on, they ask for the computer to read what you're
Riser, what did you think of that shot?
paste it into another AI and see what it reads. Just ask for a summary.
Zoot fucked you. Hey, Riser, what did you think of the William Montgomery show this week? I thought you were a fan of William Montgomery. You have something against fat dudes? Riser, Zoot, that's going to hit that ball. This is a bad shot, Zoot. Bad shot, Zoot.
Don't you remember the days when you called 1-888? But I'm sure you did. I remember seeing the. Yeah, I know. Every generation.
What'd you think of those angles, Riser?
As soon as the robots really start looking good, I've seen one robot.
Riser, what'd you think of those angles, son?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But it will be good in certain ways, like people who had to need a nurse to watch them. They can send pictures back to a doctor.
Why do you say that?
That can be done. We have the technology for that now. We just make them look a little less scary.
Yeah, the white facial expression. The eye where it looks like it's looking.
That's incorrect, son. Oh, okay.
Just like on some radio stations, they use AI to read the news.
I was telling Mark that he didn't want to hear that. That no one wants it. I said, no, the corporate overlords absolutely want it. Yeah, the corporate overlords do because they'll make it.
Quit with that bullshit, Zoot.
When we're off the air, when, where, and who has it.
Some of it is damn good as far as pretty hard to distinguish. It's true. Well, also, if you think that a journalist is
Are you gonna make this shot, Riser? Riser, that was garbage. Oh boy, that's a close one. Zoot, what are you gonna do, son? What are you gonna do, Riser? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? That's a miss. That's an obvious miss. Obvious miss. Look how sick that shot is. Zoot, you have a big shot here. And you just missed it. Zoot's done. Zoot is done. No, that's impossible. That's goofy talk. Riser, that shot is absolute dog shit. Oh, that is a great shot, dude. He just left. Look how good this shot is. Do you think that's one of the best shots you've ever seen? Don't water bump me. Look how sick this shot is. Riser, what are your thoughts on you being many shots away from the hole? Water. In the water, son. Look how perfect that shot was. Dog, we're looking at one of the greatest comebacks in the history of this game. Oh, I have to go first? That's unfortunate. Stop. Are you going to water bump me? What are you going to do, son? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Are you proud of that shot? Oh, are you serious? Are you? No, I'm not. No way. That's going in the water. No way. What are you doing? No way do you make this. Newfie as fuck, dude. Newfie as fuck. Dog, just you're in the right one. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J-Yor? Oh, well, it looks like you fucked up, son. You chose the red guy? Are you gonna go? What a major miss. Extra move. I don't think so.
While the official death toll stands at 31, the actual number of fire-related fatalities is actually 440, according to a research paper published in the Journal of the American Medical Association. The study shows the additional deaths are
Oh, the green ones?
factors such as
That sucks.
exacerbated by smoker stress and indirect causes
Dog.
disruptions to health systems
I can't do anything. What should I do? Dude, what should I do? Are you gonna go? Extra move, dog. Yeah, you didn't know that? Same if you get an L, son. Well, why don't you figure it out? Play the game more. Did you know it's your turn? It just skips. Dog. Nothing is good here. Dog. Dude, I just gave you good. STFU, dog. I gave you two really good things. Oh, dog, don't do it. You fucked up. Doug, what do I do? Dude, STFU, you stole my guy. You stole my guy. Dog, you evolved that guy?
That's your player in four. That's your baby's clothes. That's my house.
Are you fucking serious? Dude, I just helped you a lot. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna JR? Good job. The ice is there, dog. Dude, what are you doing with this Hydro Rush bullshit? Flare, bitch. You aren't even a fan of his. You didn't even watch him. What is yesterday's episode on your in your basket of episodes you're just holding off on? Yo, dog, I just asked you a question. Are you going to answer it, son? Yo, dog. Why not? Why didn't you watch the episode? If you say you're a fan of William Montgomery, you watch his good episodes, you watch his bad episodes, you don't discriminate against people based on their size. Oh, you proud of that move? Look how sick this move is. Oh, what a terrible move. 20 damage. Dude, what do I do? Are you gonna go? Dog. Well, what do you want me to do about it? Look how sick this move is. Are you gonna go? Shut the fuck up. Yo, Pimp. What, you feel like you should get to be able to request You think you should fucking be able to request? Who the fuck do you think you is, baby? Who the fuck do you think you is? Yeah. Let's see it, baby. That was one of the worst shots I've ever seen. Like I've been playing this game for some time, and literally you just had one of the worst shots maybe in the history of this game, and it's like thousands of years old. Your dog shit shot will rest in the annals of history as one of the worst shots anybody's ever seen ever. Now, you ready for a Newfie shot, son? Did I put the slider into the hole? Did I put the slider in the pocket? Yeah, I did. Purposefully. To make you feel like you had a chance of winning. That's a terrible shot. No way, you could do the thing here. Get it, baby. I ain't mad at you. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna? Dude, that's baller. But are you gonna go? So, do you want to know what you missed in the William Montgomery show? One of the greatest William Montgomery shows ever. They talked about being redheads, and they talked about their dogs, and they talked about Las Vegas, and it was that fat guy, William Montgomery, and then their girlfriends off camera, and so you got to hear all of that goodness. Joe Rogan was on it. Did you just hear me? Joe Rogan was on it. Tony Hinchcliffe was on it. Madonna came on. They also had Enrique Iglesias. He made an appearance. And then they did call-ins. They had Ghislaine Maxwell call in. They had Donald Trump call in right after her. It was pretty amazing. Then they had Casey Rocket on. He called in. Then they had Brian Redband. He called in. They had Wayne Gretzky on. Wayne Gretzky actually devoted his career to William Montgomery, which I thought was really nice. Then they had on Ava Longoria. That was really neat. They had on Ed O'Neill. That was cool. They had the whole cast of Happy Gilmore 2 on. Everybody. Even that lady who died at the beginning. Then they had on... Well, I wouldn't say they necessarily had him on, but they had a tribute to Malcolm Jamal Warner. They also had a tribute to Ozzy Osbourne. They had a tribute to Hulk Hogan and Lonnie Anderson, which I thought was really touching that they would include Lonnie Anderson. I didn't know if they'd have time to do it, to have a tribute to her, but they did. And I really thought the tribute to Malcolm Jamal Warner was really tasteful. They had a highlight clip of his most famous times on the Cosby Show. So they had Gordon Gartrell on. They had the one where Stevie Wonder's on. Stevie Wonder showed up. I thought that was really cool. And it was a jam-packed William Montgomery show. They also had on Mario Andretti. They had on Michael Andretti. They also had on Sydney Sweeney. She talked about her jeans ad. And they had the cast of The Fighter and the Kid, they were on. So Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen, he was on. And then they had on, I thought this is, do you know who Timmy No Breaks is? Of course you don't, but they had Timmy No Breaks on. They had Howie Mandel on, which I thought was cool. Then, I mean, the thing that I thought was probably one of the coolest parts of the episode was when Michael Jordan was on. They had Michael Jordan and LeBron James, and they played one-on-one basketball against each other, not just in real life, but also on NBA Jam, which I just thought was really cool. Like, just a really, it was tasteful. It was a really tasteful episode. So after Michael Jordan and LeBron James played one-on-one and then played NBA Jam against each other, and they tied. They tied at the end, which was even possible in that game. But they tied, and then they all had sundaes, like ice cream sundaes, and I think a couple people had banana splits. I'm almost certain Erica had a banana split, though she wasn't on camera, so you don't really know. But she was talking about how much she liked banana splits. Then they also had on Phil Jackson, former coach of the Bulls and the Lakers. And then they had on Kobe Bryant's widow, Vanessa Bryant, and she declared her love for William, which, Erica kind of got mad about. Then they had on Tyler Halliburton. Dick Cheney showed up. Dick Cheney, he came in via satellite. That was really interesting. It was it was a really cool show. Why didn't you watch it? Yeah, I wasn't even paying. I was telling you about the William Montgomery episode. Why do you like basketball so much? I thought you hate flick games. For like what? Are you proud of that? 9 points? That's good. Do you want to hear who else was on the William Montgomery show? Dude, 2 swishes? You're on fire, son. You could quit. 3 swishes? Dude, 10 points on the second level is unheard of. Well, what do you want me to do about it? We will. We're going to call it the Rabbi Made a Dog Shelter in honor of Yellow. All right. Well, do you want to hear what's on the William Montgomery show or no? That was good. It's over. It's over, son. What a comeback. Dog. What a comeback. What are your thoughts? Do you want to be interviewed? Dog, dog, what do you want me to do about it? Dog, what do you want me to do about it? I've realized that you have stolen all of my comebacks. Yes, you do. That's a make. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a make. But you're not doing as well as you did the first game. You played balls to the walls the first game. 8 points. That's still good. Not as. I would say that you're a liar. You're a straight up liar, son. All my shit is fucking. I don't take anybody's shit. You call me a comeback thief? Whoa. How'd you like that one, son? Remember that time you critiqued all of my comebacks and I came out with 13 points? Do you remember that? You're done. 17. Are you proud of that? Did Yeah, well, guess what? Look at the scoreboard, son. Look at the scoreboard. Perfect shot. Dude, you're on fire. Dog. 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 Oh. Are you proud of that? Dog, what are your thoughts? Do you want to be interviewed? Dog, do you want to be interviewed? You are being interviewed. Okay, what are your thoughts on getting your ass handed to you? Go. That's a make. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a make. That's a make. That's a make. That was good. If you suck, are you ready for this? Dog. Dog, what are your thoughts? In the first round, I doubled you. Dog. Dog, what are your thoughts? That's a miss. Make. That's a miss. A big miss. That's a big swish. Are you going to be able to get 14 in the second round? Oh, look at you tying it up, taking the lead. Oh, big time, big round. 11, dog. That's really good if you suck dick. I mean, maybe. I'm not even trying. That was pretty good. 27. Are you ready for a record? Terrible start. Terrible start. Fire finish, baby. Fire finish, baby. How'd you like that? Riser, how'd you like that? This sucks, and I have to go first. Now, don't distract me. I mean, what do you want me to do about it? Yo, dog, what do you want me to do about it? You need 2 bullseyes. That's 1. You need a second one here. A big shot for you, son. And he gets it. No way. Oh, what a bullshit thing at the end. You need one shot, 1 point.
Grasp because of the blade. Strike a rock, throw a spark, and start a fire. Avoid dragging things like chains from your vehicle. Avoid parking in drum. That's called sparks. No fire set. Were arrested in a sex trafficking. Child. This year, 13 people were arrested.
Dude, how about you just go and you quit flapping your lip? Oh, that's a big make. You just need 2 8s. Are you going to be able, or 2 8s? That's a 9. You just need a 7 here, son. Can you get a 7? Are you going to be able to get a 7?
U.S. tariffs imposed on dozens of countries have gone into effect. President Trump's policy includes the European Union, Japan, and South Korea as of midnight. More than 90 countries now facing tariffs ranging from 50% to 41%.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Those tariffs will be paid by companies. Economists warn the cost may be passed on to consumers. BBC's Rachel Scott reports the higher import tax is supposed to encourage foreign investment in America. There are signs, however, of a hiring slowdown and rising inflation.
Dude, that's a big bullseye. You need at least a 6 here. Are you going to be able to get it? Are you going to be able to get a 6? That was not good. I'm about to put you away. Dude, I can't. You're making me laugh. Dude, you're making me laugh. Shut the fuck up. Fuck up. Dude, shut the fuck up. I can't believe that you want me to tell you more about the William Montgomery show from yesterday. You just need 2 7s, dog. Don't fuck up. Don't get a 6. Don't get a 6. Don't get a 6. And he just got a bullseye. All you need is a 4. Don't fuck this up like you did before. Yes, you did. Oh, it's over. Okay, well, what the fuck you want me to do about it? Now, you said something that I find very offensive, that I steal all of my comebacks. I want to know what comeback you think I've stolen, because all of my comebacks are organic, son. I'm waiting, dude. So no one wants to hear your bullshit excuses.
It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council. We're live everywhere on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, the iHeartRadio app. It's now time for the Sex Doctor. Sam Zia joins us in studio. Good evening, brother. How you doing tonight? Good, good. It's good seeing you. How's it going? It's going well. And you and I have discussed this next topic informally any number of times. How this country specifically can, as it relates to sex, comparatively speaking to other countries around the world, we have had some
What do you want me to do about it, son? What do you want me to do about it, son?
For centuries, some are still there, some have been overturned. And we think we get a little better, and then we go back, 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. How are we now, in a litigious sense, in a legal sense, when dealing with the idea of sex in America?
Well, we were talking a couple weeks ago. We brought in the giant box of sex toys and all novelty.
Dog, I can't believe how long you take. Are you serious? That's what you just did?
Similar to that. So I explore that stuff. Laws regarding sex and sexuality on the books, and obviously, just United States. It's all over the world. I'll get to the world in just a moment. First, we got
There she is. Miss Aquarius. Oh boy. Let's see if I can play 2 games at once. All right, Miss Aquarius, are you? It's gonna take too long. Nope, we're playing tonight, girl.
It's because there was a specific as the genus for the law. Okay, you did come. There was some with someone actually brought it before a body, like
I'm gonna try.
It becomes legislated. That's once it becomes a public thing. Also, if you're in Alexandria, for red smells of garlic, onions, or sardines to have sex with his wife.
So it's kind of law specifically about Bill Hannon. I didn't say that. They play the promos. I didn't say, come on. No, not this. Look, people always want to blame me for everything I didn't say. That's why I'm clear. I said with love.
Gotta get that Zelda. We can test out that stuff with that entire city right there in Alexandria, Minnesota. Logan County, Colorado. It's illegal to kiss a woman as she's asleep. Yeah, that's consent. You need consent.
I can't kiss my wife. She's asleep. Like, for example, my wife would kiss me goodbye, and I could be asleep when she's getting ready to leave to go for work. That's kind of like our routine. Yeah, that would be illegal.
No, it's not illegal. It's illegal. And in Logan County. Let's see. Wait.
Doing what I can, girl.
Some kind of evidence. That's I'm guessing. For men to drink 3
Literati.
while in bed with. Actually, it says.
Okay, can you do it with your concubine? Can you do it with your mistress?
Stay out of bed, drink a couple, and then go back into bed.
No, you can sit on the side of the bed.
Outside the bed.
It's still in bed, right?
Yeah, it says you can't drink 3 sips. You can sit on the outside of the bed. You can stand on the bed. I'm guessing. No, it doesn't say sitting. It just says you can't be. Okay, I was hoping you can't be sitting or lying in bed happily. If you want to stand in bed, go ahead. But no, they specify you can't just be in bed doing it. And Utah, it's a crime for a woman with a man. She can be charged with wrongdoing, and her name will be published in the newspaper.
It doesn't delineate between writing as someone who's an aide or someone who's actually a paramedic.
It doesn't specify. It is a crime for a woman to have sex with a man.
But it's not a crime for the man to have sex with that woman.
Exactly. Sex with another woman. They don't specify.
You just can't. It was just exploding my brain.
Yeah. In Hastings, Nebraska, the law states that people visiting hotels must have white nightgowns in like if a couple wants to have sex in a hotel in Hastings, Nebraska, they must wear these clean nightgowns, which are
How are they supposed to know this? Like, do they have cameras inside your bedroom or something?
But these laws probably predate cameras. Security cameras. Yeah. So somebody has
Nice job, Miss.
or not against the wall. Hey, I get to see you in that nightgown.
Absolutely.
And it's a night parties. Both of them have to be. No couple is allowed to have sex in a hotel unless they're wearing these clean shirts. In Michigan, I'm apparently, I lived in Michigan for a couple of years. I'm apparently a felon. It is been on the books since 1931. It states that any man who shall seduce and debauch any unmarried woman shall be guilty of a felony, 5 years in prison, a fine no more of $2,500. Man, I don't know if I should be confessing to that. I have debauched a few people. I'm in the state of Michigan. I've never heard that used as a word. I mean, as a verb. I've heard it used as like a noun, like debauch. Yeah, but not like verb. I mean, like cops interfere you mid-debauch. Do you have the arm? Debauch you. Get the debauch out of here. That doesn't work.
Get it.
People about polygamy. Any instruction on polygamy, it says it is illegal to teach another doctrine, principle, or tenet, or any of them of polygamy. You are not allowed to teach any of that stuff. It could result in a $500 fine and 6 months in jail. Does it mean that it's also illegal to engage in polygamy, or just teach about polygamy? Don't teach about it. It's I engage.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, don't. That's it. Can you give knowing winks? like give like that, like little like suggestive eyebrow raise. Eyebrow burden. Eyebrow burden. I believe in polygamy. I'm not teaching. I'm not teaching.
Riser, what'd you think of that one?
And if you're in County, California, it's illegal to have pillows that are in the shape of women's breasts and having them displayed along the side of the highway. That is so damn specific. Yeah. It's also reversed because women's breasts are in the shape of pillows. Get it correct, will you? And it says vendors can't sell or even display booby pillows within the highway. For $1 fine or a 90-day stint in county jail.
Have been done, and someone had
to have done it for it to be. Someone had to listen to a mind.
shaped in an axe.
I don't think that's been legislated.
Thank you, ma'am. Absolutely. Take care. Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius. Sounds like a plan. Riser, what's it feel like to be losing to a person who's not even paying attention to your game? No, what do you want me to do about it? Joy? That was great, dude. I mean, what do you want me to do? I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
maximum security prison or the most brutal boot camp designed to be hell on earth. Unfortunately for Mark Lombardo, this was the choice he faced. He said, "You are a number, a New York State number, and we own you." Listen to Shock Incarceration on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Shock Incarceration and start listening on the free iHeartRadio.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? I'm asking you a question, and you have refused to answer it. What do you want me to do about it?
CBS News, Diddy has been planning a comeback concert at Madison Square Garden when he gets out. He also said Combs is eager.
Did you know Diddy is planning a Madison Square Garden concert when he gets out? Yo, dog, what are your thoughts on that the largest unsolved crime in Canadian history? That happened like 50 years ago. I don't think it's funny. I'm just asking you, what do you think of it? You didn't even know it existed. I had to educate you on it. You didn't even know about it. It's your own history. And I had to educate you on it. What the fuck is Val? What the fuck is Val? No, what is it? Dude, okay, I know that, but that's not an English word. I did not know that counts in this game, considering it's another language. Yeah, dog, what do you want me to do about it? And that's not even the standard way that it's spelled in Hebrew. It's generally spelled VAV. Dog, how is it that you were beating me by so much, and then it's just like I went into another gear, and now I'm up by more than 70 points? How is that? I think it's one of the greatest games in the history of mankind, in the history of humankind. I know what Vav means. I know va is an alternative spelling of vav, but that's not generally used. And it's another language, so I didn't think it would be allowed.
Sexual relationships with animals are allowed as long as the animal is of the opposite sex. Gay bestiality. Wait. You can do whatever, provided, including hedgehogs. Provided the object of your affection is not the same sex as you. Yes, because they're really against gay relationships.
No way, don't do that. You're not going to be able to do that.
Male gynecologists are prohibited from looking directly at female genitalia, so they have to use a mirror. But everything's balanced. Yeah, no, you have to get really good at, working in reverse. And it's already uncomfortable for the woman anyways. Now you got to mirror it. Yeah. Remember, left is right, up is down. Can you do it on Zoom? At this point, I'm sure you could. I think let's look at back bars. Yeah. Don't laugh at my jokes and not give me a rip shot. You were saying, so anyone caught in the act of masturbating will be beheaded. Way too much information. Yeah. Way too much information. Yeah, I know. A lot of this would be 10,000 times over that. That's the kind of thing you don't want to get caught doing in the news. Here's one that's interesting.
Dude, I only have vowels left. There's a chance you could win.
That seems like it would be down. I'm playing chicks while sex. Other than. See, watch me put that wrong. I can picture chess being like.
Dude, you could make a comeback. Welcome. Yo, dog, you got to be 18 to be in here. How old are you? No, you're not. You need to leave. You need to leave or I will ban you. That's because I am a 40-year-old. I'm glad I saw my... Get out of here, garbage. All right, here we go. Get out of here, dude. Ban. Agreed.
That's why they have it so pixelated. Yeah. And it's I didn't know that. You said that really fast. I didn't know that. That's insane. I went to Japan a couple years ago and I looked down when I went to the bathroom to see if I was pixelated. And I was disappointed when I wasn't. But it was. I got one mark. She does not like you. But because of these laws, it led to the creation of tentacle porn, which is something that is a thing in Japanese manga and anime. Hentai. Yes. Hentai. Yeah, that's what it is. Want to elaborate? People don't know. It's animation that does a lot of suggestive stuff without showing, because it's illegal to show humans procreating with physical act. So they'll substitute a human appendage for an octopus appendage. It's animated, folks. It's not real.
Dog, this is the best game you've ever had against me, and you're still going to lose unless you have something really good here. Oh, baby, he came back. That's what I like to see, baby. That's what I like to see. Yeah. I mean, what do you want me to do about it? Doug, what do you want me to do about it? Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. I mean, again, do you want to know what my opinion is on the matter? What do you want me to do about it, baby?
Also, I would cap it off with this one. Australia, they have, it's interesting. There's spiders there in Australia, so yeah, that's what my point. But they have a fear.
Are you going to win? You're just randomly putting that anywhere. I know where you can put a Y.